This young man was once celebrated as a hero who saved the world from the Demon King, who spread blood and terror everywhere. However, just as Aiden and Byril defeated the Demon King, he was suddenly struck by a cruel curse. Aiden's teammates should have helped him in that moment, but the reality was completely different. Some were indifferent, while others mocked Aiden, for all of them fully understood the curse. He knew that the one who eradicates sins would also bear sin, yet no one warned Aiden. He was furious, but he was sealed, his soul plunging into an endless, bottomless ocean. Aiden swore he would rather die than remain imprisoned here forever. Fortunately, he opened his eyes once more. Upon awakening, he gritted his teeth and vowed not to let those bastards be at peace. Two men standing by the bed were delighted. "He's awake, really. Is he awake, missing skin?" Their jumbled words left him utterly confused. Aiden found their voices strange, unable to understand what they were saying or where he was. His lips were dry, and just then a middle-aged couple appeared. They seemed aristocratic, well-groomed, especially the woman, who was crying yet looked very young. "Darling, you're awake." "Our son is truly awake, thank God," the husband added. Aiden's vision gradually cleared, but his hearing was poor. "Son, what the hell is going on?" Summoning his remaining strength, he sat up, studied the unfamiliar faces, and asked, "Who are you?" The blonde woman continued crying. "Oh my God, you've been unconscious for 2 full days. You must have lost your memory. I am your mother, my dear son, Aiden Reese." Aiden felt something was off. Why were they calling him Reese instead of Alvaril? He was overwhelmed by the information. Was this a dying hallucination or something similar? Aiden didn't know, only that his head ached as if struck by a hammer. The woman, seeing him in discomfort, became even more worried, though he was perfectly fine. The headache was due to his mind suddenly containing memories that weren't his own, the memories of Aiden Remiski. Aiden confirmed that this was the year 450 by the royal calendar. This meant it was 15 years before he had been betrayed and sealed into the void. Aiden was certain that he had died back then before becoming the new Demon King. Now, he was alive in another body. Thinking of the traitor, Aiden's face turned terrifying. This expression made the two servants tremble. He realized how awful the previous owner of this body had been. Former master bullied the weak, harassed decent daughters, tormented servants. There was nothing he hadn't done. Being reborn was good, but why into the body of such a wretch? If he hadn't been a duke's son, he would have been beaten to death long ago. Fully awake and able to stand, the first thing Aiden did was look in a mirror. Though he accepted rebirth, seeing a strange face still felt unreal. Wondered if he had truly been Aiden Ambarrel, the one who defeated the Demon King, or if his past life was just a long 2-day dream in a coma. Thinking this, Aiden decided to test his power. Aiden commanded "System open." Instantly, a simulation panel appeared before him, intangible. It displayed Aiden's information. The surname section showed 3 question marks, likely because the system hadn't confirmed whether he bore the name Ambarrel or Remise. Titles like Mercenary King, Mage's Scythe, or Talo's Enemy were unavailable. The system indicated they would unlock when conditions were met. This was the power Aiden had gained from consuming the heart of an ancient in his previous life. The system still existed, proving his past life was not a dream. However, the old titles were gone, and even his name was now just Aiden, leaving him frustrated. Aiden quickly regained his spirit. Though the former master of this body had been terrible, being alive again was a divine gift. Thinking this, he laughed with joy. He now had the chance to find the traitor and punish them. Overjoyed, Aiden couldn't suppress a fearsome expression that made the servant presenting tea freeze in terror. He asked, "What's wrong?" "Oh, are you just bringing me a drink?" "Oh yes, just right, I'm thirsty." Aiden smiled politely and thanked him upon receiving the cup, which only deepened the servant's fear. If he were the old Aiden Remise, he would never properly say thank you and would have surely tormented the servant. The servant guessed it would be the same now, only unsure what the missing skin master might do. This time, Aiden simply sipped the tea slowly, murmuring, "Delicious," without any other movement. The servant thought, "Is that all? The brat actually wants to thank me." The servant wondered if he genuinely liked the tea that much. Seeing the servant hadn't left, Aiden asked, "Anything else?" "Oh no, sir, nothing else." The servant, still looking like he had seen a ghost, left the room. Another servant waited outside, surprised to see his friend exit safely. Even more surprised when he heard that Aiden had actually said thank you. After 2 days of coma, the young master had either not woken up fully or gone mad. The servant's emotions were complicated, but Aiden didn't care. The situation was insane. He had been reborn, going back 15 years in another body. What had happened to Aiden Alvirel in the past? Did his past self exist independently? If so, Aiden Ambarrel must have relied on himself without Master Vankin or the former mercenary king's aid. Curiosity piqued, Aiden decided to uncover the truth. All morning he called loudly for the servant. "Hey, Philip." The one who had brought tea jumped in surprise, for Aiden had never called him by name before. "I have a question to ask." Aiden smiled warmly, hoping to gather information from Philip. But in Philip's eyes, that smile was like that of a demon. After a thank you, Philip trembled again. The other person guessed what Aiden was about to do and patted Philip on the shoulder, whispering, "Thanks for everything, Philip, we'll remember you." Philip wanted to cry, not understanding why the young master was tormenting him like this. When they entered the room, Philip realized he had worried for nothing. Aiden wasn't planning to do anything, he just wanted to ask about the mercenary king and his disciple. In his past life, he had been the most famous disciple of the mercenary king Vankin. According to the history of his past life, Philip replied that Vankin had recently gone missing. Then, Philip mentioned he had never heard of Vankin having a disciple. Aiden was stunned. How could he not have a disciple? "So what did you do in your past life, or have you truly ceased to exist?" Aiden remembered meeting his master in his past life when he was still a pickpocket as a child. One time, he pickpocketed Vankin's pocket and was caught. During that encounter, Vankin saw his potential and took Aiden as his disciple, promising to train him to become the best mercenary. He succeeded. Alden Albro quickly gained fame as Vankin's best disciple. When he slayed the mad dragon, his title became the Dragon Slayer, as everyone called him. Now Philip declared he had never heard of the mercenary king having a disciple, meaning that in this life, Aiden and Byril no longer existed in this world. This was hard to accept, so a few days later, Aiden stayed in his room. The servants spread rumors that after 2 days of unconsciousness, the young master had changed his personality. Even when Philip spilled something, Aiden didn't curse or smash things. He often thanked the servants and called them by friendly names instead of pointing his fingers like before. They thought that people changed their personalities after a serious illness. Aiden was the same, but his appearance these days made them worry. In reality, he had calmed down. The dazed look and vacant eyes were just signs of his frustration. After becoming the Duke's son, Aiden was bored to the point of frustration. The food was prepared, no need to clean. In his spare time, he searched for information about Aiden and Byril, but his past self no longer existed. This left Aiden confused. The identity of the Dragon Slayer from his past life had completely disappeared. What about the feelings of betrayal, anger, and the plan for revenge? It hadn't touched him in this life, but could it be that heaven had granted him a chance at reincarnation to seek revenge? While thinking, Aiden heard the sound of wooden swords clashing. It seemed like the knights in the castle were practicing. There were many knights in the duchy, so this scene wasn't unusual. An annoying voice rang out, "What are you doing here?" In front of Aiden stood a proud teenager. He was Aiden's younger brother in this life, Reese. Unlike the previous terrible master, Ka was diligent and had become a knight with the right to compete for inheritance despite being the second son. The only problem with this teenager was his rudeness toward his older brother, just like now. It was understandable, as his older brother was a hopeless failure, always drinking and fooling around. Aiden didn't care about Ka's disdain, but he even scolded his older brother right to his face. "What are you doing here? Why don't you go outside and drink more?" Aiden didn't bother with such childish behavior. He replied, "I'm just sitting here because I'm bored. The knight's training isn't exactly something beautiful to watch. If you're not planning to spar, then just leave," which made Ka feel as if he was being kicked out of the training ground. Aiden realized that since the incident, he hadn't picked up a sword. He decided to have a sparring session and stepped into the arena, something even his younger brother didn't expect. All the knights present had to show respect to Aiden. His first opponent was the trainee knight Bajayan, who annoyed him by bowing for a long time. He just wanted to finish the fight quickly to experience the new sensation. The people around them were worried. They debated whether they should stop Bajayan because the opponent was the young master of the estate. But most thought nothing serious would happen since Bajayan would definitely throw the fight. Bajayan didn't look any happier than the others. He even felt awkward being forced to fight the young master, the rogue. To everyone, Aiden was a very dangerous person, capable of winning even with his eyes closed. If Aiden lost, he would get angry and torture them. Bajayan was trying to figure out how to lose subtly to satisfy Aiden's vanity, not knowing that Aiden had completely changed now. Aiden realized that his opponent was planning to let him win and didn't want that to happen. He decided to wake up his new body by encouraging his opponent to go all out. "Don't try to lose, go all out." Aiden raised his sword and said, "A real knight wouldn't lose to a weak rogue like me. Don't you think so?" Bajayan was stunned, not expecting the young master to say that. Aiden further declared that if he lost, he would kick Bajayan out of the knights. The people around were tense. Some thought the young master had lost his mind for wanting to seriously fight the trainee knight. The spectators were eager to witness Bajayan humiliating Aiden. On the opposite side, Bajayan began to move. Although he was a trainee knight, his speed was quite fast. Aiden confidently welcomed the first attack. Despite his weak body, he still wanted to continue due to the thrill of being alive again. He lifted the heavy wooden sword to continue fighting a few more rounds with Ba Jian. His opponent gave it his all, almost forgetting their master-servant relationship. The knights around them watched with intense focus. They quietly cursed Ba Jian, worried that the young master might be hurt, but in reality their concern was a bit excessive. Upon closer inspection, Ba Jian was busy defending, while Aiden was taking the offensive with the upper hand. Everyone was puzzled when they realized that Aiden had taken the initiative. Ba Jian began to tire. He had used all his strength but still couldn't defeat his opponent, which was beyond expectation. Young Master Aiden was indeed dangerous, yet Ba Jian's sword had never landed a hit. It wouldn't make sense to say that Aiden was just lucky. After a brief rest, Ba Jian continued his assault. Aiden was gradually getting used to his new body. Each strike brought a feeling of exhilaration. The more he fought, the more the blood and passion in Aiden boiled. Ba Jian was pushed back, and the knights could not accept that the seemingly useless young master had defeated a trainee knight. Aiden's swordsmanship was incredibly skillful, as if it had been hidden for a long time and was now finally unleashed. Ba Jian could clearly feel it and started to question the source of Aiden's skill. Aiden was enjoying the spar. After living a lazy life for a while, he had forgotten that, despite his weak body, his soul was still Aiden Albero, the dragon slayer who had defeated the frenzied dragon. After a while of evading, Ba Jian revealed a flaw. Aiden seized the opportunity to secure the win. When he won, the knights were still in disbelief. Even though Ba Jian hadn't held back, Aiden still emerged victorious. Aiden said to his younger brother, "Thank you so much. That spar was exhilarating." Little did he know, his sarcastic words became an opportunity for Aiden to showcase his talent. He looked visibly upset. Hearing him, his brother was overjoyed. Aiden knew they weren't truly happy for him, but he didn't mind. The match today was great, though a bit tiring. Before leaving, he promised to visit more often. Though Aiden had disappeared, his brother still had doubts. Is he really the same young master I once knew? The knight next to him thought quietly. Aiden returned because his body had reached its limits. It was embarrassing that this new body couldn't even handle a single fight. Aiden's whole body trembled from muscle fatigue. Yet he felt strangely comfortable, as if the frustration had dissipated. Aiden realized his life was a new opportunity. As for revenge, heaven had allowed him to return to fulfill that purpose. His enemies were too powerful, each one like a separate army. Their high status made revenge difficult, such as the King of Knights, the heir to the Grand Duke's Sinbada. The Blood Saint Church's complete annihilation, Spica the Grand Sorcerer, Sara and Kansas, the second in command of the Immortal Empire and a great alchemist. They all had formidable records. Currently, Aiden couldn't defeat any of them. Revenge had to be a long-term plan, and they needed to be eliminated before they formed an alliance. If they allied, the kingdom would face its hardest period in history. Aiden needed to take action before the anti-dark mage alliance formed in 5 years. The first step was to fix this weak body. If he remained as weak as he was now, he wouldn't even be able to defeat a goblin, let alone a strong opponent. Aiden thought through the night and the next morning made a list and handed it to Philip. Philip read it and shuddered. "Do you really need these, young master?" He used to be quiet, but now he was plotting something. Aiden asked, "Is there a problem with the things I've asked for?" A large question mark appeared above his head. The paper contained expensive ingredients, and Philip didn't notice due to his work. Philip only noticed 4 items: dungweed, infernal flowers, flowers of despair, and madness flowers, all highly toxic. He trembled in fear. Aiden sighed. Even if he explained, he wouldn't be believed. Aiden decided to imitate his former master. He moved forward, placed a hand on Philip's shoulder, and smiled dangerously. Aiden asked, "Knowing what they are used for is quite dangerous. Would you be willing to pay the price to know? If I tell you, will you play with me? You've been bored with me lately, haven't you?" Aiden continued, "Should we return to the old days, Philip?" This tactic scared Philip, and he quickly said, "I don't object. I'll go buy them right away." After saying that, Philip ran off, disappearing from sight. Aiden felt a little guilty for scaring him, but there was no other choice. He had to use everything he could. Although he had never done this before, he was reincarnated into the body of a rich duke's son, so his life was completely different. In his previous life, Aiden had experienced a body beyond human limits. He currently had a weak body. He was confident that he could reach the level of a master swordsman faster than anyone else. A month and a half later, Aiden had noticeably changed. He was stronger and more resilient. Most of the time, he trained at the drill field, with Philip standing by to provide mana potions after Aiden sweated. Aiden pushed his body to its limits through training and then recovered with mana potions. This method could be called breaking and repairing, but it was quite expensive. A single mana potion was worth a month's wages for a commoner. Luckily, he was from a duke's family. Aiden still had a secret weapon. Thinking this, he turned to Philip and asked. Aiden asked, "Where are the things I requested?" Philip replied, "They've just been brought to your room, sir." He wanted to see what Aiden would do with the materials, but feared being dragged back to the old hell, so he kept quiet. After finishing his training, Aiden quickly returned to his room. Philip, being useful, went to buy the necessary poisonous flowers. In truth, Aiden had never intended to use this method. The method created by those damned Kansist and Sora. The body becomes toxic, internal organs are corroded, and injecting hidden power will cause a burst, helping survival. Aiden had Philip buy the herbs to inject into himself. He was slightly worried that he might die from the poisonous flowers. He had prepared a holy-grade antidote in case he needed it. After gathering his courage, he shoved the first infernal flame flower into his mouth. The poison quickly ate away at his body, forcing Aiden to drink the whole vial of holy medicine. The pain made him want to give up, but after the antidote, his mana flowed more smoothly. It proved that the theory from his previous life really worked. There was still a large box of flowers next to him, and Aiden wasn't sure he could repeat this 100 times. Was this fun, O Lord of the Infernal Dragons? Suddenly, a voice rang out beside him, calling him by a nickname that no one knew in this life, yet it felt familiar. Aiden jumped up and shouted, "Where are you? How the hell are you here?" Aiden reacted violently, trembling. Philip, standing by outside and hearing the commotion, opened the door and rushed in, worried. "Sir, what's happening?" Aiden coldly responded, "Go out." Philip was still worried. "I heard a loud noise." "Do I need to remind you again, Philip?" Aiden angrily glared and shouted, "Get out." Philip turned pale and stepped back, closing the door. In the room, only Aiden remained. He was certain he had heard a real voice. The owner was the Lord of the Infernal Dragons and knew Aiden's identity as the Infernal Dragon King from his previous life. But why was he here? Just thinking about it made him tense, his body shaking with worry. The voice echoed again in Aiden's head. "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" The voice rang again, but Aiden only heard the sound, unable to see anyone. After hearing it for the second time, he was certain it was the Lord of the Infernal Dragons. Aiden shouted angrily, "Lord of the Infernal Dragons, why are you here?" The voice answered sarcastically, "You think I would appear before you? Maybe you miss me a lot. Unfortunately, I no longer have a body, so you cannot see me." Aiden thought that if the other party no longer had a body, at least his life wouldn't be in danger. But this also made him wonder, if there was no body, how could the Lord of the Infernal Dragons appear and talk to him? The voice continued, "Did you forget? Infernal Dragon King, you died when you became the Lord of the Infernal Dragons, didn't you?" Aiden clenched his fist and asked again, "What do you mean? You think I am the Lord of the Infernal Dragons now?" "Yes and no. When I died, my soul transferred into your body." Aiden vaguely understood, then asked, "Then how do I destroy that soul?" He asked again, "Should I pour holy water into my body?" The Lord of the Infernal Dragons sighed, "You wouldn't understand. I am far different now." Aiden replied, "You are still a mad and rebellious entity." The Lord of the Infernal Dragons tried to explain that the madness from before wasn't his, but was caused by the Demon King, and that link had been severed when he was sealed. Aiden remained skeptical but gradually understood. Aiden realized that in the Lord of the Infernal Dragons story, the Demon King was mentioned, an evil entity whom even the gods avoided. The Lord of the Infernal Dragons had been manipulated by the Demon King, doing his bidding. The Lord of the Infernal Dragons continued, explaining that their powers were bound, but when the curse ended, everything changed. Aiden gradually understood, realizing that the Demon King was also part of the opponent's plan. Aiden understood that the Lord of the Infernal Dragons had worked with the Demon King in the past, and their bond had ended when the Lord of the Infernal Dragons died in the void. The Lord of the Infernal Dragons also explained that the Demon King was an evil entity that couldn't be easily destroyed. The Lord of the Infernal Dragons continued, explaining how he had linked with the Demon King, and that the Demon King's power could only be blocked when sealed in the void. Aiden felt that he was beginning to grasp the issue. Aiden asked, "Is this situation part of your plan?" The Lord of the Infernal Dragons replied, "Which situation?" "Going back 15 years and reincarnating into my body," Aiden explained. The Lord of the Infernal Dragons answered, "You could say that. When I entered your body, I tried using the dragon demon to reverse time, because dragons can interfere with the laws of this world." Aiden felt there was too much information to process. Aiden asked again, "Then why didn't you use it to escape the void and instead reverse time?" The Lord of the Infernal Dragons didn't respond immediately, then avoided the question. "I'm tired, I need to rest for a bit." Aiden felt frustrated for not getting an answer. Aiden kept calling, but the voice no longer echoed. A month passed, during which time the Lord of the Infernal Dragons frequently spoke with Aiden. Its presence made him uncomfortable but also provided some comfort. Aiden continued his training, his body growing rapidly enough to defeat all the scarecrows in the training yard. One day, while resting, Aiden saw the knights practicing. He looked at them, a cold, inhuman smile slowly forming on his face. Aiden thought about turning those knights into his new scarecrows. The Lord of the Infernal Dragons commented, "You are really more suited to being a villain than a protagonist." Aiden replied, "Shut up. Do you want me to pour all the holy water on you?" Aiden threatened, and the Lord of the Infernal Dragons immediately fell silent. He realized that holy water could scare the other party because it was the source of evil. Aiden just needed to hold up the vial of holy water to make the Lord of the Infernal Dragons fear him. He looked at the knights, unsure of whom to try his swordsmanship on. Suddenly, he recognized a familiar face. The trainee knight named Lu is currently being scolded by his trainer for falling behind the other knights. Lu has tried very hard but still can't match them. Lu can only grit his teeth and endure, promising to try harder. But Aiden immediately recognizes him. This is Lu, the free knight from his previous life. Lu now looks completely different from his image in the past life. Aiden doesn't recognize him right away. Lu used to pretend to be a knight but was actually a mercenary, with the nickname Free Knight. Aiden recalls that in his previous life, Lu had quite an unpleasant personality. However, he couldn't deny that Lu had helped him many times. Lu was one of the few S-ranked mercenaries in the duchy. Aiden remembers that Lu sacrificed himself in a battle to destroy the madness. When meeting Lu again in this life, Aiden's emotions became complicated. He had thought he would meet Lu in hell, but now he is still alive here. Aiden feels that going back in time has given him many valuable opportunities. Thinking so, he grabs his sword and walks towards Lu, loudly calling his name. Lu hears and stops, looking at Aiden with a confused expression. "What's up? Are you calling me?" Aiden frowned and said seriously, "Did you just ask if I called you? When the master calls, don't you need to state your name and rank?" Lu panicked, took 2 steps back and bowed his head low, saying, "Sorry, I am trainee knight Lu, greetings Master Aiden." Aiden chuckled, enjoying teasing someone he couldn't do anything to in his previous life. Although Lu was showing respect, Aiden knew he was feeling uncomfortable. Even though Lu bowed his head, it was just to hide the fact that he was grinding his teeth inside. Aiden noticed this and also lowered his head, observing Lu's expression. "Hey, what were you just thinking? Were you wondering why this rogue is paying attention to you?" Lu, startled, stepped back a few steps and hurriedly waved his hand. "No, I wouldn't dare." Aiden felt satisfied, amused by seeing Lu so frightened. This was the first time he felt happy about being reborn in this body. At least now he could tease Lu, someone who always looked down on him in his past life. Aiden intended to tell Lu that he had to come to the training grounds with him tonight. Lu tried to refuse, but when Aiden approached and whispered in his ear, Lu's expression changed immediately. Lu asked, "How do you know about this?" Aiden had exposed Lu's mercenary identity. However, he meant no harm, just wanting to express his gratitude for Lu saving his life many times in the past life. Therefore, Aiden decided to give Lu a small gift as a token of appreciation for the help he had given in the past life. That night, Lu went to the training ground as requested by Aiden. When he arrived, Aiden was already waiting. "Master, how did you know about that?" Lu asked, stepping forward to Aiden. Before Aiden could answer, Lu quickly asked, "Is what you said true? Can you really heal my hand?" Aiden had decided from the moment he met Lu in this life to fulfill a wish that Lu couldn't complete in his past life. Aiden wanted to repay Lu, who had saved his life in the past life. He planned to heal Lu's right hand, the hand he had lost in a battle. Lu was always known by the nickname One-Handed Lightning because his right hand was lost. Although that hand still existed now, it was paralyzed. Aiden knew that Lu hadn't revealed this secret to anyone. Aiden explained that Lu had mana channel disruption syndrome, a disease that caused the mana channels in his body to become blocked, and his right hand had been severely affected. Lu was skeptical because this disease was considered incurable. He was worried when Aiden promised to heal his right hand. Aiden explained that although everyone said this disease was incurable, in the future, people would develop a treatment for it. Therefore, Lu still had a chance to heal his right hand. However, Aiden required Lu to sign a slave contract before he could treat him. This included Lu training with Aiden every day and swearing loyalty to him. Lu felt uncomfortable reading the slave contract, but in the end, he agreed to sign it for the chance to heal his right hand. Though still hesitant, he decided not to miss this opportunity. Aiden was very happy to see Lu signing the slave contract, someone who had always argued with and looked down on him in his past life. Now, he had to obey Aiden. Aiden was very pleased with the outcome and even planned to take an additional item as a reward for healing Lu's arm. That item would be revealed later. A few days later, Aiden and Lou sat in the carriage, heading to a small town in Maryland. Along the way, Lou began to doubt when he saw the shabby scenes and beggars. Lou asked, "Master, are you sure this is the place?" Aiden cut him off. "Are you doubting me?" Lou quickly replied, "No, I didn't mean that." At that moment the carriage stopped and the coachman announced they had arrived. Aiden got off the carriage first and Lou quickly followed. However, he still didn't believe they would find a way to treat his right hand here. Aiden led Lou to a small pharmacy, the place Lou had once gone to for treatment when he was a mercenary. Aiden remembered that this was the place Lou had sought treatment when he was still a mercenary, but now it only had a strange sign and no doctors or staff. Lou looked around and saw a dusty room with no one there. However, Aiden knew that this was the place Lou had come to in the past. They both continued to enter, although they weren't sure if Lou's right hand could be treated here. Aiden replied, "The Prophet's Stone is something that mages and alchemists trust. They believe it to be a mythical artifact, yet one capable of influencing the world of the gods." He continued to explain that it was said to bring the dead back. Although this concept once seemed absurd, Aiden no longer thought so. He had ascended to the celestial realm after taking his own life, and yet he was still alive here. Duke was startled when a voice echoed from the inner room. Aiden remained calm and answered, "I travel often, so I've learned a bit. Well, it's been a long time since we had such an interesting guest, but like that sign says, we don't conduct any business here." Aiden ordered the Duke to leave. Once he did, only Aiden and the voice's owner remained in the room. He knew who it was, for Cassis and Sara had mentioned her in his past life. Aiden said, "All right, let's get straight to the point, Cassie. My knight is suffering from mana vein disruption syndrome. I know you care about this disease as well." She began removing her round hat and coat, revealing a beautiful face and short, fiery red hair, marking her as a beastkin. Cassie arrogantly asked, "Oh my, how much do you know, young master?" Aiden replied, "Like you, my knight suffers from mana vein disruption syndrome. I know your condition is worsening and that herb is meant to prevent it from getting worse. Am I correct?" Aiden realized Cassie's illness had penetrated her organs, leaving her very weak. After a moment, she smiled helplessly, admitting she was trying to find a cure for mana vein disruption syndrome. She explained that she had not yet found a solution and was still researching. Aiden resolutely promised, "If a cure exists, I will help you research it within your territory." Cassie interrupted Aiden, asking, "No, young master, I'm talking about your knight's illness." Aiden slammed a sheet of paper on the table and said, "Read it." Cassie looked at the paper and saw the method to cure mana vein disruption syndrome that Aiden had written. He knew it from his past life. Aiden asked, "Is it feasible?" Cassie replied, "If you give me half a month, I can perfect the method, but the ingredients are hard to obtain." Aiden responded, "So what do you want to do?" Cassie laughed, pretending not to understand, but Aiden knew the ring with the red stone on her hand was very important. Aiden said, "Give me that ring." Cassie treasured the ring because it enhanced physical speed, a highly useful item in combat and escape. Aiden offered to take Cassie to the Duke's castle, where she would be protected and have suitable conditions for her research. Aiden escorted a female beastkin to the castle. Previously, he had found this place strange, but now it was his home. Philip ran over, panic in his voice. "Young master, an emergency. They've gone missing on Monster Mountain." Aiden asked suspiciously, "What about the search team?" Philip explained that the search team had not returned, even though they had gone to Monster Mountain 2 days ago. Aiden decided he had to rescue the boy to ensure his revenge plan wouldn't fail. Aiden instructed Philip to take Cassie to her room and join the search team. Cassie asked suspiciously, "For what?" Aiden persuaded his father, Count Remies, to join the search team. He initially refused, but Aiden didn't give up. Aiden cried, saying that if anything happened to them, he would not be able to endure it. Countess Remies could no longer refuse, and agreed to let Aiden join the search team. Fred was moved, saying, "I can't believe you care about your siblings so much. Aiden can go but must be careful." Fred assigned the task of protecting Aiden to Sven. Sven nodded and replied, "I'll do my best," but in his heart, he saw Aiden as a burden. Spence led the group of knights into the Monster Mountains. He realized they had been attacked, weapons discarded, and blood spilled on the ground. Dell found a blood-stained knife and confirmed that it was a goblin's weapon. Aiden noticed the presence of hawk goblins here and believed they were the culprits. Spence worried, "We need to prepare thoroughly." Aiden firmly stated, "We can't delay or they will be killed and eaten." Aiden ordered the hounds to be released immediately, and after working with the dog, Aiden smiled with delight. Spence saw Aiden's actions with the dog and cursed inwardly, "What is this demon doing?" Aiden explained that it was a scent-enhancing potion that Cassie had given him. Aiden led everyone, following the hound, to a goblin village. They found the knights imprisoned in iron cages. Aiden sighed with relief, "Looks like we are not too late." Spence sensed something was off, and Aiden felt it too. Spence warned that this was a powerful enemy. Spence instructed Aiden to rescue the hostages while the team fought. Knight squad charged into battle with the goblins. Aiden used a knife to pick the lock for the knights. Aiden asked the knights if they were okay, and everyone was startled to see him. Aiden ordered the knights to assist, while the civilians had to flee. The civilians cried out in panic, "Be careful, there's a monster." Aiden startled, asking, "A monster?" then realized the giant monster behind them. Aiden noticed something unusual when he saw 3 hawk goblins appear. This happened because a stronger creature, the most terrifying kind of monster, a troll, was nearby. Immediately, Aiden ordered the villagers to flee. Hearing this, Kak panicked and said, "That's a troll, you're going to die." Aiden remained resolute, replying, "I know it's a troll, but I won't die. I'm your big brother, kid." Kak felt dissatisfied inside. Kak couldn't help but feel uneasy and thought that Aiden was just a scoundrel. Despite Aiden's strong words, he wasn't entirely sure himself. Nevertheless, he was determined to charge forward and attack. The mighty troll could not stop Aiden's strike. Aiden quickly charged in and struck the troll's leg. The monster fell to the ground, its leg wounds beginning to heal in a strange manner. Seeing this, Aiden's face immediately turned grim. Aiden realized the troll's strong healing ability and told himself he couldn't defeat it with normal strength. However, he still had a trump card. While the troll continued to attack, the knights couldn't understand why it was here. Spence panicked, urgently shouting, "Master Aiden, let me handle this." The goblins were difficult, but this monster is even worse. He hoped that Aiden could keep holding on. At that moment, the troll charged forward and threw a punch at Aiden. Aiden was lucky to dodge the punch, and simultaneously activated the ring Cassie had given him, with 10 seconds to defeat the troll. Aiden launched a powerful attack, striking the troll's arm. Before it could react, the troll was bombarded with a series of blows from Aiden, but its strength remained undiminished. As time ticked by, only 3 seconds remained and Aiden kept swinging his sword. Bright flashes of the sword, infused with mana, continuously struck the troll's body. At the last second, Aiden's sword was enveloped in a powerful energy. That was the aura sword level, and the final finishing blow was delivered. At the same time, Spence had finished his task and urgently shouted for help for Aiden. But when he saw Aiden flying upwards, he could only stand stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Aiden no longer had the strength to care about everyone's reaction. He was so exhausted that he collapsed, falling into a nearby bush. His body trembled with fatigue as he mumbled, "I hurt all over." Aiden sighed helplessly, realizing that even after using the aura sword for just 10 seconds, he felt utterly drained. Aiden knew he had to use the ring more cautiously in the future. Even so, this tool had proven to be extremely useful in critical moments. As he thought, everyone continued to be busy around him. At Count Remy's castle, Fritz stood by the window, listening to reports from his subordinates. After a moment, he whispered, "I see, many are injured, right? Make sure that the families of those who died or were injured receive the highest compensation possible." Suddenly asked Spen, "But is it true? Did Aiden kill the Chew?" Spen immediately replied, "Yes, I and the knights witnessed it." Fritz sighed, contemplating, "Aiden not only used the aura sword but also killed the giant. Could this really be the child I know?" Aiden, while regulating his energy, felt incredibly weak, but he was determined to grow stronger so that he could defeat his enemies. His gaze was resolute and cold. Before he could think further, a voice rang out, "I like that concern." Aiden exclaimed in surprise, "What the hell, where did you come from?" Voice continued, "Yes, it's me, the Lord of Hell." Aiden looked up and saw a tiny dragon which hardly looked like the Lord of Hell. He couldn't help but laugh. Aiden mocked, "What is this form?" The Lord of Hell angrily shouted, "Don't laugh." Aiden kept laughing and then asked, "But how can you appear like this?" The Lord of Hell answered, "Only you can see me. You and I are one." Aiden complained, "So now I have to see you from now on. I don't like that." The Lord of Hell scolded, "Hey, that's rude to the benefactor who saved your life." Aiden nonchalantly replied, "Then." Aiden continued to tease, "You're a curse imposed on me, so what's your real name?" The Lord of Hell replied with a hint of sadness, "My name has long been lost. Now I only exist." Aiden thought for a moment and said, "Then from now on, your name will be Yuan Gui." The Lord of Hell protested, "Doesn't that sound too stupid?" Aiden just sneered. Aiden didn't stop, continuing to mock, "This cursed turtle." The Lord of Hell finally couldn't take it and sighed helplessly. Aiden then gave him another name, Curse. After a week of peace, Aiden went to Cassie's research room and politely knocked on the door. Cassie didn't answer immediately but teased Aiden, "Thank goodness, my Lord of the Giants is here." Aiden felt annoyed by the nickname, but he let it go and asked about the progress of the treatment method. Cassie teased, "Lord of the Giants, since you killed that Chew." Aiden disliked this but decided to ignore it. He continued asking, "How much longer?" Cassie pointed inside and said, "That cute knight is inside." Aiden entered and saw Lao sitting and crying, overjoyed that his hand had healed. Lao kneeled and thanked Aiden for healing him. Aiden smiled and said, "That's right, from now on you'll be my slave." Lao promised to dedicate his life to Aiden. Aiden continued to ask Cassie about the treatment method. Cassie replied that it would take another month to complete the treatment. Aiden praised her, saying she was doing a great job. Cassie smiled and said, "No, it's all thanks to the methods you taught me." Lao couldn't help but laugh but tried to stay quiet. Aiden heard him and scolded him. Aiden called Lao out and told him to work. Lao, though exhausted, was ready to obey Aiden's orders. Lao worked hard without complaining. Despite his exhaustion, he pushed himself to finish the task. A little while later, a merchant came from afar. Merchant greeted Aiden and noticed that Lao was very tired. Aiden paid no attention and brought out the chew's corpse to sell. Bobbin happily agreed to buy it. Bobbin saw the chew's corpse and realized it had value. Aiden requested that the money from the sale be used to buy herbs. Bobbin agreed, but when he closely examined the herbs, he panicked, realizing they were poisonous. Aiden laughed and confirmed they were medicinal plants. Bobbin had no choice but to agree and accepted that they were medicinal plants. Aiden felt at ease and happily returned to his room. Upon returning, Kurslin was displeased and scolded Aiden for his habits. Philip suddenly came to find Aiden. Philip announced that he had been looking for Aiden. Aiden was surprised and went to meet him. He knocked on the door and asked, "Did father call for me?" When Aiden entered, his expression immediately turned grim upon seeing the person sitting in the room. The man opposite Aiden sneered and mentioned the rumor that Aiden had killed the giant monster. Aiden disliked this man because in his past life he had looked down on him. Kurz asked if Aiden knew him. Aiden briefly replied, "An old man who looks down on merchants." Aiden politely greeted, "Greetings, Northeast Border Protector Marquis Tyrrell Cetis." Tyrrell asked, "You know me?" Aiden responded, though not pleased, still courteously, "Of course, Marquis Cetis is one of the few who has achieved the title of Swordsmanship Master." Tyrrell smiled and spoke about the realm of Swordsmanship Master. Aiden recalled the past, and at this moment, he had to strive to attain that title once again. Arian praised Aiden's manners and said, "Frit, you raised your son well." Frit modestly responded, worried about letting Aiden leave the territory. Tyrrell mentioned that not only was there trouble in his territory, but also suspicious activity at the Slaughter Tower and other strange events. Aiden became angry upon hearing the name Iron Blood Spear, and confirmed that he also had business to attend to there. Tyrrell continued to discuss suspicious activities occurring at 3 locations, causing both Aiden and Frit to think deeply about the matter. Tirith asked Frit if he wanted to join an investigation team, and Frit immediately nodded. Tirith, delighted, continued that there was one more matter and walked over to Aiden. Tirith patted Aiden's shoulder and asked if he wanted to join the Cetus Knights, which startled Aiden. Seeing the reaction, Tirith said he had heard much about him and praised that Aiden had obtained the Aura Sword after only 6 months of training. Tirith expressed that he had once thought it was just an unfounded rumor, but seeing Aiden in person, he understood. Aiden stayed silent while Tirith smirked and declared he would make Aiden the best swordsman on the Western continent, swearing on his name. Tirith immediately waved his hand to decline, but before Aiden could respond, Tyrion interrupted and said he would handle everything well, and the decision was Aiden's. Aiden stayed silent for a moment, then smirked and declined the offer. He said, "Thank you for the invitation, but I must decline." Tirith looked puzzled and asked further. Tirith asked if Aiden understood the significance of joining the Cetus Knights. Aiden calmly replied that he understood this was one of the most famous knight orders and was confident that he would become a swordsmanship master, as he had in his past life. Aiden spoke in a deep tone that if he fought Tirith, he could also make him suffer injuries. Tirith angrily questioned back, and the atmosphere grew tense. Around Tyrion, a powerful energy radiated. He admitted Aiden was interesting, while Aiden gritted his teeth, struggling to withstand, proving his ability to shake the air with his sharp aura. Tyrion was surprised to see Aiden resist his aura and asked if he was sure about keeping his word. Aiden smiled and replied, "Of course, would you like to test it?" Aiden realized Tirith's weakness was gambling. He laughed and said that if he could injure him, he would join the knights, but if he won, he would take the sword. Aiden pointed to the sword, causing Tyrion to ask in surprise, "That sword?" He then withdrew his aura, laughing loudly, praising Aiden's bravery in wanting to claim his family heirloom. Tirith noticed that Aiden was different from Frit. He looked around and saw Ramiz unconscious, sighing that he couldn't handle it and had fainted. Tirith looked at Aiden, sneering, and agreed. At that moment, Curse realized Aiden's intention, and Aiden openly acknowledged it. Aiden said that he had to take the sword when he had the chance, because it was one of the legendary swords. Bill Zeppard laughed mockingly and realized that Aiden had chosen the right side. Aiden and Tyrion prepared for battle. Aiden asked Tyrion if he planned to use the sword to fight Oxer, and Tyrion coldly replied that the duty of a knight was to give their all, no matter who the opponent was. Aiden silently cursed the politeness of knights, which remained unchanged, whether in the past or present. The duel had 2 conditions: no aura sword, and Tyrion was not allowed to move his right leg. Though it wasn't fair for a swordsmanship master, it was not an issue. Aiden would be defeated immediately if he fought without thinking. Kirin reminded that there were many spectators and ordered the duel to begin. Aiden sneered and his figure disappeared. Chiron was surprised but easily blocked Aiden's sword, smiling as he did so. Chiron realized that Aiden was targeting his neck from the beginning and was familiar with actual combat. Aiden calmly stepped back, knowing that he would counterattack, but did not back down. Aiden charged again, his sword dancing in the air, but in Tyrion's eyes, those sword moves were meaningless. He looked down on them, comparing them to the swordsmanship of cheap merchants. Tyrion said that if Aiden joined, he would have to change. Kurslin laughed, understanding their relationship. Aiden was angry at the comparison of his swordsmanship to those cheap merchants. Aiden charged forward with great momentum. Tyrion only defended lazily, with contempt. But at that moment, an unexpected turn occurred. Aiden's sword tip attacked again. Tyrion hastily dodged. He did not stop, striking with an upright stance. The knights outside the yard were shocked to see Aiden attacking, confirming the rumors that he had defeated the troll. Freed was also surprised to see him resist Tyrion despite his limitation. Irid inside the battle was alarmed as Aiden's sword grew more erratic, but still dangerous. Aiden's aggressive momentum made Tyrid sneer and make an interesting remark. Tyrion's sword began to counterattack, causing Aiden to panic and fall backward to avoid it. He bit his lip, silently calculating. Curse reminded him that if he hadn't blocked that strike, he would have been sliced in two. Aiden took a few steps back and Tyrid observed him, commenting that his swordsmanship was interesting but not enough to defeat him. Aiden smiled, still standing firm, daring him to continue. Tyrion laughed heartily, praising Aiden for never disappointing him, welcoming him to the Knight Order. Aiden smiled back, thanking him. Neither of them would give way. Aiden's figure suddenly disappeared. Tyrion froze in shock when he realized Aiden's speed, too late to react. Aiden glided forward, a cut appearing on Tyrion's shoulder. Blood flowed and Aiden smirked, saying he would make good use of Tyrion's sword. The sudden shift in the situation left the knights outside confused, unable to adapt in time. By the time they reacted, they cheered. Aiden stood still, a victorious look on his face. Curse reminded him, "Dragon-slaying man, aren't you worried about using that ring?" Aiden smiled and replied, "Am I worried?" His shamelessness left Curse baffled. Curse remarked that Aiden seemed more like an underworld figure than a hero. Tyrion praised him for not disappointing him, knowing how to hide his abilities. His opponent was no ordinary one. Aiden humbly said it was just luck, and Curse saw that he still lacked experience. He observed the wound on Tyrion's shoulder and reflected, surprised that he had only been slightly injured. Tirith kept his promise, handing the sword to Aiden and laughing happily. Aiden accepted it, thanking him and promising to take good care of it. Once Tirith was out of sight, he smiled triumphantly. Curse couldn't hold back and teased him. Aiden immediately retorted, cursing back at Curse. A while later, in Aiden's room, after returning, he stared intently at the sword he had won in the bet. He couldn't help but sigh. It truly was a legendary sword. Curse appeared and congratulated him, calling him the Dragon Slayer. Aiden glanced at him with a hint of sarcasm. Hadn't that cheater disappeared already? Curse laughed loudly and said, "But you don't know how to wield that sword properly." Aiden looked at him, hesitating. Curse explained, "I know the secret of the legendary sword that humans are completely unaware of." Aiden shivered involuntarily and asked in alarm, "A secret or a curse?" Curse grinned smugly, "But I won't tell you for free. Only if you promise to serve me like a king and never force me to drink holy water again." As soon as Curse finished speaking, a streak of hot blood appeared on the sword. In the blink of an eye, the sword was enveloped in an aura. Aiden successfully established a blood contract with the sword. Curse exclaimed in surprise, "How did you do that?" Aiden snorted lightly and said coldly, "You think I don't know about this sword? Grisbub is one of the 72 legendary swords. It looks simple, but it's actually forged from the metal of fallen lords. These swords were crafted by ancient lords who once ruled the lower realms. Later, people realized they were cursed swords, each carrying the power of a fallen lord. And one of the 3 conditions to awaken that power is to establish a blood contract with it." Curse's plan to persuade Aiden failed, and he shouted angrily, "Damn it, I could have been on top of you by now." Aiden glanced at him. "Serve you like a king? You're dead, so prepare to drink holy water every day." The next day, Fritz was handling official documents. Aiden entered and shared his plan with him. Fritz asked skeptically, "You want to join Lord Tiridu's expedition team?" Aiden nodded slightly, "Yes, father." Fritz hesitated for a moment, then said sternly, "I know you're strong, but this mission is extremely dangerous, unlike the Demon Mountain. I can't easily approve this request." Aiden looked at him intently and said firmly, "But I will go with Lord Tiridu." Before he could finish, Tiridu laughed loudly, cutting in, "I think so too. Don't worry, Fritz, I will ensure his safety. So Count Ramiz need not worry." Fritz sighed helplessly, "I don't understand, this isn't a picnic." Aiden nodded resolutely, "I know, father, but this journey is to protect our territory." Fritz didn't know how to respond to the request. Kirin approached from afar, smiling, "Just agree, Fritz, isn't the boy brave enough?" Aiden looked at the tall figure beside him and smiled wickedly where no one could see. In his previous life he had been useless, but this time he would prove his worth. Kurt noticed Aiden's intent, frowned, and said, "Wait, is this to awaken Bisbal?" Aiden shrugged. What other choice is there? The second condition to awaken the sword is to absorb as much life as possible, defeat monsters, gather life energy. Convenient. Kurt saw his shameless grin and shivered. It's the first time I've felt such pity for monsters. Next day, at the Piran Mountains in a dark forest, chaos erupted. Monsters fled in panic as if being hunted. Fear was written all over their faces as if something more dangerous than them was on their tail. Tyrion had convinced Fritz to allow Aiden to join the journey. On the day of departure, they stopped at a fortress. Aiden looked up at the gate in front of him, marveling. This is Attila Fortress, built to defend against the beasts of Piran Mountains, right? The facilities and guards are shabby. If a group of goblins attacks, we might not even hold them off. Couldn't understand how they could drive away monsters. While Aiden pondered, a man came out of the fortress and bowed to them. Greetings, I am Davintiman, captain of Attila Fortress. Welcome, esteemed guests, Swordmaster, Countess Tiridu, and young master Aiden Reese. He laughed mockingly, making the guards nearby laugh along. Lo shouted angrily, "These bastards!" Aiden remained calm. Lo, don't. His action surprised Curse, who asked skeptically, "Strange, dragon slayer, you let them insult you." Aiden replied nonchalantly, "What good would hitting them do? I've heard enough, I won't respond." But Tiridu was different. Protective of his people, he immediately spoke. "The air is so fresh, yet these little insects are so noisy, aren't they?" As soon as he spoke, his aura emanated, causing Davin to tremble in fear. Yes, the air is indeed fresh. The guards immediately fell silent. Aiden couldn't help laughing. He really knows how to tease. And Davin led them up the wall, chatting as they walked. "I heard monsters are attacking territories everywhere." Aiden frowned. "Any incidents here yet?" Davin ignored him and continued speaking with Tiridu. "Attila Fortress has nothing to worry about." Aiden felt uneasy but eventually held back. Tiridu didn't notice and said seriously, "Monsters lurking outside the city, nothing to worry about." Davin hesitated, then replied, "Yes, because the troops are stationed right in the mountain. That's why no monster dares come this far." Aiden was surprised. Using monsters to scare monsters, what is that? At this moment, Curse suddenly shouted, "Dragon Slayer, something huge is coming." Aiden frowned, suspicious. "What do you mean? I don't see anything." But as soon as he spoke, his expression changed dramatically. Aiden shouted urgently, "Tiridu, monsters are coming, close the gates." But Davin ignored him, laughing mockingly. "Young master, that's a bit much, what monsters?" Fortunately, Tiridu recognized the danger and immediately commanded, "Tiridu, close the gates now." Davin still didn't believe it, but when the walls suddenly shook violently, he exclaimed, "What's happening?" Tiridu replied calmly, "A wave of monsters has arrived." Monsters surged out of the forest like an endless army. The soldiers panicked. "What is this?" Tiridu, "What should we do?" The soldiers no longer relied on Davin. He trembled, unable to speak. Seeing Davin's reaction, Tiridu was frustrated but had no time to reprimand him, urgently shouting, "Close the gates." Tiridu's command awakened the soldiers, who immediately pulled the ropes to close the gates. They were in a rush. Any delay would allow the monsters in. But no matter how fast they were, an accident occurred. A giant wolf charged through before the gates could close. The soldiers outside froze in terror, their legs weak, almost unable to move. Fortunately, Aiden appeared in time, swinging his sword to kill the wolf just as the gate was about to close. At the same moment, the gates shut, blocking the giant wolf. The soldiers outside breathed a sigh of relief, yet they could not completely calm down after witnessing the scene. Aiden withdrew his sword from the wolf's corpse, showing no concern. He turned to Tiridu and said, "This is what we will face." Tiridu nodded, silently observing the monsters outside, ready to confront any threat that might come. Aiden paid no attention to the monster's damage, focusing instead on the dark-imbued sword in his hand. He sighed silently, not overly strong, yet still absorbing vitality. Meanwhile, the soldiers continued their dull chatter about Aiden. Given a chance, they would immediately become helpers. Aiden felt anger stir as he heard their words. The base was already chaotic enough, and now someone nearby was mocking him, Master Cho. Silently disgruntled, Aiden cursed and the two continued their mental battle. At that moment, the soldiers Aiden had saved approached him. They bowed in gratitude, thanking the young master for saving their lives. Aiden glanced at them and irritably said, "Instead of thanking me, pick up your weapons and defend the city." Who quickly ran over, worry in his voice. "Young master, are you all right?" Aiden didn't answer, flicking his hand forward and said, "Look." Lo hurriedly looked outside. Leon saw the monsters closing in on the gate and exclaimed in shock, "So many." In contrast, Aiden gave a bizarre smile. He said, "From now on, they'll be my meal." Lo panicked, unable to react in time. Aiden paid no mind and continued speaking. "Bill Jebep, you'll feast on them alive too, won't you?" He licked the sword with his tongue, an odd gesture. Aiden realized his own strangeness, laughing at the suffering of others, unable to restrain even before the Dragon King. View mirror provoked the wielder's greed. He said he liked hearing Aiden's heartbeat. Aiden responded, "You must be careful." After all, he had to absorb all the spiritual energy to awaken the view mirror. Yet life was not always so smooth. Thierry poked his head out from the city wall. "Aiden, I'll tidy up a bit and then go home." Knowing his intention, Aiden panicked. "Father, no, I can handle it. You should rest a bit." Aaron ignored him and vanished from the wall in an instant. Disregarding Aiden's shouting, he leaped into the air, striking a perfectly cinematic pose, grinning with satisfaction. "Clear all of these pests, make it easier." The soldiers on the ground were astonished at the sight. "That's a light blade, only a master swordsman can wield it." Aiden nearly tore his hair out, frustrated. "At least save half for me, or even a quarter, please." Tirith's light blade swept like a storm, obliterating the monsters in seconds. Bodies piled on the ground, Tyrion laughed smugly. "Ha ha, it's been a while since I went all out." Aiden wept without tears, everything over. Davin peered out to thank them. "Thanks to you two, there were fewer casualties." Aiden remained silent. Curse jumped out asking, "Dragon Slayer Aiden, what else do you want?" Girls spoke seriously. "What I asked for wasn't monstrous." Aiden was stunned. "Then what is it? Be specific." She explained slowly, "Something big that isn't monstrous." Aiden's regret vanished. Panicked, "What if it's not monstrous then?" Before he could think further, he saw something hurtling toward him, eyes narrowing. A massive fireball was flying. Aiden shouted, "Everyone run." The flames engulfed the city wall, spreading wide. The soldiers had no time to react, forced to hide in the fire. Tyrion also stepped back, pressing his lips. "This fire spell is at such a level. Is there a wizard targeting us?" Aiden shook his head. "Not a wizard." Curse was surprised. "You know what it is," Aiden explained. The fire spell and the Piran mountain creatures were beings from his past life, ones that almost kept him from ascending. Who chuckled softly, "You going to heaven? Don't make me laugh." Meanwhile, the sound of bells was cheerful to him but made the soldiers shiver, murmuring, "Why are they all gathering in one spot?" Before the city wall were giant demons and brains. Davin panicked. "Why are the Wild Region giants and Piran mountain brains assembling? Aren't they supposed to fight each other?" Kirin stepped forward. "I'll come back immediately, Aiden," he reminded. "You can't fight them all alone." Thierry stopped, frowning. "You can't." Aiden said nothing. He stayed calm, looked behind them. Tyrion looked and saw the creature holding a staff, his face immediately sour. "What is that?" Aiden explained. "This monster has magic and strength equal to a master swordsman, a high-tier entity." Thierry hesitated, then said gravely, "Aiden, evacuate everyone immediately. Even I can only stall for a bit." At that moment, Aiden suddenly said, "There's still a way." Tyrion was astonished. "What? Even I would struggle. How can you handle it?" Aiden didn't reply, only looked at Lo to give orders. "Lo, lead the soldiers to hold them back as much as possible." Lo immediately obeyed. Tyrion suspicious. "What are you planning?" "Even a single high-tier demon equals a master swordsman. You know we can't handle them all, right?" Aiden stated frankly. "I know when a high-tier demon forms an army, defeating it takes triple the usual effort. Even fighting alone, they wouldn't last long, but there's a way for everyone to survive." Time was tight, so Aiden summarized the plan. Initially, no one thought he had a plan. But the more they listened, the grimmer Tyrion and Davin's faces became. Davin angrily, "What? Ridiculous. If we leave now, this place will be rubble in 30 minutes. Immediately after, an explosion erupted behind them, smoke and fire rising. Thierry hesitated, then said, "Aiden, don't you realize this plan is absurd?" Aiden remained calm. "I know, but it's the only way. We don't have much time. Trust me this once." Kirin fell silent at his words. Calling their encounters with Aiden, every word had shocked him. Then he smiled. "Just as I thought, I want you. Fine, this time I'll trust you." But Tyrion set a condition. If Aiden failed, he would join his engineer corps. Aiden sighed, such a power-hungry man, but still agreed. Thierry ordered them to fly off. Curse appeared. "Is there only one high-tier giant demon in the world? You must have faced it in a past life." Aiden remained calm. "Do you know how much demons and brains hate each other? A single demon can subjugate the brains using cruel methods." The giant demons began their attack, their strength overwhelming. Soldiers scattered like bees from a broken hive, formations shattered. At the same time, Lu acted according to Aiden's command, rushing forward and reaching the spot immediately. Without hesitation, he swung his sword and severed the head of the giant demon in one strike. Aiden was a little surprised, not expecting that Lu had become strong enough to kill the giant demon. Perhaps the herbs he gave him had worked. Huz thought that made sense and continued. It seemed the strange method had been effective. However, that alone was not enough to kill all the giant demons. They were led by a high-ranking demon, which made things more complicated. At that moment, the demon holding the scepter began casting magic. A bright red flame suddenly appeared and surrounded the giant demon that had just been decapitated. The soldiers thought they had killed it, but soon after, the giant demon's head floated up and magically reattached to its body. Aiden realized that the high-ranking giant demon had the ability to resurrect the other giant demons. To destroy them, one usually needed either a master swordsman's blade or a great mage's spell. However, Aiden had a different, more effective method. Looking at his sword, he smiled and said, "You didn't eat earlier, did you? You must be really hungry now, huh? Later, I'll feed you some monster meat. You must have been suffering." At this moment, Lu was fighting the giant demon alone. After consuming Aiden's herbs, he thought he had become strong enough, but things had turned out differently. He still had not been able to repay Aiden. While Lu was thinking, the giant demon charged at him and he couldn't resist, only closing his eyes and waiting for death. But at that moment, Aiden's voice rang out, "Well done." Lu looked up and saw Aiden standing on the giant demon's shoulder. Without hesitation, Aiden drove his sword down. The giant monster screamed in pain, its body trembling. Lu hurriedly reminded him, "Be careful, even if you cut off its head, it won't die." Aiden calmly replied, "All right, Bill Zepap, it's time to eat." The sword in Aiden's hand began to emit dark energy. Although he didn't possess the power of a master swordsman or a great mage, the power of Bill Zepap in his hand would absorb the target, and once absorbed, it would be completely erased. Sure enough, not long after, the giant monster fell to the ground. Seeing this, the high-ranking demon's face turned grim. Aiden laughed and said, "The giant demons taste really good, just one of them is as strong as a whole pack of wolves." He continued to look at the remaining demons with a fierce gaze, making them tremble. Not satisfied yet, Aiden's twisted smile appeared again as he said, "I wonder if their brains taste good." Aiden continued slaughtering the monsters, and in the blink of an eye, he was standing on a mountain of corpses. He glanced at the remaining monsters, grinned maniacally, and said, "The fourth one, still not enough." There were still many giant demons among them. No matter how many he ate, it wouldn't be enough, right, you cornfield idiot? Hearing this, the remaining monsters trembled in fear. The high-ranking monster gritted its teeth in anger, raising its scepter to conjure a fierce fire. Aiden was not afraid, quickly running through the flames, muttering, "You seem really angry. Why not face it, Dragon Slayer?" Aiden shrugged and replied, "I did it in my previous life, but now I can only run. If I get hit by his fire magic, I'll be roasted." He had spoken with Tyrion earlier, and as long as he could hold on until he arrived, it would be fine. But just then, an axe suddenly flew towards him. Curse reminded him, "Dragon Slayer up there." Aiden looked up, dodging in time as the monster's axe slammed into the ground. Aiden gritted his teeth and angrily cursed, "Those bastards, so troublesome." Curse spoke again, "Dragon Slayer, why didn't you absorb those brains I mentioned earlier? They might not be as strong as the giant demons, but they still have a lot of vitality." Aiden smiled mysteriously, "Because they will let me do other things. Because if Tyrion arrives, sparing the brains will be more advantageous. Until then, I just need to." Aiden didn't finish his sentence before another blast of fire came at him. His face turned pale, he bit his lip and said, "The high-ranking giant demon is using fire magic again." The fire grew larger and covered a vast area. The high-ranking monster moved through the flames, but at that moment it saw something in the sky. Aiden was flying gracefully through the air, shouting, "Now let's try burning everything. I don't have the speed ring, so I'd probably be roasted alive right now." But just then, Curse suddenly jumped out and said something. Aiden asked in confusion, "What are you trying to say?" Aiden hesitated for a moment, then sarcastically asked, "If you dodge in midair, what are you going to do to avoid the next attack?" He suddenly realized, "That's right, I'm floating, how can I avoid the fire?" The fire rushed toward him again and Aiden shouted, "I can't die here." Fortunately, Thierry arrived just in time and his sword light timely blocked the fire. He also didn't forget to praise, "Well done, Aiden." Aiden was overjoyed, extinguishing all the flames in an instant. Aiden thought a master swordsman really is something else. Even after traveling so far, he arrived so quickly. Looking at the person who was with him, everything seemed fine. The high-ranking monster's face turned furious when it saw that person. Why is he here? The monsters around also panicked. Aiden laughed loudly. The situation has changed, giant demons. But before he could enjoy his victory, Curse reminded him, "Dragon Slayer, you're falling." Aiden realized he was falling and quickly shouted, "Wait, I've used all my strength." Fortunately, before he hit the ground, someone caught him and gently placed him down. Aiden looked at the person who had caught him, speechless. The one who had caught him was the monster, but he still sincerely thanked him. However, the monster didn't care and walked straight toward the trembling demons in the distance. Knights outside were also surprised by this scene. That brain monster, it just saved the young master. Ignoring everyone's reactions, the brain monster spoke, "I'm sorry I couldn't protect you, my kin has." It paused, then shouted, "Let's take revenge on the giant demons who have insulted us." Immediately, a group of brain monsters appeared, confronting the giant demons. The knights were caught off guard. What's happening? Why are the brain monsters attacking the giant demons? Aren't they on the same side? Ghost asked in surprise. Aiden replied, I told you that's why the high-ranking giant demon can control the brain monsters. He exploited the brain monsters' loyalty to the tribe and the chieftain to turn them against them, using the chieftain and the children as hostages to control them. But what if all the hostages are released? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. That's why I didn't absorb the brain monsters. At that exact moment, the high-level monster could no longer hold back, its hand clutching the staff trembling violently. It growled, about to continue. My plan, when an unexpected event occurred. Tyrion lunged from afar to attack, but it managed to cast a fire spell to block the blow, leaving Tyrion momentarily stunned. Indeed, this was an opponent on par with a master swordsman. Just as Aiden had said, Tyrion alone could never win, but now he was not alone, as Ak had joined the fray. Ak, also a master swordsman, immediately shifted the battle. The high-level monster, now trapped by two experts, had almost no escape, its roars echoing endlessly. Tyrion coldly shouted, Enough of the screaming, be silent or die. The monster gritted its teeth, furious. Monster growled, I will not die meaninglessly. I will never forgive those who killed my parents. Then flames erupted again in its hand. Seeing this, Kirin was astonished. Why is it acting like this? This magical energy is unusual. Even Ak hesitated for a moment. Under their doubtful gazes, the high-level monster suddenly tilted its head back and roared. I will explode all the magic in my body and take you with me to the grave. Tyrion quickly stepped back, realizing that even he could not stop this, and the knights could not withstand the impending fire. Immediately he shouted, Everyone run, it's about to explode. Yet no sooner had he spoken than Aiden dashed like the wind and Tyrion panicked, calling out, Aiden, come back, you'll die. Aiden ignored him, even smiling with self-satisfaction. He charged straight at the high-level monster, holding his sword like in a film, and bellowed, The finishing strike on this monster will be mine. Boom, a deafening explosion erupted. Aiden's sword pierced the high-level monster, and two terrifying energies collided violently. Aiden gripped the hilt tightly, pressing down on its body, laughing, The finishing strike is mine. Time for the main course, Bil Jebba. The monster's magic kept surging, but Bil Zepop in Aiden's hand continued to absorb it. Outside, everyone was in extreme worry, and Tyrion was stunned that Aiden could even withstand the previous explosion. He have another plan? Amid the explosion, Aiden held the sword steady, letting it absorb the spiritual energy. Bil Jebop was now shrouded in dark energy, containing more mana and spiritual force than he expected, perhaps too much for him to fully ingest. At that moment, the high-level monster roared fiercely. Aiden's expression darkened and he gritted his teeth, just a little more. As he spoke, he clenched the sword tightly, ignoring it trembling under the surging energy, and shouted, Curse, I need your help. Curse immediately appeared, scolding, Dragon Slayer, how can you use me for such things? But if you promise not to consume the holy elixir for a week, I will help. Aiden, desperate, was even more impatient. Fine, hurry up. The sword had absorbed enough life force. The final step to awaken it was to transmit magic to rouse the fallen lord sleeping inside. Curse placed a hand on the blade, slowly saying, Awaken, true god Bil Zepop. Immediately, the invisible chains binding Bil Zepop trembled and the sword's red eyes opened. A deep voice resonated. Magic, it's been a long time. I am the consciousness of the true god, devourer of the heavens, who dares awaken me. Hearing the roar, Aiden knew he had successfully awakened it. He was both astonished and thrilled. This is truly the ancient god of the underworld, incredible. A normal person's mind would have been controlled and turned into a puppet, but he held what the god feared most. At that moment, Curse spoke. Long time no see, Bil Jebop. You ask who awakened you. The familiar voice startled Bil Jebop, his tone trembling. Why are you here, Lord of the Underworld? Curse snorted coldly. Enough chatter, hand over your power at once. Bil Zepard trembled, replying, I did not expect to meet you immediately upon awakening. Curse ignored him, cutting in. Will you give it? No matter how brave, he could not say no. The Lord of the Underworld had defeated all fallen lords and ruled the Underworld. No wonder he feared the Lord of the Underworld so much. Aiden glanced at Curse, smiling. You're quite useful too. Curse glared, pouting. Remember your promise. Just then, the magical energy surged again. Aiden nodded firmly. Of course. He gripped the sword tightly and shouted, Devour it, Bil Jebop. The demon in the sword began absorbing spiritual energy at Aiden's shout, causing the monster to scream in agony. Sensing its energy depleting, it lost control and went berserk. Swirling magic drained everything, shaking the surrounding air. Tyreth quickly warned, I can't see anything, everyone be careful. Meanwhile, inside the magical vortex, Aiden continued to fight fiercely. Aiden roared, Become my strength. The deadly struggle continued, and after a while the magic dissipated, the sky cleared. Aiden stood triumphantly, proving his victory. Only then did Tyrid see clearly and mutter, Has the wind stopped? Where's the giant demon? No one answered. Aiden remained silent, having absorbed the true god's full power, both life force and mana. At that moment, Aiden felt a wave of nausea covering his mouth. Kaz teased, "Eating it all is your fault. No matter the power, overindulgence becomes poison." Reese said nonchalantly, "Dragon Slayer, you'll have to spit it out eventually." Aiden objected, "I will swallow it all at any cost." But the nausea surged, overwhelming him. Then he noticed an egg at his feet. Aiden realized it was a phoenix egg, hence the fire spell. It had been absorbed by the high-level demon and fell into slumber. Being as rare as dragons, he didn't understand why it was here, but Aiden quickly set that aside, having another idea. Aiden wondered if consuming it would grant fire magic. Curse immediately remarked, "Aren't you about to vomit from overeating?" Aiden shrugged, smirking. "True, but using fire magic is different." Curse sighed in exasperation. Curse mused, "Seeing you like this makes me realize how greedy humans can be." Aiden paid no attention, sitting by the egg, proudly saying, "Thanks for the meal." But life wasn't that easy. Tyrus approached from behind, slapping his back. Finally succeeded Aiden. A sudden slap made everything Aiden had swallowed spill out. Tirith, seeing this, worried. "Are you okay?" Curse laughed at his misfortune. "Serves you right for greed." Tyrion also noticed the egg, exclaiming in astonishment, "That's a phoenix. Why is such a rare creature here?" Aiden didn't care, crying without tears while spitting out the mess, still thinking he needed to consume the phoenix's mana and life force. At that moment, the eggshell began to crack. Aiden stared at the crack in shock. Why so sudden? He could only watch as a pair of fiery wings appeared and the fire phoenix spread its wings, soaring across the vast sky. Curse never missed a chance to mock Aiden, who had just absorbed mana from the awakened one's blow and was now transforming into a phoenix. When everyone saw this legendary creature appear, the knights outside were astonished. They knew witnessing a phoenix firsthand was a rare blessing. While everyone marveled at the phoenix, Aiden was displeased, staring at Tyrion. He angrily thought that the old man had caused him to miss a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. As Aiden pondered, his head suddenly grew heavy. The phoenix suddenly perched on Aiden's head. He didn't understand why it chose him. Under everyone's suspicious gaze, the phoenix chirped twice. Instantly, energy and flames burst around Aiden's body. Tyrion and the others outside were shocked by the sight. Aiden thought the phoenix might be seeking revenge for his attempt to eat it, but the flames weren't hot at all. Confused, he listened as Curse explained that it was a blessing from the phoenix, granting resistance to most fire. Because the phoenix had awakened thanks to his mana, it might see him as its savior. Hearing this, Aiden rejoiced. This would help him greatly against Asura. Soon, the phoenix's feathers began to fall before him. Without hesitation, the phoenix quickly flew away. Aiden reached out and picked up a feather. At that moment, Tiri hurried over, worried. "Are you okay? You were just burned by the flames." "Yes, I'm fine," Aiden waved with a smile. After confirming he was okay, Tiri praised him. "Thanks to you, I witnessed so many wonders." Aiden smiled and replied, "I'm just as bewildered as you are. It's the first time I've seen such things." Then Aiden noticed someone approaching, glanced, and asked suspiciously, "Are you the orc tribe commander? Why are you still here? Do you want to keep fighting?" The man remained silent for a moment, clenching his fists. Aiden thought he wouldn't speak, but suddenly a low voice sounded. "Breaking an oath must be paid for. The price is death. Go ahead, behead me." Aiden was suspicious and asked, "Breaking an oath? Which oath?" The orc commander then recounted his long-held oath to Aiden. In the past, Lord Reese and the orc commander fought on this land. The orc commander lost and vowed never to descend the mountain again, then lived in seclusion while protecting this land. Finally, Aiden understood why the orc never left the mountain and why they valued the oath above life. After telling his story, the orc commander said, "My head is enough, spare my tribe, please." Aiden paid no mind and waved, "I don't need your head, go back." But the orc commander was unwilling, shouting, "The ancestor's oath must be paid for because it was broken." His voice angered Aiden, who considered beheading him on the spot, but thinking of the orc protecting their land, he decided to be patient. He was about to leave but suddenly remembered something and quickly turned back. "Then pay the price with something other than your head." Hearing this, the orc commander was immediately astonished. The next day, at the recently destroyed fortress, everyone began rebuilding. Tiri couldn't help but exclaim, "Am I seeing this right?" Aiden smiled faintly and replied, "Is that a compliment? Thank you." Meanwhile, the soldiers struggled with the piles of sand for construction as they were extremely heavy. However, the orcs carried them as if they were pebbles, showing remarkable skill. Tyrion watched from outside, still astonished, whispering, "Orcs and humans working together like this, how is it possible?" Aiden winked and said, "Normally it would take months, but with the orcs' help, just a week. The orcs protect the commander, we gain labor, both sides benefit." Hearing this, Tiri laughed, "You always surprise me. Like speaking to a dragon that has lived 100 years. He added, "They should leave this to the Death Tower. Now monsters from the Netherworld have appeared, everything is out of control." At this, Aiden's expression immediately changed. Said in a low voice, understood, the objective is achieved, nothing else matters. He only wanted to awaken Bill Zeppup but also received the Phoenix's blessing. He could return to train. Another day passed. Aiden rode back on horseback. The people came to see him off. Thank you for saving our territory, young Master Reese. You're amazing. Long live the Lord. Aiden silently listened to the murmurs below, his expression showing helplessness. He didn't understand where these rumors came from. He greatly disliked such superficial celebrations. Even Curse couldn't help but chuckle. They aren't being superficial, maybe they just see you as a hero. Aiden curled his lips. A hero? Can being a hero earn money? Hearing this, Curse was immediately displeased. Always about money, you're better suited to a mercenary than a knight. Aiden said nothing, just smirked. After all, this time he only wanted quiet training. Aiden had traveled all day and finally returned to the Ramai estate. He went straight to Cassie's study. After hearing her report, Aiden couldn't help but feel troubled. So there's no way to fix it. Cassie shook her head slightly. Sorry, but there's no way at present. My mana vessel syndrome seems worse than yours. We need more alchemical ingredients than when treating you, dear knight. Aiden frowned and asked, how much I can pay. Cassie sighed helplessly. Money isn't the issue. We need an alchemist capable of creating the highest grade elixir. That person can only be found in the royal palace. Still, she was grateful to Aiden. If she stayed, she would die from illness while searching for a cure. Hearing this, Aiden immediately stood, calmly saying, then we just need to find an alchemist, right? Cassie hesitated. Didn't you hear, young master, that person must. Before she could finish, Aiden cut her off coldly. I know someone. Then he turned to leave, adding reassurance. Don't worry, wait here, I'll be back soon. At first, Cassie was suspicious because Aiden suddenly approached her, offering to show the cure for mana vessel syndrome and even provide research funds. Knowing her body couldn't hold out long, she reluctantly agreed. In the end, Cassie suffered greatly, realizing the cure was nearly impossible. Cassie felt utterly crushed. She had met many people, sometimes warm, sometimes cold. But Aiden was different. Though his words were cold, his actions were warm. It had been a long time since she felt such warmth. Thinking this, Cassie breathed a sigh of relief. Once she calmed herself, she spoke. Young master, interesting. Then thank you for bringing me an alchemist. After all, my research is perfect. Aiden only smiled without replying. He stepped outside. At that moment, Curse manifested, questioning, you act for others' benefit. Sudden changes like this are dangerous, be careful. Aiden replied nonchalantly, I'm just keeping my promise. Promises are very important for mercenaries. Anyway, I'm going to meet the alchemist. You know, you don't have much time left. 3 days later, in Magellan City, the streets buzzed incessantly. Aiden pushed through the crowd, marveling at the bustling life of the free city, the largest city in the empire. Kurz eyed him suspiciously and asked, this is a city? What do you mean? Aiden explained slowly. The city was famous, a place where everyone worked tirelessly. Then the city had vanished under the attack of a rampaging dragon. Aiden sighed at the thought, feeling like the only one sensing the strangeness of the situation. Kurz asked, so where is that talented alchemist you mentioned? Aiden answered calmly, I'm finding my way, stay quiet. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Magellan City, a group of thugs surrounded a man. The leader barked, didn't I tell you to prepare the goods? Man huddled in the corner, trembling with fear. But no matter how hard I try, I can only make 1 pill per week. If you make me double the output for higher grade medicine. Before he could finish, the leader slammed the wall, warning, I don't care, be careful, Joseph. No delivery by tomorrow and your collateral will be lost. Joseph's face went pale. At that moment, a voice echoed from the alley, threatening, fraud, extortion, anyone in trouble can come to me. The sound drew everyone's attention. The leader shouted, who is that? Karen, handle it. Karen stepped forward immediately, asking coldly, who are you? What are you doing here? The other smirked, you don't recognize me. Karen's anger flared, gritting her teeth, get lost, leave now. But the other ignored her, peering at Joseph, asking, you're being extorted, threatened, or scammed, right? Ignored, Karen's fury reached its peak. She gritted her teeth and yelled, damn it, how dare you ignore me? Then she threw a punch at him. The other merely flicked his hand, sending Karen flying into the wall. The thugs panicked. The leader frowned, who are you? I'm Aiden, he smiled. Step aside, I need to meet a client. Aiden withdrew his hand. Angered, the leader drew his sword and charged, shouting, you dare touch my men, I'll kill you. Unfortunately, his speed was too slow. Aiden easily dodged. He closed in, smiling mysteriously. Without hesitation, Aiden pulled down the leader's pants, revealing bear-themed cheese stick underwear. Exposed, the leader roared in anger, you goblin-faced brat. Aiden looked at him and asked displeased, what did you just say? The leader screamed madly, you think you can touch Brute's car, the #1 predator in Market City, and get away? You're dead. Before he could finish, a surge of powerful energy struck, shattering his sword. The leader nearly soiled himself in fear. Trembling, he asked, who are you? How can you wield a sword? Aiden had drawn Bill Zeppup, energy radiating around him. He approached the leader coldly, "Get your eyes ready for treatment." Moments later, Aiden struck the leader with Bill Zep up, smashing his head like a pig. He coldly scolded, "Dare compare me to a goblin? Consider yourself lucky I'm merciful." Another thug, seeing Aiden, trembled. "How does a young master like you end up in this slum?" Aiden ignored him, walking slowly to Joseph, smiling, "Uncle, need my help. My service fee is reasonable." Joseph stared at Aiden, asking, "A swordsman awakened to sword light offering help, and at such a low price you won't ask for anything else." Seeing the hesitation in his eyes, Aiden said nothing, only smiled. He knew Joseph had no other choice. Sure enough, Joseph cried out, "Please help me." Joseph was a famous alchemist from China in Magellan City's underworld. His daughter had been kidnapped by the Severus gang. Though Joseph tried to resist, it was futile. His daughter was taken. The Severus leader told him that delivering 1 pill per week would ensure her safety, claiming it was a fair deal. This is a dangerous place. For his daughter's safety, Joseph endured. In his previous life, he carried medicine for years. But when he learned his daughter had long been dead, he resolved to take revenge and commit suicide to reunite with her. That was only the past life, now it's not too late. Receiving no answer, Joseph pleaded, "I'll give you anything you want, just save my daughter." Aiden grinned maliciously. Aiden spoke confidently, "All right, uncle, but remember your word, you must give me whatever I want." Curse laughed mockingly. "Biziobap says you're the only one greedier than him." Aiden ignored him, glancing behind. Seeing someone fleeing, Aiden called, "You over there." The thug froze, trembling. Aiden approached swiftly, coldly. "Yes, you think I'll let you go freely." He said he had a few questions, but assuming no answer, he started with some strikes. Screams echoed through the alley. At the same time, at the Severus gang headquarters in Anko's office, Anko examined documents, smirking, "With Joseph's 2 pills we'll make a fortune. Maybe I should try one, it's good for health." Just then the door suddenly opened. He immediately shouted angrily, "Who dares enter without knocking?" Finishing his words, Uncle realized his man had returned. He asked excitedly, "Is it you? Did you bring Joseph's medicine? But why does your face look like that?" Before the man could answer, another stepped in. Aiden entered from outside, smirking, "Ah, found you." Uncle glared suspiciously. "Who are you? How dare you act like this with my gang? I don't know what you want, but entering the tiger's den like this makes you a fool." Finishing his words, he pressed the emergency alarm under the desk. Once powered, it would sound, and Anko's men would arrive immediately. He thought, then Aiden's done for. Uncle waited, frowning. "Why hasn't anyone arrived? Is the alarm broken?" Losing patience, he shouted, "Anyone outside? An intruder here." Aiden arrogantly tilted his head, smirking, "Your gang members. I already put them into a deep sleep when I arrived." As he said, the Severus men were asleep. Aiden looked at Anko coldly. "But you, I won't let sleep come easy. Hand over Joseph's daughter." Hearing the name Joseph, Anko immediately showed a look of disdain. "So this is the mercenary Joseph brought. Don't get arrogant just because you've taken out a few nameless pawns. The strongest in this gang is me." As he spoke, a surge of energy appeared in his hand and he attacked instantly. Moments later, the sound of combat echoed through the room, but anyone could guess who was involved. Shortly after, in a cell deep below, Anko, face swollen, led Aiden down, his hands trembling as he opened the door. "Is the girl here?" Aiden looked into the room, displeased. "Locked a girl in here? You people are truly despicable." Anko shook his head gently and explained as he pushed the door open. "She isn't an ordinary child. Even if she appears calm now, in reality," before he could finish, a small figure stepped out from the room. The girl's kick was extraordinarily strong, sending Anko flying. Her gaze was sharp and she said coldly, "I will kill." Aiden watched in amazement. "This girl is impressive, even though I've already beaten that guy to a pulp." While Aiden was reflecting, Curse suddenly spoke. "This girl is using a rather intriguing power." Aiden was surprised. He immediately realized she was attacking him, and reflexively he blocked the strike with his hand while conversing with Curse. "Said that power is intriguing?" Curse nodded lightly and replied, "Yes, it belongs to a very troublesome individual." Aiden frowned and responded, "Fine, not my concern. My goal is to take the girl to Joseph." At that moment, Alice shouted, "Take me to my father, I want to see my father." Aiden nodded calmly. "All right, let's go meet your father." His words made her pause. Alice whispered in disbelief, "My father? I'll really see my father?" Aiden extended his hand toward her, smiling. "Joseph means your father asked me to rescue you. Let's go home." Alice's hands trembled slightly, still skeptical, asking again, "I'll really see my father?" Aiden nodded. "Yes, let's go," he gently reassured her. Immediately, Alice hugged Aiden's neck, sobbing uncontrollably. "I was so scared I missed my father." Aiden patted her back comfortingly. "Being alone here must have been terrifying. Now you're safe. Let's go see your father." Seeing this touching scene, Curse couldn't help but sneer. "I didn't expect you still had a trace of empathy." Aiden snorted coldly. "What kind of person do you think I am? Do you really think I'm that terrible?" Shortly after, Aiden had brought Alice back. As soon as she reached the door, she called out excitedly, "Father!" Hearing this, Joseph immediately turned around. Father and daughter rushed into each other's arms. Having been apart for so long, Alice cried from longing for her father. Joseph patted her head, soothing her. "I am so sorry, my child." Aiden stood silently behind, observing the reunion without a word. After a while, Alice calmed and fell asleep. Joseph then approached Aiden to thank him. "Thank you so much." Aiden waved his hand slightly, smiling. "No need to thank me, it's not over yet. The most important part comes now, the part where you settle your debt to me." Joseph shivered, looking at Aiden's sly smile. "Of course I will pay. How much do you want?" Aiden raised an eyebrow, asking, "How much is your daughter's life worth to you?" Joseph paused, then replied, "She is more precious to me than my own life. If you want money, I will work my whole life to pay you." Hearing this, Aiden clicked his tongue, impressed. "I have plenty of that. Do you have anything else like your alchemy skills?" As soon as he spoke, Joseph's expression changed, suspicious. "You mean my alchemy skills?" Aiden nodded calmly. Aiden answered frankly, "Yes, I need an alchemist whose skills are meticulous and precise." Joseph, reluctant, still pondered, then said, "I understand. So you helped me because you wanted my alchemy skill." Joseph continued, "But since you've helped me, I must reward you." He opened his wooden box, revealing a divine elixir, the same one Aiden had seen in his past life. Joseph explained, "This is a top-tier elixir I created. Try it. I used all my skill to make it." Aiden looked at the pill, mouth watering, eyes gleaming. "Can I take this?" Joseph nodded lightly. "Of course, this is my reward to you." Curse, seeing Aiden's reaction, couldn't help but scold. "Dragon Slayer, wipe your drool, it's disgusting." Aiden ignored him. Aiden put the elixir in his mouth, snorting coldly. "You only say that because you haven't tasted it yet. If you did," before he could finish, a surge of powerful energy appeared, continuously vibrating through Aiden's body. Feeling this, Aiden's eyes lit up. "As expected, truly top tier. Just one elixir doubled my mana." Thinking this, Aiden spoke happily. "Excellent, nothing compares." Joseph smiled, "Then to repay you, I will continue making these elixirs for you." Aiden frowned, then made a proposal. "Instead of that, why not join our duke's household? If you agree, we will protect you and your daughter." Hearing this, Joseph's face changed instantly. He exclaimed in surprise, "The duke's household? Who are you?" Aiden smiled, responding calmly, "Sorry for the late introduction. I am the eldest son of the Rimmy's family." "Aiden Rimmy's?" Joseph exclaimed in astonishment. "Aiden Rimmy's? Are you the prince the town has been gossiping about?" Hearing this title, Aiden's expression immediately darkened. "Again, the prince?" Curse couldn't help but sneer. "Seems the reputation precedes you." After a while, Joseph regained his composure, asking curiously, "What brings a young master of a duke's house to this chaotic place?" Aiden said calmly, "I have an urgent matter I need your help with. If you can solve it, our duke will protect your family for life." Joseph nodded. "It's an enticing offer, but exactly how do you need my help?" Aiden replied, "First, let's talk about that urgent matter." Later, in Cassie's research room, Aiden led Joseph to examine her. After a long while, he finally said seriously, "This is the most severe mana vein syndrome I've ever seen. Without the superior strength of the beast tribe, she surely wouldn't have survived long." He looked at the papers on the wall and continued, "If we make the medicine using the method you showed me, we might cure this condition. But the problem lies in obtaining the necessary ingredients." Aiden asked skeptically, "Will we buy the ingredients?" Joseph hesitated before answering, "These ingredients aren't real, we can't obtain them. This treatment requires extremely hot fire-attributed mana to thaw the frozen mana veins." Before he could finish, Aiden interrupted, "How do we obtain extremely hot fire-attributed mana?" Mentioning this, Joseph fell into deep thought. Cassie added, "You can get it from the heart of a fire dragon or the feathers of a phoenix. But how could we possibly find such legendary creatures?" Aiden asked. "You mean something like this?" Aiden asked casually, then produced something from his person. He smiled confidently and said, "I have it here, a feather from the fire phoenix." Cassie and Joseph stared at it in astonishment, mouths agape. They exclaimed, "How do you even have this? How could you possibly have something we've only heard of in legends?" Their shocked reaction caught Aiden off guard. He explained, bewildered, "Perhaps the fire phoenix dropped it." Ignoring the origin, Joseph hurried forward and took it. Joseph nodded, smiling, "This is enough. With this, it will definitely work. Give me 2 days." Hearing this, Cassie, standing behind, couldn't contain her emotion. Tears began to stream down her cheeks, her joy and relief evident, finally seeing a chance to cure the wicked disease in her body. Just then a knock came from outside, followed by Philip's voice. "Young Master Aiden, are you here?" Aiden turned, frowning, and asked, "Philip, what is it?" Philip replied hurriedly, "Master Frit is looking for you." Aiden trembled upon hearing this, realizing he had forgotten. He had disappeared without a word this time. Immediately, he went straight to Frit's office. Frit eyed him sharply and asked, "I heard you went to Michelin City this time, correct?" "Yes, I had some business there," Aiden nodded lightly and replied, "I apologize, I should have informed you first." Britt shook his head and smiled. I did not call you here to scold you. Aiden was surprised, wondering, then why did you call me here? Not knowing what to think, Aiden asked directly, then why did you call me here? Britt pulled out an invitation and explained, we received an invitation to the Crown Prince's birthday banquet. This time I want you to accompany me. Aiden looked startled, his expression uneasy. With so many responsibilities at home, who has time for this? He asked. I have to attend the banquet. Isn't it usually family representatives who go to such events? Nodded casually. That is true, but the Crown Prince declined due to his duties with the cavalry, and many people want to see you. Aiden felt reluctant and sighed, but immediately recalled something. He quickly asked, Father, this year is 450 according to the Empire's calendar, correct? Britt nodded. Correct. Whether you like it or not, you must attend this banquet. Aiden thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. All right, I will go. Britt was slightly surprised by the quick decision, but Aiden explained, it's been a long time since an opportunity like this. I have no choice. Consider it an introduction to everyone. Smiled and nodded. I understand. You've made a wise decision. Travel carefully. After exchanging a few more words, Aiden quickly left the room. At this moment, Curse jumped out and asked, you won't attend the banquet without reason, right? Suddenly agreeing, what is your true motive? Aiden explained. A major event will occur at this year's banquet. The Dark Mages will attack them. The one directing everything is the Queen of the Dark Mages, Silver Witch. I intend to bring her over to my side. Curse asked skeptically, why would you cooperate with someone you despise? Aiden shook his head. She is unlike the extremist Dark Mages. She leads a moderate faction, the Flame of Florence. Though I killed her in a past life, perhaps this time will be different. The last time we met was on the battlefield. Before her death, Silver Witch left Aiden a message. Mercenary Lin Aiden, perhaps if we meet under different circumstances, we would get along well. Aiden regretted not having undone the dark magic before. Did not continue Florence's will. A few days later, the Remise Count's entourage departed for the Crown Prince's banquet. Aiden, sitting in the carriage, said despondently, do we need such a large entourage just to attend a banquet? Lo, sitting beside him, laughed cheerfully. The size of the entourage represents the family's influence. This cannot be avoided due to the Duke's reputation. Aiden grimaced. I just want a more comfortable route. Wanted to get a few more top-grade elixirs from Joseph, but there was a problem. Joseph had said before leaving that even if he wanted to make top-grade elixirs now, he couldn't, because he needed the treefolk's tears. These were born from the treefolk's essence, but they were currently under threat. Aiden had never met treefolk, so he knew little about them, but Joseph knew he would try to get the gift first. Thinking this, Aiden smiled wryly. As the carriage passed a forest, he ordered, everyone go ahead, I need to stop for a moment. Lo wanted to follow but was refused. You're weaker than me, I'll go alone. Thus, Aiden entered the forest alone. Curse jumped out again, asking, are you sure there's someone to meet here? Aiden smiled. I never said it was a person, yet I still don't understand Master's thoughts. Walking and talking, they eventually stopped before a heart-shaped stone. Curse remarked, this stone looks artificial. Aiden explained, my master said this is a gift for disciples arriving here. He has very peculiar taste. Curse asked, surprised, you mean this stone is the gift? It looks like an ordinary rock. Aiden smiled calmly. My master likes to wrap things carefully. You will be the recipient of this gift. After saying this, he drew his sword and cut the heart-shaped stone in half. Curse asked in shock, wasn't this your master's gift? Aiden smiled. It was just the wrapping. Then he entered the cavern behind the stone. Curse finally understood and nodded. So this is the gift, Aiden said casually. Master said that to become a mercenary king, one must learn through pain, or only through death will you become strong. Ah, this cavern is not truly a dungeon. Inside, many monsters are slowly moving toward the light. Aiden stood calmly, not retreating. Curse asked, in your past life were you and your master very close? Aiden smiled, in my past life I thought he would kill me here, but in this life I am grateful to him. Before him was a horde of monsters, and behind them a creature wielding a scepter, likely the leader. Curse sneered, a lick, a foolish entity created when a dark mage turns into a killer. They are the hardest to handle if Aiden does not know how. At this point the leading lick spoke, its voice eerie. Fool, you dare enter here without fear. Aiden paid no mind, continuing forward, sweeping his sword. If I defeat this lick, the other killers will vanish. Besides, the lick you killed in your past life is nothing compared to this one. Aiden's speed was incredibly fast, and before he could react, the lick was already struck down. Before disappearing, the lick angrily said, never thought I would die before witnessing the resurrection of the dark magic kingdom. And immediately, along with the monsters it created, everything turned to dust and blended into the air. Within the smoke, Aiden's eyes were drawn to something glowing. A strange necklace fell to the ground, and Kaz jumped out and speculated, could this be the gift Master mentioned? Aiden shook his head, denying it, saying it was something he had never seen before, but the pattern on it strangely felt familiar. and he decided to pick it up. This moment Curse suddenly suggested, Slayer, you should also collect the lick's belonging. Aiden asked in surprise, what would I do with its belonging? Curse explained, didn't you say you're going to find the tree people? The lick's items are something they desperately desire. Hearing this, Aiden hesitated slightly but eventually bent down to collect the items. He didn't want to follow the dead man's advice but didn't know much about the tree people. Then, while gathering the items, he threatened Curse. Curse grimaced and said, but hey, where's the gift you mentioned? Aiden didn't answer, continuing to collect the items. Seeing this, Curse asked in surprise, just now you were doubting, but why are you collecting so many things now? After a while, Aiden finished collecting a bag full and headed towards another door. Behind the door was a hidden room. Curse was surprised when he saw it. Aiden explained, this is a hidden dungeon. Though our master is a bit strange, he wouldn't just throw us into a dungeon with only a lick. On hearing this, Curse sneered, only a lick and that's already strange. Aiden angrily scolded Curse. The two argued like cats and dogs, but Aiden continued to move forward. When he saw something glowing, he stopped. Curse was stunned and speechless. Aiden chuckled softly, you saw it in your past life too, right? Curse responded with a hint of dissatisfaction, how could I forget? If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have lost in that battle. For them was a shield, the Benji Spirit Shield, an item containing the madness of the soul of Bezi. Aiden hadn't seen it for a long time and he quickly picked it up. That madness had caused him a lot of trouble when he used it in the past. But this was the second time, and one thing Aiden liked about this shield was that it could transform into a bracelet, unlike other equipment. Just then, the shield suddenly transformed into a swirling vortex around Aiden's arm. Just a moment, it became a bracelet, something Aiden could carry around anywhere, very convenient. Perhaps because this was a familiar item, it reminded Aiden of the time when he was a slayer. He even remembered the screams of those people. Reading Aiden's thoughts, Curse mocked, like master, like disciple. I guess you're not normal either. Aiden didn't pay attention, staring at the dungeon and shouting loudly, I know you're watching everything. Show yourself. As soon as Aiden finished speaking, a rabbit appeared in front of him, giggling. I've been waiting for you to call me, you scoundrel. Ah, I mean, my dear customer, it seems like you need to make a deal. It introduced itself as Rabbis, the merchant spirit of the friendly spirit shop. If you need anything, just ask. Potions, weapons, there's nothing my spirit shop doesn't have. Merchant spirits were creatures with a great thirst for money. The spirit shop was a place where these merchant spirits gathered, all wearing characteristic merchant hats. Usually when a person entered a dungeon, the shop would send a spirit to trade items found in the dungeon, but Aiden was no ordinary person. At this point, Rabbis grinned smugly and said, are you thinking of trading the Benji shield on your right arm? I can buy it for a good price. Aiden immediately rejected without hesitation, surprising Rabbis. You're not selling it? Then what kind of deal do you want? Aiden calmly replied, I want some information. I want to know the location where the tree people are hiding in the western lands. Rabbis sneered, so you want to buy information on the tree people? But my dear customer, information on the tree people is very expensive. Just a small location will cost 2,000 gold and that's with a discount. Aiden didn't object but even doubled the price, no, 4,000 gold. Rabbis was stunned, 4,000 gold. Hearing that number, Rabbi's eyes lit up. Cost questioned Aiden's actions. Why suddenly double the price? You owe this guy something in your past life? Aiden shook his head. I don't owe him anything, I'm just doing what I was taught. Cost was even more confused. Taught? What exactly did they teach you? Aiden grinned mischievously. The skill to drain merchant spirits dry, which my master taught me. After saying that, he pointed at Rabbis. Give me the location of the tree people and 4,000 gold now. Rabbis grumbled, you're not just buying it for 4,000 gold but also asking for another 4,000 gold. Aiden clicked his tongue and smiled. No, I'm making a deal. I want to sell you something from the back. Is that okay? Rabbis panicked. How does a human like you know about the dungeon core? Aiden drew his sword and grinned mischievously. If you don't want it, just say so. I can destroy it right now. Rabbis couldn't say anything. It couldn't believe that a mortal like Aiden knew about the dungeon core, something that no one else knew. If it reported to the higher-ups, they would laugh at it. Rabbis hesitated. Aiden made a quick decision and swung his sword towards the back. All right, let's break it. Seeing this, Rabbis panicked and shouted, wait, hold on, I'll buy it. Aiden smiled in satisfaction. You should have said that sooner. After the deal was made, Rabbis handed Aiden a bag of gold coins. Aiden smiled. These platinum coins are certainly worth 4,000 gold. It's a pleasure doing business with you, Rabbit. See you next time. Aiden left and Rabbis watched his figure, crying without tears. I hope we never meet again. This scoundrel thinks he can walk away after scamming a merchant spirit. Try finding the tree people's village. No mortal can return from there. Thinking of this, Rabbis was extremely excited. Meanwhile, Aiden, unaware of its intentions, happily carried his bag of gold out. Lau stood outside, leaning against the carriage with a worried expression. Aiden has been gone for half a day. I wonder if I should go look for him. Just then, Lau saw Aiden coming out from inside. He joyfully called out, Young master, I was so worried when you were gone for so long. Hearing this, Aiden interrupted, "Stop, that's a bit creepy." Sometimes he wished Lao would treat him the way he used to. "This is way too creepy, can't get used to it." He thought this and turned to look at everyone, suggesting, "Even so, has everyone rested enough? We will now proceed to the imperial capital." That night, in front of the Benji Soul dungeon, a figure dressed in a black cloak walked slowly. The low voice of the figure echoed, "I have finally found it." The other person sighed in dissatisfaction when seeing the emptiness around. The item they were supposed to take was no longer there, it should have been here. But why is there no one here? The next day, in the imperial capital, Aiden's group arrived and the carriage stopped in front of the city gates. Aiden stepped off the carriage, looking no different from a movie star. The imperial officials immediately welcomed him, bowing respectfully and saying, "Welcome, young master, to the imperial capital. I will take you to the royal palace's guest hall." Outside, everything was proceeding in such a formal manner. Inside, he felt full of disdain. He had expected to meet a worthy opponent, but instead, it was just the vagrant Aiden who had personally come to the capital. He realized Aiden was not an ordinary person, so he decided not to anger him. With that thought, the servant quickly led Aiden to his quarters. Upon arrival, he immediately jumped onto the soft bed, feeling the difference of the guest room in the palace, which made him nostalgic. Aiden quickly noticed another issue. Tonight, the dark sorcerer would attack. Many people were killed and wounded the last time. Curse suddenly asked, "Why don't you go warn them?" Aiden scoffed and replied, "This is a good opportunity." Aiden emphasized that the opponent should not be allowed to escape easily. Curse skeptically asked, "So you don't care if people get hurt or die?" Aiden laughed and responded, "Do you think I'm like you? I was a hero who saved the world in my past life. I already have a plan." The night passed like that, and the next morning the banquet officially began. Laughter and conversation filled the air, but as soon as Aiden appeared, the atmosphere immediately became silent. Everyone recognized his reputation. Aiden ignored the murmurs and walked straight ahead. After enduring such treatment for a while, he realized that all humans were the same, whether mercenaries or noble. Aiden only focused on the 3 people he needed to meet. Meanwhile, in a corner of the palace, someone quietly enjoyed the banquet and said, "The taste in the royal palace is truly the best. I wish I could bring this back to the magic tower in my country." At that moment, Aiden came to greet him. "Mage Gustave Dora, it's an honor to meet you." This person was the head mage of Angais. Gustave was slightly startled, questioning, "You know me?" Aiden happily replied, "Of course, you're the mage from the magic tower of Anguist, aren't you?" Aiden continued, "When it comes to Anguist, you are the leader." Upon hearing this, Gustave turned away, coldly saying, "If you're trying to gain favor from the magic tower nation." Gustave appeared indifferent and turned away, not saying anything more, clearly showing his coldness toward Aiden's intention. Aiden calmly declined the offer, explaining that he had no close connections with the higher-ups at the magic tower. However, he expressed his interest. "I read your book, Gustave A, on applied magic techniques. I found it quite fascinating." These words caught Gustave off guard. Gustave became more focused on Aiden and asked, "You read that book? You found it interesting?" Aiden nodded slightly, while he himself was surprised by the presentation method that he had never seen before. Gustave suddenly placed his hand on Aiden's shoulder and laughed loudly, excitedly realizing the excellence in his magical technique, different from the people at the Magic Tower Empire. He asked, "You have such a deep understanding, young Master Aiden." Amused by Gustave's excitement, Aiden simply smiled. He had never encountered a field so useful and wonderful, though each time he read the book, he had dozed off. Aiden ignored his helplessness. Gustave continued babbling about incomprehensible theories, making it unbearable, causing Aiden to speak out. "Damn it, shut that mouth of his." Aiden sighed helplessly, pretending not to intervene. Kurt overheard Gustave's nonsense and exchanged looks with Aiden, wondering, why do we need someone obsessed with magic techniques like this? It doesn't even belong to the magic tier. Aiden slowly explained. He said that magic techniques might seem useless now, but in the future they would become indispensable technology. Kurt understood and said, "So this Gustave guy must be another famous figure." Aiden had to admit Gustave's fame. He had caused a major accident in history, known as the frenzied terror of the magic tower, Gustave Dora. Kurt asked, "Terror? Isn't he famous for his magic tower techniques?" Aiden continued explaining, saying that he might have caused an accident during an experiment, had his mana sealed, and been expelled from the magic tower nation. Afterward, Gustave attacked the magic tower with techniques of his own making. He recounted that this man nearly destroyed the entire magic tower nation, but was stopped thanks to the intervention of the Grand Magus. Thanks to this history, his magic techniques had been recognized. Aiden ignored Gustave's ranting beside him, acting as though he didn't care. Gustave remained excited, constantly sharing, "This is the first deep conversation I've had about magic techniques like this. I wonder if I'm talking too much." Aiden, though unwilling, still smiled. "Not at all, this conversation has enlightened me a lot. I hope we can have a deeper discussion next time." Just then, a loud shout interrupted the conversation. Aiden startled, looking at the newcomer, wondering, "Who's calling me? Here for me?" "Oh, but who is that?" the young man angrily shouted. "The thief who dared to steal our saintest family's heirloom. I will not spare you." Aiden looked confused at the other man. Gustav asked first, "What happened between you and young Master Tian?" Aiden shook his head. "No, this is the first time I've met him." Then he suddenly recalled something. Aiden realized the man mentioned the saintest family, similar to Tyrion. He confirmed, "Young Master Dion, it's an honor to meet you." Aiden wondered about the resemblance between Dion and his father. Before he could finish his thought, Tian angrily interrupted. "Shut your mouth, you fraud. How dare you deceive my father and steal our family heirloom?" At this, the people around started murmuring. Seeing Bill Zepp up at Aiden's side, they mocked him, thinking he couldn't defeat the man on his own. Aiden sighed helplessly, realized there was a misunderstanding, and said, "I won this through a completely fair bet." Tian vehemently opposed. "I've heard so much about your deceitful ways lately. Do you think I'll believe someone like you could fight my father's sword and win?" Aiden was furious. "What kind of person do you think you are?" Aiden could no longer hold back and retorted, "Young Master Tian, you've gone too far." Kurt was surprised but endured. Tian replied, "Gone too far, then prove that you didn't cheat." Aiden understood that if he won the sword duel, Tian would kneel and apologize, while he would have to return the heirloom and kneel to apologize. "I have the feeling he's becoming more and more stubborn. Still, he really is like his father." He hesitated. Wondered, a sword fight right here at the prince's birthday banquet. If the prince finds out about this. Before he could finish, a deep voice interrupted. "How amusing, a sword duel at my birthday banquet." Aiden and Kian were startled. Seeing the young man approach, it was Maz, the prince of the kingdom. Everyone bowed respectfully, and Dion also looked surprised at the newcomer. Aiden dared not delay and bowed his head. "I humbly greet the rising sun of the empire." In truth, he found the prince's appearance to be untimely. Maz smiled and said, "I overheard a very interesting conversation." Dion responded quietly, "Apologies, Your Highness. We are willing to accept any punishment for the disturbance." Aiden regretted, thinking it was fortunate the prince saved Dion, so he respectfully said, "I apologize." Maz smiled and said directly, "No need to apologize, stop this nonsense." But then he continued, "On that note, young Master Tian, young Master Aiden, I want to see the two of you have a sword duel right here." This caused both to be perplexed. This prince was very powerful and knowledgeable. Maz smiled and said, "Both of you have impressive achievements and martial skill. If you showcase your abilities for me, it would be the best birthday gift I could ever hope for." These words reminded Aiden that Maz was also famous in his previous life. He was a strong contender for the emperor's throne, but he had one bad habit. Maz was a battle fanatic, and Aiden couldn't refuse the prince's request. While he hesitated, Dion agreed, "It's an honor, I accept, Your Highness." Reason Dion agreed was because Tyrion, who had previously rejected him, now acknowledged Aiden. Dion wanted to expose his true face, reclaim the heirloom, and restore his father's honor. Dion looked at Aiden trembling, mocking, "Where's your previous confidence? Now you tremble like a coward." Curse asked anxiously, "Hey, Dragon Slayer, are you sure you're all right?" Soon, Aiden flashed a wicked grin and said, "Your Highness, the esteemed prince." He wasn't fond of fighting, but when an order was given, how could he refuse? Kurz quietly gave Theon 5 minutes to prepare. Mars sat comfortably in his chair, smiling and saying that for safety reasons, the use of sword beams and auxiliary tools was prohibited. Theon said, "I'm looking forward to this match." He turned to Theon and said, "I promise this fight will be quite thrilling, Your Highness." Theon turned to Aiden, confidently saying, "I will prove that all the rumors about the young master are meaningless." Aiden sneered, Can we start yet?" His attitude irritated Theon, who clenched his lips and shouted, "This brat's tongue is so annoying." With that, Theon charged in, his sword like a gust of wind. Seeing Aiden still standing still, Theon looked down on him. He thought, how could this amateur warrior defeat me? He assumed the fight would end quickly and without much excitement. Before Dion's sword could reach Aiden, he had already blocked it with a sharp tap to the forehead. Max grinned, enjoying the sight. Another young man observed and felt uncomfortable, as Dion had been defeated far too easily. Aiden didn't want to end it too soon. He pretended to hesitate, saying, "I'm surprised I slipped up. How fortunate that you were there." Then Aiden looked at Mars and suggested, "Judging one's skill based on such a mistake is unfair. Let's consider this match invalid." Max immediately agreed, "Very well, let's disregard this match. Both of you need to focus more." Dion gritted his teeth, saying harshly, "As you command, Your Highness. I admit I was careless, but even with Aiden, a knight is still a knight. You still know how to wield a sword. But why do you look so displeased?" Dion thought for a moment, then pursed his lips and said, "This time I'll go all out, young Master Aiden." Aiden nodded, mocking him. "Of course, come at me, disappear from my sight, do whatever you want." Aiden's words enraged Theon. He tried to hold himself back but couldn't suppress his anger. Theon immediately rushed in, but his speed was too slow, and Aiden easily dodged with a sidestep. Aiden looked at Theon's sword and sighed inwardly, just as expected from the son of the Marquis. His sword is strong and righteous, but his weaknesses are too obvious. Aiden raised his sword and counterattacked. Aiden coldly said, compared to the Marquis, your sword technique is too weak. Theon fumed, shouting, what did you say? My swordsmanship is weak. Aiden replied indifferently. The Marquis strikes powerfully and accurately, but you're just imitating him. Theon angrily retorted, what? I'm imitating. Aiden sneered. My swordsmanship defeated your father, the one you're always curious about. I'll show you. Aiden began to swing his sword, moving so fast that Theon couldn't keep up. Theon was furious as he thought about how his father had been defeated by this sword, feeling it was truly absurd. Aiden's sword suddenly twisted, avoiding Theon's blade and stabbing him in the face. Theon was wounded, blood starting to trickle out. Kurz suddenly spoke up, I thought you'd go easier on him, but it seems you're more serious than I expected. Aiden calmly replied, if I don't knock him unconscious, he'll keep attacking until he dies. Aiden shoved Theon down. He hadn't expected to lose to a sword technique he had never seen before. Theon refused to accept defeat, getting up and continuing to fight. Aiden chuckled lightly, thinking, I can't believe he's still standing. Theon charged forward, shouting, I am Theon Saintest, first son of the Saintest family. Aiden simply looked at him as though he were a novice. Aiden used the sword technique Knight's Fatal Strike, disarming Theon in mere seconds. Theon fell, fortunate that someone caught him. The person said, it seems my friend has caused trouble in my absence. Aiden sighed in relief, saying, it's fine, I feel a bit strange though. But when he saw who it was, he was startled. Thankfully, he didn't have to search, for the person was one of the three he wanted to meet. Dioge's, Sinbeda's younger brother from the renowned Jez duchy with the strongest swordsmanship family, introduced himself. It's a pleasure to meet you, young Master Aiden. Aiden looked at Dio, thinking, if I had been born into this family, I would have been a sword master by now. Dio was considered a genius of the Jez family. Kurz spoke up, this is the first time I've heard of Daer. Aiden shook his head, a better opportunity will come. Aiden felt a strong gaze from behind. He turned around and saw a group surrounding him, introducing their daughter. Aiden felt frustrated by the constant calls of young master in his ears. He quickly ran off, the atmosphere around him settling. He sighed, they won't follow me all the way here, will they? Kurz laughed, don't you think those nobles are disgusting? Aiden shook his head, no need to care. People are all the same, they cling to you when you succeed, then abandon you when you're no longer useful. Kurz said, I believe in you. Aiden felt uncomfortable and Kurz continued, you're more like a beast than a person, so my trust in you is 100%. Aiden growled, you're dead for sure. When we get home, I'll drink 100 bottles of elixir. As the two argued, a clear voice rang out, was that sword technique from the mercenary king? Aiden was startled. She recognized my master's sword technique. Aiden recognized the energy and knew this was the person he needed to meet. He didn't turn around but calmly asked, have you seen this sword technique before? The girl shook her head, smiling, I haven't seen it, but I've heard of it. The mercenary king's sword technique can break through any defense if used by a knight. Aiden cursed inwardly. He's a knight. If he wasn't making money, he'd throw that title to the dogs. Aiden calmly replied, that's right, but isn't this party a bit boring? I hate formal events like this. No matter how the appearance of the person in front of him changed, Aiden could not forget her after hundreds of battles. He looked at the person next to him carefully, then smirked. Is that right, Nista Florence? In the blink of an eye, the air around them turned cold as ice, sending a shiver down one's spine. Nista could no longer hide and immediately reverted to her original form, speaking with a cold command. You knew already? Then let me ask you something. He asked how Aiden had awakened the sword at his side. Aiden realized Nista would come when he saw Biljeba, but he wasn't foolish enough to say it out loud. He smiled awkwardly and explained, I had help from a friend. However, Nista had already caught on to his subtle hint. She snorted and commanded, trying to avoid it. Immediately, she unleashed her aura, making Aiden feel startled. At this moment, Nista coldly asked, I will ask you again, where did the demonic energy within you come from? Aiden bit his lip just as he expected. It was a thick and deadly source of mana. She sensed the presence of the Lord of Hell's energy. They might discuss this later. Although they had faced each other in the past life, this time they'd try a different approach. With that thought, Aiden slowly spoke up. I'm on your side. Nista narrowed her eyes at him and coldly asked, on my side, as if you understand me. A smile unknowingly appeared on Aiden's face as he remembered, laughing as he spoke, the leader of the magic bandits, the Flame of Florence. The Silver Witch, the last descendant of the Black Sorcerer Kingdom, the Florence Kingdom, the brains of the White Moon Intelligence Gang, is that enough? Nista's expression immediately froze and her energy sharply dropped. She smiled faintly and asked, how do you know so much? Aiden smiled sincerely and replied, we don't have much time left, something is about to happen. Nista was not pleased, her voice stern, stop dodging, answer me. But just then, a magic circle appeared in the courtyard. Nista's face turned to one of fear, her hands gripping the railing tightly as she spoke. Is this the dark magic array used to absorb damage? I didn't expect them to go this far. Aiden chuckled, those guys always follow the same pattern. You seem to have a lot of questions for me, but let's handle this first. Before she could respond, Aiden continued, you came here to capture the chaotic heretic black sorcerers, right? These words surprised Nista. How did he know she was here to capture the chaos? Who exactly is this man? After a moment of silence, she coldly replied, we'll continue this conversation another time. With that, Nista's figure vanished. Aiden wasn't surprised and calmly stood there, letting Nista handle things on her side. Now let's handle things here. At that moment, a horde of zombies rose from the magic circle. In the banquet hall, knights appeared to block the zombies. Sion also joined the battle. Though he was a swordsman, he easily slew the zombie. Dion looked at the group and said, don't be afraid, they're just weak zombies. Upstairs, Aiden still stood in place. First jumped out and commented, even the young count has advanced sword light. Aiden replied, reaching advanced sword light level means he's strong, but he just picked the wrong opponent. While he was relaxed, chaos unfolded below as a giant zombie appeared. Tion's face immediately became cautious. It's too dangerous, we have to wait for reinforcements. At that moment, a figure dashed by, causing Tion to be stunned. The one who acted was Dare, rushing straight ahead. Curse, witnessing it, couldn't suppress his emotion. That Dare is about to reach the rank of Swordmaster. Arden nodded slightly, acknowledging Yuan is right, he's at the limit of half-master. Dion is strong, but with opponents like Dare, he's just a flash in the pan. Curse wondered, why aren't you helping and just standing there? Aiden bit his lip and answered, they can handle it themselves. Besides, there's something I need to verify. Curse skeptically asked, something you need to verify, down there. It's the zombies. An armored zombie appeared. Dion sensed the presence and shouted, I sense a massive demonic energy nearby. In the chaotic battle, the armored zombie advanced, its eyes glowing red. It muttered the name Dio. Locating the position, it gripped its sword, stepping back with its left foot to gain momentum. The sound of wind filled the air, and the zombie's figure shot forward like lightning. He felt the murderous intent closing in, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. By the time he realized the direction, it was too late. The zombie lunged at him. Seeing the massive figure closing in, his face changed, but his body seemed frozen, unable to move. At that moment, Aiden appeared just in time, using his shield to block in front of Dale. He bit his lip and stared intently at the zombie before him. Finally, the one ruining the banquet appeared. It was the strongest zombie, the Death Knight. Aiden sensed something unusual. Despite being the strongest zombie, with Dio being a half-master, he could still deal with it. Aiden wondered how Dio had lost in the past life, but this man had now boosted his strength with dark magic, surpassing the level of a master. Aiden couldn't block the attack without the spirit Benji shield. Now he understood why Dio had lost. At that moment, Aiden heard the knight muttering. Reflexively, he asked, what is this guy saying? Amidst the confusion, the knight swung his sword, clearly saying each word, I don't need these pesky insects. Aiden realized the problem. They should have known that the zombies weren't advancing to attack, but to separate the knight. Everything was arranged to kill the knight. While Aiden was confused, the sword of the Death Knight continued to swing, forcing him to retreat. Aiden bit his lip, hoping that the half-master Death Knight would overwhelm him, but he wasn't normal either. With that thought, Aiden shouted loudly, Dio. His shout made Dio rush from behind, thrusting his spear at the Death Knight. Although fast, the Death Knight still managed to block. It only took 2 steps back. Watching this, Dio's expression was grim. Yanjiang said, you blocked my spear so easily. Aiden, standing next to him, said, judging by his mana, he must be at the half-master level. But why, among so many people, is he particularly targeting here? Who benefits the most from your disappearance, who sees you as a thorn in their side? With that thought, Aiden thought of someone. That's right, there is only one person. With this speed, he was overshadowed by Dee's younger brother. Even though he was the eldest son of the family, he was just an ordinary knight, a place where those who excelled based on ability could rise. That damned Sinbad. In the past, Aiden thought he became the king of knights by luck. This was how he took the throne of king of knights. Moreover, that bastard secretly colluded with the black sorcerers that Aiden didn't know about. The deeper you dig, the more rotten it gets. At this moment, Dio suddenly shouted, how the hell do we face off against someone like that? Aiden glanced at him and whispered that young Master Dio had a method. Hearing this, Dio immediately exclaimed in surprise, you're saying there's a way to fight such a powerful monster? Aiden smiled mysteriously. His tactic could easily defeat even stronger opponents. It was a method Aiden had learned himself, called the provocation strategy. Dio's expression froze the moment he heard the name of the tactic. At this point, having no other choice, he reluctantly agreed. Fine, let's try the provocation strategy. Curse asked, somewhat surprised. Have you ever not provoked an enemy? Aiden smiled faintly, signaling the tactic's effectiveness, and gave it a formal name to make it sound official. At that moment, the Dark Knight began muttering that everyone must die, then charged forward. He moved as fast as the wind, his body enveloped in immense power. Seeing this, Dio's expression turned serious, but he still gripped his spear tightly. The Dark Knight's sharp sword attacked, but Aiden managed to block it. Sin Beta specialized in betrayal, but this time things weren't as easy as he had hoped. This time he would not let him fulfill his dark intention. The Dark Knight shouted in rage, "Annoying flies, get lost." At the same time, Dale, who had been protected by Aiden from behind, suddenly manipulated the forces. The Dark Knight froze, his blood-red eyes narrowing. In an instant, a wave of energy blocked the path between Aiden and the Dark Knight. Watching this, Aiden couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. As expected of a half-master, it was unbelievable to see him take it seriously. If Dio's strike had hit directly, even the Dark Knight would have been torn apart. Dale retracted his spear, muttering, "I feel nothing from him." But no sooner had he finished speaking than he sensed a murderous aura approaching, his expression instantly darkening. Dark Knight leaped from above, striking fiercely with his sword. The blade hit something, causing his body to tremble, and he became furious upon realizing it was Aiden who had blocked the attack. Aiden flew out laughing, "Ha, blocked again, too easy, far too easy." His words enraged the Dark Knight. He shouted in fury, "I'll kill you first," and continued swinging his sword, but Aiden and Dale coordinated seamlessly. One block, one strike, leaving the Dark Knight powerless. In an instant, the area became a ruin, the ground covered in deadly slash marks. The Dark Knight was extremely displeased, his anger evident. Across from them, Dio exhaled twice before saying, "We've blocked every attack but can't land an effective blow. How can we hit him?" The person in front said nothing. Aiden simply lowered his head, hiding a triumphant smile. Dio called out in confusion, "Young Master Aiden," but all that answered was Aiden's foolish laughter. Seeing this, he sighed helplessly. The situation with the blood dragon was unstable but strange. "Bill Zepop, are you controlling him too?" Bill Zepop trembled slightly in Aiden's hand, denying it. "No, Lord of Hell, it wasn't me." Aiden then said, "I'm still in control, don't worry." Curse immediately snorted coldly. "Worry about what?" Aiden smiled faintly. "Don't be embarrassed, I'm not attacking, I'm choosing not to." Curse asked in shock, "You're choosing not to act?" Aiden nodded, explaining, "Right now he can't be harmed by my strength alone, so I need the power of the spirit shield." Curse asked vaguely, "You're planning to fight using the spirit shield?" Aiden smiled mysteriously. "The Benchy spirit shield is wrapped in spiritual energy tainted by madness. The more someone uses it, the more it fills with madness and the user grows stronger proportionally. Your current state is exactly like this." As he finished speaking, Aiden vanished. The sudden action startled the Dark Knight. Before he could react, Aiden slashed across his body. He laughed triumphantly, "I can reach the level of a half-master." Dio watched in shock. "What is this? He's been hiding his power all this time." Though Dio knew Aiden was strong from before, he hadn't expected him to reach half-master level. Dio judged that Aiden could easily overpower the Dark Knight. Aiden was pleased with himself, smiling. "Madness made me slightly reckless." Curse muttered helplessly, "Blood Dragon, you're using equipment, starting with Bill Zepop. It's not normal at all." Aiden replied nonchalantly, "The better the equipment, the more flaws it has." Curse scolded in frustration, "What nonsense is that? They say equipment reflects the owner, but this madness is getting irritating." Aiden decided to end it, activating the Swift Ring. The Dark Knight charged at him, but Aiden's speed was lightning fast and he vanished from sight. The Dark Knight muttered, "This insect, go die." Suddenly, a flash of light startled him. As he reacted, a large dent appeared at his waist. The Dark Knight shouted in anger, "I can't see where he is." Aiden sneered, "I'm right here, slowpoke." But immediately, a sword strike landed, leaving a deep wound on the Dark Knight's back. Outside the battle, Dio couldn't help but be amazed. Aiden moved faster than before, becoming so strong that Dio could only stand in awe. In battle, Aiden exuded murderous intent. "Go ahead and wait, I'll take down the Night King and you soon enough." At the same time, his sword unleashed a flurry of strikes. The Dark Knight gritted his teeth, muttering, "Death, if I die, the mission failed." His legs suddenly steadied. He lunged forward recklessly. Dale observed the battle and suddenly saw the Dark Knight charging, his face showing panic. His body pressed close to Dale as he shouted, "The mission must not fail." Aiden looked on in shock. Why did he suddenly go berserk? "You were planning to finish this." But Aiden realized a different problem and his eyes unconsciously revealed it. Dio was also terrified, whispering, "What suddenly happened?" The Dark Knight's sword swung before him. Aiden wanted to intervene, but he couldn't even protect himself at that moment. Side effects of the Swift Ring appeared. If he continued, everything would play out according to Sin Beta's plan and Dio would die. The situation was extremely dangerous. A single slash could cost Dio his life. Fortunately, Dion suddenly appeared from somewhere, gripping his sword tightly and charging forward, keeping his distance from DE. Though he knew that DE was much stronger than him, Dion couldn't let his friends and opponents be killed here. In that moment, Dion suddenly remembered what Aiden had said before. Aiden had said that Theon's sword was much lighter compared to Tyrion's. Realizing the implication of those words, Theon became more confident, stepping forward firmly. The sword in his hand was activated with mana, and without hesitation, he swung. The Death Knight's body was cleaved in half, and before he died, he mumbled about his mission. Unfortunately, he turned to dust the moment he fell, and at the same time, the surrounding undead vanished, leaving the soldiers with no time to react. When they finally reacted, they looked at Theon, unable to believe it, whispering, "Did he really defeat the Death Knight with a single blow?" Immediately, they surrounded Theon, cheering nonstop, "Young Master, you've defeated the Death Knight." It's expected from someone who inherited the bloodline of a master swordsman. However, there was no trace of joy on Theon's face. Theon walked over from a distance, smiling and praising, "Theon, you've finally become a semi-master and saved my life." Theon said that he truly saw Theon as a worthy opponent and would definitely repay him. Theon looked at the outstretched arm of Deh, hesitation flickering in his eyes. In the end, he still extended his hand to grasp it. After the ordeal, the atmosphere in the banquet hall became cheerful. At that moment, Dio remembered something and spoke up, "We shouldn't forget about that person. Young Master Aiden." But when they looked back, Aiden had vanished, nowhere to be seen. Furrowed his brows, where did he go? Upon hearing Aiden's name, Theon immediately became serious. He still couldn't believe that he had truly defeated the Death Knight. In a dark corner of the castle, Aiden was stumbling, his body shaking. The overwhelming force was truly wearing down his body. Kurt sensed Aiden's thoughts and couldn't help but speak. "Aren't you supposed to enjoy the victory a bit?" Aiden sighed, helpless. "If I don't rest now, I might never wake up again. What's there to enjoy?" But Aiden continued, "It's too soon to feel victorious. This is just the beginning. I still have to deal with that Sinbetta, the one working with those dark mages. Who knows what other schemes he has behind my back." Aiden's thoughts were read by Curse and he spoke slowly. At least the timing was right. Everything almost went according to that King of Knights' plan. Aiden didn't care, leisurely walking forward. Before long, he saw Nista like a death goddess standing among the corpses. There was still some blood on her face, which she wiped away, her expression emotionless. Seeing this, Aiden couldn't help but sigh. She's so strong. Thanks to her, the chaos was dealt with in time. Healing spell was broken and the Death Knight vanished. Otherwise, things could have turned out very badly. At that moment, someone ran from a distance, anxiously asking, "Are you all right, my lord?" The undead suddenly attacked outside. Aiden shook his body, dissatisfied, and said, "Do I look all right to you? Where have you been all this time?" Lo lowered his head. "I'm sorry, I ran into the undead." Aiden felt helpless toward him, said a few more words, and allowed Lo to help him back to his room to rest. After a night of chaos, dawn broke over the royal palace. Aiden was still sleeping soundly. His sleeping position could not have been worse. A while later, he slowly opened his eyes, rubbed his sore eyes, sighed, and mumbled, "I fell asleep the moment I entered the room. I wonder how many hours I've slept." He didn't notice the stranger in the room. When Nista spoke, he was startled. "You can sleep a little longer." Aiden unconsciously shouted loudly, the sound echoing, but Nista remained calm. "No matter how loudly you shout, no one will come." Nista continued, "I've set up a soundproof barrier around this area." "Really?" Aiden, after regaining his composure, answered indifferently, "You knew this would happen, but I didn't expect you to show up the very next day." Aiden asked suspiciously, "How did you get in here?" Nista replied nonchalantly, "Getting into a place like this is easier than peeling a goblin's neck. Now it's your turn to answer me." Her demeanor changed instantly. She coldly asked, "How do you know about me?" Aiden flinched slightly, his expression immediately becoming serious. "Really?" But Nista didn't care, coldly saying, "If you play games with me, I'll kill you right away." Aiden frowned, regained his composure, and spoke, "I just want to maintain a friendly relationship with you, Nista, because we have a common goal." Nista was somewhat surprised, quickly retracting her harsh demeanor, and asked suspiciously, "A royal like you has the same goal as me. Do you know what my goal is?" Before Nista could finish, Aiden interrupted, "Because I despise dark mages." These words caused Nista's expression to change, and her aura flared up again, surprising Aiden. Why is this girl so unpredictable? Nista gritted her teeth, staring at him, and coldly shouted, "Say it again, what do you think of dark mages?" Aiden, unfazed, calmly said, "Today, dark mages have forgotten their principles." This statement shocked Nista. Aiden continued, "There was a time when it was said that dark magic was a power used to purify lands defiled by black mana and to fight monsters. The current dark mages have gone astray. They need to be reformed, and so do I. I don't tolerate the traitor dark mages, especially those who attacked the royal palace yesterday." After saying that, Aiden got out of bed. Aiden smiled and said, "Is that enough to maintain a friendly relationship?" His words left Nista frozen. Not only did a royal know about dark magic, but he also knew about the existence of dark mages. Is this the truth, or is it just how you got through this situation? Seeing that she didn't answer, Aiden smiled again. "You can think about it. I'll give you some useful information." Nista looked at him coldly and said, "You think there's something I don't know, even though I'm in the intelligence organization?" Aiden nodded. leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Of course, because only I know this. It's something that will happen in the future, it's." Before he could finish, the door suddenly opened and Lo led Theon in, laughing. "Young master, you have a visitor." Theon didn't notice the situation and said, "Young master Aiden, I need to tell you." Theon froze when he saw the scene, the door quickly closed and the person disappeared. Aiden immediately understood what they were thinking and quickly called out, "Misunderstanding, young master Theon, let me explain." A while later, Theon entered, but the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Theon couldn't forget what he had just seen and cleared his throat, asking, "So, have you finished your work?" Aiden sighed helplessly. "It's not what you think, we were just talking." But no matter how much he explained, Theon couldn't understand. The expression on Theon's face still showed that he had seriously misunderstood. "At least you had conveyed everything you wanted to say to Nista before sending her off." A few minutes ago, Aiden had relayed everything that needed to be said to Nista. She exclaimed in fear, "You want me to believe that now? A drought in the northern Ken territory, which is known for its abundance. This is an agricultural region that has never experienced a drought since the empire was founded. And yet you're telling me a drought will suddenly happen there. This was hard to believe. Trust me, there will be a drought in the next 3 months." Aiden nodded affirmatively, then hurriedly urged, "More importantly, we have to catch Dion. If this continues, it will cause unnecessary misunderstandings about me." Hearing this, Nista asked with some dissatisfaction, "You're still worried about misunderstanding? You're already infamous after all." Aiden sighed, pushing her out and saying, "Just trust me for now, we'll talk later." Nista shot him a cold glance and warned, "It better not be a lie. If it is, I'll come after you even if you try to hide." Hearing that, Aiden couldn't help but wonder, planning a drought, huh? Why does that make me feel so cold? Oh well, when the drought comes, Nista will believe him. Returning to the present, Aiden looked at Theon and asked, "Why are you in my office?" Theon hesitated, not answering for a while. Aiden frowned, "Are you here to fight?" He didn't notice, but Theon's arm hidden under his coat was clenched tightly, veins bulging. After a moment he finally spoke, his voice irritated. "As much as I dislike it, you're the true owner of the sword. As my father said, you deserve it more." Aiden was confused. "What, my goodness," suddenly talking about the obvious. Asked doubtfully, "Did you come here just to say that?" Theon hesitated briefly, his face awkward, then lowered his head. "Thank you." Aiden was even more confused, wondering, suddenly bowing and thanking me, is this the arrogant guy from yesterday? As Aiden was in confusion, Dion continued, "If it weren't for you, I would have lost my best friend. I'm very grateful. People say you killed the Holy Knight and protected the royal family, but I think you understand, Aiden." River Monster had disappeared before Theon could strike, but at that moment, he had seen how to break through the Master Swordmaster's limits that Aiden had taught him. Hearing this, Aiden sighed in relief. He thought Theon would have a personality like his father S, but he was wrong. Aiden was too quick to be happy. After the gratitude, Dion continued, "Then, young master Aiden, I accept you as my rival." Aiden's expression stiffened. Dion happily added, "You're the second person I've accepted as a rival after DA. Be proud. One day, you'll defeat Aiden and take back the family heirloom. Therefore, you must not slack off." Aiden was moved, wanting to hit him. He retracted his words, "You're not like Tyrion." The two were indeed alike. Afterward, they talked a little, then went their separate ways. A few days later, Aiden's group returned. Lou sat beside the carriage, slowly saying, "We're almost at Remise territory." Aiden nodded, "Yeah, I know. How are your injuries?" Lou quickly replied, "Thanks to the divine medicine you provided, my injuries are healed. With such an expensive gift, I am very grateful." Aiden smiled smugly, "That's why you should treat me well." Lou nodded, "Yes." Aiden glanced at the pile of fruit beside him, thinking to himself how wealthy the royal family was. A pile of money could buy several villas as a token of thanks. Thanks to that, he was able to buy a few necessary items and gifts for his parents and colleagues. Aiden also bought gifts that suited everyone's tastes. He should have chosen a gift for Alice himself. Looking at the teddy bear among the pile of gifts, Aiden hoped she would like it. A few hours later, in Maryland of the Remise territory, Aiden's carriage entered. The people gathered, continuously cheering, "Congratulations to young Master Aiden, the one who protected the royal family from the undead." Aiden sat inside the carriage, hearing the nickname, a little displeased, not expecting the news to spread so far. Curse teased, "As they say, good news travels fast." Aiden sighed, still not used to the welcoming, even though he had seen it many times. At this moment, his gaze was drawn to something. Soon, Aiden shouted, "Oh my God, what is that?" What he saw was a golden statue by the roadside. Ghost questioned, "That face looks familiar." In his confusion, Lou laughed and explained, "Actually, to commemorate the victory over Cho, the formula secretly prepared this." Hearing that, Aiden burst into tears, muttering, "Father, why?" Looking at the statue's muscles, he commented, "Isn't it beautiful?" Curse, hearing this, angrily cursed, "It's disgusting, I'm about to vomit." A moment later, at the Duke of Remise's residence, Aiden led Lou inside. He reminded, "I'll go to father, you clean up these fruits." Aiden then went to Fritz's room alone, silently cursing, Why did you make such a horrifying thing without telling me? I have to talk to my father. In the hallway, he met a few servants who greeted him, but Aiden noticed something. Today, everyone had strange expressions. He wondered, did I do something to make them uncomfortable? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, all because of that ugly statue. Fuming with anger, Aiden knocked on Free's door. He opened the door, smiling awkwardly. Father, it's me, I've seen the statue. Pride unexpectedly said, I'm sorry. Aiden was a little surprised. Not that bad, huh? You're apologizing so soon, I'll feel worse. Quickly laughed. The statue is fine. Pride sighed helplessly, saying, I tried to stop them, but everything got out of hand. This made Aiden a little confused. He asked suspiciously, what's going on suddenly, father? Pride slowly explained. The two you brought back were taken away by the Inquisitor under the orders of the Holy Fire. Aiden realized that the person in question was Joseph and Alice. Pride's voice was awkward as he continued. The Inquisitor said they were on a mission. When I refused to have them captured, I denied because they were the ones you brought back. Joseph volunteered to go. I couldn't stop him. Aiden grew angrier, slamming his fist on the table. They've been taken to the Holy Fire headquarters, haven't they, father? Pride, surprised, replied, I think so. Aiden accepted the answer. Aiden turned away, leaving Fried standing there. He quickly called out, son, remember, don't interfere with the three great orders. If you do, not just you but your whole family. Before he could finish speaking, Aiden waved and smiled. Don't worry, father, I'm just here to say goodbye one last time. Britt frowned at him, then reminded after a moment, be careful then. Aiden left the room shortly after. At that moment, Curse appeared and said, Dragon Slayer, your inside and outside are different. Aiden looked slightly annoyed, replying coldly, if I follow my will, I would be caught immediately. Aiden emphasized, anyone who dares touch my people will face the consequences. I will crush them all. The three grand temples of the continent, Flame God Temple, Justice God Temple, and Death God Temple, each symbolize the power of their respective deity. Even the Empire would struggle to interfere. Those chosen by the gods, called saints, act as intermediaries, conveying divine will and power, connecting humanity to divinity. However, the Flame God Temple was different now, unlike other temples. It had no saints for decades. A prestigious temple without its symbol saint would gradually decline over time. Flame God Temple's power had dwindled, now only a fifth of what it once was. When Aiden's carriage arrived, the driver announced, we're here. Aiden quickly jumped down, stretching with relief. Recalling his days as a mercenary, Aiden felt nostalgic riding in the carriage. He turned to Popal, we arrived fast thanks to you, thanks. Popal smiled politely, you are an important client. It's nothing, Popal explained. I use shortcuts known only to merchants to get you here faster. That was why Aiden continued using this caravan even after selling the giant beast. Aiden remembered there was someone else with them, sighed reluctantly. Long, at this pace, you'll vomit everything you ate yesterday. Rest here. He then glanced at the temple ahead. Though fond of it, Aiden realized this was still one of the three grand temples. He looked at Popal. By the way, you were right. Popal sighed. Didn't I tell you? The Flame God Temple is closed now. You can't enter, but since you insisted, I brought you here. At that moment, a man brought a boy seeking healing, but the guards refused. Aiden was puzzled. The temple should be busy saving people. Instead, priests stood guard blocking the entrance. The closure coincided with Joseph and his daughter's capture, clearly connected. Seeing Aiden confused, Popal asked, how do you plan to get in? He smiled faintly. Aiden pursed his lips, I always have a way. He grinned mischievously, making Popal anxious, unsure what trouble he would cause. A moment later, at the entrance of the Flame God Temple, the guarding priest noticed an intruder. Aiden approached, introducing, I am Aiden Remise of the Remise ducal family, here on business. A priest immediately blocked him. I'm sorry, outsiders are not allowed in the temple. Aiden insisted, I must go inside. The priest continued to block him and they argued at the door. Impatient, Aiden commanded, open the door. The priest angrily retorted, I said no. Before he could finish, Aiden leapt up, pinning the priest to the ground, angering the other guard. The priest gritted his teeth, you dare attack the temple guard? Even as a duke, you won't escape. Aiden refused to yield, striking his neck. Both guards were defeated. Popal watched in shock. They say old dogs are hard to train, and it was true. Aiden finished off the guards, entering the temple, reminding Curse. Curse asked in surprise, why are you suddenly concerned for me? Aiden explained slowly, because this place is full of divine power. As the door opened, Curse felt uneasy. The priests expected a shift change but saw Aiden step inside. Aiden paid no attention, admiring, it's so vast inside. Curse asked suspiciously, do you know where Joseph and his daughter are? Aiden replied frankly, no, how would I know? Curse asked, how do you plan to find them? Aiden only said he had a way without explaining. The priests gathered in force. Curse doubted, you're not planning to take them all down, are you? Aiden laughed, I'm not crazy, just using the common lament. As soon as Aiden spoke, he activated the ring, gliding past the priest. Curse asked suspiciously, what is the common lament? Aiden explained it was the Flame God Temple's law. When facing injustice or deadly illness, one could ring the bell to meet the high priest. Over time, people abused it for trivial reasons, so the bell was placed atop the temple to prevent misuse. Curse asked, then why not remove the bell? Aiden intended to say, they cannot remove it due to the law. Aiden ran toward the bell as the priest shouted warnings. He tried to stop Aiden as he approached the bell, but it was too late. The closer he ran, the nearer he got. The bell was farther than expected, so he activated the ring a third time. Soon Aiden neared the lament bell. He jumped, smiling in satisfaction. If I can use this, all plans will succeed. But the main character often faces obstacles, and now was a typical case. The priest suddenly rushed in swinging a cudgel. With a thud, dirt and rocks flew, dust filling the air. Aiden dodged in time, pursing his lips with focus. So that strike just now was precise, even with my light use of the ring. The priest spoke. You must get past the other guards without using the bell. This was Bali, a senior guard protecting the lament bell. King Bali, Curse gasped, Dragon Slayer, is he even human? Aiden shook his head. Don't ask me, this is the first time I've seen a humanoid raptor. He began to draw his sword. Aiden had exhausted his ring charges for the day with no other option. He said in a low voice, if you block me, I will take you down, step aside. Bali laughed contemptuously. An intruder dares threaten me? Ridiculous, seems your sword skill is quite high. He gripped the mace tightly and charged forward without hesitation. Bali spoke, mentioning the intruder. It's been a long time since I've been this happy, thanks to him. Aiden quickly raised his sword to defend himself. The force of his strike was too great, and Aiden's expression changed. How could someone so strong not have mana? If we're talking pure muscle, Bali is even stronger than Duke Tirith. Aiden had never encountered anyone this strong, not even in his past life. Bali laughed again, saying that no one in the temple could withstand his attack. However, he found this person quite strong and began to grow interested. Hearing this, Curse couldn't help but comment that the stronger someone is, the crazier they tend to be. Aiden sighed helplessly. Aiden replied that he only ever encountered strange people. The two continued to argue. Meanwhile, Bali kept attacking. Aiden had no choice but to fight back. He immediately activated the Benji Spirit Shield. He hoped to block Bali's attack and counter, but the mace struck so forcefully that it shattered the shield. Aiden panicked as he realized the blow was too powerful. Aiden spat blood, his body was sent flying and crashed hard to the ground. Dust and debris scattered everywhere. Aiden lay motionless, showing no signs of movement. Bali saw Aiden's miserable state and sneered. To fall so quickly, the intruder, what a disappointment. He thought there would be a chance to train, but he felt pleased by this battle. Bali stepped into the smoke. Bali shouted that he would send Aiden to the gods, but suddenly something flew past him. He was startled as he realized Aiden could still move. Aiden hid behind the smoke and dashed out with a sword filled with aura. Bali scoffed, saying that Aiden's efforts were nothing more than vapor. A knight without a sword only had one path left, death. Bali charged towards Aiden again with the mace, but Aiden wasn't afraid. He smirked confidently. Bali was startled and asked, "Are you laughing?" Aiden replied that it was the joy of meeting the king of hell. Bali realized the truth as Aiden's sword neared the bell. Bali's face turned pale and he sighed. He pouted, saying that Aiden's target was the bell. Aiden said the bell had already rung and demanded the high priest be brought out. After speaking, Aiden collapsed from exhaustion. Bali shook his head, saying that Aiden had deceived him. The bell rang in the temple. Finally, Aiden's goal was accomplished. After healing, Aiden was able to walk again. He marveled at the excellent healing technique of the fire god temple. Curse looked on and remarked that these people were so crude. Aiden wondered about this. Curse explained that they used pure divine power to heal Aiden, but to him, it felt like torture. Aiden scolded Curse and they started arguing again. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. A priest appeared and introduced himself as Hakan Cotton, the vice high priest of the fire god temple. Aiden looked at him and politely introduced himself as Aiden Remise from the Remise Duke family. Curse asked in surprise if Aiden knew Hakan. Aiden nodded slightly, saying that Hakan was the successor to the high priest position and the one who caused the fall of the fire god temple. Aiden was curious about Hakan but noticed he was more serious than he had expected. He apologized for sneaking into the temple. Hakan smiled and said that Aiden was a guest of the temple since he had rung the bell. Hakan pointed to Bali and explained that Bali wanted to meet Aiden again. Bali poked his head in and smiled at Aiden, greeting him cheerfully. Aiden felt uncomfortable seeing Bali but still pretended to smile and greeted him back. Bali apologized, saying he was sorry that Aiden's shield had broken. He offered to let Aiden take another shield from the temple. Aiden refused, saying his shield could regenerate on its own. Bali appeared intrigued, and Curse guessed that the shield was linked to the spirit realm, allowing it to restore itself. Aiden responded that the shield was not easily destroyed and had yet to fully recover from the battle with the Death Knight. he needed to be cautious for the next 4 days. Aiden said that he wanted to meet the high priest to discuss capturing Joseph and his daughter. Hacken seemed uncomfortable and said that according to the rules, Aiden should meet the high priest, but it was currently difficult to see him. Instead, the highest authority available would meet Aiden. Aiden wondered why he couldn't meet the priest again, especially since he had rung the bell. He worried that something had happened to the priest. Aiden explained that the priest had helped him when his life was in danger in his previous life. Curse mocked Aiden for that and said that Aiden was like Talos, the demon from hell. Aiden and Curse argued again. Hacken led them to a door and said that the highest authority in the temple was inside. Aiden was curious about this person. Aiden thought about this person but remained determined to meet the highest authority to demand Joseph and his daughter be returned. Hacken bowed respectfully and said this was the person who had rung the bell. Aiden looked up and saw a little girl chewing on something. Joseph saw Aiden and exclaimed in surprise. He never expected to run into Joseph and his son here. He was surprised and asked, "How are you here?" What surprised him even more was that Bali and Hacken were bowing to them respectfully. Bali seriously greeted them. "Greetings to the holy body of the temple, the servant of the fire god, the representative of the deity, Saint Eldest." Aiden gasped, "What, the holy body?" After a great shock, Joseph led Aiden to a private room to talk. He looked at him with an annoyed expression and said, "Explain this, Joseph." Joseph knew Aiden was angry and quickly smiled. "I will explain everything, but first let me reintroduce myself. I am Joseph, a former member of the Seven Stars Guild, serving the master of the fire god." "The Seven Stars Guild?" Aiden exclaimed, jumping up from the table. The Seven Stars Guild was founded by the greatest alchemists of China at the fire god temple. He suddenly understood why he hadn't met anyone like Joseph in his past life. Curse asked in surprise, "Are you that surprised?" Aiden explained seriously. "The fire god temple monopolizes all the alchemists in China on the continent. The best skilled members of the Seven Stars Guild hold the power." Aiden continued with doubt, "Why would someone like you be here with your daughter?" Joseph hesitated for a moment then spoke. "Every 40 years, a saint is born and ascends to the position of high priest. This saint serves for 40 years. After 40 years, a new saint is born, marked by the divine seal. 10 years ago, the candidates for the new saint were brutally killed. From those just reaching adulthood to babies only 1 year old, all were murdered. Alice was also one of the marked ones. How could I let my daughter be killed like that? So, we left, going to a distant place where the temple couldn't find us." Aiden nodded. "I understand now." Joseph continued, "But recently something shocking happened at the temple. The candidates for the saint were killed again." Aiden was horrified and recalled his past life but saw no such events happening at the fire god temple. What on earth is going on? A few days ago at the Duke Remy's mansion, a group of priests charged in but were blocked by Spen. "Without the Duke's permission, no one can take these guests out of the mansion," Spen firmly repeated. The lead priest grumbled, "How dare you obstruct the execution of the holy temple? No matter your authority, if you interfere with the holy temple's duty, you will face the consequences." The two began to argue loudly. At that moment, the door suddenly opened. On seeing the person stepping out, Sven immediately reminded him, "You shouldn't be out now." The priest waved his hand. "Joseph, it's me." The person who appeared was Joseph. He glanced at Spen and asked, "Lord Spen, may I have a word with him?" Joseph didn't want to bother Aiden, so he stepped outside. Eventually, Spen agreed to let the two meet. The priest entered Joseph's room. Joseph, not wanting to hear him ramble, immediately asked, "Cass, how did you know I was here?" Cass replied, "Actually, I thought you were dead after you escaped, but I realized I was wrong when I didn't see any new sinners born." Cass knew Joseph's location from the Severus Guild's destruction incident. That's why he came to bring Joseph and his son back to the temple. Joseph glared at Cass and coldly said, "But you don't need to be so forceful. There might still be people targeting sinners in the temple. Can't send Alice to such a dangerous place," Cass said awkwardly, "but we have no choice. There's a reason we must bring you back to the temple at all costs." Aiden, hearing this, gasped, "Has the high priest fallen ill?" Joseph nodded inside. "Yes. Neither holy techniques nor medical skills can save him. If the worst happens, the holy fire may be extinguished, leading to the temple's downfall. That's why in 4 days they plan to make Alice a saint through the awakening ceremony, using her power to heal the high priest. This way, the holy fire will burn brightly again, and the temple will regain its majesty." Joseph added regretfully, "I'm truly sorry for causing you trouble without explaining sooner." Aiden stood there in silence, saying nothing. Seeing this, Joseph's heart raced, guessing that Aiden was probably angry. In reality, Aiden wasn't angry, he was just puzzled by what was happening. He thought to himself, "In my past life, the high priest's illness took 3 years to develop. Why is this event happening earlier than expected?" Aiden began to suspect that the future had already started to change because of him. After a while, Aiden learned the full story from Joseph's account. He left the room. even though Joseph had given him permission to stay there for now. He needed to find the key reason that caused the future to deviate. When Kurz learned Aiden's intention, he panicked. "Do we have to stay in this damn place any longer?" Aiden calmly replied. "If we find out why the past changed, we can leave early, so let's cooperate." While Aiden was thinking, Bali pointed to a room and said, "This is where the high priest is staying. As I said before, the meeting time is only 5 minutes." Aiden nodded lightly and entered the room. Upon entering, a strong, foul odor immediately hit Aiden's nose. He looked at the person lying on the bed. It was Theo. He looked as if he had already died, lying still without moving. His complexion was pale. Aiden recalled that in his past life, this kind old man had died before he could repay him. He had intended to repay him in this life, but now he saw him lying like this. However, at that moment, Aiden noticed something strange. Around Theo's body was a swirling black aura. He frowned, wondering, what is this energy? He spoke up, "Didn't you witness it many times in your past life?" Hearing this, Aiden vaguely asked, "Did I witness it?" He explained, "It's a curse, the assassin's curse." Upon hearing this, Aiden's face immediately turned grim. He continued, "Normally, a person wouldn't be able to see this curse, but because the high priest's soul is in the body of the cause, you can see it. This curse is very intricate. Poison of the curse has accumulated over time, weakening Theo's body." Aiden clenched his fists, his nails digging into his skin, drawing blood. The curse was a characteristic of sorcerers, and it had accumulated over a long time. This meant that the high priest had faced an assassination attempt by a sorcerer hiding within the temple. Even in his past life, this was not a disease. Aiden thought to himself and then asked, "How do we break this curse?" Kurz calmly replied, "This curse has merged with him. A curse this severe is very hard to break, even by the one who created it. But if there's a way to break it, it would definitely require all sorcerers who understand the structure of curses." Aiden was reflecting on what Joseph had said, that the more divine power one injects into their body, the worse the outcome. He realized that this meant Alice would become a threat to the one who had cast the curse. If the high priest recovered, all the accumulated effort to enforce the curse would be destroyed. Therefore, targeting Alice seemed highly plausible. Aiden needed to ask Joseph to increase her protection. Just then, a loud scream suddenly echoed from outside the door. Aiden turned around and immediately recognized Alice's voice. Without hesitation, he ran outside. Aiden clenched his lips. Had they already made their move? He felt anxious, not only for Alice's safety but also for the schemes of the dark mage behind it all. When he arrived, he saw a crowd gathered around Alice's room. Aiden squeezed through the crowd, calling out in panic, "Alice, are you okay?" However, as he looked around, doubt filled him. This scene did not resemble an intruder's attack. Aiden looked at the woman standing nearby and asked, "What's going on?" She shook her head in panic. "I didn't do anything wrong, I was just refilling the lamp," and then the girl screamed. Upon hearing that, Aiden looked toward the bed and saw Alice sitting there trembling, her sobs never ceasing. Aiden understood the situation. Alice had often slept with the light on at the Duke's residence. Perhaps she hadn't yet overcome the trauma of being imprisoned underground. He approached Joseph and suggested, "Joseph, could you have everyone leave?" Joseph looked at him with suspicion but eventually agreed. The door to the room closed, leaving Alice still immersed in fear. She hugged her head, trembling, muttering, "I'm so scared." A warm voice sounded, causing Alice to snap out of her fear. When she looked up, she saw a hand reaching out to her. Aiden gazed at her gently and whispered, "You're fine, Alice. No one can harm you, not even the Lord of Hell, so don't worry." Seeing Aiden, Alice's tears welled up. She couldn't hold back anymore and threw herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Her tears soaked Aiden's clothes, but he didn't mind, patiently comforting her. After a while, the crying in the room gradually subsided. Aiden sat next to Alice, kindly asking, "Do you feel better now, Alice?" She nodded slightly, though her expression was still tense. Aiden asked further, "Is something wrong?" Alice hesitated for a long time before speaking, "Should I become a saintest? Because, you see," she stopped, uncertain, unable to continue. "The saintesses in fairy tales are always strong, brave, and beautiful. I'm not kind nor special. Can I really become a saintess?" Alice said sadly, longing only to return home with Aiden and play. Aiden couldn't help himself and flicked Alice's forehead. The sudden pain made her scream. Her eyes filled with confusion as she looked at Aiden, as if asking why he had done that. Aiden explained, "The little things you hear make you think too much. You don't really understand what it means to be a saintess." Alice asked suspiciously, "What about you?" Aiden smiled and replied, "Of course, what do you think I am? Before I was friends with the saintess." He paused, unable to continue. The image of betrayal from his past life resurfaced, making Aiden wonder if someone like Spica was really worthy of being called a friend. Alice didn't know his thoughts, still happily chatting beside him. "What friend?" she asked. "Friend." At that moment, Aiden gently patted her head and calmly said, "A young lady doesn't have to be kind or brave. After all, a young lady is still human. If you want to be angry, be angry. If you want to cry, cry." Aiden added that Alice could go home whenever she wanted. Hearing this, she immediately nodded happily. Aiden thought the conversation had ended, but Alice suddenly asked, "But brother, didn't you say we must be friends? You two close friends?" He shook his head and denied it. "Not exactly, we were just friends." Aiden had a hard time handling Alice and finally managed to step outside. He sighed in frustration, feeling more tired than after a training session. Even Curse couldn't help but sigh. Just listening to this feels like drinking a jar of holy water. Joseph was waiting outside and quickly asked, "Sir, Alice is fine, right?" He nodded gently and replied, "Yes, you can go in and keep an eye on Alice." Without hesitation, Joseph opened the door and entered, thanking him. Only then did Aiden notice that there was someone else nearby. He asked in confusion, "Why are you here?" The person was Hacken. The man slowly explained, "I heard there was a small issue and you're handling it well. You saved a young lady who is the future of our organization. Therefore, I must personally thank you." Aiden smiled politely, "Haha, no need." He then shook Hacken's hand. As their hands met, Curse sensed a dark energy surge. His expression immediately darkened. He quickly called out, "Aiden." Aiden was startled, his eyes filled with confusion. "What's happening suddenly? Why are you calling me?" Curse said in a deep voice, "That man is a dark wizard." Aiden's expression became serious and the air around them seemed to freeze. Hacken is actually a dark wizard. A moment later, in the dark underground chamber of the fire god temple, Hacken was there. He angrily slammed the table, his face filled with fury. "That damn brat, I can't believe he's ruining everything. I should have chased and eliminated the one who escaped with the city seal." Just then, another priest approached and advised, "Please calm down, Lord." But Hacken did not listen and angrily shouted, "How can I calm down? This sect should belong to me. It cannot be taken by anyone else. When will those saints arrive?" Priest immediately responded, "They said they will arrive soon. I will inform you when they do." Hacken frowned, his tone cold. "It doesn't matter when the saints arrive, we just need to kill her. The saintest will be eliminated by an awakened saintest assassin 2 days from now, and he will become the leader of the fire god temple." With that, Hacken smugly laughed, looking like a madman. Meanwhile, someone was silently observing, Aiden. He had guessed that there was a dark wizard in the temple, but he didn't expect it to be him. Moreover, there were still more of his allies, not just him. At that moment, Curse also jumped out, laughing. "The moment we shook hands, I could feel the dark magic and report it to you. And I could also feel it was a rather powerful magic." Aiden cursed, "These filthy dark wizards, there may still be more dark wizards in the temple besides these two." "But there's something strange," Curse repeatedly asked. "What are you talking about?" Aiden didn't understand why the situation seemed worse than in the past. "Is it because you saved Alice? First, you need to see who these saints Hacken mentioned are." Meanwhile, outside the fire god temple, a shadow quietly appeared. The person looked up at the sky and whispered, "I don't know who you are, but I will guide you inside." A voice responded from the darkness, "I can't believe I don't have enough information for such an important event. Can't you handle this better?" On hearing this, the other person immediately retorted, "We had to leave everything because of you. Also, who would have known that the brat with the Holy Spirit was still alive?" Aiden was also there, and he overheard their entire conversation. So this was the reason Hacken changed his plan. The voice from across had sounded familiar. At that moment, the person again snorted and commanded, "Because he advanced his position too quickly, there will also be consequences for the Lord, right?" This remark angered the person on the other side. Without hesitation, he grabbed his neck. Soon, a cold voice rang out, "How dare you threaten me like that? If you don't watch your mouth, I'll cut off your limbs." The man was choked and struggled to breathe. He quickly begged for mercy. The other person snorted and then threw him to the ground. Stepping out of the shadows, he coldly warned, "There won't be a next time." Seeing this, Aiden immediately became curious, finally seeing the face of the other person. But when he saw it, he froze. It was none other than the Red Knight, Benny. Curse asked in confusion, "Is he related to the past life?" Aiden quickly replied, "I believe so, he's Sinbada's hound." Thinking of this, he grew angry. Now things are starting to make more sense, that damn Sinbada. In the past life, he said the dark wizards were ruining the world. Shu and Fong went to eliminate them under the banner of being a knight. So the knights must have had corrupted souls from the start. Now Aiden has seen many of their filthy faces. Curse still asked in confusion, "But why are they helping Hacken become the leader?" Aiden slowly replied, "It could be due to inheritance rights. A powerful family doesn't just rely on military power but also on important backing forces. And since Dyer was injured during the explosion, Sinbada naturally aimed for the first priority inheritance position. Now things have changed because you saved Dyer." But Aiden didn't understand why Sinbada still had no shame, that damn traitor. In the midst of his anger, Aiden didn't notice and revealed his aura. By the time he realized it, a strong killing intent surged towards him. Benny, who didn't know when, had charged at Aiden. He shouted furiously, "So there's a rat here." Without hesitation, a sword beam filled with mana rushed toward Aiden. Aiden quickly dodged to the side. Swordsmanship is still as fierce as ever. "Did he sense your presence early on?" At that moment, the priest from earlier rushed in to stop him. "If you make this much noise in the middle of the night, it'll be hard for me to do my job." Benny looked at him coldly and said, I don't think this is the word of a rat still following but failing to notice. You're useless, go play somewhere else. As soon as he spoke, the priest's expression turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and cursed, how dare you, but he only spoke out of anger, afraid of dying, and quickly turned to flee. Seeing him run like a dog, Benny couldn't help but click his tongue in disdain. If I didn't have a mission, I'd definitely cut that idiot down. With that, he turned his gaze back to Aiden, commanding, Hey, small fry, think about whether you can block my sword. Your skills certainly aren't ordinary. What are you doing here? Aiden did not yield and answered, What if I don't want to tell you? Benny was taken aback and sneered, Now that's amusing. Although Aiden provoked him like this, he knew it was too difficult to fight Benny right now, so it was best to retreat. Thinking quickly, Aiden swiftly dashed off like the wind. Benny immediately gave chase and quickly blocked Aiden's path. Coldly, he said that playing with cowards was no fun, and they always spill everything eventually. He was eager to see how long Aiden could stay silent. As soon as he finished speaking, Benny lunged like a madman, forcing Aiden to raise his sword in defense. Witnessing Benny's frenzy, Curse couldn't help but marvel. It was surprising to see a human so similar to Talo. Aiden sensed it too. He was one of the most insane people I had ever met. But now was not the time for discussion. Aiden's situation was critical. Benny at least possessed the supreme sword aura rank, Ling Shield Bensi, but it hadn't fully recovered, so he couldn't use it. However, there was another way. Benny would realize it soon enough. He continued his relentless attacks, clearly aiming to corner Aiden. However, after a few moves, he realized something unexpected. Aiden's swordsmanship felt strangely familiar, and Benny's expression immediately soured. Seizing the moment while Benny faltered, Aiden hurriedly spoke. Red Knight Beninier, impressive. Hearing this, Benny immediately stopped and asked in astonishment, How do you know my name? Impossible. Before Aiden could reply, Benny cleverly continued, Now I understand. Seeing your swordsmanship, I recognized it as similar to my lord's style. He assumed Aiden was one of Dio's men. Aiden felt helpless and could only apologize. After a moment, he spoke slowly. Think you can get away with this after involving the dark mages? He scolded. Take this, you foolish dog of that merchant knight. Enraged, Benny struck again. Aiden didn't counterattack, only held a firm defense. Aiden realized Benny had gone completely mad, believing he was Dio's subordinate. This family was chaotic. Everyone screamed the same way. This Red Knight had many personality issues. Those who rage easily lose reason and can't control their surroundings. Became more uncontrollable and less aware of what was happening around them. A clash of swords rang out as two sharp blades met. Benny laughed triumphantly. You only know how to counter, nothing else. You can't beat me with moves like that, understand? Before he could finish, blood suddenly flowed from his nose. He wiped it with suspicion. Danger surged instantly, causing Benny to panic. A swift sword aura shot toward him, and he hastily raised his sword to block. Yet he was still pushed back, losing his balance and unable to stand firm. What did you do to me? Seeing this, Aiden grinned with satisfaction. Too late to notice now, my skill is resonance. Every time my sword touches an opponent, it generates a type of spiritual wave that disrupts their magical flow. At first, it's weak and barely noticeable like an illusion, but if it accumulates long enough, it becomes a lethal poison. If Benny were a normal swordsman, he would have been defeated by now. However, he still resisted, forced backward by Aiden, and began to scream, You think you can defeat me with these 3 pathetic moves? Take this. Aiden sneered, I'm not that fond of it. You can catch me if you want. You seem angry. Benny's fury grew, cursing, Dog of Dio, how dare you speak like that? Take this, dog of that fat man. Dogs shouldn't bark at night. Benny's expression shifted constantly, gritting his teeth. How dare you utter his name from your mouth? I'll tear you apart. With that, he charged, sword raised. Aiden remained calm, mocking, scared, then I have no choice. As he spoke, Aiden pulled out a glass vial and threw it at Benny. Benny hastily blocked with his sword, sneering, You can only resort to such dirty tricks. Before he could finish, the vial suddenly exploded. Thick smoke enveloped the night. Benny screamed in fury, Bastard, don't run. Come back and fight me, I'll tear you apart. Unfortunately, there was no one around him. Enraged, Benny's face turned crimson as he threw his head back and yelled at the empty air. This bastard, all you know is running away like a pathetic coward. Aiden paid him no mind and successfully retreated. Curse asked suspiciously, Why did you run instead of finishing him? Aiden replied reluctantly, At my current level, I can't defeat a supreme sword or a knight without the Ling shield. Luckily, I have Cassie's special smoke bomb. She hesitated a bit making it for me, but now it's fine. I must make sure that dark mage doesn't escape. Meanwhile, the priest had just left their battle. He intended to report to Hacken that someone had discovered their identities. However, behind him, a loud shout suddenly rang out, You bastards are always a problem. The priest panicked and tried to dodge but failed. The sharp sword aura struck him, killing him instantly. The next morning in the dark mage's chamber, Hacken was still burning with anger. He slammed the table and shouted, What the hell is going on? The guide for the night disappeared and the night isn't here either. He suspected betrayal or capture, but the holy ceremony had to proceed today. He had no time to ponder further, but suddenly remembered something and grinned maniacally. I still have a perfect candidate for this, can use that boy. At the entrance of the Holy Flame Cathedral on the day of the awakening saintess, crowds gathered densely. Joseph held Alice tightly, crying, "My daughter is going to be the saintess." "Impossible." Alice sighed helplessly. "Father, stop crying, I'm embarrassed." Seeing him, Alice's expression changed and she nodded happily. "I remember now, Aiden, I will reclaim everything the saint caused me, not leaving anything behind." Joseph looked at Aiden confused. "What have you taught my daughter?" Aiden smiled. "Ah, just how to live without taking losses. It's time for her to go." Though reluctant, Joseph let Alice enter. The priest beside him quickly advised, "Lord Joseph, no one else is allowed with the saintess. She will be safe, remain calm." Joseph continued crying, "Alice, take care of yourself." Aiden sighed beside him. Acts like he'll never see his daughter again. At that moment, Hacken suddenly appeared from behind, smiling sincerely. "Aiden, I need you to come with me for a moment." Aiden was suspicious but followed Hacken to a corner of the sanctuary. Hacken looked at Aiden seriously and whispered, "I have an important task for you." Aiden stared back, unsure how to respond. He looked at Hacken with suspicion, not understanding why they had to speak in secret. Hacken shook his head slightly and explained that he just wanted to give him a small gift to thank him for what he had done. Then he opened the wooden box. Inside was a special pill. Hacken smiled and said it was the highest quality pill left in the temple. It was so rare that it was very difficult to make. Hacken explained that if Aiden revealed this pill publicly, the entire temple would descend into chaos. Therefore, he had to meet Aiden in private to give it. Seeing the pill, Aiden asked excitedly if he could really take it. Hacken nodded firmly and added that he was the one who saved the future of the Harmony Temple. Without hesitation, Aiden took the pill and swallowed it immediately. Hacken looked at him with a satisfied smile. As soon as the pill was swallowed, Aiden began to show unusual signs. Blue veins appeared on his face and his eyes went blank. Hacken, satisfied, thought to himself that his plan had succeeded. The pill was cursed, meant to make Aiden a slave. Aiden began losing consciousness. Hacken murmured with pleasure that even a master swordsman could not resist this curse. Then he gave Aiden an order. "I command you." Aiden, like a puppet, obeyed without resistance. "Yes, master," Hacken whispered, instructing Aiden to use the back door to kill the child during the awakening ritual. Elsewhere, Alice was walking along a path surrounded by a powerful flow of holy energy. Soon, a blazing flame appeared before her. She recalled the bishop's words saying the flame was not hot and that she had to step into it to meet the Holy One. Still, Alice worried, what if the flame was actually hot? Alice felt fear, but Aiden's voice echoed in her mind, urging her to face it and restore justice for what the Holy One had done. She pushed aside her fear and began climbing the stairs. She closed her eyes and leapt into the flames, determined to complete her mission. "It's time to repay you, Holy One," she thought. At the same moment, a figure appeared behind her. It was Aiden, but his eyes were no longer focused. At the same time, another shadow appeared at the gates of the Holy Flame Hall. Joseph, still crying over his child, did not notice Hacken standing behind him with a satisfied smile. Hacken thought that a sudden intruder killing the Holy Maiden would be the perfect play, and ultimately, he would become the Archbishop. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed. Hacken's men were startled and turned around. Bali, leading the way, shouted, ordering everyone to stop. Behind him was an armed army of priests. Seeing them, Hacken's group panicked, not understanding why they were there and why they were in battle armor. Hacken, confused, rushed forward and confronted Bali. "Don't you know the awakening ritual is taking place? Why are you dressed like that in here?" Bali calmly replied. "I know the ritual is happening, but I came for something more important." Then he looked at everyone and declared, "Among those here, someone has allied with the dark faction." Hacken froze, unable to understand how Bali knew this. The men behind him also worried, while Hacken panicked and hastily objected. "You have no right to spread false rumors." A deep voice suddenly rang out, making Hacken even more terrified. The priests nearby were also shocked. The voice belonged to the Archbishop Ket Theo. Hacken realized that everything was now beyond saving. Archbishop Ket Theo looked at Hacken and said, "It's over, Hacken. Vice Archbishop, no, Dark Mage Hacken." Hacken, angry and disappointed, gritted his teeth. Finally, his identity had been exposed. Hacken looked around and the priests behind him were equally shocked. No one expected Hacken to be a dark mage. Hacken, who had prepared for this day for decades, felt defeated. But quickly, he smiled again, thinking there was still a backup plan. Hacken turned back, trying to speak. "If you call me a dark mage, perhaps you still haven't fully recovered. I've worried about you a lot." Hacken tried to shift the blame, claiming that Aiden was the true dark mage. "In fact, I heard he wanted to kill the Holy Maiden. We need to find him and stop him." But as soon as Hacken finished speaking, Aiden emerged from the Holy Flame Hall, holding his sword. Seeing him, Hacken panicked and shouted, "Aiden, what have you done to the Holy Maiden?" Aiden smiled lightly and replied, "The Holy Maiden, she is performing a safety ritual." Hacken was startled, seeing that Aiden's eyes had returned to normal. "You broke the curse, how could you break it on your own?" Aiden stood still, looking toward the ancient tree outside the window and said, I know you're watching me, Nista. Want to talk for a moment? The night was silent, but an owl flew in. After hesitating, it landed on the window. It was Nista. She went straight to the point. What are you plotting? Aiden smiled and said, I know you've seen everything. The Chaos Guild is planning something. They are our common enemy. I will watch them, but I need help with one task. Nista looked at Aiden suspiciously and asked, What task? Aiden smiled and said, Lend me that. Nista was silent for a moment, then asked, Why do you need a magic suppression tool? Planning to fight the Chaos Guild? Aiden shook his head and replied, No, I just want to use it to suppress the curse on Archbishop Ket Theo. The curse left him disabled, but his mind is intact. He probably already knows that Hacken betrayed us. Nista nodded and said, Makes sense, this will be useful. She quickly created a stream of magic and a ring appeared in Aiden's hand. Nista explained, This is a dark magic resistance ring. If the Archbishop wears it, the curse will be suppressed. Nista warned Aiden, Be careful, the Chaos Guild may have brainwashed most of the temple already. They might try the same on you. Aiden smiled, saying, No need to worry, the curse on me is strong. This weak thing won't affect me. Nista looked at him seriously. Be careful, Aiden. Aiden looked at Nista confidently. Don't worry, I'll be fine. He turned and put the ring on, preparing to face the next challenges. Nista remained standing, watching Aiden sternly. She knew that no matter how strong he was in this world, everything could change in an instant. Aiden continued forward, his determination clear. He knew that only by confronting danger and never retreating could he protect everything he was fighting for. Now Hacken was so angry that his body trembled. The priests around him questioned him, but Hacken did not respond. Ket Tiu spoke up, advising him to give up out of respect for their many years of acquaintance. However, Hacken interrupted and coldly said, Give up, before yelling out in rage. Hacken yelled furiously, Do you understand the humiliation of not being chosen by the Holy Flame? I've spent my entire life hoping to become a saint. Do you understand the feeling of losing your life's goal? Ket Tiu, hearing this, couldn't help but feel pity, softly saying, Hacken, please don't do this. Hacken was now consumed by rage, ignoring Ket Tiu's advice and continuing to shout, Fine, I'll turn all of you into zombies, tools for me. Bali looked at Hacken with anger in his eyes and coldly said, High Priest, I can't stay silent any longer. Kill him now, Bali shouted. Upon hearing this, Hacken scornfully replied, Do you think you can defeat me? As the words left his mouth, dark energy began to swirl around them. Not only did Hacken take action, but several hidden priests also began to attack. The priests in armor and weapons moved forward to block, but before they could do anything, their eyes suddenly became vacant. We're under control and could only mutter, Lord Hacken, we will obey your command. Then, they immediately attacked the priests who were not controlled. Bali also drew his mace and angrily shouted, Why are there so many traitors among us? But by the name of the Holy Flame, kill. Unfortunately, before Bali could swing his mace, Ket Tiu yelled, Priest Bali, stop. Bali immediately halted, his face showing confusion as he asked, High Priest, why are you? Tiu did not answer but instead looked towards Hacken and said, How far do you want to sink? Hacken snorted, cursing, You're quick-witted. Hacken continued with a sinister smile, I want to watch you all kill each other. I've used magic to control most of the temple's members. If you touch me, I will make them commit suicide. Hearing this, Ket Tiu's expression darkened. Hacken grew even more smug, saying, You can't do anything anymore, Ket Tiu, give up. But just then, Aiden's voice suddenly interrupted, Wait, about 15 people, right? Hacken was startled and turned around to look. He saw Aiden quickly moving past the controlled priests, and in an instant, 2 priests fell. Aiden smiled and said, Just 2 for now. Hacken, seeing this, was enraged and yelled, I told you I'd make them commit mass suicide. Aiden shrugged indifferently and replied, Who cares, go ahead and kill them. Anyone who doesn't know would think you're the villain here. Aiden's words infuriated Hacken, who yelled, You think I'm not serious? As soon as I give the order, they'll... But he didn't finish his sentence. Aiden laughed wickedly and said, Go ahead, I won't interfere. I'm not even a member of the temple anymore. He said all he needed was one thing and only wanted to have some fun fighting the members of the Chaos Guild. During this, Hacken's anger reached a boiling point, his face turning pale. You know I'm a member of the Chaos Guild, meaning you've been targeting me from the start. Realizing this, Hacken grew even angrier and ordered, Kill him immediately. A group of controlled priests immediately rushed to attack Aiden. Seeing this, Kurz couldn't help but jump out and ask, You're not planning to kill all these innocent people, are you? Aiden smirked and replied, I'm not that heartless. Kurz, hearing this, was speechless. Anyone would be crazy to believe you. Aiden calmly continued, The Chaos Guild has placed curses on many people because one person alone is strong enough. If I break the curse on a few, the others will automatically be free. Aiden took out several glass vials and quickly ran toward the priests. Without hesitation, he threw the vials towards them. In an instant, smoke filled the area. Hacken smirked, muttering, What kind of cursed smoke is this? That bastard is using such a cowardly trick. Hurry up, kill him. At the same time, Aiden dropped from the air. His gaze grew determined, and in a moment, he darted forward like a bolt of lightning. Time passed, Hakon's face grew increasingly grim. He could feel the number of dark mages decreasing. Realizing this, his body trembled. After 10 years of hard work, he could not let this plan fail. Hakon was unwilling to accept it, with only one option left. At that moment, from within the smoke, a priest fled for his life, screaming for help. Unfortunately, Aiden dispatched him with one sword strike. He muttered to himself, pretending to be innocent, "You reek of dark energy." Aiden noticed there were still 6 people left, including Hakon. Suddenly, he realized that the number of dark mages was still decreasing. "Is it Bali?" he asked. At that moment, Ko spoke up, "They won't disappear." Ko calmly explained, "The dark power is being concentrated in one place. What you're seeing is Hakon's doing." Around Hakon, dark energy swirled, causing the priests to scream in fear. "It's clearly Hakon, please spare me, please." But Hakon didn't show mercy. The dark energy devoured the priest. Hakon, extremely pleased, said, "I offer their lives and half of mine to you. Power of the hellish nobility, please come down here." Hearing this, Aiden's face turned grim. "Hellish nobility? Don't tell me it's what I think it is." Bali, horrified, exclaimed, "What the hell is that?" Tiu trembled in fear. Has the world reached its end? The sky had turned as black as ink, enveloped by dark magic. Soon after, the priests with purple eyes returned to normal. The priests were no longer controlled, the curse had been lifted. Bali shouted, "Everyone gather, the real battle begins now." He muttered in surprise, "I've never seen such sinister energy before." To the horrified gazes of everyone, the stream of energy suddenly shot down from the sky to the ground. Bali, panicked, asked, "What's going on?" No one knew what was happening. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, and the priests who couldn't escape were buried in the rubble. Bali thought he would be caught in it too, but when he opened his eyes, he found himself safe. Fortunately, Aiden had shielded him, so he was unharmed. Aiden didn't have time to explain, quickly saying, "Priest Bali, take everyone to safety, away from the shrine." He said this because a shadowy figure appeared in the smoke. Deep, hellish voice echoed, "This is the air of the River of Souls." The voice had a hint of emotion. "What a beautiful world this is. I'm shocked that such weak creatures can live here." Upon hearing that sound, A's face immediately darkened with anger. Hakon, bruised and beaten, had summoned an unimaginable entity, a hell demon with 2 long horns on its head and massive wings on its back. He spoke slowly, "I never expected to see him here. How surprising. Who summoned me?" "Haka, you finally speak." "Demon, I am your master. I traded half my lifespan to summon you. Obey my command and kill all those." Before he could finish, a sharp surge of immortal energy sliced across the old man's neck, severing Hakon's head from his body. The summoned demon paused, expecting a delicious soul, but Mephisto scoffed at the old man's filth. He had no desire to consume the old man's soul. Aiden bit his lip fiercely. This hell demon had brought destruction to his previous world. Intelligent and high-ranking, it had even forced master swordsmen into struggle. His past life, he could defeat it with a single strike, but now he could not. Aiden suddenly realized the priests behind him were unconscious on the ground. He wondered what had happened. Curse, unable to restrain himself, reminded him that the demon had a special move called Illusion Mist. Anyone trapped in the nightmare would have their life force drained. Of course, he would not let that happen to Aiden. Aiden was slightly surprised, thinking he understood, but curious about such a creature. Curse continued, "Mephisto, the deceitful and cunning demon. In the past, he dared to trick me, but I ultimately subdued his soul." Aiden sighed, thinking, trick even the Lord of Hell? Crazy. At that moment, Mephisto suddenly approached his face. He snorted coldly, "What an interesting human." A's face flashed with panic. Ignoring his reaction, Mephisto continued, "You can still move within my bone barrier. I wonder what your soul tastes like." Truly a high-ranking demon, merely standing there pressured Aiden. Seeing his fear, Curse quickly reassured him, "Don't be afraid. Mephisto hasn't reached full power. That human summoning ritual is extremely unstable." Therefore, Mephisto had not yet regained even half his initial strength. Aiden hesitated, unsure what to do. Mephisto said again, "My pathetic weakling." Aiden replied, "Stop barking, you're making too much noise." Mephisto panicked, "How do you know my name?" Aiden snorted, "You're quite famous both above and below." He said Mephisto was a pet dragged around by the Lord of Hell like a dog. If one knew how to trick the Lord, a few tips could be taught to him. Hearing this, Mephisto grew furious and shouted, "What pet, just tips? How dare you? I am a noble demon, arrogant human, how dare you say that to me?" As he spoke, Mephisto swiped his claws at Aiden, but he dodged just in time, shattering the ground. Mephisto gritted his teeth, "I'll show you what it feels like for a soul to be torn apart for all eternity." Aiden panicked, like him, "Curse, what are you hiding from me?" Curse hesitated, then replied, "I only used him to experiment on demon souls." For example, to see if he retained consciousness after his soul was repeatedly torn apart and reconstructed. Hearing this, Aiden mused, "Soon I'll forget who you are. You're crazy, yet Kaz didn't yield or object." "I'm definitely not as crazy as you," Aiden replied lazily. He needed to plan his next move. Too many people were here, so he needed another location. Mephisto seemed to anticipate this and rushed forward. "Do you think you're running, pathetic human?" His sharp claws attacked, tearing the air apart. Fortunately, Aiden dodged in time but still felt the impact. Even without half his strength, he was so powerful. Aiden's expression turned grim. He raised his sword to block Mephisto's massive foot. The force was overwhelming. Aiden was slammed into the wall, groaning softly. Mephisto laughed triumphantly. "You can withstand my attack, you're no ordinary human." Aiden bit his lip, thinking he couldn't use the benchy spirit shield as it needed time to recover. To defeat him, there was only one way, though he disliked it. Thanks to the superior potion Hacken had given him, all of Aiden's abilities were upgraded, even moves he had not considered, leaving him unsure whether to thank the old man. With that thought, Aiden's sword radiated black energy. Mephisto's face twisted in shock. This was Bill Zeppup's gluttonous secret technique, now capable of turning consumed souls into phantom. Aiden shouted, "Move, phantom soul!" The sword flashed, shrouding the area in dark energy. Mephisto's expression worsened. Not only mages could wield dark energy, so how could he? In an instant, a deep voice resonated, "Master, command me." A massive figure blocked Mephisto. Aiden smiled. "The real deal begins now. Experiment specimen number 1 of the Dark Lore." His words enraged Mephisto, who roared, "You bastard, I'll show you hell." Despite the commotion outside, Alice continued the ritual inside the Holy Flame Hall, exclaiming with joy, "Where am I? It's so beautiful." At that moment, a calm voice said, "It's been a while since I saw a human." A figure in black slowly approached, the Holy Flame God speaking indifferently, "I must return to sleep, so take the holy power and lead." Alice pointed directly at him and asked, "Are you a god?" The Holy Flame God froze. "You just pointed at me." As expected, Alice's voice turned angry. "Do you know how much effort I went through for you? I want my due and interest." The Holy Flame God frowned. "Bold child, how dare you ask a god for repayment?" Suspecting someone had wronged the girl, he found it amusing. Thinking so, he smiled, "Fine, I will compensate you for this life and the last." Alice frowned slightly, murmuring with doubt, "The last life?" The Holy Flame God did not answer, focusing his divine power and whispering, "Child whose fate was altered by one who lost destiny, I hope your new journey differs." Outside, Bill Zeppard launched his revival flame. The fire forced Mephisto to dodge, but Bill Zeppard relentlessly pursued, angering Mephisto, thinking, "Why fear a flame spell?" Seizing the opportunity, a in black aggressively charged from afar. His spirit commander said, "You are distracted by nothing more than an advanced trick. Experiment specimen number 1. Mephisto's face immediately darkened. He had forgotten about you. By the time he realized, it was too late. Aiden had already sliced off one of his arms. Mephisto's body flipped several times before crashing heavily to the ground, while Aiden landed alongside him. Aiden pressed his lips into a smirk. "You thought you could ignore me just because you're facing a high-level trick." Mephisto staggered to his feet, trembling violently from blood loss. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "How dare you? My arm and my beautiful wing, I won't forgive you, you useless creature." Aiden put on a teasing expression and said, "Experimental specimen number 1, why don't you ask the Lord of Hell for a new arm and wing? Maybe he'll even give you a cute angel wing." At that moment, Bill Zeppup summoned fire magic, preparing to attack. Seeing this, Aiden curled his lips. "Don't bother, you're going to die here." Mephisto roared unwillingly, "No." With a bang, a blazing inferno erupted, engulfing him in a sea of fire. Aiden raised an eyebrow triumphantly. "Sorry, Curse, you'll have to find another specimen to experiment on." Curse snorted coldly, "Worry about yourself first. My specimen doesn't die that easily." Hearing this, Aiden narrowed his eyes at the flames in front of him that were gradually dying down. Sure enough, Mephisto slowly emerged from the fire. Aiden's expression immediately soured. He pressed his lips and asked, "I knew Mephisto was a high-level demon, but how did he survive that? His arm and wing have regenerated too." Curse explained in a low voice, "Mephisto is not like other demons. He became high-level because he possesses the strongest regeneration among them, and fire doesn't harm him." Aiden frowned. Fire doesn't harm him, but he looked afraid of fire. Curse continued, "Mephisto is truly afraid of fire because I once experimented to increase his fire resistance. I threw him into the hottest inferno and locked him there for a long time." Aiden listened in irritation. "So you're the one who caused that injury to him." By now, Mephisto had returned to his normal state. His arm and wing had fully healed and his majestic aura was restored. He narrowed his eyes at Aiden, speaking with contempt, "Your tricks are useless. Do you see the difference between you and me now?" Curse asked doubtfully, "Do you have any other strategies?" Aiden frowned bitterly. He wasn't sure he could defeat him, but he couldn't abandon the others behind him either. Thinking this, he charged forward and Mephisto did the same without yielding. With a thunderous explosion, the ground shattered and smoke and fire surged. the place became a ruin. Mephisto stepped forward leisurely, his voice icy. Is that all you've got? Meanwhile, Aiden had been beaten badly, lying flat on the ground. Mephisto looked down from above, smirking. You're stronger than a normal person, but not enough to fight me. Aiden opened his eyes slightly. Like before, he couldn't concentrate and felt unusually sleepy. Was this the end of his second life? He should have made them taste their own medicine. Aiden knew he still had many people to protect. In his previous life, he could have been stronger. While he was thinking, Mephisto lunged. Consider it an honor to die by my hand. Aiden was now almost powerless and near death, truly the end. The last thing he saw was Curse's face. He looked somewhat displeased and muttered reluctantly, "That arrogant, foolish dragon slayer, fine, use my power." Immediately, the power of the Lord of Hell was awakened. Absolute suppression made Mephisto's heart pound. His body collapsed uncontrollably, his face extremely ugly. Sweat covered his forehead and he muttered incessantly. This is, right now, Aiden's body radiated dark aura. Moments later, he opened his eyes, making Mephisto increasingly horrified. He muttered continuously, "Why is this aura? This must be," before Mephisto could finish, what was inside Aiden's body coldly interrupted. Kneel. Reluctantly, Mephisto could not help but drop to his knees. He frowned and muttered, "This must be that madman." Then Mephisto looked up at Aiden and respectfully said, "I did not recognize you. It is an honor to meet the Lord of Hell. The Lord of Hell's authority is both familiar and natural to a ruler of the underworld. Absolute dominion is granted to the chosen ruler of Hell. All demon guards and residents fear the ruler. That is why the Lord of Hell can govern here and why Mephisto trembles in fear." Aiden was also slightly surprised. He thought that this authority was even more terrifying than he imagined. Curse said casually, "Have you realized my greatness? Dragon Slayer, all of Hell must fear me." Then he sighed helplessly. He couldn't believe he had come to this and unconsciously smiled. Aiden cheerfully said, "Nobody borrowed you. I'm the generous one here. You're amazing, great Lord of Hell." Contrary to Aiden's joy, Mephisto trembled violently under Curse's absolute suppression. After a while, he lifted his head and spoke, "Yes, Lord of Hell." Hearing this, Aiden smirked. He narrowed his eyes at him. "That's right, I forgot you were here. Now I'm very angry. Come here and let me vent." These words made Mephisto's face turn pale as if he had stepped in excrement. He gritted his teeth and cursed silently. Disaster? On the road to the Holy Flame Palace, a figure appeared. Alice had finally completed the ritual and slowly stepped out. The closer she got to the palace door, the clearer Aiden's voice became. The little girl ran excitedly, calling Aiden's name repeatedly. Seeing the scene before her, her pupils contracted. Alice asked in puzzlement, "What is Brother Aiden doing?" Hearing her voice, Aiden immediately turned, waved, and smiled. "Hello, kid. The awakening ritual wasn't interrupted, right? Did you see the deity's face clearly?" Alice nodded simply but very quickly. Alice pouted, "But that strange uncle didn't give me anything at all. He just kept glowing and I went home empty-handed." At this, she suddenly noticed something. Alice peeked at Mephisto lying behind and asked in surprise, "Brother Aiden, what's wrong with that big runt? He seems injured." Aiden was startled, unable to speak about Curse. He gave a vague explanation. "That one? He's your friend's pet." After saying this, Alice froze. Aiden smiled unconsciously and continued, "We've exerted a lot, so he's just resting." Hearing this, Alice nodded blankly. "I see." Curse, hearing Aiden's lie, scolded, "Dragon Slayer, you mean you're joking with him?" Aiden chuckled wryly. "Come on, I can't tell the truth to the little girl." At this moment, Alice approached Mephisto and said sympathetically, "Poor little runt, you must have worked hard." Saying this, she reached out to pat his head. Alice said gently, "Well done, little runt." At that moment, Mephisto's body suddenly burst into flames, making Alice step back in shock. Alice exclaimed, "Little runt." Mephisto clutched his head and shouted, "Holy deities of heaven and earth, my body is vaporizing." Mephisto shouted, "Please stop this fire resistance test. I know my mistake." Aiden was also surprised. The fire was divine power, meaning Alice had truly awakened. While he was still thinking, Curse jumped out to remind him, "Dragon Slayer." Before he could speak further, Aiden immediately responded, "Yes, I know." Then he bent down to pick up his sword while reminding Alice, "Close your eyes." Immediately after, Aiden slowly stepped toward Mephisto, who was writhing in pain. Aiden bid Mephisto farewell before ordering Bilge to devour him, and Mephisto trembled at the sight of the gaping mouth, unable to believe that Beelzebub was also here. There was no time to explain to Mephisto. In an instant, Beelzebub absorbed his entire body. Aiden sighed in relief as it ended, closing his weary eyes and collapsing. Alice was terrified by the scene. A few days later, after the fierce battle, peace returned, followed by a campaign to hunt down hidden heretics, with many captured and the temple undergoing a large-scale purge. Aiden briefly explained to the priests that those unconscious from Mephisto's fog had been awakened by Alice and that the dark mage residue had been defeated. This made Aiden realize his own power was still limited. Aiden realized that the traitors could easily defeat Mephisto even now. He resolved to become stronger. A voice rang from behind. "What are you thinking about?" Startled, Aiden turned to see High Priest Ketio approaching. "Why are you here?" He seemed restored by Alice's holy power, his kind eyes looking at Aiden as if seeing through all the heretics in the temple. We quickly cleaned up this place. Hearing this, Aiden merely smiled. I'm glad to help. I have a good dark mana fan. Curse within Aiden immediately reacted. I should have let you die, now I regret it. Hetio bowed in thanks to Aiden, saying, also, I arrived late due to the commotion in the temple, but on behalf of everyone, I sincerely thank you. Aiden was slightly surprised by this. He continued, without you I could not have survived or found the lost saintest. The temple might have been destroyed. To him, Aiden was the savior of the Harmony God temple. Aiden smiled at this. Aiden cheerfully replied, I only owed someone from the temple a great debt, so I'm just repaying it. Ketio asked in doubt, you owe someone from the temple? Who is that? Aiden recalled Ketio from a past life. Aiden smiled cryptically, a rather noisy fellow. One who helps others needs no reason. Ketio, unaware who he meant, smiled sincerely. I am glad that members of the temple think this way. Aiden just looked at Ketio without adding, you have returned the help from the previous life. Old man, principal and interest repaid, debt cleared. At this, Ketio spoke, there is one more thing I want to tell you. He said he already knew why Aiden was here. Alice is the future of the temple. By law, she must receive the education she had missed. But considering the murder 10 years ago and the recent incident, the temple failed in its duty and maintaining its reputation. Ketio decided not to obsess over the temple's future and the saintest, and thus resolved to establish a temple branch in the Rimmies territory. Aiden was astonished but realized Alice could study while in Rimmies. Establishing the Rimmies branch was good news, expanding the temple's influence through power and authority. Rimmies branch symbolized the Rimmies family's strength. In a dark forest, two strangers appeared, their purpose unclear. The leader said, I have a feeling the Red Knight is surely dead. He was naturally excitable and clumsy. The man said they should not act deceitfully and must be careful to ensure Lord Sinbetta becomes the next great merit. It turned out they were Sinbetta's loyal hunting hounds. This villainous act was surely sinister. After finishing at the Harmony God Temple, Aiden rode a carriage back to Rimmies, sitting in the merchant Popal's vehicle, which jolted continuously. Unused to travel, his face pale, Aiden complained, why do you look more troubled than me? Lou hurriedly replied, nothing, why would I be troubled? Aiden said Lou was hiding and scouting the number of members in the Rogue Guild, but was cursed and needed Alice's help. Aiden clicked his tongue, I will train you harshly when we return. During this, Lou panicked but could not refuse, asking, by the way, where did you store the temple rewards? Must be a lot. Aiden flinched slightly, handing over a bag. All of it is here. Lou exclaimed in horror, isn't that a space bag? This is a rare item preventing damage to contents. They entrusted this precious thing to Aiden. Aiden nodded, smiling. We also have many things like fairy silk. When packing and leaving, they discovered something strange in the temple. From the bag, he took out a purple egg, murmuring, what kind of egg do you think this is? Lou observed, thinking for a long time before saying, I don't know, as big as an ostrich egg, but the strange mana radiating, I don't think it's a common artifact. Aiden sighed. I took it from the suspicious room along with the ancient book. He tried reading it but couldn't understand the language. Lou sensed something was wrong, frustrated. Wait, was something missing? You said you found it in the suspicious room with the book. You didn't find it but mixed it in. Aiden startled. No, I just saw the room had been untouched for a long time, radiating strange mana, so I took it. Lou refused to accept it. Something missing, you can't take temple items, they won't forgive you even if they hail you as savior. We must return it immediately. Of course, Aiden disagreed. Able to persuade him, the carriage headed straight for the snow mountains. Aiden and Lou walked on the snowy ground. Jun couldn't bear the cold. Stopping at the city gate, Lou asked, aren't we going home? Aiden replied, did I say we were returning to my territory? Lou puzzled, you said you'd train me when we return. Aiden snorted lightly, you're really looking forward to that hellish training. During hellish training, Lou sulked, sighing, no, why did we come here? Aiden shook his head, I am going to meet Count Tirida, but that's not the reason we came. Aiden said there was a mission that needed to be carried out in the Dead Forest, located within the territory of Z-Earth, which immediately made Liu Cheng suspicious and asked, what mission? Aiden explained that there were treefolk living in the forest, and he needed to meet them to create the most exquisite elixir. The two reached the city gate. They were stopped by the guards. One soldier ordered, halt, this is the territory of Z-Earth. Lady Tiri is away and outsiders are not allowed in. Without an appointment, please return another time. Liu Cheng sensed something was wrong and immediately shouted loudly. Liu Cheng shouted, you are speaking to Aiden Rhymes, eldest son of Count Rhymes, who once visited Count Thierry. Step aside. Yet the guards not only refused to move but also looked visibly annoyed. Aiden was surprised and asked, what's wrong with them? Kurz scolded, you do know? You are the one who stole the Cetis family's treasure and assaulted the Lord's son during the royal banquet. Aiden realized where the problem lay but wasn't too concerned. He decided to ignore it, thinking there must be another way to enter the city. He drew his sword at his side and prepared to act. Kurz asked, "What are you planning? You're making me nervous." Aiden raised the sword before the two guards and said, "Will you let me in if I show you this sword?" Seeing the sword, the two guards grew even angrier. They tightened their grip and one, impatient, said, "We've verified your identity, but as I said, Lady Thierry is away. Please return another time." Aiden clicked his tongue and continued, "Then what about Thione?" The guard, gritting his teeth, replied angrily, "Young Master Tian is busy. Without an appointment, please leave. If you insist, we will have to use force." Lu Cheng was furious and wanted to attack, but Aiden stopped him and said, "I understand, there's nothing else we can do, right?" The two turned away, which made the guards feel smug and mocked. They should have left from the start. Too bad, he misjudged Aiden. But the answer was no. Aiden stopped a few steps away and said enigmatically, "This is enough." Lu Cheng, puzzled, asked, "What are you planning?" Aiden didn't answer, only smiled mysteriously and said, "I'll do it now." Guards were even more confused, some thinking Aiden was annoyed. But his next action made them regret it. Aiden shouted loudly, "After I strike, how about it, Dion?" Aiden's shout echoed across the territory, but no one answered. He wasn't disappointed and even smiled proudly. Soon, hurried footsteps sounded from the castle. Aiden didn't need to see who was coming and said, "Dion, long time no see." Dion rushed out of the castle, his face full of displeasure. He grabbed Aiden by the collar and demanded, "How dare you say such a disgraceful thing in my territory?" Aiden didn't hesitate and pointed at the guards, saying, "They said I couldn't enter without doing this. I had no other choice." Dion didn't let go and Aiden laughed and suggested, "Let's go inside and talk." So, after this shameless act, Aiden was led into the castle by Dion. He sat on a leather chair comfortably and said, "This leather chair is splendid." Aiden asked, "Is Lady Thierry very busy? Was she out that day?" Dion replied, "My father is currently in the observation tower due to an unusual incident in the tomb grounds managed by the tower." Dion continued, "They suspect a Cho prince appeared in the territory from there." Aiden frowned. "That's right, strange incidents have started occurring nearby. Some disaster-level monsters, including the mad dragon, will appear." He'd been too busy dealing with these sudden incidents to investigate the cause. But now it was clear, and Aiden resolved to become stronger quickly to find the cause and stop it. While thinking, Dion asked, "Why did you come to our territory?" Aiden was interrupted by Dion's voice, looked up and answered, "I want to go to the dead forest." Dion was surprised. "Do you know what that place is?" "The entire forest is toxic, filled with poisonous plants and monsters." Aiden shrugged and said casually, "That's exactly why I want to enter, to obtain the rare poisonous herbs that grow only there." Dion felt reluctant, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "I know you're not normal, but your hobby is quite strange." Dion explained, "You cannot enter the dead forest right now. It belongs to Count Cetus and is filled with powerful monsters and deadly plants. In this place, humans survive despite all the dangers. Criminals and the poor who cannot pay taxes have chosen it as a refuge," Dion said solemnly. He muttered, "But recently, bandits have appeared in the dead forest, and it seems they are raiding the village." Dion continued, "Since they appeared, many people have gone missing in Count Tyrion's territory. Therefore, Lady Thierry decided to send knights to eliminate the bandits." Dion added, "If Aiden wants to enter, he must wait until the bandits are wiped out or give up." Aiden immediately shook his head. "That won't do." Dion looked at Aiden skeptically. "Are you really concerned for the villagers? Do you still have any secret motives?" Aiden replied, "You're overthinking. I just don't want the bandits to reach the treefolk before me. If they discover them, they'll hunt frantically." Aiden thought, "I can't let the bandits seize the divine herbs. Maybe I'm being cruel, so I'll justify it by saying I want to save the villagers." Dion saw Aiden's true intent. "It seems you've already revealed your plan." Aiden ignored Dion's words, looked up at Tian and said, "I will join you to eliminate those bandits." At the entrance of Z Earth Fortress, Aiden and Lu Cheng prepared to fight the bandits. The guards saw them and were displeased. One approached Tian and said, "Young Master Tian, are you really taking them along?" Tian's expression dropped when he heard that. Yen spoke sternly. "What did you say?" The man, unaware of his mistake, bluntly criticized, "Just look at that clumsy and frail figure, they only get in the way of the mission." Aiden had embarrassed Tirith and Theon. Therefore, as a knight of Cetus, he could not tolerate this. Theon's anger grew and he bit his lip, asking, "Are you saying this as a knight of the Earth Templar?" He grabbed the man's collar and pulled him down, his voice cold. "Is your knightly reputation more important than the people's suffering? How can you call the young master of the Earth Templar a nuisance?" At this moment, his contempt only stained the reputation of the Earth Templar further. Theon assured him that both Tyrion and he recognized Aiden's strength. He was that strong. Though his actions could be a bit emotional, his eyes lit up at the thought of the elixir, making it hard for anyone to be impressed. Dion stepped up to Aiden and said, "Aiden, thank you, this will be a dangerous mission." Aiden shook his head and smiled, "No problem, I like helping others, but do you think this team is strong enough?" Bandits are bold enough to cause trouble in the Death Forest, and their numbers are likely large. Hearing this, Dion sighed helplessly. Do you think I don't know? That's why I hired a mercenary. Aiden was momentarily stunned. A figure approached from behind and asked, Is everyone ready? Dion, pleased, realized she had arrived. Aiden eagerly turned to see the familiar face, but upon seeing her, he was taken aback. Us noticed his reaction and questioned, Why are you so surprised? Did you know her from a past life? Aiden immediately denied it. No, it's our first meeting. But can you guess where she's from? Did you ask Curse if you feel anything? At that moment, the woman stepped forward to greet them. She introduced herself. Sorry for being late, everyone. My name is Luna, servant of the great god of punishment. Lau exclaimed in surprise. Servant of the great god of punishment. Does that mean you hired a bishop from the Holy Order of Punishment to kill? Inside, you really hired mercenaries from an interesting place, Dion, Lau muttered in confusion, but she doesn't seem like the rumors say. I heard that the bishops of the Holy Order of Punishment always explode with rage, but she looks gentle and pretty. Aiden smiled bitterly. Lau asked, why? He didn't say much, just murmured, you'll understand soon. Lunia walked up to Aiden, smiling. I've heard of you. You're the son of Count Remise, right? Aiden nodded slightly and replied, Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Aiden Remise. It's been a while since I teamed up with a bishop from the Holy Order of Punishment. Lunia's eyes lit up. So you've worked with my mentor from the Holy Order of Punishment before? Aiden nodded. Yes, once, a long time ago. Oh no, they were a quiet and reserved person. Lunia didn't notice the dissatisfaction in his words and cheerfully said that all bishops from the Holy Order of Punishment often do mercenary work while on pilgrimage. She continued, You must have met them a few times during that, right? Before Aiden could answer, she raised her hand excitedly. This must be fate. Just call me Lunia and let's give our best to punish the evildoers. Aiden felt a bit helpless. The Holy Order of Punishment was one of the 3 great religions specializing in combat. As a bishop of the Holy Order, to her, dealing with bandits was child's play. Once the group was ready, Dion gave the order. All right, let's head into the Death Forest. A few hours later, in the dark and deathly atmosphere of the forest, Dion led the group deeper inside. Aiden walked while observing, thinking, the forest seems more ordinary than I heard. Dion explained that the villagers had cleared the path to gather supplies. Aiden didn't mind, as he could feel a strange aura. Curse also noticed it. It was the evil energy of hell. This place truly lived up to its name, Aiden thought after hearing Curse's words. Aiden carefully sensed the forest radiating dark energy and toxins. Anyone who survived here was impressive. Rabbis had intentionally placed him in danger, and he would teach him a lesson next time. Thinking this, Aiden turned to Theon and asked, Do you think this is okay? His words made Theon confused, and he asked in confusion, What do you mean? Aiden chuckled softly and hesitated before speaking. From what I know, your father, Lord Ba, doesn't like mercenaries. Even as a bishop of the Holy Order of Punishment, Lunia was still a mercenary. Aiden asked, Is it okay that you hired her? What if you get scolded? Theon knew this but remained firm. Well, if my father finds out, he'll scold me harshly, but it doesn't matter. When the villagers' lives are at stake, who has time to be picky about methods? Mercenaries had more experience dealing with bandits than knights, so hiring her was the obvious choice. Hearing this, Aiden sighed, You're pretty smart. Once again, he felt that Dion was different from his father. Hearing this, Tian grumbled in displeasure. Of course, you stupid head, only now are you seeing my true value. A little while later, Tian's group moved deeper into the forest. Finally, a village appeared before them. Tian shouted in alarm, What is this? The knights behind him also showed expressions of horror. Lunia sighed, Oh no, may the god of punishment have mercy. Aiden was no exception, clenching his teeth. Damn it, we're too late. The reason for their expressions was that in front of them was not an intact village but charred remains. There were 5 farming villages in the Death Forest. The first village they reached had been burned down and no one survived. Worried, they continued to the second village, which was in the same terrible state. With heavy hearts, they moved on to the third village. Were eventually disappointed when they reached the fourth village. The devastation before them made Tian shiver. This was the fourth village, and the previous 3 were also like abandoned ruins. Despite their efforts to search, they couldn't find any survivors. Even this small village should have had guards, so why did it look like a one-sided battle? Aiden was certain that the ones responsible were no ordinary bandits. Who could they be? While pondering, a knight shouted, There are survivors here. Tian joyfully ran over. In a corner of the rubble, 2 bodies were trembling. When the board was lifted, they saw 2 children hugging each other. Tian sat down in front of the children and gently said, We are Knights of the Earth Templar. We've come to protect you. You'll be fine. The boy trembled. Knights of the Earth Templar, are you here to protect us? The girl rushed into Tian's arms, crying loudly. He patted her back gently and whispered, We came too late, I'm sorry. The boy hurriedly said, If you're really knights, can you save our parents too? Tian sighed. I'm sorry, but I'm sure your parents have reached a peaceful place. No, the boy shook his head aggressively. insisting that the attackers had taken his parents and others to another location and that they were still alive. As soon as he heard those words, Dion's expression immediately became serious. He was about to say something when Dion followed the children's directions and led the group deeper into a different direction. Aiden was still puzzled as to why they had taken people away instead of killing them. They didn't have enough information, but they might find a clue in the last village. The group continued moving forward without hesitation. Suddenly, a faint noise came from the forest. Despite the soft sound, Aiden heard it and quickly called out, asking if anyone was there. The group's footsteps immediately stopped. Tian bit his lip, clearly irritated. Tian cursed, "Is it those bastards? Fine, I'll make them pay." His eyes were filled with determination. At the same moment, a group of people charged from the forest's edge, and Aiden's group quickly prepared to counterattack. Tian suddenly shouted loudly to stop them, causing everyone to halt, confused about why. He stared at the opposing group, smirking and saying, "It's not a band of robbers, it's been a while." The leader of the opposing group ordered them to lower their swords. Before them stood Tian's familiar group, led by Marcus, the village chief. He suspiciously asked Tian why he was here. "Are you here to help us?" Aiden was surprised and asked if Tian knew Marcus. Tian nodded, explaining that Marcus was once one of our knights 10 years ago before retiring due to a serious injury. He approached Marcus, greeting him in a somewhat cold manner. Marcus sighed, apologizing for the recent appearance of the bandits. He paused, then remarked on how much Tian had improved, saying he almost didn't recognize him. Before he could finish, Dion placed his hand on Marcus's shoulder and sighed, "I'm glad you're all right, thank God." Upon hearing this, Marcus panicked and exclaimed, "Don't tell me the other villages have." Dion sighed, saying the nearby villages were almost destroyed. Luckily, Marcus's village was still intact. Marcus gave a wry smile, saying it was too late and he would lead Theon back to the village first. Later, at the base of the last village in the dead forest, things were not looking good. The villagers were badly wounded and the potions were ineffective. Luckily, the omnipotent protagonist Aiden had arrived. He handed them a vial of potion. Aiden said, "You can't heal those wounds with regular potions. Use this one." Hearing this, someone from the village doubted, asking, "Are you really giving us this precious potion? Thank you." Aiden glanced at the crowd and shouted for them to accept the potion. Aiden explained that anyone with wounds accompanied by black light had been attacked by dark forces and should use the divine potion to heal. Hearing this, the villagers went to take the potion. Aiden was relieved that he had brought many divine potions with him. Second Knight teased, "I thought you cared more about money than people's lives." Aiden angrily retorted, "Who do you think I am? But this isn't free. I'll make Tian pay for it. I won't let those bastards succeed." Curse nodded in agreement. While Aiden was handing out potions with Curse, a small man holding a child came over and asked, "Can we use it to treat children?" Aiden was about to nod, saying, "Of course," but before he could finish, he noticed the child in the man's arms, who was fully covered. From a distance, the child appeared to be human, but upon closer inspection, Aiden was sure the child was human at all, but a tree person. Near Marcus's village, a group of masked figures advanced, one of them visibly furious that the previously defeated and expelled band was still resisting. The companion warned not to touch him. He turned to the one in front and said, "Dark Mage, you couldn't use your power before, this time unleash everything." He demanded aggressively, "Is this how you help others? We could have taken all the food and treasures just because you said it was only for you, right?" Hearing this, the Dark Mage snorted, "Arrogant fool, all you have is strength." The talkative one ordered the captured to be brought to his designated place. The bandit sneered at the Dark Mage and left. Watching his back, the Dark Mage thought that once this was over, he could exploit these thieves. The group seemed sufficient for conducting research. In a room of the village, flickering candlelight illuminated the darkness. The tree boy, after being healed, fell asleep and later opened his eyes, murmuring drowsily, "Where am I?" Hearing him, Aiden immediately asked, "Awake already?" The boy panicked, trembling, "Please don't kill me, I don't taste good, please don't eat me." Aiden sighed, somewhat helpless. Aiden reassured him, "I won't eat you, so don't be afraid." Curse scoffed, "With that face of yours, why should he trust you won't eat him?" He licked his lips and smiled, "I said I won't eat people." But the tree boy didn't believe him and cried, "I'm poisonous if you eat me." Aiden calmly said, "Relax and eat this." He handed over a vial of medicine, its aroma reaching the boy. The tree boy inhaled twice, hesitating, "Will I be all right if I eat this?" Aiden shook his head slightly. Aiden reassured, "It's fine, I won't even use this bone powder." The boy immediately chewed it, and as he swallowed, his eyes lit up. Aiden smiled, "Good boy." Boy loved the necrotic bone powder. Curse bragged, "I told you the tree boy couldn't get enough on his own. You're glad you listened to me, right?" Aiden paid little attention, asking the boy, "But why were you injured and unconscious here?" The tree boy flinched, replying, Aiden recalled what the villagers said, speaking slowly. Those who handed you to us said you alone were found injured and unconscious outside. They barely found anyone else. The boy looked confused. Aiden interrupted, do you know what happened in this forest? If you tell the truth, I might help you. The tree boy hesitated, remembering his parents' warning not to trust humans, but had no other choice. Before he could think further, a loud voice came from outside. Guards shouted, we're under attack, the bandits are back. Hearing this, Aiden frowned, those bandits. Aiden said, they've returned. He looked at the tree boy. If you stay silent, I can't do much. For now, hide in there. Aiden prepared to leave. The tree boy still hesitated. He hoped this person wasn't like other humans. After a moment, he asked, can you really save our forest? Not like those humans, right? Aiden nodded. Outside, the bandits attacked the village gate, while Tian's knights prepared to defend the villagers. Unnoticed, behind the bandits, a dark mage began channeling magic, laughing. I've never seen them before. The more knights here, the more offerings I can sacrifice. Nice. Started casting, summoning demonic energy from hell. As he spoke, a group of monsters appeared. The knights' faces turned grim. Amid their panic, a voice rang out. So you're the mastermind behind this venomous plot? The speaker was Lunia. Petite but wielding a mace larger than Bali's, she charged into the bandits, ignoring the knights' attempts to stop her. Dion said, let her through. The knights hesitated, but there's so many. Dion replied calmly, you may not know, but no one is better suited than her in this situation. A crazed priest with an angelic face, a warrior bringing death in God's name, that was the description of the holy executioner cult. While they babbled, Lunia disappeared. When she reappeared, she was midair in a cinematic pose with her enormous mace. She laughed, ha ha, death will come to the guilty. She swung, shattering the ground. Dark Mage panicked, wondering what this creature was and where she came from. Lunia smirked, O death god, mighty bones, allow your servant to borrow this power. The huge mace struck repeatedly, each swing taking down a bandit. The Dark Mage fumed, she's wiping out both the bandits and the monsters I summoned, damn it. He began casting, ordering death upon Lunia. Dark energies surged, but in an instant she vanished. Dark Mage panicked, clueless. She was behind him, striking his head, blood pouring like rain under Lunia's strength. The monsters were annihilated, the bandits captured or dead, the attack failed. CEDUS Knights reported, we've surrounded the remaining bandits. Dion nodded, good. Did they reveal what they did to the villagers? The knights shook their heads, they don't know. They only took what could be sold. The villagers were left where the cunning mage indicated. But now the dark mage is dead too. Hearing this, Dion's expression darkened, so there's no way to save the villagers. At that moment, Aiden approached. Dion, there's one more option. Dion startled, questioning. Dion, where have you been all this time? Wait, is there really a way to find them? Aiden said slowly. There is a way, but they don't have much time left. We must hurry. Recalling the time the village was attacked, the tree child told Aiden everything. He asked in surprise, did the dark mages capture all the tree people? The boy nodded, confirming, yes, they captured and locked me up, but I escaped. He added, not just the tree people, I also saw many others being held there. Aiden frowned, thought for a moment, and asked, did they gather both the tree people and humans together? Perhaps they are preparing for a major summoning ritual. Or are they planning to turn them all into zombies? He continued. Either way, I can't accept it. How dare they mess with my elixir? Curse, upon hearing his thoughts, couldn't help but scold. What kind of person are you? Back in the present, Aiden recounted everything to Dion. As expected, Dion was furious and cursed. Those wicked bastards, what are they planning? Aiden shook his head and replied, he doesn't know either. Dion frowned, worried, and asked, then how are we going to find them? Aiden answered, someone who escaped showed me where they're hiding. I'll go there and keep an eye on them. Dion suggested, let us handle that, we'll take care of it. Aiden shook his head without hesitation. No, I can't let you go alone, I have to go with you. Dion was moved to tears and said, I can't believe it, you're such a noble person, I misjudged you. Aiden smiled lightly but felt contempt in his heart. Crying like this, forget it. He continued thinking, this chaos isn't the problem. If what the tree people said is true, it definitely ties into what I've been thinking. In the dead forest on a dormant volcano, a man approached. He looked towards the dark mage and asked, how much longer? The dark mage quickly replied, I've finished the basic framework, now we just need to dissolve the sacrificial essence to absorb it. The dark mage then asked, have the people from the 5th village not returned with the sacrifices? The man nodded. It seems they haven't come back, but they should be here soon. The dark mage smiled, good, when they return, I'll finish the work. When this gemstone is complete, my lord will be one step closer to his goal. Anne happily thought, just wait a little longer, Dare's Clemion will surely help him become the Duke of the Duchy. Meanwhile, Aiden had arrived, looking at the mountain and thinking, the dark mages managed to control the tree people village inside the volcano. Kurz was surprised. It's unbelievable, who would have thought the one behind this is that Night King. The tree boy revealed a name he had heard. Aiden listened and guessed it was dares. The tree child confirmed, yes, he and the dark mages attacked the tree people village, cut down the protective trees and locked them up. Aiden knew Dares well, one of Sinbeda's 3 dogs. Darius Clayman, the Dark Knight, he said. You need to confirm if he is the Dark Knight the tree people mentioned. Aiden planned to have the tree child identify him, but Tian stubbornly wanted to go with them. Tian said, this is an issue in my territory. Aiden angrily replied, this is driving me crazy. Tian was even more upset since Lunia also wanted to follow. She was here to kill monsters and anyone in her way had to die. Lunia was currently slaughtering the spiders, leaving Aiden helpless. She must be following out of sheer boredom. Aiden frowned. She's already wiped out all the dark mages and bandits, right? Tian nodded, yes, she's amazing. Aiden still felt strange. Curse, did you notice? Curse casually replied. Who wouldn't find someone as weird as her strange? Aiden agreed, she listens too much, she even follows what they say. Curse panicked, are you still conscious? What do you mean she listens? Aiden shook his head. You don't understand. The female bishops of the holy sect are maniacs when they kill. She can't be an ordinary female bishop, Aiden said. She's too strong, capable of handling all the dark mages and monsters empowered by demonic power. At this level, she must be a high-ranking bishop or even more, Aiden thought. This doesn't make sense. Spica should be here. Aiden decided to keep a closer eye on Lunia. Lunia spoke up, keep going. A while later, Aiden's group was hiding outside the village. Aiden asked, is this your village? The tree child nodded. Yes, originally there was an immortal tree in the center of the village. The boy stopped and Aiden guessed, the immortal tree is the source of the tree people's power. They chopped it down to neutralize that power. Dark magic is more effective when using an immortal tree as a sacrifice. Aiden frowned, what are they planning to do with the tree people and humans? He looked down and saw Darius stepping out of the village with a sword. Aiden coldly sneered, I thought the tree people were mistaken, but it's true, the Dark Knight is here. Theon saw Dares and angrily cursed, he's the one behind all this. Theon, don't rush, Aiden stopped him. He attacked my territory, took people as sacrifices. Do you want to let him escape? He's not that strong. Theon was furious, I'll kill him. Aiden shook his head, he's not alone. He came with several other dark mages, 3 of us can't defeat them. Aiden continued, Dares is not an ordinary opponent. I know him from my past life. He's as strong as Sinbeda, and he's probably close to being a master now. Judging by his abilities, he's the best knight I've ever met. Even if all 3 of us attacked, it's not certain he'd lose. If we involve the villagers, they'll suffer heavy losses. We need another plan. Aiden saw Curse standing in front of him and asked suspiciously, what are you doing? Curse was silent, closed his eyes to sense, then said, there's a disturbing presence since we entered this forest. Aiden didn't believe him and cursed, the only thing disturbing is your ass, get away from my face. Curse, dissatisfied, replied, I just want to help you, why are you saying this? You can't feel it, but my senses can't. Aiden shook his head, what good does sensing your ass do? Move away. Curse smiled lightly, you don't understand, but my senses have picked up something very strange. Aiden slightly smirked when questioned, his attitude showing suspicion, but he remained calm, unfazed by the trivial words, answering steadily, reminding the listener not to be too shocked. Under the shade of the tree, Aiden's face turned pale, unable to believe what his hands had just done, both fists clenched tightly, showing clear anger. Finally, Aiden realized something strange about this place, and it all made sense. Thinking this, he suddenly remembered something. If you use that, I've thought of a way. You mean the way to escape from here? Yes, why? He didn't answer immediately, instead looking at Tian and smiling. Are you willing to do everything for your people? Of course, for my people, I can fight to the death. Upon hearing this, Aiden smiled wickedly. Really? You can't take it back. Aiden didn't care about Dion, turning to Lunia for help. Amused, Lunia agreed. A moment later, on the left side of the forest, Tian was there but in bad shape, being chased by monsters from behind. Tian was running while shouting loudly. Aiden rhymes, you bastard, are you trying to kill me? On the right side, the Oxer forces were deployed but immediately ran away when they saw their opponents. Who are their opponents? It's the insane Beauty Luna, and she was extremely excited. This chase is so much fun, my Oxer friends, don't let me catch you or you'll be dead. Immediately, the chase began. The monsters fled. From the shadows, the tree spirit boy watched this and was somewhat speechless. He looked at Aiden and asked, are you planning to use the monsters to scare the Dark Law enforcers? Only half right. Plan to use the monsters to awaken the real monster that will fight them. Because I'm sure that snake is hungry after hundreds of years without eating. Just as you said, beneath the earth, a demon is buried, waiting for the chance to rise and devour everything. Aiden noticed the tree spirit boy trembling constantly. Scared kid? No, I'm just angry and embarrassed if we were as strong as you. Before he could finish, Aiden coldly interrupted. Don't worry, they'll pay for what happened to you and even more. They owe me too. By the way, I still don't know your name. What should I call you? That's my name. The tree spirit boy nodded and Aiden spoke directly. All right, Ed, do you remember what I said in the village? Earlier, Aiden had asked the boy what he would gain from helping him take the risk. At that time, Ad had thought a lot. If you save our entire village, I've heard our tears are very valuable to humans. So I swear on my honor, if you want as many tears as you need, I'll give them all to you. Aiden smiled and nodded. Right deal then. From now on, you need to take care of yourself more than your family. Ad didn't understand why he said that, but didn't ask for an explanation. Returning to the present, Aiden ignored Ed's reaction, drawing the Bill's Zephyrd sword and coldly shouted, "Supreme power, answer the call of our master. Summon the demon Mephisto." As soon as he finished speaking, Mephisto appeared and spoke in a deep voice. "You called me master." Although Aiden wasn't strong enough to fully restore him, this was sufficient for now. Thinking that, he immediately gave the order. "Mephisto, I have a task for you. Go find the venomous lizard clan in the lower forest, and bring them to the dormant volcano in the forest." "Yes, my master." Mephisto didn't hesitate, bowing to accept the order. Then, he spread his wings and flew up. Aiden looked on with satisfaction as he disappeared. With supreme power, he could bring down high-level demons like that. It's convenient. I must grow stronger quickly and unlock Mephisto's potential. With that thought, Aiden looked at Ed. "We should go too." Smiling unknowingly, Aiden asked, "What's wrong?" "I must keep my word. Hurry and go save your village and family." At the same time, inside the dormant volcano, Darius stood in the open ground, deep in thought. He still hadn't received word about the fifth village. Did he think they were killed? But he quickly dismissed that thought. No one here has that ability. With that, Darius felt a little more at ease and walked to the lake in front of him. Looking at the rippling lake, he couldn't help but be confused. Why were there waves on the still water? Before Darius could understand, the ground shook violently. He became alert. Something was approaching. As expected, someone was running towards him from the other side. Darius was astonished. "It's a person, that thief. It's Tian and a horde of monsters chasing after him." He screamed in panic. "I'll deal with you," Darius claimed. In the blink of an eye, Darius' face turned ugly. He pursed his lips. "They're too many, but I'm sure I can handle it." Before he could finish, he felt something behind him. Turning around, he saw the oxer being chased back toward him as if by some unseen force. The unseen force was Lunia. She was acting very unusually. Darius' expression changed, and this time he wasn't so sure. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "What are those poisonous ogres doing here? Usually live deep in the forest. What are they doing here?" The danger didn't stop there. Another group of lizards headed toward him. They weren't running on their own. Mephisto was chasing them from behind, warning that he would rip apart the lizards if they didn't comply. Darius' experiment base was surrounded from 3 sides. Darius shouted in panic, "Block them all." The knights heard his shout and rushed out to block the monsters. Taking the opportunity, Aiden and Ed sneaked inside. With Ed leading the way, they quickly entered a room. The boy looked at Aiden and asked, "Are they here?" Inside the dark room, many tree spirits were imprisoned. Ed rushed to them, calling out, "Everyone, it's me." On seeing the boy, the tree spirits in the room were shocked. "Ad, are you all right? Did you come to save us?" "I told you I'd come save everyone." But seeing the number of people in the room, Ad's expression grew anxious. "Why are only you all here? Are the others imprisoned elsewhere?" The boy's words made the tree spirits' faces darken. After a long pause, one finally replied, "We are the only ones left alive. They said they would use the others as sacrifices and drag them away." Hearing this, Ad's hands shook and he sighed, "I came too late." Aiden patted his shoulder in comfort. "It's not your fault. This just proves they're demons." Then he asked the boy to step back, reminding the others to stay away from the dangerous area. After everyone moved, he drew his sword. Without hesitation, Aiden shattered the cage. The tree people inside were now free. He looked around and said, "I know everyone is confused, but does anyone know where the others were taken? If Aiden can find that place, we might discover their purpose." At the same time outside, a fierce battle was raging. Bears led the knights fighting the monsters. Black Sorcerer also joined the battle. Many monsters had fallen and blood flowed like rivers. Meanwhile, deep underground, a monster began to stir, awakened by the smell of fresh blood. The monster slowly opened its fierce eyes, feeling a hunger gnawing at it. It extended its massive body, causing the ground to tremble. Darius sensed it and thought frantically, "What is this now?" The surface of the water began to ripple violently. Aiden felt it and smiled, saying, "It's finally awake, the Serpent King Basilisk." At that moment, the giant snake emerged from the water. Darius saw it and cursed, "Damn it." Back in time, Curse had told Aiden the identity of the monster beneath the earth. Aiden didn't believe it and asked again, "You mean the basilica's nest?" Curse replied, "This toxic energy surely belongs to it. This snake's venom is so potent that just one bite can kill a Swordmaster." Aiden frowned and said, "That's strange. The basilisk usually lives in the southern part of the forest. Why is it here?" Ursulin, dissatisfied, cursed, "If I knew, do you think I'd be stuck in this weak body? It must have starved for hundreds of years, and now it's probably starving." Dares looked at the giant snake in front of him and cursed, "Damn it, it's the basilisk again." However, he still gripped his sword tightly and said firmly, "We will not retreat. I won't let it ruin your plans. Come here, snake. As his shout finished, the basilisk immediately lunged at him, mouth wide open with sharp fangs. At the same time, in the laboratory basement, a dark sorcerer was still engrossed in his work. He wasn't worried about the monsters attacking outside. He thought that by using the monsters and the dead from the battle, the gem would be completed faster. In the end, he would become a great dark sorcerer. But he didn't know that Aiden had appeared behind him without him noticing. Aiden smiled and asked, "What's this? Doesn't look like a normal gem." The dark sorcerer panicked and shouted, "Who's there?" But before he could finish speaking, his head was crushed and he died instantly. Aiden pulled his hand back and looked at the gem on the table. Aiden said, "Is this the gem the tree people mentioned? What is this?" He picked up the gem, and as his hand touched it, it began to glow. The sudden transformation startled Aiden and he shouted, "What's happening to me?" At this moment, the system notified him, "You have fulfilled the hidden clue condition and the incomplete gem has been absorbed by the user." Aiden really wanted to throw the gem away, angrily saying, "What kind of cursed gem is this? My body absorbed it. What was that dark sorcerer doing?" After a while, the blood color slowly faded and Aiden didn't feel anything else. "What is this gem? The system says it's not completed. I don't know what it is or how to get it out." He thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out. Aiden decided to put it aside as if it were just luggage. Kurslin, dissatisfied, cursed, "Did you just call me luggage, you heartless bastard?" Aiden shrugged indifferently. Aiden pouted, "I never said you were luggage. Should we end this now?" He continued, "Because I don't want to leave this alone. Answer quickly, your scaly dragon minion." At this moment, the basilisk was still attacking. Many had already become its food. Dares, exhausted, held his sword shakily, biting his lip and saying, "Damn it, the poisonous bone makes it hard to move. If this were before, I could have taken it down with one blow." Basilisk turned its focus to Dares, its venomous fangs moving toward him. Dares gripped his sword tightly, silently thinking, "If I could just copy your sword once, it would be great." In Dares' eyes, a flash of light appeared. Then he struck hard at the basilisk's eye, causing the giant snake to die instantly. Darius breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "I've almost reached the swordsmanship level I had before." But just then, a deep voice echoed, "Congratulations on becoming a swordmaster and even a dark knight. Goodbye." Dares furrowed his brow. He had never heard this voice before. He quickly looked around, but before he could react, a sword pierced through his chest. The one who struck was Aiden, who coldly said, "Wait for me in hell, I'll send your master to you." Dares, losing too much blood and shaking, asked, "You dare? Who are you?" Aiden sneered and replied, "I'm the one your master calls a friend." Not wanting to say more, Aiden ordered, "Devour him, Baphomet." Dark energy began to appear around the sword. Dares was quickly consumed. Before he closed his eyes, he tried to report this to his master. Unfortunately, he vanished into the air, leaving not a trace. Aiden sheathed his sword, unable to help but sigh. He cares more about his master than himself. You have a devoted subordinate. With that, he walked toward the basilisk. Aiden muttered, "I don't expect him to take down the basilisk." As expected, a dog of Sinbetta. He planned to kill the Dark Knight first, then the basilisk, since the job was already done. Aiden walked and said, "This dragon slayer, why did you crawl into the basilisk's mouth?" He laughed and answered, "Because we're already here, I should take everything I can. The basilisk has many good things, you know. You can use its fangs as weapons and its skin for armor. The most important thing is the basilisk's venom. It's so strong that just using it as poison can make your body immune to all toxins." Aiden, like a bandit, rummaged through the basilisk's corpse. He happily laughed and said, "I've got everything now. Now let's see what the tree people do." But before he could leave, Kurz suddenly called out to him. Aiden turned around in surprise. Kurz spoke, "Look at its mouth. There's something a slow snake like the basilisk shouldn't have." Aiden wasn't happy but still went over to look and saw a purple gem, whispering, "This is a soul stone." Aiden took the stone. After all, it was a valuable item. The soul stone was a crystal containing dark magical energy, which wasn't surprising. All monsters were strong, but how did it end up in the mouth of a basilisk? While Aiden was thinking, a beam of light suddenly enveloped the gem. His space pouch was also affected, causing him to panic. Even the pendant in his pouch started to emerge. This was the gift his master Aiden had left in the Lycra dungeon. How could the soulstone react with the pendant? While Aiden was still confused, the soulstone suddenly left his hand. In a moment, it attached itself to the pendant. Aiden frowned, wondering if it had been a part of the pendant all along. At that moment, the system announced that this item could enhance affinity with magical and dark attributes. Aiden read it and was shocked. This was definitely a unique artifact from a dark mage, and moreover, it was a soul-binding item. Thinking of this, he angrily tossed it away. Why did these things always cling to him without permission? Get lost. But unexpectedly, the pendant flashed and disappeared. When it reappeared, it was hanging around Aiden's neck. He shouted angrily, "Damn it, why does everything seem to obey its will?" It was like glue, he couldn't remove it, and Aiden was furious enough to go mad. Just then, Rabis suddenly appeared, happily congratulating him for conquering the dungeon. "I am Rabis from the spirit merchant's shop. Aiden, still angry, wanted to take out his frustration on Rabbis. Rabbis recognized the person below as the cursed one it had met before. Cold sweat beaded on its forehead. Aiden stared at it and coldly said, "You say I've conquered the dungeon?" Rabbis panicked and quickly denied it. "It must have been a mistake." "HMPH," Aiden coldly shouted. "Here, the core, should I crush it into pieces right now?" Rabbis was very lucky to encounter such a situation. As soon as it appeared, it met Aiden, the cursed one, and could only advise him to stay calm. Nista Florence noticed the pendant around his neck. Rabbis appeared to be punished, both hands raised to the sky. He trembled, crying and cursing silently. "Damn it, how did I end up in the hands of this guy?" Aiden ignored it and continued to question. "Are you saying that the entire dead forest is a dungeon?" Rabbis fearfully nodded. "Yes, that's right." Hearing this, Aiden recalled what he had once heard. When the energy of a giant monster affects the environment, it can turn the place into a dungeon. It seemed that it happened here. He suddenly remembered something and gave a sinister smile. The tone was full of implication. "Ah, right, I almost forgot." The fire of rage within Aiden flared up fiercely as he cracked his knuckles and gave a malicious laugh. "You deliberately told me about the Treefolk village, even though you knew how dangerous it was. How dare you play tricks on a customer like this?" Rabbis turned pale, panicking and thinking to itself. After realizing that Aiden had figured it out, it continuously denied. "He misunderstood, I didn't mean that." Not believing Rabbis, Aiden threatened, "Didn't mean that. Should I report to the hat seller about a spirit merchant who plays dirty tricks on customers?" Hearing this, Rabbis panicked and said, "How did you know?" Aiden gave a cryptic smile. "Rabbis, do you think the hat seller will allow you to keep your position as a primary merchant?" Rabbis trembled in fear, continuously bowing and begging. "I, a humble merchant, have committed a crime by deceiving a valuable customer. I sincerely apologize." It promised to do anything to make up for this. Aiden coldly said, "All right, I'll spare you this time, but I have one condition." Rabbis suspiciously asked, "What do you mean?" Aiden looked at it with a sharp gaze, slowly breaking into a terrifying smile. "Sign an exclusive contract with me and I'll forgive you." Knowing Aiden's intention, Rabbis froze in fear. The spirit merchant, Rabbis could only form one exclusive contract in their lifetime. The customer had to sell all the items collected from the dungeon to the spirit merchant. In return, the merchant could not disclose any information about the customer and had to fulfill their requests. An exclusive contract was based on mutual trust, and merchants had to be very careful when making such agreements. Rabbis cursed silently in its heart. "Do you think I'll sign such an important contract with a scammer like you? I'd rather have my liver ripped out." But immediately, Rabbis' resistance was extinguished when it saw Aiden's demeanor, someone who would do anything. It thought that this human would certainly rip its liver out and eat it. In the end, Aiden seemed quite pleased. Laughed and hummed all the way. Kurz, confused, asked, "Are you really that excited?" Aiden, recalling the successful signing of the exclusive contract with Rabbis, laughed maliciously. "Of course, who told him to lead you to such a dangerous place? You'd definitely take advantage of him to the bone." Suddenly, someone shouted Aiden's name from behind. Hearing the familiar voice, he reacted immediately. It turned out to be Thion, running toward Aiden like a mad dog. Pretending to be innocent, Aiden smiled brightly. "You did well, calm down now." Kurz sympathetically spoke up. "How could you stay calm facing the one who threw you in the middle of a monster pack?" Aiden felt that Kurz's words made sense. But unexpectedly, Dion wasn't angry at all. He just placed a hand on Aiden's shoulder and said, "Thank you, Master Aiden, I really appreciate it." Dion continued, "If it weren't for your strange plan, I wouldn't have been able to save my people, and I might have even lost my knights." Aiden felt uncomfortable. Strange plan? That brat. Not hearing Aiden's reply, Dion handed him a token. Dion whispered, "Here, take this." Aiden asked with some suspicion, "What is this?" Dion calmly answered, "This is the token of my family. Whenever you need it, my family will lend you Seta's strength once." Aiden couldn't help but exclaim, "A token?" He could command Dion and the Count at will. Such a valuable item, and he was giving it to him. Looking at the token in his hand, Aiden cautiously said, "But are you sure I can accept this? Think Lady Tyrion will agree?" Seeing that Aiden was still worried, Dion smiled. "It's fine, you're the benefactor of my family." Impressed by Dion's decisiveness, Aiden smiled in amusement and asked, "You're really bold, aren't you?" Suddenly recalling something, Aiden changed the subject. "By the way, what did you do with them?" Dion also remembered his question. "Ah, those treefolk." At this moment, the treefolk were all facing the giant tree that had fallen. Each of them had a sorrowful expression. Dion sighed and said, "They're not my people, so I couldn't do anything to them. You can handle them however you like." "Oh, the kid following you is also a treefolk." Aiden was a little startled. "So you knew?" Dion answered calmly. "We've been together all this time, do you think I didn't notice?" Aiden could only smile wryly. "That's true. Then leave it to me." Aiden then walked toward the treefolk. He walked past each one before stopping by Ad. Seeing the sad expression on the kid's face, Aiden asked with concern, "How are you? Why are you standing like this?" The boy lowered his head, his gaze hazy as he said, "We are protecting the last remnants of the spirit tree." Spirit tree is a sacred being, born from the branch of the world tree that the ancestors of the tree people planted in their homeland. Therefore, it contains the entire history of the tree people and is their guardian spirit protecting their village. It is also the companion who has been with Aiden since he was young. As he spoke, the boy gently placed his hand on the trunk of the tree. Jun said, "We want to cherish the last moments with the friend who has been by our side all this time." Aiden felt admiration, wondering if there was anyone he could trust completely. At least the spirit tree had a better friend than him. Thinking about this, Aiden mocked himself and gave a bitter laugh. Who would envy a tree? Lost in thought, he reached out to touch the tree's trunk, and suddenly Aiden heard someone calling for help. "Help me." He was startled and furrowed his brows. Did the spirit tree just speak? Does it have consciousness too? He wondered. But what does it want help with? Isn't it the tree people who are better suited for this? Spirit tree replied, "You are the only one here who can hear my voice. I can speak to you because many spirits are trapped in your left hand." Aiden looked down at his bracelet. Could it be the Benchy spirit shield? "A Benchy is a spirit too," the spirit tree whispered. "I've also been trapped like other creatures, but I don't want to leave my friend in sorrow. Please help them." Aiden heard the spirit tree's plea and responded, "I'm a mercenary. I won't do anything that doesn't benefit me." But when he looked at Ed, his tone changed. "But I came here because someone hired me to do this, because another spirit asked me to save this village even before you did." Aiden looked at the spirit tree and gently said his farewell. "So don't worry, rest easy." Hearing this, the spirit tree felt at ease and replied, "Thank you, my final wish has been fulfilled." Immediately, the spirit tree began to fade. Before it completely disappeared, it sent a blessing to Aiden. The benefactor of the spirits will always receive blessing. As soon as the blessing ended, a beam of light surrounded Aiden. Upon seeing this, all the tree people were astonished. They gaped, unable to believe their eyes. The spirit tree is blessing a human? Impossible does this mean? Suddenly Ed shouted, "There it is!" At that moment, a brilliant blue light glowed from the palm of Aiden's hand. It quickly transformed into a small seed. Aiden blinked and asked, "What is this?" Ed replied emotionally, "It's the seed of the spirit tree." "The seed of the spirit tree?" Aiden furrowed his brows and muttered, "I've been thinking, why did the spirit tree leave this behind?" But something felt off. Aiden glanced at the tree people. Gazes of the people made Aiden feel uncomfortable. They looked at him with hopeful eyes. Even Ed smiled and cheerfully said, "Whoever receives the blessing of the spirit tree will become the leader of the tree people." Aiden went from one shock to another, still not recovering. All the tree people shouted in unison, "Long live the chief, thanks to you, chief." Aiden felt that this surprise was inevitable, but immediately felt dissatisfied. Why did the spirit tree do this? This is even more than the agreement I made with Ad. Aiden screamed inwardly, wanting the spirit tree to return, but his voice echoed through the forest, and no one responded. At the same time, curse inside Aiden's body felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps he was the one who could fulfill the wish inside this ring. A few days later in the Duchy of Rimes, Aiden and his father stood in the courtyard. The Countess of Rimes was absent-minded, saying, "I'm so glad you're back safely." But upon seeing the tree people in front of him, he couldn't help but feel confused. "Since you came back, we've had many visitors." Aiden gave a bitter smile and replied, "I didn't think it would turn out like this. I've been tricked." At this point, Aiden became furious. That damn treat made me become the chief. Though he had been deceived, receiving the tree people's tears was like winning the lottery. Thinking about this, he noticed something. It was Alice riding a giant dog. Where did that come from? The appearance of the dog nearly made Aiden wet himself. He panicked and shouted, "Help, chief!" Not caring about Aiden's panic, Alice mischievously ordered, "Choco, let's go." Seeing that Aiden hadn't realized, Free slowly explained, "That tracking dog is growing bigger." Aiden turned and asked, "A tracking dog?" Brit continued explaining, "A few months ago, people started noticing that dog. Listens very well and eats anything, so we fed it. It seems to be very obedient to Alice. Eventually, we let it outside and it grew this large." Aiden stood frozen, unable to believe it. Ursulin explained, "I think the main reason is you." Aiden whispered, "I didn't do anything, I just petted its head." Ursulin recalled, "When you attacked the goblin village to save your brother, didn't you awaken that dog's senses? It was that dog, with its enhanced sense of smell, it likely found and ate many herbs. In the end, it activated mana and grew to this size." Aiden was confused. "Oh, now I remember," he sighed. Having been tired for days, as soon as Aiden returned to his room, he flopped onto his bed. Feeling the warmth of home, Aiden smiled contentedly. "It's been a long time since I've been home. Nothing compares to my own bed." But suddenly, Aiden sat up straight. "I can't just leave it like this, there's still much to do." The soldier questioned, "What do you mean?" Aiden reached into his space pouch and took out a vial containing basilisk venom. He planned to drink this to make his body immune to all poisons. Kurz groaned, "Sometimes I think you're trying to die." Aiden casually replied, "It's fine, I've eaten plenty of poisonous herbs to become immune. Drinking this will complete the process." Aiden drank the venom in one gulp like it was a glass of barley juice. Suddenly, someone opened the door. Aiden, there's a guest. The boy saw Aiden drinking something and curiously asked, "What are you drinking? I've never seen this medicine before, but its color looks unusual." Aiden remained calm. "This basilisk venom." The room fell silent. After a moment, the boy rushed over. "Spit it out now." He yelled while trying to force Aiden to spit it out. "No matter how tough life gets, you can't just give up." Aiden struggled. "I'm not going to die, let me go." Aiden began to react. The venom took effect and his body started to change. Seeing this, the others became even more frantic. Aiden ignored them, waiting for the system to notify him that he had successfully adapted to the basilisk venom. They continued urging Aiden to spit out the poison, but Aiden stubbornly kept his mouth shut. After a while, Nista walked in, saw the scene, and joked, "You two are really close." Nista gently placed a teacup on the table before speaking. Aiden was surprised. "Did you come all the way here just to do that?" He noticed that something was unusual about Nista. She addressed him as Sir Aiden. In the past life, she couldn't wait to take his life, let alone be polite. Aiden wondered in confusion, why is she treating me like this? Is she greeting me or saying goodbye before finishing me off? Though unsure of what he had done wrong, Aiden still apologized. However, Nista did nothing. She simply bowed her head in silence. She introduced herself as Nista Florence, the leader of the HACMA forces in France, head of the White Moon Information Association, and the last descendant of the Florence family. She was the only one who had ventured down the dark path and sought an audience with the Lord of Hell. Aiden was surprised by Nista's words and she elaborated, "I have seen everything, you don't need to hide anymore." Aiden panicked and asked, "What do you mean, what have you seen?" Nista calmly explained. She spoke of a demon summoned at the sacred fire hall who referred to Aiden as the Lord of Hell. Aiden was confused and asked again, "What do you mean?" Nista pointed at the necklace around Aiden's neck and continued, "This pendant as well." Aiden was taken aback, holding up the pendant and asking, "What about this?" Nista slowly replied, "It's not just a decoration. It is Barak, the lost treasure of the Florence royal family. It only reacts to those with Florence blood. Without Florence heritage, you wouldn't be able to wear it." Aiden was astonished, thought for a moment, then said, "So the HACMA Florence family is the descendant of the Lord of Hell, and this pendant is mine." He angrily cursed, "Curse, damn you, curse. Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Curse only laughed, "You didn't ask." Meanwhile, Nista felt regretful for her past actions and blamed herself for not recognizing Aiden sooner. She said sadly, "I don't understand how someone as great as you ended up in this form, but I believe you have a grand purpose." Nista knelt and paid her respects, saying, "Please give me your command, my great master of hell. I, Nista Florence, will follow your will no matter what." Aiden felt uncomfortable and thought that Nista had completely misunderstood him. However, he also realized that he could make use of the White Moon Information Association. Aiden smiled satisfyingly, looked at Nista and said, "You've recognized me, huh? Good eyes." He continued, "It's a pleasure to meet you, my descendant. Yes, I am the Lord of Hell." The conversation ended as the sun began to set. Back in his room, Aiden faced Curse, who was criticizing him. "How dare you impersonate me? You should have shown the respect and dignity befitting the title of the Lord of Hell." Aiden ignored Curse and sat, contemplating the things he still didn't understand from his past life and the pendant. He felt there were still many things unclear, despite having been the hero who defeated the Dark Lord. Though not part of the plan, using the power of the White Moon Information Association would allow Aiden to easily gather information on the traitors. However, he couldn't understand why he was impersonating the Lord of Hell in this life. The next morning at the Remise domain near the monster forest, Aiden was observing the dwelling of the Treants. When people saw him, they were delighted, and Aiden simply smiled in response. A child eagerly ran up and said, "It seems like everyone really likes the forest you chose." Aiden casually replied, "Really? Well, that's good." In reality, he had just chosen a random place for them to live. He didn't care much as long as they were happy. Aiden was suspicious and said, "I discovered that the spirit tree is no different from an ordinary tree. Although it grows quickly, it's still just a tree. But it's only been 2 days and it's already this big. Isn't that too fast?" Ad laughed and said, "It's all thanks to Saintest Alice." Aiden was surprised and exclaimed, "Really?" Ad continued to explain, "Yesterday, Saintest Alice infused divine power into the sapling, which is why it grew so fast." Aiden was stunned, thinking to himself, "I didn't know her divine power was so potent." Suddenly remembering something, Ad turned and said, "The clan leader asked me to inform you that everything you entrusted has been completed, and he will take you to see him." Aiden responded, "Finished, let's go." The two then moved to YH's house, the deputy clan leader of the Treant tribe. Aiden pulled out a dark purple egg to show YH. After hearing YH's words, he frowned and asked, "So, as you said, this egg is a spiritual beast?" H replied, "Yes, I can clearly sense its spiritual energy." Aiden realized that this was a rare spiritual beast, and he had never seen anything like it in either his past or present life. YH continued, "Usually, spiritual beasts grow by absorbing energy from the surroundings, but this egg cannot absorb any energy." Aiden asked, "So why can't it hatch?" YH explained. If you infuse energy like aura or divine power, it will continue to grow. YH warned, but you can't just infuse energy recklessly. The type of energy the spiritual beast absorbs will determine its form and nature. Aiden began to think about how to tame this spiritual beast. YH continued, if the spiritual beast absorbs water energy, it will become a water dragon. If it absorbs fire energy, it will become a fire dragon. Furthermore, the spiritual beast will regard the person who infuses energy into it as family, so if you keep infusing energy, it will be easier to tame. Aiden began to consider, so I can infuse the power I want the spiritual beast to have and tame it. YH continued, I've also translated this book for you. Aiden was grateful and asked, thank you, could you read it for me? YH didn't hesitate to open the book and began reading. This is the script of the ancient elven race. This book is part of the mana cultivation technique for humans. Aiden sighed after hearing this, feeling disappointed. Honestly, I was expecting something rarer. H handed the book back and said, I don't understand much of this, so I can't be of much help. Aiden nodded, took the book and the egg and left. Before leaving, he waved and said, thank you, YH. Aiden added, when I get the bone powder from the lick, I'll bring it to you. YH happily listened. Back in his room, Aiden sat down and began reading the book. The more he read, the more uncomfortable he felt. What is this stuff? The person who wrote this book must have come from another continent, or maybe from the east, Aiden wondered. I heard the fire god temple also has origins from another continent. Kaz looked at him and asked, what are you reading for? You've already cultivated mana. Aiden sarcastically replied, I'm just curious because this is a technique from another place. In fact, Curse was right, this book was of no help to him. He fumed, I can't understand anything. Suddenly Aiden noticed something and his eyes lit up. Kaz curiously asked, what is it? Aren't you going to explain? Aiden seriously reminded, wait, be quiet. As if enlightened, Aiden continued reading the book. At first it was hard to understand, but the more he read, the easier it became. Aiden realized that this technique was very similar to the one Vankin had taught. Actually, this is an upgraded version of it. With this, I can improve the techniques that were lacking. He no longer cared about the author of the book. What mattered was that he had found a way to become stronger. Aiden decided to move to the training grounds, stood still for a moment, then began practicing. He recalled the instructions in the book and started following them. As soon as he practiced a part of the book, his mana flow was immediately pushed out. The mana surged like a raging river, unstoppable by anything. After a while, it slowly subsided, but Aiden was exhausted. Seeing him silent, Curse asked anxiously, you're not dead, are you? Aiden thought for a moment and smiled contentedly. Amazing, beyond my expectations. Suddenly, the system announced that Aiden had learned a new mana skill. Instantly, mana began swirling around him. He said in surprise, no way the mana flows so smoothly. I can actually feel it moving. Yet something made him uneasy. Aiden looked up at the sky, sensing a subtle change in his body. He murmured in doubt, why does my body feel bigger? I was tiny before, so why am I so large now? Aiden stepped back in confusion. Why was this happening? Curse's form now looked terrifying, unlike the small shape he had before. Curse couldn't ignore this and angrily shouted, I can read your mind, you know. After saying this, he looked at his body and said happily, perhaps you made me bigger. The stronger I become, the more my power is restored. I am gradually returning to my normal form. Aiden angrily pointed at Curse, yelling, Parasite, I trained so hard and you stole my power. Curse retorted, pointing at Aiden, without me, you would have been dead long ago. They continued bickering loudly like children squabbling. Their argument went on endlessly. After training, Aiden returned to his room and resumed reading. He couldn't believe he had learned his master's upgraded mana skill, feeling incredibly fortunate. He sensed it was fate. Previously, this book had been useless, but now Aiden understood most of it. Still, some parts remained unclear. Aiden felt that understanding this one sentence might elevate him to the next realm. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in the slums of the Imitalia kingdom, a man in a tattered cloak walked along. It was Gustave, his curly hair covering half his face, muttering angrily, those bastards at the magic tower. Gustave thought of the people there who dared call his invented techniques trash. Yet he didn't give up. He continued his research, knowing once complete, they would have to acknowledge him. The more he thought, the angrier he got, and he kicked a stone by the roadside. Just a little more and I can show them my magic technique, he muttered. How dare they expel me and belittle my work? Damn magic tower, I will have my revenge. But Gustave knew he needed money. He needed help. Suddenly, Gustave remembered something. Right, didn't Aiden show great interest in my techniques? Finally, he saw a glimmer of hope. He said happily, that person recognized the brilliance of my research. He will support me. With that, he decided to find Aiden. Gustave smiled, but it was a manic smile, almost deranged. At the Remy's night training ground, Lou was diligently practicing swordsmanship. Feeling exhausted, he panted and recalled Aiden's words in the dead forest. Gripping his sword, he thought, I will protect Aiden, but can I become a strong knight capable of supporting him? Right now I'm too weak to protect Aiden, Lou thought. Even if I can't be as strong as him, I must at least be strong enough not to hinder him. Meanwhile, in Aiden's study, he was receiving a guest. Aiden looked at the visitor and asked, "So you mean Alice must join the pilgrimage?" Joseph smiled wryly, replying, "Yes, it's the law of the holy archbishop. Those who become saints through the awakening ritual must participate in the pilgrimage. They must cross the continent during the year they become saints," he continued. "No exceptions, so Alice probably must as well. However, since she undergoes the awakening ritual at a younger age than other saints, I worry about her undertaking the pilgrimage now." Aiden asked, "Can it be postponed until Alice becomes a saint?" Joseph replied, "I asked the holy archbishop. They said the decision rests with the saint." Recalling Alice's face, he said, "She was clear. She said she would go on the pilgrimage." Joseph worried, "She is extremely determined, but think carefully, Alice. You must cross the continent. Who knows what might happen?" Alice shook her head and smiled. "It's fine, Father. Other saints went and returned safely." Joseph fretted, "If you break the archbishop's law, you'll be in trouble." Alice smiled, "It's fine, Father. If I break the law, I'll just face the consequences." Joseph hesitated for a moment, then said, in the end, she decided to continue the pilgrimage. However, the archbishop set a condition. Aiden looked at him, waiting for the next statement. Joseph stared at him a moment, then said, "The strongest in the Rimmy's clan, currently acting as the saintess's guard, must accompany her." Aiden felt irritated and Curse immediately mocked, "So that person is the dragon slayer, who else?" The more Aiden thought, the angrier he got, old and cunning, daring to exploit me. Joseph continued, "I don't want to waste your time. If you don't go, I'll find another way." Aiden thought briefly and said, "No, I will go." Curse asked, "Are you sure you'll take this trip? You still have many tasks." Aiden explained, "It's fine. This is a great opportunity, giving me a reason to freely cross the continent. I also just made plans for revenge." He was ready to start avenging King Knight Sinpata. Aiden continued, "It's time for revenge." Curse laughed, "Finally you're taking action, but why target the knight before the other traitors?" Aiden thought for a moment and replied, "Because the Empire's second prince will lead the holy alchemist. Kansas is certainly studying alchemy. Sora is the youngest archmage, surely powerful. Spica is definitely protecting her. Alice will be the next saintess." Curse asked in surprise, "Then why do you want to kill the King Knight?" Aiden smiled, "Perhaps, but Sinpeta still had to endure trials to earn the title of King Knight. I've grown stronger with the new skill, but I still need better preparation." At that moment there was a knock at the door. Philip entered hesitantly. "Sorry, young Master Aiden, may I have a moment?" Aiden asked in surprise, "What is it?" Philip replied, "A beggar wants to see you. He claims to have been the head mage of the Anguished Magic Tower. He said you would recognize him if I mentioned the Crown Prince's birthday." Aiden thought and finally realized who it was. After a while, Aiden allowed Gustav to come in. He looked extremely hungry, clutching 2 loaves of bread and eating like a refugee. Seeing this, Aiden reluctantly said, "Take your time eating, Mage Gustav." Gustav flinched slightly, stopped eating, and replied, "Sorry, I probably didn't look very presentable just now." Truly, he looked terrible at this moment. Earlier he had been neat at the birthday party, but now it seemed he had gone through some unpleasant experiences. Seeing Aiden trembling, Gustav assumed he was sympathetic and said, "I know the young master understands the loneliness of a genius. No wonder you are from the Rimbus family. I knew you would understand." However, Gustav had no idea that Aiden was merely trying to suppress a laugh, almost bursting out loud. If he continued, he might not be able to hold it. Aiden didn't understand why Gustav looked like that, and it struck him as hilarious. To regain composure, he took a deep breath and silently thought, "Don't laugh," but it was extremely difficult to restrain himself. Aiden turned his head to the side, trying to hide his smile, but Gustav, ever naive, still believed that Aiden truly understood his feeling. Rejoicing at having found someone sympathetic, he eagerly began to talk about his research. "All I need is 1,000 gold coins," Gustav said. Aiden glanced at him and asked, 1,000 gold coins? Are you serious?" Gustav, a bit worried, replied, "Even 500 coins would be fine." He felt that was already too much. Even so, who would lend money to someone like Gustav, expelled from the Mage Tower? He feared no one would recognize his magical research. But just as he was despairing, Aiden suddenly spoke, 50,000 gold coins. Hearing this, Gustav was overjoyed. Before he could respond, Aiden continued, 1,000 coins aren't enough for research expenses. 50,000 coins is just right. If that's still insufficient, I will provide more." Gustav asked, "You really mean to sponsor my research?" Aiden calmly replied, "But I have one condition." Gustav hurriedly asked, "What condition?" Worry lacing his voice, he said, "You don't mean I have to become a servant of the Rimbus family, do you?" Aiden spoke slowly. "Those at the Mage Tower always think themselves superior. That makes me despise them, but now I want to see their expressions when I defeat them with my research. I want to make them regret their previous arrogance." Gustav asked in surprise, "Is that all?" Aiden smiled brightly and said, "Yes, that is the only condition. If you agree, I will not only sponsor you but also grant you the title of Baron along with the lands the Mage Tower seized from you." Gustav couldn't believe his ears and asked, "You mean not only sponsor me but also accept me as a vassal of your family? Why would you be willing to do that for me?" Aiden just laughed generously. "I'm following my instincts. I feel you can create something extraordinary." Hearing this, Gustav was moved to tears. This was the first time someone believed in his magical research and told him he was not wrong. Clenching his fists, Gustav said resolutely, "I will follow everything you say, young master." He was determined to make the people at the Mage Tower regret their arrogance. Aiden just smiled silently, but inwardly he was extremely uncomfortable, trying to suppress laughter at Gustav's expression. He kept his mouth shut, finding it incredibly hard to resist laughing. Gustav assumed Aiden's behavior was for his sake and thought him kind-hearted, pledging loyalty. After the negotiation, Gustav left, while Aiden still felt a chill run through him. He sighed in relief. Finally, Gustav was gone. He felt as if he could no longer hold back laughter. Hers asked skeptically, "That mage is really that amazing and you just handed him gold like that?" Aiden replied nonchalantly, "Of course, don't you know? Magical weapons were one of the key reasons the demon army didn't win the final war. Without those weapons, we might have lost. More importantly, the first-generation magical weapons Gustav made for the tower were remarkable, because Sora made them special." Winding time, this incident happened in a previous life when he was Aiden Amber. The Mage Tower was attacked by fireballs, but those fireballs were captured by armored automatons. In an instant, the flames vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Sora sighed, "You've created something very interesting, Gustav." Gustav, feeling proud, laughed loudly. "This is the power of the magical weapons you all underestimated. I will crush your magic into 100 pieces." Sora responded coldly, "So it can resist magic." Without mercy, Sora raised his staff toward the sky. Through the magic circle, a massive fireball was formed. Gustav, full of arrogance, said, "Let's see how long it lasts." Excited, he taunted, "Come on, you pathetic magic users." During the 7th spell of the Archmage, Sora almost couldn't withstand Gustav's weapon during the tower attack. After that incident, everyone began to recognize the value of magical weapons. Returning to the present, Aiden had just finished sword practice. A month had passed since Gustav started working with him, always in his workshop before the pilgrimage. Alice's pilgrimage would begin tomorrow. Aiden was constantly worried but had to focus on revenge. "Just wait, Beta." At that moment, Lau hurried over from afar. He said, "Young Master Aiden, I have something to tell you." Aiden asked suspiciously, "Lau, what is it?" Lau replied firmly, "I heard you are joining the pilgrimage of the maiden Alice. Cannot let you go alone on such a dangerous journey. Please allow me to accompany you." Aiden scratched his head awkwardly. "So you'll protect me? I'm stronger than you." Lau was cut off before he could answer. Lau responded resolutely, "I will show you. Though I am not as strong as you, I am no longer who I once was. I can prove it right now." Aiden smiled. "So you're ready to prove it?" He knew Lau had been training alone. Perhaps he had discovered something new. Soon the two stood facing each other in combat stance. Aiden couldn't help recalling the previous life when Lau declared that with enough skill, he would become a master swordsman. Lau gripped his sword tightly, eyes filled with determination, saying, "All right, here I come." His gaze sharp, he suddenly lunged at Aiden. Blinding speed, Lau's continuous slashes forced Aiden to defend. Watching closely, Aiden noticed that Lau's sword had become sharper and heavier, but it seemed he had neglected defense, focusing entirely on offense. He'd been waiting for this day for a long time, but in the end, he still felt disappointed. Aiden sighed in frustration, deciding that there was no need to continue the fight. With that thought, he charged his sword toward Lu without hesitation. The tip of his sword, initially aimed carelessly, neared Lu's face, but unexpectedly, something else happened. Aiden's wooden sword suddenly shattered in his hands, much to his astonishment. When he turned around, he saw that Lu's arm had turned to stone at some point. Lu looked at Aiden with determination, not hesitating for a moment, and continued his attack, forcing Aiden to quickly dodge to the side. His eyes were filled with amazement, though he still couldn't understand how a wooden sword could break just from a punch. He stopped his movements and curiously asked, "How did you do that? That wooden sword was as strong as a steel sword." Lu slowly explained, "I thought of it while practicing alone. What I can do but others cannot is nothing special." As Aiden reflected on this, a stream of mana which Aiden had once healed suddenly appeared. Hearing this, Aiden widened his eyes in shock. Lu continued, "I thought about using my stone arm for defense, imagining the sensation of being sick. I concentrated mana there, and now, as you can see, I can make my arm as hard as stone anytime I wish." At that moment, Aiden realized that what he had seen as a weakness was actually a trap. He thought to himself, "I've lived so long and never seen anyone use their own sickness like this." Seeing that Aiden was silent, Lu added, "Of course, I know it's just a small trick." Lu continued, "Compared to your martial ability, I still work hard not to fall behind. Please allow me to accompany you." Aiden did not respond, silently walking away and eventually passing by Lu, leaving him stunned. Lu felt a deep sense of self-reproach. Not enough for others to understand him, Lu thought to himself. Suddenly, Aiden spoke, "Why are you still standing there? We'll set off tomorrow. Pack your things." Hearing this, Lu's eyes brightened, realizing this was an implied compliment. Aiden clicked his tongue, having a strong shield along the way wouldn't be bad. Lu responded gratefully, "Thank you, sir." Aiden said no more, turned and walked away with a quiet smile. This guy truly was a genius, both in this life and the previous one. Perhaps up until now, Lu had truly been a free knight. The next morning, everyone was present early at the gate. Joseph tightly hugged Alice and tearfully said, "Alice, you must return safely." Alice's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she awkwardly reminded him, "Father, everyone is watching, it's so embarrassing." Britt, feeling goosebumps, said, "Aiden, I'm sorry I can't behave like a father should." Aiden shook his head. "It's all right, I wouldn't want that either." Aiden was quickly distracted. He curiously asked Fritz if he had prepared this strange carriage in advance, but Fritz shook his head, saying it was his first time seeing it and he had no idea who made it. Before Fritz could finish, Gustav appeared from somewhere, eagerly announcing that he had been waiting for this question, causing Aiden to panic and shout, "There's a ghost, wait a minute, Gustav." Gustav ignored Aiden's reaction and quickly ran to the carriage, proudly introducing it. He explained that the carriage was his first achievement, applying magical technology, built quickly to keep his promise to Aiden. He compared it to adding an engine to the vocal cords and continued talking endlessly about the features of the carriage, only stopping after a long while. Aiden clapped his hands and offered a casual compliment. "I get it now, you did great." Not stopping there, Gustav ran over to hand a book to Aiden, whispering in his ear that this was the user manual in case of danger. Aiden, slightly confused, accepted the book. Gustav smiled mysteriously, reminding him to only use it in case of danger, or he would face trouble if used too early. Aiden began to worry about the carriage, sighed, and asked, "What did you do to it?" Aiden asked Cassie if she was sure she wanted to come along, as the trip would be quite long. Cassie nodded. "I'll be fine. You always need an alchemist companion. Who else could take care of you when you're sick or injured? I also want to breathe some fresh air." Aiden politely said that he was grateful to have her with him. It felt like there was a huge wall in front of him when Bali rushed over and cheerfully said, "Long time no see, we'll be together for a while, let's cooperate happily." Aiden nodded, "Let's cooperate happily." He thought about the unexpected elements and the shock and realized this was a journey to the Temple of Harmony, so sending the strongest person made sense. Even so, he still couldn't believe he had to stay with Bali. Though everyone had arrived, he quickly steadied himself. Aiden declared, "All right, let's go. This is just the beginning of real revenge." When a person is too focused on something, they always remember it, like the day Aiden fell under the blood-red sky. People he once considered friends betrayed him, pushing him into a very unfavorable situation. Aiden woke up from the nightmare, drenched in sweat. Kaz noticed his uneasy state and asked, "Another nightmare?" He didn't answer, just pursed his lips and sat still. Alice cheerfully said, "You're awake." Aiden nodded. "Yeah, did you sleep well?" He looked down at Alice's feet. He felt a bit helpless since Alice wanted to bring along the spirit beast, so he said it couldn't be a big dog to avoid drawing attention. Spirit beast understood and shrank itself. He was right, it really was a spirit beast. Alice smiled and asked, "I just spoke with my father, do you want to talk to him?" Hearing Joseph crying, Aiden laughed. "He looks like a fool." He answered Alice, "No need." Alice nodded. "Oh, okay." He was curious about the Dharma ring the tree person gave, probably made from the body of a celestial tree and blessed by a wind spirit. Only knew that much, but it was okay. What mattered was that the ring helped with communication without the hindrance of distance. Thinking about the damn dream, Aiden grew worried and doubted whether these people were trustworthy. The carriage continued its journey, and after a while Bali announced that they were approaching the city of Catan. Aiden sighed. There was no time to think about nonsense. Being stuck in the past would only harm himself. Now he had to trust these people. In the city of Catan, people were bustling, most of them carrying weapons. Aiden's group also entered, and Alice observed the lively surrounding. Alice exclaimed, "So many people carrying weapons." Aiden replied straightforwardly, "Of course, the city of Catan is famous for its mercenaries. Catan Prison City is surrounded by 80 dungeons, and mercenaries from across the continent flock here to break into the prison. The city is also run by the Mercenary Guild." What he just said was knowledge from his past life, and Aiden added, "At least that's what the book says." This was his first time here, almost slipping up. Meanwhile, Luo seriously said, "This place is full of mercenaries, it's really scary. Half of those careless could take over the city. The rules here are clear enough." He had barely finished when he was punched. After hitting him, Aiden angrily walked away. The opponent's face was smashed into the ground and he complained, "Why did you hit me?" Bali asked, "Is what you said earlier true?" Aiden grumbled, "Yeah, I'm sure." He softly sighed to release his anger and said seriously, "The group attacking the Fire God Temple is also plotting something here. It's definitely not good. When I raided their laboratory, I found records showing what experiments they were conducting. If it's in the records, it must be accurate. I need to gather more information about the chaos." Bali grinned sinisterly, narrowed his eyes and said, "Great, I was frustrated yesterday because I couldn't do anything. So I'm going to take this opportunity to vent my anger." Seeing Bali looking vengeful, Aiden felt lucky to have someone on his side. Bali asked, "So what's the plan now?" Aiden replied frankly, "I've already outlined it. Mercenary is usually a wanderer. The 4 seas of the southern continent are home, collecting all kinds of information from across the continent. You should go to one of the 2 major mercenary guilds in this city, starting with the Medela Guild." Curse asked, "What about the other guild?" Aiden answered, "You mean the Umbra Guild? They aren't very clean, hard to get good information from them." Curse said, "If you're suspicious, why not use the Bach and Gaiad information network managed by Florence?" Aiden replied calmly, "I'll ask them. The people here know the city best, so the information is accurate." Aiden thought that in order to meet the guild leader, he had to become someone they wanted to see. With that thought, he walked to the door of the Medela Mercenary Guild. Expected there were many mercenaries gathered here, chatting cheerfully. Aiden looked around and smiled. It had been a while since he had felt this familiar sensation, the musty smell of the guild and the noisy group of mercenaries. When Aiden arrived, a staff member of the guild greeted him warmly. "Welcome to the Medela Guild, how can I help you?" Aiden said directly. "We're here to register for a mercenary group." She asked suspiciously, "None of you have been in another guild before, right?" After Aiden confirmed, the staff handed him a form to fill out. A moment later, the staff handed him a wooden card and said, "Registration complete. Since it's your first time, you're receiving an E-rank card. Be careful not to lose it." Looking at the stack of cards in his hand, Aiden thought, "An E-rank mercenary card, I remember when I first started as a mercenary." Kurt asked curiously, "Why not meet the guild leader directly? Why bother with registration?" Aiden quietly explained that Marcos Medela was an S-rank soldier, renowned and extremely cautious, so meeting Trung Quy was far from easy. Still, a newly promoted soldier like Marcus could hardly resist curiosity and the chance to follow standard procedure. The clerk smiled and congratulated him on joining the guild, wishing him luck and fortune. Then Aiden and the group headed toward the dungeon. Bali walked ahead excitedly, a bit nervous, first time in a dungeon. Aiden reassured him, "This is the lowest level dungeon, no need to overthink it." Even so, Aiden had his own plan. He figured that despite being low level, the dungeon was still dangerous, so he left Choco and Cassie at the inn as a precaution. Curse suspiciously asked, "Is this the only way?" Aiden reluctantly replied that there was no other choice. Alice needed to gain real combat experience, at least learning to protect herself and face the dungeon monsters, unlike his previous wretched master who simply threw him into the hidden dungeon and disappeared. That moment, a creature suddenly appeared. Alice innocently exclaimed, "Look, a rabbit, it's a rabbit." Perhaps sensing these rabbits were different from before, she looked pale as a banana leaf. Before them was a pack of mutated rabbits with fierce eyes, the leader baring its fangs and slashing its claws. Aiden glanced at Bali, saying, "Priest Bali, as I said, leave one alive." "The rest," Bali responded without hesitation. "All right." He stepped forward, standing alone against the crazed rabbits. One rabbit lunged at Bali as if to devour him alive. Bali struck the rabbit's head with his flail, killing it instantly. Seeing this, the pack froze in fear. Bali's terrifying smile left others unsure whether he was good or evil. Bali asked angrily, "Who's next?" Aiden watched, noting that even monsters hesitated before a second strongest fighter, especially after nearly dying from a flail strike. Bali commanded the rabbit before him with his flail, "Come here." Not only was Bali frightening, the rabbit noticed Aiden standing nearby, sensing a demonic aura, trembling and unable to move, but its eyes brightened when it saw the only one without an aura, Alice. It switched to hunting mode, focusing on Alice. In a wet movement, it made a physical impact sound. Surprisingly, Alice struck the rabbit without yelling, "I'm not a carrot," rabbit died. Seeing this, Bali calmly said, "That's the 14th. I've never seen anyone channel holy power into a punch like that." Aiden was surprised. "I told her to try using mana in martial arts. Didn't expect it to be this strong." Ordinary priests only use holy power to enhance weapons and bodies in battle, with no other effect. But now, Alice circulated holy power through her body as if practicing martial arts. Normally, holy power and mana cannot mix, but thanks to the high-grade elixir Joseph gave her from childhood, when she became a saintess, holy power flowed with mana. Thus, Alice could use holy power as mana. Aiden hadn't forgotten to teach Alice the dual flying kick from their first meeting, recognizing her talent and imparting martial arts. Curse asked skeptically, "Who are you talking about?" Aiden answered plainly, "The blood saintest." Spica was an immensely powerful creature when combining holy power with real combat techniques. Alice delivered the final strike to finish the rabbit, making Aiden break into a sweat. Curse admitted, "You've created a monster." He realized the saintess's strength from the past. The monster pack was quickly defeated. Aiden's group reached the dungeon treasure and Eli's happily said, "This is the treasure." Aiden patted her head, smiling, "You completed this dungeon yourself, so this is your reward." Alice eagerly asked, Really? Can I take it all? She opened the treasure chest with her small hand. Examining the items, Alice said, there's a bracelet, armor, and countless other treasures. But what's this hat? Before she could understand, Rabbis appeared saying, greetings, your merchant spirit is here. But Alice struck it immediately. Perhaps still shaken from the rabbit pack, the rabbit glared at Alice and shouted. Unable to react in time, Rabbits was struck and began bleeding from its nose. It yelled aggressively, what are you doing? How dare you attack me? Alice shouted, get down here immediately, you naughty rabbit. A person and a rabbit argued in the cave. A few days later, shocking news appeared in Medela, drawing the world's mercenaries' attention. A group had completed all the dungeons, leaving none for others. Initially, mercenaries didn't understand, but seeing the captain, they realized why. As the soldiers whispered, the gates suddenly echoed. It was Aiden's group. Group's entrance drew the soldiers' attention. One looked at Bali and spoke quietly. They murmured about Aiden's group, but his team ignored it, heading to the clerk. Alice greeted her. Clerk smiled, hello, my princess. She looked at Aiden, saying, I've heard the news, congratulations on your 10th dungeon victory. Aiden politely thanked her. She continued, your ranks have increased due to your achievement. Suddenly a man approached and spoke quietly. The clerk frowned and asked for confirmation, receiving a nod from him. She looked at Aiden, please follow me. Aiden asked, confused, what's going on? She explained, guild leader Marcus wants to meet everyone. Aiden smiled smugly, major accomplishment. Shortly after, they arrived at the guild leader's office. Clerk led them inside. A man was waiting, nodding in thanks, Marcus, guild leader of Medela. Aiden recognized his face as if recalling it from memory. He probably called out of curiosity after the rumors. Marcus stepped forward, respectfully bowing and said solemnly, welcome, Saintest Alice from Hu Shen Temple. I am Marcos Medela, guild leader of Medela. Alice tensed, worried about being discovered. Marcus greeted Aiden, welcome, young master Aiden Reese. Aiden forced a smile. I thought you already knew our identities but didn't expect it to be so soon. Marcus nodded, I know everything happening in the city. You all stand out too much, I cannot ignore it. Aiden asked suspiciously, if you know who we are and called us here, there must be a reason. Surprised by Aiden's quick thinking, Marcus complimented him, you are truly wise. Actually, I do have something. Specifically, I need Alice's help. Marcus suddenly looked down and sighed. I have a daughter, but before I could explain further. Suddenly someone rushed in with urgent news. President, it's an emergency. The person said the young lady's condition had worsened and she had a fever again. Hearing this, Marcus panicked. At the same time, Aiden was surprised as he had never heard Marcus mention having a daughter. Why have you never mentioned this? What happened? Shortly after, at the girl's room, as mentioned, her condition wasn't looking good. Marcus arrived and checked, then sighed sorrowfully. Daughter contracted a strange illness not long ago and there's no cure for it. The only hope she has is Alice's blessing. Marcus looked toward Alice and pleaded, please save my daughter. I will do anything for you. Hearing Marcus, Aiden wondered silently, is it possible? He had come here to convince Marcus to be an ally, but this was a good opportunity. Thinking that, he turned to Alice and asked, can you do it? Alice smiled and replied, I will try. As she finished speaking, a beam of holy light appeared in her hand. Without hesitation, she placed her hand on the girl. Alice whispered a prayer, Lord, please save this child. As the prayer left her lips, the whole room lit up. 10 minutes later, the situation still hadn't improved and Alice continued to maintain the healing position. Alice persisted, but the girl's condition showed no signs of improvement. Unwilling to give up, Alice spoke again, once more. But Marcus sighed and replied, it's no use, thank you. He hurriedly took a pill and placed it in the girl's mouth. The moment the pill was swallowed, the girl's flushed face immediately returned to normal. Aiden saw this and asked suspiciously, you have medicine, Marcus awkwardly explained. This medicine only helps stabilize the condition temporarily. I got it from the Umbra Guild, but it came at a very high price. Marcus thought Alice could save her, but it turned out to be in vain. If this continued, he'd have to sell the entire guild to buy more medicine. Aiden furrowed his brow, thinking, there's something strange about this. If she's sick or cursed, Alice's holy power should have been able to heal her. Moreover, Alice's holy power couldn't relieve the symptoms, but the Umbra Guild's medicine worked. Looking at the girl lying on the bed, Aiden couldn't help but feel sympathy. What's wrong with her? At this moment, Curse spoke up. I think I know. Aiden quickly asked, you know. Curse didn't explain immediately but continued. Summon the Bensi Spirit Shield. Aiden asked in confusion, just that? Curse smirked and replied, the Bensi Spirit Shield can reveal things that humans cannot see. It was the first time Aiden had heard of this and was surprised. The Bensi Spirit Shield can see things humans can't, Curse answered. I don't know if it can, but it can. Aiden decided to summon the Spirit Shield but still warned, if you're lying, I'll have Alice's holy power deal with you. In an instant, dark energy began to fill the air around them. Spirits surrounded the girl. Curse laughed smugly. See, I was right. Marcus saw these spirits and nervously asked, what are they? Aiden slowly explained, they are the souls of the dead and lost spirits. They're like parasites, draining the life force of humans by attaching themselves when they're in an invisible state. He also remembered that the last time he used the spirit shield, he didn't realize it could see ghosts and souls. Although he had used the spirit shield in his past life, this was different. He had only seen 1 or 2 spirits attached to someone before, but this was the first time he saw so many lost spirits. Curse further explained, it's because the girl has a strong attraction to spirits. Aiden asked in confusion, what do you mean by strong attraction? Curse continued, the ability to attract and communicate with spirits. The stronger the attraction, the more spirits you can see that others can't. If you form a pact, you'll become a spirit mage. Her attraction is much stronger than a normal spirit mage. This powerful energy makes her an easy target for spirits. If this continues, they will drain all her life force. Aiden nodded, understanding. So, the holy power can't get rid of the spirits because they just come back right after being driven away. Looking at the spirits surrounding the girl, Aiden was unhappy and said, they keep bothering her, we need to get rid of them. Curse sneered, it's nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, Curse appeared in front of the spirits and shouted loudly, go away, you filthy trash. The spirits recognized Curse's aura and immediately vanished in fear. Seeing the spirits vanish, Curse joyfully exclaimed, the lost spirits are gone. Jack, are you all right? He turned to Aiden and asked, you just drove away the lost spirits, right? Aiden modestly replied, yeah, it wasn't a big deal. It was just a temporary solution. We need something more permanent. At the same time, Curse spoke up. As you know, this is very strange. Aiden asked, what's strange? Curse replied, a person with such a strong ability to attract spirits should have a high-level spirit protecting them already. But she doesn't have any spirit beside her. Only a ghost? Aiden asked worriedly, so she hasn't formed a pact with any spirit? Curse shook his head. That's not it. If she had, the lost spirits would have already killed her. Aiden still didn't understand. Curse continued, the spirit that formed a pact with her has disappeared. Aiden asked in shock, how could that be? Did it die? How could it break the pact? Curse sighed, no, if she had died, another spirit would have come to form a pact with her and protect her. Aiden quickly asked, how do we find that spirit? Curse calmly replied, you need to ask a spirit. We can learn what a spirit is doing or where it is through it. Hearing this, Aiden thought of someone but wasn't sure if he knew. He was somewhat like a spirit. Thinking so, Aiden contacted Ad through the bracelet. Can you talk to me? Ad quickly responded, Chieftain, long time no see. Are you doing well? Aiden had no time for pleasantries and immediately asked, do you know how to find a spirit and know what it's doing? Ad shook his head. I don't know, but Cynthia should be able to. Aiden was puzzled by the name. Ad quickly explained, she's the wind spirit I formed a pact with. She should be able to find the spirit you're looking for. Aiden replied, if that's the case, please help me. Ad quickly relayed Aiden's request to Cynthia. After some time, Cynthia reported, I've found it. There's a spirit that matches your description. Aiden eagerly asked, really? Are you sure? Ad confirmed, its name is Plague, the spirit of infectious disease. Aiden was stunned, shocked by this information. Ad continued, a friend of the Plague spirit said they were very close. He was also worried because the Plague spirit had been missing for a month. Aiden frowned, isn't it like the Lick's bone powder for the treants? Ad explained further, he shared it with that friend. Aiden went on to say that the plague was like a wounded soul. Since humans called it a soul that brought misfortune, it feared humans deeply, so he had to be extremely careful when searching for it. Aiden felt empathy, thinking it must indeed fear humans. The plague alone was enough to terrify mankind. With that in mind, he spoke slowly. Thank you, Aiden, you've helped me a lot. I'll talk to you later. Then, Aiden began recounting everything to Marcus. After hearing it, his hand trembled over his body. Marcus hesitated for a long moment before speaking. I understand what you're trying to say. I heard that my wife's grandfather is a soul mage. She also has soul-attracting power, which made her pray for the lost soul. Seeing his sadness, Aiden patted his shoulder to comfort him. You don't need to feel guilty. First, we need to figure out where that soul went. We'll gather every possible clue. At that moment, Luo suddenly spoke. But young master, don't you feel something strange? Aiden furrowed his brow, asking suspiciously, what do you mean? He slowly explained his speculation. Surely she fell ill because the lost souls drained her life force. But if that's the case, why did the pill from earlier work on her? A moment later, Aiden shrugged. Exactly, why didn't you think of this? Marcus nodded in agreement, clearly untrustworthy, yet the pill worked. What exactly was in it? At that moment, Cassie, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Simply put, it's poison. Hearing that, Marcus's expression turned ugly. No way, I clearly saw her getting better. Cassie smiled and replied, that was just an illusion to make her appear healthy. The pill forcibly distorts the patient's mana, weakening their life force. When their life force weakens, the soul will believe the patient is dead and leave. If you keep giving it to her, she'll die prematurely. Marcus shivered, embarrassed. You mean I've been giving her poison all this time? How absurd is that? Aiden asked suspiciously. But how did the Umbra Society make such pills? It's as if they knew exactly what would make her fall ill. Bastard, saying that he turned away, surprising Aiden. He asked suspiciously, what's wrong with you? Marcus's eyes darkened. Thank you, young Master Aiden. From now on, I'll handle this myself. At these words, his eyes burned with hatred, veins bulging across his body. Ambra, that bastard, I'll punch him to death. Hearing this, Aiden immediately grabbed Marcus's hand, urging, don't let anger cloud your judgment. Biting his lip aggressively, Marcus snapped, what are you talking about? You know what that society leader did to my daughter. Calmly, Aiden shook his head. If you barge in like that, they'll claim they didn't know what that pill was. Know better than anyone how cunning they are. Aiden advised Marcus to stay calm and handle it properly. Marcus looked at Aiden, hesitated briefly, but ultimately led him to a room and retrieved a pile of documents to review. Marcus spoke slowly. This is all the intelligence we have on the Umbra Society, including members, leader Jalen Umbra, and all their star points across the continent. Aiden read the documents seriously. That's a lot of information. But it's all surface level, nothing useful. Realizing this, Kurslin jumped out. That's a lot, but why are you looking at the enemy team's member information? Did someone catch your interest? Aiden replied, I'm looking for someone I can use. Seeing the information, Aiden thought to himself, if he can find someone he knew in a past life, that would be perfect. Kurslin agreed, carefully scanning the documents. Marcus pointed to someone. Following Marcus's gesture, Aiden frowned. A man, I've never heard of him. But quickly realizing, he smiled maliciously, saying, you're right, he feels very familiar. Meanwhile, at a tavern in Cacton City, Ambra's men were loud to the point of annoyance. Hearing others speak, they approached. Then a brash man asked, Big brother is enjoying himself, what's it to you? Frightened man shook his head, nothing. At that moment, a man raised his glass, smiling. What are you doing? Don't just stand there, drink up. Immediately they drank happily, a man so excited he wanted to jump. Life truly has its ups and downs. Previously he was Anko, leader of Cerberus, fearless and never defeated. Life was good until Aiden arrived and destroyed everything. Because of him, the guild fell apart and members abandoned it. The situation worsened when Joseph's daughter became a maiden of the fire god temple. If they knew Anko was alive, the church would execute him without hesitation. So he changed his name, altered his appearance, and started anew in the Umbra Society, undetected even by the three major sects. Just then someone suddenly entered, teasing, oh my, I see the evil man now. Hearing this, the Umbra members reacted angrily. Who dares call our big brother that? Do you want to die? Don't you know who we are? Directly addressed, Uncle also got angry. How dare you ruin my mood? Even though I don't know who you are, you're dead. Looking closely, his face was pale, eyes rolled back, trembling. How did you find me? It was Aiden. He smiled maliciously. Let's step outside to talk, Anko. No, I mean evil man. Anko had no choice but to follow him outside and was beaten thoroughly. His subordinates didn't escape either. In an instant, they lay on the ground. Aiden furrowed his brow and smiled. You've changed a lot. I barely recognize you. Uncle Jun replied, it's an honor to be recognized, young master. He couldn't believe Aiden found him, thinking, could it be you came to hand him over to the fire god temple, ending his life? Thinking this, Anko clenched his fists around his staff but couldn't escape, still a way to evade the monster before him. Yet, suddenly Anko knelt, clasped his hands and begged, I'll do anything. Please spare me, I'll tell you everything. Aiden was startled, planning to hit him slightly before dragging him away. But this worked even better, avoiding violence, and he was pleased. A while later in the leader's room, Marcus heard the full story from the captured uncle. His body tense, he asked sternly, so the Umbra Society is conducting human experiments? Anko obediently replied. Sir, he said that since Cacton City became the dungeon hub, people disappeared there and no one cared. This place was perfect for collecting samples undetected. Hearing this, Aiden thought to himself, human experiments, perhaps by the dark mages from the rogue squad? Aiden asked suspiciously. Where did they conduct the experiments? Anko answered honestly. I don't know the exact location, but I heard they experimented in a decayed dungeon near the city. Aiden flinched, noticing his reaction, and asked suspiciously, that's surprising. Felt this was completely unreasonable. Dungeons were originally commercial zones for spirit merchants. Once a dungeon was fully exploited, merchants would sell items, extract cores, and the dungeon would vanish. However, if someone used a dungeon for human experiments, that was an entirely different matter. Spirit merchants could not tolerate anyone trespassing in their territory, and when bound by regulations to avoid harming humans, in special cases, humans could be considered intruders, and the merchants could unleash their full power against them. At full strength, a spirit merchant held absolute authority in a dungeon. Even a novice merchant like Rabus could easily eliminate a mid-tier master. Kurt fell silent, then asked, so why haven't they expelled these intruders yet? Aiden sighed and replied, there is a way. If someone offers enough benefits, merchants can make a secret deal. Then they won't report it to the center and will allow the intruders to use the dungeon freely. At this, Marcus angrily looked at Anko and asked, "This must be bigger than a guild issue. Who's behind them, do you know?" Anko tried to feign ignorance, but Aiden's threatening gaze made him respond immediately. "If you don't answer now, I'll hand you over to the cult. Person behind them is Grand Duke Zhez." Hearing this, Marcus froze. However, Aiden clenched his teeth in anger. "It's him again." Marcus continued in surprise. "Why would Grand Duke Zhez, the Northern Power Army, cooperate with Umbra?" Uncle replied in a low voice, "It's not just them. Several other organizations seem involved too." Marcus fumed, muttering, "Damn Umbra, they're causing more trouble than I thought. With Zhez's involvement, we can't take risks." Aiden frowned. He had long suspected human experiments. Sinbetta must be cooperating with that chaos. His anger grew, teeth grinding. "Crush them," Marcus replied. "But the opponent is Grand Duke Zhez's clan, a family beyond master level. You're strong, but..." Aiden cut him off coldly. "Are you going to let them harm my daughter without acting?" His tone was resolute as he shouted, "They touch my family, I won't forgive them." He continued, "I'll help destroy Umbra and the Zhez clan. Aren't you the one seeking revenge, hypocrite?" Marcus was surprised but also moved by Aiden's passion, even for someone else's family. Still, he sighed, "Thanks for that, but I don't even know where to start." Aiden said confidently, "I have an idea." Marcus asked doubtfully, "Really? How do we proceed?" Aiden smiled mysteriously. "Cleaning up filth is my job. You'll see Sinbetta's dirty plan." The Spirit Exchange Company in Rabis territory, Rabis sat clutching a blue orb, his face filled with worry. Humans didn't realize that a dungeon core was actually a mana stone, containing an enormous amount of mana. Thus, dungeon cores were highly valuable to spirits and a major commodity for merchants. However, since meeting Aiden, Rabis had to pay for cores and became his slave. "Where will my merchants go now?" Lost in thought, Rabis suddenly heard footsteps approaching. It was a mid-level spirit merchant, Pest. Pest asked, "Novice merchant Rabis, are you here?" Seeing Pest, Rabis panicked and jumped to his feet. "Pest, what are you doing here?" Pest clicked his tongue at Rabis, saying, "Why are you making a fuss? Your profits are pathetic." Rabis nervously scratched his head. "Sorry, it's all my fault." Pest scolded, "You're too stupid to surpass beginner level." Rabis muttered in anger, "That damn rat," but held back, gritting his teeth. "Thank you for understanding." Pest, however, smiled meaningfully. Pest sneered, "Anyway, I hope you do better next time." Then he snatched Rabis' bag and began rummaging. Rabis wanted to stop him but froze in fear at Pest's cold gaze. Pest mocked, "A mere novice dares resist a mid-level merchant like me." Rabis gritted his teeth, determined. "No, you can take it," Pest replied coldly. "Of course, that's the proper attitude." Then Pest emptied the contents of Rabis' bag into his own mouth. Yet Pest remained dissatisfied. "Is that all? I had to use nearly everything to lure that spirit. You're no longer worth exploiting." Pest threw the bag away, showing contempt. "Hope next week you bring better results." Rabis bowed his head, whispering, "Yes, Master Pest." After Pest left, Rabis' anger exploded. "That damn rat, one day I'll make Pest pay." Under the silent night, two mysterious figures quietly moved toward a location. Soon, they stopped at the back entrance of the Umbra Guildhall. Guards immediately blocked them. "Stop, who are you?" one shouted. "Move aside, you puny fools." Guards angrily responded, "Are you crazy? Get lost." The other shouted, "How dare you speak like that? Do you know who you're talking to?" He pointed to his armor and greatsword. The guards looked puzzled. What is he saying? The other realized something and gently tugged his comrade's sleeve. "Wait, where is he from?" They looked at the armor of the figure before them and recognized a towering knight in black armor wielding a greatsword. The figure spoke, "I am Dares Clayman, Black Knight of Lord Sinbetta. Summon your guildmaster immediately." In Aiden's room, Curse looked at Aiden holding the red circular cloak and asked, "What are you planning? Are you going to charge in recklessly again?" Aiden laughed cheerfully. "After spending time together, you understand me now." Curse asked irritably, "You mean you'll enter politely?" Aiden laughed loudly. "Exactly, you truly understand me best." Curse became even more annoyed. "What? Are you mocking me?" Aiden smiled mysteriously. "Grand Duke Zhez supports the Umbra Guild. We only need to pretend to be knights of the duchy and they'll let us in." Curse asked in confusion, "You want help from Sinbetta's enemy?" Aiden said seriously. "Don't you remember Knight Zhez was trapped in the corn ritual? I'll use the Black Knight's order." Aiden summoned Dares in knight form to successfully enter the Umbra Guildmaster's chamber. Umbra's guild leader sat opposite and said solemnly, "It's an honor to welcome you, Black Knight." Aiden observed silently and realized they had no idea the Black Knight was dead. After all, only a fool would report that. The guild leader bowed apologetically. "My soldiers didn't recognize you. I apologize on their behalf." Sometime later, in the secret underground dungeon of the Umbra Guild, Yaline led Aiden and his companion here. Aiden walked behind, deep in thought, realizing that Henzi was nowhere to be found, only to discover he was below the guild. The deeper they went, the more amazed he became. In front of them were numerous cages filled with monsters. Aiden furrowed his brows, wondering what experiments they were conducting to collect so many monsters. Jia spoke, "You've arrived at the perfect time, Sir Knight. We've just made a breakthrough in our experiments." After speaking, he quickly walked ahead and pointed to two people lying on a stretcher. Jia proudly introduced, "These two are our latest creations." Then he ordered B12, B14, stand up. The two immediately complied and stood up. Aiden frowned slightly, noticing that these two appeared as normal humans. Uncertain of what to think, Jia continued, "We've maintained their human forms but granted them monster abilities, the regeneration power of Cho and the beast strength of Oxer." As he finished, one of them lifted a sword from a nearby table. In an instant, the sword emitted an energy wave that shocked Aiden. He didn't expect these test subjects to wield light swords, and the aura surrounding them had a strange glow. While Aiden was still stunned, Jia boasted, "We are upgrading their swordsmanship to high-level light swords. Combining beast strength with perfect mind control, they are completely loyal. I believe soon we will mass-produce them. Our dream of having an immortal army will become a reality. Conquerors of the dead will soon serve Sinbada." Aiden's expression darkened as he heard the words Blood Knights. He clenched his fists in anger, veins bulging. He already knew them too well. Erster asked, "Did you encounter them in your past life?" Aiden replied, "The Blood Knights are an elite organization commanded by Sinbada when he became the Grand Duke. They achieved great success during the catastrophic monster waves and the Great Talos War. Their loyalty and courage in facing death turned Sinbada into a legend, earning him the title of the Night King." The transparent figure nodded. "So that's the origin of his nickname." Aiden angrily thought, "This is how the Blood Knights are made. How long has Sinbada been doing this?" At that moment, Jia continued eagerly, "Sir Knight, do you remember me telling you how fragile the human body is when enduring monster traits? We've found a solution." Ayers asked, "What solution?" Jia didn't respond but focused on opening a large portal. Aiden instinctively noticed that the huge portal before them was opening, something hidden behind it. What caught Aiden's eye were the enormous chains. Jia cheerfully introduced, "This is the one who helped us solve that problem." Aiden peered inside, and indeed, this was where they had hidden it. Inside the chains was the sealed plague spirit. Jia smiled, "This is the plague spirit. We sealed it here. Its power, the werewolf curse, was injected into the test subject. The werewolf curse simply transforms them into wolves." He searched everywhere after learning of this curse, but a spirit merchant provided it just in time, as if fate had arranged it. At this point, Jia laughed loudly. "Soon, Marcus won't even recognize what defeated him. The Medela Guild will be mine. No more restraint," Aiden said, dark-faced. "I think I've heard enough." Jia angrily yelled, "How dare you speak when I'm talking? Do you think you're my equal?" Aiden didn't care. He ordered, "Kill him." Yalin looked at Aiden, grinding his teeth and cursing, "You haven't even finished speaking." Following orders, Yalin swung his sword, piercing through Jia. Aiden removed his Nuyen Trang armor, speaking as he walked, "It's time to rescue the spirit and end this." Suddenly, from behind, a sword thrust pierced through Dare's body. Aiden sensed danger and glanced over. Seeing that Jia was still alive, he barked, "You dare to kill me?" Aiden's eyes widened in shock, thinking that Jia must have been stabbed. What stood before him now was a monster. Jia pointed his sword at Aiden and asked, "What kind of monster are you?" No sooner had he spoken, Jia unleashed an aura-charged slash towards Aiden. Aiden bit his lip, realizing that Dares had killed him, so how was he still standing? He quickly drew his sword to defend himself. Aiden's counterattack was much faster. Before Jia sword could land, he had struck first. A large gash appeared on Jia abdomen with blood flowing relentlessly, but in the blink of an eye, the wound healed. Jia crazily slashed at Aiden again. Aiden stepped back, muttering, "Red aura, superior regenerative ability." Realizing the issue, Aiden stopped and observed. Aiden said, "You turned yourself into a blood knight, you fool." Jia snorted coldly and said, "No, wasting this incredible power is what's foolish. Thanks to it, I've broken free from the master rank that had me stuck for so long." He praised the ability to control the knight's soul and his courage in challenging Aiden. "You are no ordinary person, so I won't ask who sent you." Jia smile grew cruel. "Join me, and I'll give you this power. And a high rank in my leadership." Aiden glanced back. Leadership, huh? Sounds tempting, but his voice was full of contempt. Not sure if there are any guilds left to lead. Jia stood frozen by his words. "What are you saying?" Before he could take back his words, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. A subordinate rushed in, shouting, "Guild leader, we're in big trouble." The Medela Guild members stormed in to attack. Jia stood stunned. At the same time, Marcus led an attack, and the Umbra Guild members were barely able to resist. Jia muttered, "Marcus is here. Don't tell me it's because of you, you bastard." Aiden smiled. "What's the matter? Don't like my little gift, guild leader?" Jia angrily shouted, "You bastard, I'll kill you right here." After shouting, he charged with overwhelming force, but Aiden dodged without a scratch. Aiden's gaze turned icy as he showed Jia what he had sacrificed. Jia opened his eyes wide in shock. What the hell is that? In an instant, red flames surrounded Aiden. He spoke coldly. I created this sword technique to cut through dragon scales. Only those who can slay dragons can master it. His eyes blazed with fierce determination, terrifying Jia Lin. He charged through the flames, shouting, and swung his sword, slicing the opponent's body in two. The sword technique of the slaying Dragon King shone brilliantly. Jia Lin screamed in pain as his opponent fell, coughing up blood. He seethed with rage at seeing the wound that could not heal. Aiden clicked his tongue and said, "Is that all you've got? In theory, your entire body should be incinerated by now." Thanks to the new mana technique, he wielded swordsmanship once reserved for grand sword masters, making Jia Lin's injuries incurable. Jia Lin clenched his fists, wondering why he was humiliated by such a coward. Jia Lin gritted his teeth, unwilling but with no other choice. Jaylin threw back her head and shouted, "Oh, dungeon, I, the contract maker Jaylin Umbra, demand the resurrection of the merchant Soul Pessi." Aiden was stunned at her words. The stones began to crumble and a magical hat appeared. Pest also appeared, asking in a deep voice, "What's going on, Jaylin Ambra?" Aiden watched Pest closely at the same time. This was the one who secretly sold dungeon rights, kidnapped plague souls, and hid it from the merchant council. Bestwood spoke, "You even used my emergency summoning right. This looks serious, doesn't it?" Jia hurriedly called for help. "Oh, we need your assistance. Please deal with this one," Pest replied coldly. "Interfering in the dungeon will cost extra fees." Jia nodded. "I'll pay with everything I have. Just kill him right now." Pest smiled in satisfaction, growing in size as its presence spread pressure throughout the area. Aiden felt the pressure and pursed his lips. Curse remarked, "He's as strong as a grand sword master." Aiden shook his head. "No, stronger. Humans can't fight merchant souls." He glanced at Pest and Tuck said, "Merchant souls are not allowed to interfere with everything in the dungeon." Bittner asked with a wicked grin, "You sure about that? You know about our merchant souls, don't you? But so what? As long as I'm not caught, it's fine, so you'll have to die." It bared its fangs at Aiden. Aiden spoke calmly, "But you know, those who talk like that get caught easily." Pest growled, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Aiden realized he couldn't defeat a fully exerted merchant soul in the dungeon. There was still one final option. A voice echoed, confirming Rabbit's report, shocking Pest. Suddenly, someone appeared in the space. Rabbit was behind them. The newcomer said sternly, "Long time no see, Pest." "Greetings, Chairman." Pest bowed in fear, recognizing the arrival of the Merchant Council's chairman. He looked at Pest coldly. "It seems we need to have a talk." She was the chairman of the Merchant Council, respected by all merchant souls, appearing in the human world only for two reasons: to warn of dungeon changes or to resolve merchant soul issues. First was to warn of serious dungeon alterations, the second to deal with merchant soul issues. Previously, Rabbits had feared Aiden but was even more terrified upon hearing his request. He asked in panic, "You want me to call Chairman HU?" Aiden calmly replied, "According to Ngu, a merchant soul is making a pact with the Umbra faction, violating council law." He wanted Rabbits to explain the situation to the chairman. Rabbits was angry, but Aiden was determined, which led to the current situation. Hat gratefully said, "Thank you, Rabbits." It replied timidly, "It's nothing, Chairman." Aiden checked the precise time. Rabbits. Jalen was fearful, secretly asking Pest, trembling, "Who is that?" Pest panicked. "How did you get here?" Aiden answered, "Listen to me first, there's some misunderstanding." Hat exuded overwhelming presence, scolding coldly, "Misunderstanding? Do you really think I don't know what you've done?" Pest was shocked and fearful because Hat knew his actions. "What do you mean?" Hat said, "I've long known about your personal profiteering and hoped you would realize your mistakes." Aiden remained silent, for it was no longer his concern. Rabbits anxiously awaited Pest's consequences. Pest pleaded, "Wait, I can explain." Hat coldly said, "You are dismissed." A flash of light engulfed Nopest entirely. Hat retracted the light, smiling in satisfaction, leaving only a trembling mouse. Task complete. Hat looked at Aiden. "I've heard Rabbits' report." Aiden replied indifferently, "It's nothing." Hat said seriously, "Empty words aren't enough, that's not the principle of the store." A bag appeared in Aiden's hand, surprising him. It was Hat's compensation. She had prepared some useful items for the upcoming journey. Aiden thanked her, amazed. Hat's gift was truly special. Hat quickly said goodbye, "Then I take my leave." Aiden did not stop her, only nodded slightly. Aiden asked, "Wait, may I ask one thing?" Hat asked, "About what?" He replied, "How can I save the imprisoned plague soul?" Hat slowly said, "The child is in a deep sleep. Consciousness cannot be restored even if the seal is broken. There's only one way to awaken it, the official contract." There was another option Aiden could choose, perhaps better for the contract maker. Aiden guessed this method involved erasing the soul. Hat knew he understood and said nothing further, leaving. "Then I take my leave." He did not stop her, only nodded slightly, "Thank you." Before leaving, Hat said a cryptic sentence. "I wish you the best on your journey, Mr. Aiden Ambaleo." After speaking, she vanished, leaving Aiden stunned and full of doubt. No one answered, he was alone. Spoke, "Did she just call your name from your past life?" Aiden did not answer, still bewildered. How did she know his past life name, proving an entity unaffected by reincarnation existed? Aiden thought to himself, this merchant hat, did I overlook anything? He smiled, almost forgetting, then turned back, casting a sinister glance at Jalen behind him. That moment, Jia Ling trembled uncontrollably. The next day in Cacton City, people kept spreading news that the Umbra Guild was under a full-scale assault by the Medela Guild. At the same time, their shady dealings were being exposed. Everyone rejoiced that Marcus had defeated them, bringing peace to their world. In the Medela Guild, inside the guild master's office, Aiden picked up a newspaper and felt a sense of relief and joy. Congratulations, you've become a hero of Cacton City, he thought. Marcus also thanked Aiden. It's all thanks to you. Without you, I might have lost both the guild and my daughter. Saying this, he glanced at Anko and hesitated before asking, are you sure we can trust him? You were the one who recommended him. Seeing his doubt, Uncle shouted, I'll do my best. Marcus looked at him like he was insane. Aiden ignored him, calmly saying that even if Medela took over another large guild, it would still be awkward, especially if it belonged to an enemy. It was best to use someone as a puppet. They wouldn't dare betray them. At that, his expression turned eerie. But if he dares go against me, I'll hunt him down to the last. Uncle was terrified, crying and swearing. I would never. I don't even know what betrayal means. Curse, sitting nearby, asked, aren't you going to tell him about chaos and the Jaduchi? Aiden shook his head. It won't help. Even if we reveal that the Jaduchi interfered, Sinbetta can easily cover it up with her influence. You need something powerful enough to pressure her into hiding the truth. For now, be patient, wait for the right moment. The Fire God Palace, Dung Chet, and everything that happened in Cacton City. Thinking of that, Aiden couldn't help but sigh. Then he focused on Marcus. He looked at the child trapped in the stone and asked, have you decided what to do with this yet? Marcus hesitated, then helplessly said, you said there are 2 ways to save Sat. Make a formal contract with the plague spirit Blake. Break the stone, which would erase Blake, and then find another spirit to form a contract with Sat. Aiden nodded slightly. The girl doesn't have much time left. The choice is yours. Marcus pressed his lips together and replied gloomily, the plague spirit doesn't seem evil. It hasn't caused any trouble. He knew the prejudice against plague spirits lingered since Ridosla, the alchemist of Plague of Sin, turned the southern continent into a hell. He didn't want Sat targeted. Marcus shivered, unable to hold back. I know this isn't right, but I won't change my mind. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up, gripping his sword, ready to strike. But at that moment, Sat rushed in from her room, shouting fiercely, Father, stop. Marcus froze for a moment. Jayek, what's wrong? Before he could finish, she cried out angrily, don't hurt my friend. No one noticed that the crack in the ceiling stone trembled slightly at her words. At that moment, Sat ran forward and stood in front of the ceiling stone, her eyes determined. Don't hurt my friend. Marcus hurried in front of her, puzzled. Jayek, what's wrong? Aiden frowned in thought. He hadn't told Sat for fear of shocking her, so how did she know could it be? Just then he saw Alice standing outside the door. Sure enough, she admitted honestly, I told her, that is Sat's spirit. Despite being a difficult decision, it was the choice Sat herself made. Marcus reluctantly advised, step aside, she's very dangerous. Sat shook her head stubbornly, saying, you don't understand, he always protects me. Now I'll protect him. Inside the ceiling stone, Greg seemed to stir as if awakened by her words. Story flashed back to Sat's past. At age 5, she first realized someone was always by her side. In a dark alley of Cacton City, Sat turned pale with fear as a dog 8 times her size lunged at her. It bared its fangs and charged, making her scream. At that moment, something like a spirit appeared and the dog froze mid-attack. In an instant, it turned and left, leaving Sat bewildered. From that moment, Sat understood that someone had always quietly protected her, even when her mother left and she was all alone. Even when she cried from a wounded leg, the spirit remained right beside her. So now, Sat was determined to protect Blake. She had heard from the saintest that lost spirits caused her illness, and this spirit was the reason she remained safe. She clenched her teeth and said indignantly, do all my protectors have to disappear? This spirit, my friend, does it also have to leave like my mother? Marcus was shocked by her words and hurriedly explained, Jayek, that's not. But before he could finish, she firmly asked, then answer me, father. If I form a contract with this spirit, will you hate me too? Hearing this, Marcus exclaimed in shock, you know I would never do that. In front of everyone, Sat gently said, that's enough, father. I don't care what others think. I just need you and my friend by my side. She couldn't let the friend who always protected her die just for her own sake. She begged him to accept Blake as part of the family. Marcus hesitated briefly. After a moment, he lowered his sword, exhaling. All right, Jack, as long as you're healthy and happy, that's enough for me. He stepped forward and hugged her. I'm sorry. Unnoticed, Blake inside the ceiling stone shed a few tears as well. It seemed to have heard the entire conversation. Once everything was settled, Marcus sat across from Aiden, grateful. Thank you, young Master Aiden. I'll always remember what you've done for me. Aiden replied calmly, it's just part of the deal. Don't be so formal, but are you truly okay with Sat now holding the plague spirit? Marcus reluctantly said, Honestly, I don't really like it. It clearly makes Sat's life more difficult. But if it makes her happy, nothing else matters. I'll make sure she's raised well, safe, and able to reach her full potential. Because of this, Marcus would regard Blake as a blessing, not a dangerous being. In the end, that spirit had become part of his family. Aiden understood and lowered his voice. Marcus, if that's the case, I have a proposal for you. He said he would write a letter of introduction. How about sending Sat to the Remise estate for study? Marcus was slightly surprised. Aiden explained slowly. You must have heard the terrifying rumors about Radosra. The plague spirit's power is extremely dangerous. Right now, Sat needs to learn spellcraft to control it properly. He continued, there are spirits living in my estate as well. She could become a great spellcaster if she learns directly from them. Marcus hesitated. But is it right for me to receive such a favor? Why are you so generous and willing to help us? Aiden laughed. Help? Oh, come on, it's just part of the deal. Marcus became even more suspicious. Aiden winked. The condition is that you'll assist me in the future when I need the power of Sat. I promise I won't abuse her power. Marcus didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. If you need help, we are ready anytime, anywhere. Not only Sark's power, but the entire Medela faction will join in. Aiden smiled and replied cheerfully. Once Sark can control the power of the plague soul, she will be able to contribute a great deal. Moreover, having Medela on our side will be a huge advantage. Then, both of them approached and shook hands as a sign of approval for the deal. Meanwhile, in the northern continent of the frozen wastes, a man who had no clear reason for being their side and said, the Umbra faction has been toppled, everything is in chaos. Beside him was another man. Under the ice were the corpses of monsters, clearly killed by these individuals. The man behind suddenly knelt down and respectfully said, I truly apologize for bringing such bad news. The other man looked at him and suspiciously asked, do you know who's behind this? He quickly recounted the results of the investigation. According to the Red Knight, they used a sword similar to someone else's, so it's highly likely that Dyer is involved. Upon hearing this, the man in front of him became furious. Those damn purifiers from that kingdom. I shouldn't have trusted them from the start. With that, he angrily swung his sword through the air, causing a strong disturbance in the air. However, when he sheathed the sword, his eyes were bloodshot. Seeing this, his subordinate immediately rushed to support him. My lord, please take this medicine. I also advise you to calm down and pity Sinbetta. It turned out that the man was Sinbetta and the White Knight, one of his most loyal followers. He drank a vial of medicine. After a while, Sinbetta felt better and the bloodshot veins in his eyes disappeared. He angrily said, I have to rely on the medicine of these paupers. How pathetic. If only my energy core hadn't been damaged in the monster invasion 7 years ago, I wouldn't be suffering like this now. Perhaps he should be grateful that he hadn't gone insane after that accident. Sinbetta crushed the vial, his anger boiling as he said, I don't need the Blood Knights, the Fire God Church, or anyone else. His main goal was to find a gem that could replace his damaged energy core. Once he achieved that, he would be able to reach the realm of a Grandmaster. Mentioning this, Sinbetta's eyes shone with determination. I must become the Grand Duke and succeed the throne. In Aiden's in-room, he was staring at the stone in his hand. What the hell is this? The black merchant had given it to him, so it surely wasn't a trivial item. Curse quickly jumped out to explain, this is a contract stone. Aiden raised an eyebrow, surprised. A contract stone? That's right, Curse nodded. It allows the user to form a contract with a soul or a spirit beast from the spirit realm. It can summon high-level souls, a very rare item in the human world. You just need to channel mana into the stone. Aiden understood and nodded. Is that so? Immediately, he began channeling mana into the stone. The stone quickly turned green. Seeing this, Curse said with interest, looks like something exciting is about to happen. At that moment, a flame surrounded the stone. In an instant, the flame engulfed the entire room. Aiden held the stone in his hand, so hot that he almost wanted to throw it away. He screamed, fire, my hand is, but then he stopped, quickly regaining his composure. It's not hot at all, it seems like I've seen this fire before. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice came from the flame, reproaching him. How dare you summon a being like me here? Curse mocked, you just summoned a very peculiar being, a mythical-grade spirit beast. Before Aiden was a fire phoenix, its flames so bright they could scorch the skin. Aiden remembered from his past life that most people who formed contracts with spirit beasts only had low-level ones. Very few had contracts with mid-tier spirit beasts. How did you manage to summon a mythical-grade spirit beast with just this contract stone? Never saw something like this in my past life, Aiden asked in doubt. Did I just summon you? The fire phoenix responded. More accurately, I found you. I am the king of fire and my child said they owe you a life. Aiden was surprised, not understanding what was going on. Owe me a life? Just then, a baby fire phoenix appeared, letting out a melodious chirp. Seeing it, Aiden finally realized. The fire phoenix spoke, you saved my child from the sorcerer who tried to absorb it. As a mother and the king of this child, I want to express my gratitude. But after meeting you, there's something unexpected. Aiden asked in confusion, what do you mean? Fire Phoenix's gaze seemed to pierce through everything. Rebirth, poison resistance, dark energy, and even Benji's shield. All these things are too much for someone like you. You also carry a terrible curse with you. Upon hearing this, Aiden couldn't help but laugh. Curse was so furious that he wanted to rush in and strike. What the hell is she talking about? Terrible, damn brain-dead idiot. Aiden asked seriously, so do you want to form a contract with me? The Fire Phoenix slowly replied, normally, a living being like you wouldn't be able to control my power, but with the strange stone in your body, perhaps it will be possible. Aiden was surprised, thinking back to the strange stone he had absorbed in the dead forest. So, do you know what that stone is? The Fire Phoenix gently shook its head. Unfortunately, I don't know for sure, but in ancient times there was an entity that possessed a stone very similar to this. Things like me were also weak in front of such entities. Aiden still lacked the inner energy, but the Fire Phoenix believed that he had enough potential to control it. Alright, human, do you want to form a contract with me? Aiden immediately regained his focus. How could I let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip by? Alright, I will form the contract. The Fire Phoenix was pleased with his response. It spread its wings and flames immediately erupted. My name is Pyranus. As the child of the primordial flame, I can purify everything. I will form a contract with you. Tell me your name. Aiden gazed at it intently and slowly said, Aiden Reese. Hearing this, Pyranus was stunned. After a moment of hesitation, it asked, do you have another name? Aiden was taken aback, then spoke his past life's name. As soon as he finished speaking, the flames erupted, enveloping both his body and Pyranus. As time passed, when the flames subsided, the system notified that Aiden had successfully formed a contract with the mythical-grade fire spirit beast Pyranus. 4 days later, at the north gate of Cacton City, a cart was moving along the road. It was Aiden's cart. Alice sat holding the girl beside her, pouting as if about to cry. We just got closer, Cassie comforted her. Don't worry, my dear, you'll see her again when this pilgrimage ends. Lou also spoke up. We'll ask Lord Joseph for approval during our visit to Cacton City. The girl could only sigh. After speaking, Lo turned to look at the closed door. Aiden was still asleep, lying on the bed lost in thought. In his hand was the mercenary token of rank S, something he had owned for some time. Before leaving, everyone had received their tokens. Bali ranked A, a few others B. When they learned Aiden's rank, everyone eagerly awaited his reaction. When they saw he was rank S, they were truly speechless. Marcus quickly explained that mercenary ranks were based on skill and achievements. He emphasized that with improved abilities and experience, anyone could rise in rank, so there was no need to worry. Aiden looked at the badge before speaking. You've worked hard. Marcus shook his head lightly. It's nothing, but by the way, where are you heading now? Aiden replied seriously. We're heading toward the Zhiz Principality. I have some matters to resolve there. Marcus finally revealed what had been on his mind. Aiden Thieu, would it be alright if I asked you something? He frowned, confused. What is it? Marcus covered his mouth and spoke quietly so only the two could hear. He asked, do you know if someone from the Zhiz Principality plotted what just happened? Aiden was stunned by the sudden question. Marcus said he could feel Aiden's anger each time that name was mentioned. From this, he knew they were the culprits. Aiden stared at him with a blank expression, powerless and speechless. Marcus paid no mind and continued. After what happened with Sat, I cannot express my rage at their despicable actions, especially since they are completely contrary to their proud nature. But right now, he could do nothing. So he wanted to ask Aiden for a favor, though a minor one. He hoped Aiden would help punish them. If he agreed, Marcus would fully accompany and support him. On hearing this, Aiden smiled with satisfaction, completely willing. The two shook hands as true comrades. Aiden thought, the enemy of my enemy is surely a good ally. They would make those bastards pay for their deserving crimes. Shaking off the thought, Aiden exhaled deeply. Everything was truly beginning. At that moment, someone announced loudly, we're almost there. Aiden opened his eyes slowly, preparing for the new journey. A beautiful kingdom appeared before their eyes, the Duchy of Zhiz ahead. After a while, in the heart of the city of Ceres, soldiers and citizens bustled back and forth. The group of Black A blended into the crowd. Cassie could not help but marvel, it's so crowded here, with nobles and knights from all over the continent. Alice, on the other hand, seemed happy, her eyes sparkling like stars. Aiden calmly explained, it's because the martial arts tournament is about to begin. This is a festival held every winter. Tournament to honor Gigajas, who sealed the Ice Queen and founded the duchy. Moreover, due to frequent monster attacks in winter, this festival also serves as a prayer for a peaceful season. There are only a few festivals like this on the continent, which is why so many people gather here. Even the citizens of the duchy stopped their work to participate in the tournament. At this point, Aiden smiled brightly as though he were the winner, and I will join this tournament. The crowd became excited upon hearing this. Bali eagerly said, sounds fun. Lo asked in surprise, but why would you participate in such a dangerous event? Cost was also curious. You're suddenly joining the tournament, didn't you come here for revenge? Aiden replied calmly, I came for revenge. but if I win this tournament, I will receive a prize from the Zhi's treasury and a vial of elixir. You need that elixir to reach the master realm. And the most important part is, right after the tournament ends, Kurz asked vaguely, what happens right after? Aiden smiled and said, after the tournament, the Ice Queen, who was sealed away, will awaken. The Ice Queen, she is the embodiment of disaster, leading an army of death from the desolate frozen lands. Once she wakes up, the surrounding lands will become level 1 necropolis. The northern nations, in an effort to defeat her, had to mobilize 6 Great Knight clans, including the Great Duchy of Zhiz and the strongest fighters from the martial arts tournament. But the armies sent out were destroyed. The lucky survivors looked like walking corpses. In a desperate situation, Sinbetta and his Blood Knights rose up to save the northern continent and his army. He defeated the Ice Queen and became the new Duke of Zhiz, gaining admiration from all, and was knighted with the title of King's Knight. However, Sinbetta was far different from what Aiden knew in his past life, neither admirable nor noble. First, you must win the martial arts tournament. Then, you will join the battle to defeat the Ice Queen. When Sinbetta weakens after his battle with the Ice Queen, you will eliminate him. Seeing Aiden silent, Alice poked her head out and asked, Aiden, isn't the food bad? You look pale. Aiden flinched slightly and shook his head, saying, it's not that. At this moment, Bali looked around and spoke up, by the way, this humble restaurant is so crowded. It really seems like this is one of the biggest festivals on the continent. Just as he said, the restaurant was packed with people. Black A nodded lightly and smiled, saying, yes. Everyone is having a good time. Just then, someone entered the restaurant, walked up to Aiden's table and hesitated before asking, excuse me, the table is full, would you mind if we sit together? The group of Black A paused, then they saw a smiling young man's face. They agreed to let him sit with them, and the young man cheerfully introduced himself. Nice to meet you all. Shall I introduce myself? I am Lao, a mercenary. Aiden replied indifferently, I'm Aiden. I'm here with my team for an expedition. Is this your teammate? Lao nodded slightly and said, this is my younger brother, Lady O. He's a little shy. Aiden turned to look at another person standing next to them and asked, who is the person next to you? Before Lao could answer, Cassie suddenly spoke up. She took a sip of water and pouted, I didn't expect to meet a fake golden tiger here. Lao was completely surprised by this statement. What did you say? Red cat, that's also rare. The fake golden tiger chuckled and introduced himself. I am B. Ruck. Cassie introduced herself as well. Aiden, now surprised, asked, a golden tiger? You don't look like regular explorers at all. Ruck smiled and replied, well, who's the one going on an expedition with a red cat, huh? Alice spoke up, by the way, I've been curious this whole time, what's that thing you're holding? Lady O. Lady O suddenly jolted when his name was called. He nervously asked this. After hesitating for a while, he introduced, it's called Baiba. It's a traditional instrument from my hometown. I'm a little embarrassed, but I'm the team's musician. Alice, hearing this, eagerly said, really? I'd love to hear it. Lao De, feeling flustered, replied suddenly. Little girl looked at him with a pleading look. Lao De couldn't bring himself to refuse. If you want, I can play a little, but I'm not very good. Soon after, his hand touched the strings. His long fingers glided over them and a clear melody rang out. Aiden's eyes suddenly sharpened as he heard the melody that Lady O was playing. The people around also paid attention to the music. Bali and Lao really enjoyed the tune. They listened so much that their mood became much lighter. Lady O didn't notice anyone around him, focusing on playing like a true musician. At this moment, Kurz jumped out and laughed, combining music with energy. Huh, this kid has talent. The energy in the music resonates with the energy of everyone around. Lady O really played very well. Even the young boy didn't know that he had become the center of everyone's attention. The people around listened attentively. No one made a sound to break the moment. Lao seemed unbothered by the situation, sitting quietly and enjoying it. After a while, the music finally stopped. Lady O slowly opened his eyes and spoke. That's the sound of this instrument. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone immediately expressed their emotion. Cassie couldn't help but praise, thank you for that touching performance, young man. Lao, not afraid of embarrassment, started to cry. This is the first time I've heard such a moving piece of music. Alice was so excited that she jumped up. That was great, you're so cool. Lao teased, looks like you've got more fans now, that's really rare. Ah, I mean your brother. Lady O blushed and yelled, shut up. Biruk also joined in, come on, be honest. Didn't you secretly enjoy the applause too? The young boy angrily shouted, you too, Biruk. After the meal, everyone dispersed. Before leaving, Lao didn't forget to say goodbye. We wanted to chat more, but the schedule is too tight. So we have to go now. Aiden didn't try to keep them. Lao smiled and said, there's a lot more to prepare for the martial arts tournament than I thought. Aiden became interested, are you all joining too? Coincidence? Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something and his eyes widened in astonishment. Aiden calmly asked, you said your name is Lao, right? Lao raised an eyebrow and smiled, yes. Hearing the answer, Aiden immediately stepped forward. He stood face to face with him, his voice full of combat intent. It seems like the next time we meet, we'll be enemies. See you at the martial arts tournament. Lao also looked at him with a challenging gaze. All right, Aiden, but don't think I'll show mercy because of any past connection. With that, he led his group away. Their figures gradually disappeared into the night. Kurz then jumped out and asked, what was that just now? Lackey pouted and retorted, what do you mean by that? Kurz calmly said, even though it was only for a short moment, you still showed a sharp aura, didn't you? Lackey slowly explained, because I think I know who that guy is. He was surprised, you know him from your past life. Lackey shook his head and pouted. Oh, but I've heard rumors about a swordsman traveling with a half-demon and a genius musician. He was once the champion of the Zhiz tournament, known as the Ruthless Demon Sword. Hearing this, Lin nodded in understanding. Aiden asked, so in his past life he was the champion of the martial arts tournament. But why was he called the Ruthless Demon Sword? He repeated the story, saying the man disappeared without a trace right after receiving his reward, a vial of elixir. Lao didn't even participate in the battle to eliminate the Ice Queen. After disappearing, he reappeared 2 years later in the Grand Duchy of Zhiz, becoming a mad killer. After parting ways with Lao's group, Aiden led everyone to the suspected location. But upon seeing it, everyone was stunned, eyes wide open. Ellis eagerly asked, did your friend really let us stay here? Aiden smiled proudly, replying, of course. Bali frowned and retorted, using connections to enjoy luxury during a pilgrimage. Isn't that against the original purpose of hiding and understanding the situation? Aiden waved his hand, reassuring, it's fine. This will be a valuable experience for Alice to understand the power of relationships and influence. Isn't this a perfect pilgrimage? Bali fell silent, with nothing more to say. Aiden led the way into the tower where Nista was already waiting. After arranging things for everyone, she and Aiden entered the guest room. Aiden sat across from her, his voice low as he asked, how have things been lately? She replied, thanks to your information, we've eliminated several small groups of chaos. The number of branches related to Zhiz has been decreasing recently. It seems there have been some conflicts between Chaos and the Thunderstorm Knight Sinbetta. Aiden frowned, reflecting on the attack on the royal palace and the incident at the Fire God Temple. The experiments in the Dead Forest and the failed experiments of the Blood Knights in the Umber Guild were not surprising to him. He asked, do you think they'll figure out that I'm the one behind all of this? Nista confidently shook her head. The chances are very low. I can handle all those filthy heretics myself. Aiden thought to himself, truly a worthy incarnation of the Demon King. Seeing her like this, Aiden was startled, wondering, did Nista just blush because of me? She had once wanted to kill him in a past life, but Aiden gently changed the subject. More importantly, how about the item I asked you for? Nista bluntly replied, I've brought it. She opened a box, revealing 7 stellanium ingots just as Aiden had requested. Seeing them, he smiled happily. Stellarium was a rare mineral containing miraculous electric conductive powers, so rare that many people went their whole lives without ever seeing it. One piece was worth the equivalent of 10 mansions. Aiden gratefully said, this mineral is truly precious, thank you for finding it for me. Nista replied indifferently, it's nothing. What do you plan to do with them? He cheerfully answered, I'll turn them into armor for myself. I already have the sword and shield. But I haven't found the right armor yet. Nista hesitated. Stellarium is known to be difficult to forge. Finding a skilled blacksmith is not easy. Aiden calmly responded, there is one, a blacksmith who can make exactly what I need. Next morning, in a dark alley in Sears, Aiden seemed to be searching for something, wandering around for 2 hours. Someone impatiently said, you keep saying it's not here. Are you sure this blacksmith even exists? Aiden nodded, I'm sure, I told you it's here. It's just a little difficult to find the blacksmith. We have to do it ourselves. Just then, he spotted a small house deep in the alley and happily called out, found it, the other person questioned, but it's just a door. Aiden replied, to a normal person, it may seem like just a detached door, but to me, it's different. He took something out of his bag. Kurz asked suspiciously, what's that? Aiden slowly answered, it's the key to open this door. Inserted the key into the door, and immediately, a brilliant light enveloped the space. Aiden slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside, where iron armor sets appeared before him. Seeing them, Aiden felt a sense of nostalgia. Kurz commented, this is space compression magic. Aiden replied directly, some races are born with this blessing. They are born with this ability, and the key to entering is the S-Class mercenary badge from earlier. As they entered, Aiden heard the sound of hammering and a deep voice asking, who dares to intrude into my workshop? Aiden greeted, Hethos, I've come to place an order for some armor. Hethos turned around in surprise. An armor order? Kurz doubted. Is this the blacksmith you mentioned? Aiden smiled. His skills are no joke. Hethos was the one who forged the armor Aiden wore when he faced Curse in a previous life. Curse immediately rejected, I don't want to hear anymore. Hethos assessed Aiden, you're really an S-Class mercenary, you look so scrawny. Can you even lift that sword? Aiden nodded and smiled. Of course, I even have a platinum badge, see? Hethos shook his head and refused. The human world must be losing its mind. You're giving an S-class mercenary badge to someone this week. Those decided to raise the stakes and dismissed Aiden. Go away. I don't have any equipment for someone like you. There are plenty of other blacksmiths. Aiden wasn't flustered, clicking his tongue and smiling. What a shame, I thought we could chat a bit while enjoying some fine white wine from the Drathia kingdom, the Tears of the White Dragon. He took out a bottle of wine, acting regretful, but it looks like I'll have to find another blacksmith. Hethos was shocked. What? Tears of the White Dragon. Aiden didn't answer, turning toward the door. I'll be going now. Hethos rushed to stop him, his tone completely changing. Let's talk, let's talk. Immediately, the two began drinking, with Hethos becoming friendlier after the alcohol. Hethos commented, humans really know how to make excellent wine. What's your name? Aiden politely replied, my name is Aiden. Hethos nodded and smiled. All right then, Aiden. I can't help but praise this wine is very good. Hethos said, this is the best wine I've had since that rascal Wenkan gave me some 20 years ago. Aiden pondered, remembering that in his past life, Wenkan had taken him to meet Hethos. This place had been thrown into chaos by Aiden afterward, with Hethos angrily chasing him with a hammer as if he were a dog. When Aiden grew up, Wenkan disappeared, and Hethos felt sorrowful for his absence from this timeline. Aiden thought about this, quickly smiling. That's enough drinking, can I talk about my request now? Hethos nodded without hesitation. Right, you've given the wine, I can't let you leave empty-handed. Go ahead, tell me your request. There's no weapon or armor I can't make. In the northern ice mountains of Sears on the peak, there was a giant block of ice. Upon closer inspection, one could see a person trapped inside. Suddenly, the person opened his eyes. Aiden left the forge with great joy. He felt wonderful meeting Hethos again after such a long time. Armor and sword you requested will take about 4 days to complete. There are still 10 days left before the Ice Queen arrives, so it should be fine. As for the key that helps Aiden teleport to Hethos's forge, it will be quite useful while waiting for the items. You continued your pilgrimage to the Seers Temple as scheduled, the main purpose of this journey. Just then, a commotion sounded from down the street, surprising Aiden a bit. He saw people gathering, continuously calling Alice's name. Alice heard people calling her name. She happily stuck her head out of the carriage and waved at them. Hello everyone, nice to meet you, she said. The crowd below looked up at her with sparkling eyes as they heard her sweet voice. Aiden watched the scene in silence. Kurt sighed, looks like the saintess really enjoys this. Aiden nodded, yes, I think so too, let her enjoy herself, it's fine. The carriage continued its way into the Sea's temple. At the temple, many people had already been waiting. A priest led the group and respectfully said, the priest of the Ker's family from the Harmony Temple, Jez, greets the saintess and her companion. Ker saw the priests and was displeased, criticizing them. A talking ape is a priest now? Aiden sighed helplessly. The chef and janitor just looked the same. At that moment, Baku stepped up to Aiden, smiling. It's an honor to meet the benefactor of our church. Aiden politely responded, it's my pleasure. I'm Aiden Rhymes, but it seems they're welcoming Alice more enthusiastically than I expected. Barker casually said, normally, the holy flame should burn brightly on the altar, but for the past 10 years it has grown cold due to the absence of the Holy One. The holy flame of the Holy One, the temple will light up again and the hearts of the believers will ignite with faith. That's why everyone is so excited when Alice arrives. Aiden glanced at Alice and asked, can you do it? She nodded, of course I've done it before, so I'm not afraid. After saying this, Alice bravely stepped forward. Aiden stood outside watching her like a father looking at his daughter. She had grown so much. Alice approached the altar. She looked at her palm, furrowing her brows as she muttered, if I channel the holy power here. Immediately, her hand began to radiate holy energy. Without hesitation, Alice channeled her holy power into the altar. In an instant, the flames erupted and she joyfully shouted, it's done. However, the flames she created shot straight up into the sky. Seeing this, the priests below were moved. The holy flame of the Harmony Temple has returned. After 10 years, the Almighty of the Harmony Church. Backer was also moved, unable to believe he was witnessing the holy flame reignite. He turned to Aiden and asked, young Master Aiden, isn't it wonderful? This is the flame of the Harmony Temple. However, Aiden remained motionless as if he hadn't heard anything. He was sensing something strange. It was the mana cultivation technique he had learned from the ancient book of the Fire God Temple. The technique instructed Aiden's body, demanding him to absorb the flames. Aiden hesitated for a moment, then raised his hand into the air. In an instant, the flames flew toward him, as if obeying an order. The flames rushed toward him quickly, like a barrage of fire beams heading straight for Aiden. Baku's yelled in panic, young Master Aiden, danger! The flames burst violently, threatening to engulf everything. I was also panicked. Young Master, Bali, standing behind, was stunned. The holy flames had incinerated anyone who was not its master, and now it was heading toward Aiden. No one understood what was happening. The flames still burned fiercely. Aiden stood in the center of the flames, his eyes closed, concentrating. The warmth spread around him. Just then, the voice of Pyranus echoed, my successor, I will give you the eyes to see through all the truth. no deception will be strong enough to overcome you. Aiden slowly opened his eyes. After a while, the flames finally dissipated. Lao rushed to Aiden. Young master, are you all right? Everyone kept checking on Aiden to see if he was fine. Only Baku stood still, confused by what had just happened. Unbelievable, he was surrounded by the holy flames. How is he still alive? Bali explained. I know he's no ordinary person. Baku's asked. What do you mean by that? Priest Bali casually replied. There's a prophecy in the church. A long time ago, before the leader of the Harmony Temple passed away, he told the disciples that the chosen one would come. Given the current situation, I'm certain that Aiden is the apostle of the Harmony Temple. Aiden, avoiding everyone's gaze, suddenly froze, feeling the eyes of the crowd on him, full of admiration. He didn't understand what was happening. But that moment the priest suddenly shouted, Long live the apostle of the Fire God Temple. The apostle of the Fire God Temple has appeared to protect us. Aiden was surprised. Apostle of what? The crowd suddenly knelt, causing Aiden to panic. Bucus and the priests knelt down and respectfully said, We greet the apostle of the Harmony Temple. Aiden trembled. I have a bad feeling about this. What if I don't accept this? Just then the ground suddenly shook violently. Everyone panicked. Earthquake, watch out for falling rocks. Aiden furrowed his brows, feeling that something was wrong. No, this isn't an earthquake. Something is definitely happening. At the same time, on the top of the frozen mountain, a chunk of ice shattered. The one trapped inside began to slowly step out. A scream echoed through the sky. Hearing that sound, Aiden turned pale. Is that the Ice Queen's scream? Aiden thought, and sure enough, the Ice Queen had broken the seal and emerged. However, he felt it wasn't yet her time to awaken. The world began to descend into chaos. Piercing sounds continuously rang out, causing the people to cover their ears in pain. The sensation was like hell itself. In the midst of the intense pain, a figure appeared in the sky. She spoke slowly, Hello everyone. Thank you for always supporting our shop. I am the owner of the Soul Store Merchant Hat. The crowd was immediately stunned. A figure of such high rank is here. Hat smiled lightly and explained, Today there is an important announcement. A legendary dungeon of the Ice Queen has appeared. The people were left speechless, trembling. Has the Ice Queen returned? They immediately began to flee quickly. The Ice Queen will destroy everything again. If you want to live, run now. Ken was furious because his queen had returned, and Bill Zeppard was going against his intentions of protecting his homeland. Aiden felt an overwhelming anger and was determined to hold firm. How could this fool think he had the right to speak out? He shouted at him to be silent. Suddenly, the sword released a wave of magical energy. At the same time, Aiden's eyes lit up as if he could see through everything. Through that energy, Aiden saw the silhouette of the Dark Knight. He spoke, My name is Dares. I once served as a knight under Lord Sinbada. Aiden saw Dare's memories from when he worked for Sinbada in this mana core state. I will never regain my former strength. If possible, I might even lose my position as Grand Duke to someone else. At this point, Sinbada looked behind him and spoke. The Dark Knight brought back the Dark Mages who had met me, saying I had accepted their request. He said that if this gem is completed, he will replace it with the core of mana. Once done, he will regain the title of Grand Duke. The memory abruptly stopped and Aiden was left astounded. Was this the memory of the Dark Knight? The earlier event, when the Holy Flame had granted him a new power called Harmony Eye, the system had notified him that it was a divine power. However, he didn't expect that it would allow him to see the memories of a soul. Curse then spoke. More importantly, the mystery of the red gem that the last person absorbed has finally been solved. Aiden nodded. That's right. No wonder controlling mana has become so much easier since absorbing that gem. One thing Aiden was certain of was that Sinbada didn't have much time left. He would try to create another replacement core. Scow, you say that, but didn't Florence say the relationship between the Night King and Chaos isn't good now? Then how exactly does he plan to create a replacement core? Aiden chuckled lightly. Do you know why the descendants of the Zhuz family are abnormally strong? The basic reasoning is that they are trained in a harsh environment. No, Aiden shook his head. It's because the first Grand Duke defeated the Frost Queen and absorbed her essence. That essence contained pure energy unmatched by any elixir. That bastard Sinbada is certainly hunting for the essence of the Frost Queen. Therefore, Aiden could not allow him to achieve his goal. As he was thinking, someone approached and greeted him. Long time no see, young Master Reese. Aiden turned around and it was Dio who greeted him warmly. Long time no see. Dio nodded and responded, I wanted to come and greet you myself. Aiden asked in surprise, You knew I was here? Dio smiled lightly and replied, I heard that your family has become the patron of the Holy Maiden and you're accompanying her on a pilgrimage. Upon hearing this, Aiden's mouth twitched. Wasn't this pilgrimage supposed to be top secret? Curse sneered and said, They say nothing in this world is truly secret. Aiden ignored him and asked seriously, You must be here because of the Frost Queen issue. Dio nodded in acknowledgement. That's right, the Fire God Temple needs a representative to attend an emergency meeting. Upon hearing this, Aiden immediately began processing the information and smiled sharply. Only the highest-ranking individual of the Fire God Temple can attend, right? Dio seemed slightly intimidated by Aiden's expression, hesitated and replied, "That should be the case." Aiden, pleased, said, "Then a person called the Apostle of the Fire God Temple, worshipped by the entire church, would be the perfect candidate, right?" Dio's mouth twitched, he forced a smile and said, "Yes, perhaps." Aiden achieved his goal and was in high spirits. "Then let's go." Dio still didn't understand what was happening, but Aiden confidently said, "I'm the one you're looking for, the Apostle of the Fire God Temple. Let's go meet them." The person next to him asked doubtfully, "You have a plan, right?" Aiden nonchalantly replied, "Of course, anyway, I plan to visit the current Grand Duke." He continued confidently, "You have a great plan, I'm sure." Meanwhile, in Sinbeda's office, he was discussing strategies with his subordinates. After a long while, he slowly spoke, "So, the Frost Queen has finally awakened. Do you know how long I've waited for this?" His two subordinates stood quietly listening. Sinbeda sneered and said, "Everyone believes the first Grand Duke defeated the Frost Queen. That's only half the truth. The first Grand Duke did defeat the Frost Queen, but he couldn't destroy her. When she was defeated, her essence shattered into many pieces and scattered across the northern continent. These fragments turned the entire northern continent into a land of eternal frost and infected the monsters, making them stronger. One of these fragments seeped into the body of the first Grand Duke, reinforcing the genetic strength of the Zhez family." Sinbeda slammed the table in anger. "After all these years, the Frost Queen has finally gathered her essence and awakened. That means if I capture her and absorb her entire essence, I will become the ruler of the world." The more he thought about it, the more excited Sinbeda became. He immediately ordered, "White Knight, Red Knight, prepare for battle. We'll be the first to arrive, eliminate her, and absorb her essence." His two subordinates immediately bowed and received their orders. That moment, hurried footsteps were heard outside the door. Someone burst in and shouted, "Lord Sinbeda, there's an urgent matter." Sinbeda frowned and asked in disbelief, "What's going on?" The person panted heavily and tried to explain. "Grand Duke has just handed over the Frost Queen target to an outside force instead of the night troops." Sinbeda was stunned and stood up, unable to believe his ears, exclaiming, "Outside forces." Immediately, rage covered his face. He gritted his teeth and said, "I clearly told father I would handle the hunt myself, so why hand it over to some foreign force?" Sinbeda glared at the man and through gritted teeth asked, "Who exactly are they?" His two subordinates stood by, waiting for an answer. The man dared not hesitate and quickly answered, "It's the Fire God Temple." Sinbeda froze, his face filled with fury. "Those bastards, are they determined to stir up trouble?" The man continued, "I heard the leader of this hunt is someone quite famous recently." Sinbeda frowned and asked, "He's famous, what's his name?" The man replied, "It's Aiden Rimasa." Sinbeda muttered, "Aiden Rimasa," and for a moment he shuddered. His eyes became sharp as he gritted his teeth and muttered, "Aiden Rimasa, I must meet him." Back when the Fire God Temple had just announced the dungeon, Aiden had been brought by Dio to meet his father. His formula, after hearing Aiden's proposal, frowned and asked, "So you mean you will handle the Frost Queen hunt for us?" Aiden smiled and replied, "Actually, I'm proposing a deal, sir." His father became intrigued and asked, "A deal? Let's hear it." Aiden calmly responded, "As you know, the Frost Queen is a disaster-level monster, difficult to deal with even for many swordsmen. Even the most elite knights of Grand Duke's would suffer heavy losses. Instead, your teammates in the Fire God Temple will take on the task of subduing the Frost Queen." His father, hearing this, hesitated for a moment. After a long pause, he finally spoke, "What do you want?" Aiden didn't rush to answer, calmly smiled, then mysteriously said, "Give me everything." This time it was his turn to be interrupted. Yun Shen suddenly lowered his voice and called out to Aiden. Hearing his name, Dio immediately turned around, looking slightly embarrassed. Meanwhile, Aiden just smiled. Yun Shen said, "I trust action over words." In an instant, the sword at his waist was drawn. He said nothing else, merely reaching for the sword again, his eyes full of determination as he attacked. Aiden felt a twinge of worry but raised his sword to defend. His opponent's strength was overwhelming, and even a light strike made his hands tingle. Seeing this, Dale hurried over, saying, "Father, he saved my life. Why would you strike him?" Shen did not answer, prolonging the moment before sheathing his sword. He slowly said, "So you're not just good at empty talk. What is the final condition in the pact you propose?" Aiden could not help but think that, despite the rough reputation, Yun Shen was truly intimidating, though he kept this thought to himself. Yun Shen remained silent, only repeating, "Remember to state the final condition of my pact." Later, Aiden sat on his bed, holding the radiant vial in his hand, whispering, "It was meant as a reward, but it has become my final condition." Expected, Aiden sensed that this elixir would help him break through the barrier he had encountered. Without hesitation, he swallowed it, and his body reacted instantly. A surge of icy mana flooded Aiden's body like a waterfall. There was too much mana to absorb fully, yet Aiden refused to let any of it go. It all belonged to him. Seeing him struggle to control it, Curse shouted anxiously, if you keep this up, your mana will spiral out of control. Release it. Never, Aiden replied firmly. As time passed and mana continued to surge, he thought, just a little more and it's done. Invisible barrier restraining him slowly collapsed. Moments later, Aiden's room shone brilliantly. The invisible whirlwind shook violently and then, finally, the mana dissipated and the vortex ceased. Inside Aiden's room, a new figure appeared with massive wings and a deer-like head. Curse had taken human form. Cheerfully, he said, it seems regaining my power restores my form more fully. But at that moment, Aiden suddenly clenched his fist. Without hesitation, Aiden struck Curse with a powerful punch. Astonishingly, the blow passed right through him. Curse shouted, what are you doing? Aiden frowned. I thought finally I could land a proper punch once I became a swordsman. It's only enraged Curse further, and he roared, you brat! At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. With Aiden's permission, Nista entered and reported, preparations are complete, my lord of the underworld. Aiden nodded in satisfaction, saying, good, let's go immediately. The next morning, atop Snow Mountain, after the Ice Queen awoke, the land remained shrouded in mist. The higher they climbed, the more Aiden and Nista felt it. Nista wondered aloud, this isn't ordinary fog. Aiden nodded and replied, yes, it's a rather insidious magic. The reason the elite knights were wiped out on their first attempt was this Bensi mist. It forces one to relive their deepest fears, driving them insane. However, it had no effect on Aiden, as his fire eyes allowed him to see paths through the mist. The second reason for the knight's failure was right before Aiden now. He said quietly, there's quite a lot of them. A massive army of revenants blocked Aiden and Nista's path, yet Aiden did not need to confront them directly. He turned to Nista and asked, can you handle this? Nista replied calmly, although I can't see through the mist, I can definitely sense it. The cries of the revenants, the desperate screams of those trapped in terror pleading for salvation. Revenants are beings stuck in memories of life, unable to pass on. They constantly relive the agony of death. At this point, Nista began to channel her magic. That is why dark mages exist, to grant the blessing of death to these tormented souls and bring them salvation. You are merely fulfilling your assigned duty, but the priests of the Florence kingdom were once priests and pontiffs for the dead. You are the last surviving member of the Florence royal line and the supreme priestess of the dead. The families who have lost their souls, to the wanderers who do not know themselves, to those who have lost their bodies yet still feel warm. The final incantations were complete. Dark mana began to swirl in the air. Nista continued her spell, your flame, Florence, has arrived. Give me your hatred, end this, and depart in peace. The revenants bearing their final grievances were freed. In an instant, the towering revenants atop Snow Mountain vanished and the dark mana dissipated. At the same time, deep within Snow Mountain, the Ice Queen rested with closed eyes. Suddenly sensing something, she opened them immediately, her face filled with rage, causing the snow to fall ever heavier. Seeing this, Aiden said coldly, losing all her minions truly angers her. Let's see how much stronger she has become. In the Temple of Harmony, Alice prayed, Lord, please help us, wishing the gods would protect Aiden, so he would return safely from battle with the Ice Queen. Aiden, of course, had no idea someone was praying for him. He proceeded straight into the Ice Queen's dungeon, feeling the brutal cold intensify the higher he climbed. Ordinary people could barely endure, but thanks to Hethos preparing him a phoenix feather armor, not only durable but warm, it was wise of him to seek out Hethos. It wasn't just the mist, the bone-chilling cold had also caused J's failure. Aiden wondered aloud, so that's why they allied with the dark mages. He said nothing more, pressing forward, observing and reflecting. She built a palace so extravagant that even the pathways are blocked. No matter how meticulous their preparations, it's undeniable that she is a catastrophe-level monster. You must use your full strength in this battle. As Aiden appeared, the Ice Queen roared, how dare you drive away all my minions? I will never forgive you. Without pause, she unleashed a barrage of icy energy toward Aiden. Furious, she shouted, how dare you betray my old master, the one who cherished you? I do not need a world full of traitors. Aiden was encased in ice, frowning as he considered, is she referring to her old contract master? Bensi were souls born from pain and regret. The armor could not shield him from the cold. However, Aiden already had a plan. Thinking this, he shouted loudly, go, Pyranus. At his call, Pyranus appeared immediately and asked, you called me. Aiden felt smug. The strength difference between him and his opponent was too great. He could only use 1% of her power, but that was enough. The moment Pyranus appeared, brilliant flames enveloped Aiden. Irons looked at the Ice Queen and spoke. A royal soul has fallen to this level, Aiden asked. Can you win? Pyron smiled confidently. Of course I control the flames. Let the poor child rest in peace. Seeing the blazing fire in the dark basement, the Ice Queen's expression changed. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden charged forward and demanded, please help me. The Ice Queen, unwilling to give up, immediately summoned a giant undead to block her path. However, Aiden was not afraid and charged forward like a beast. Thanks to his fire vision, he saw her weak points, but before he could strike he had to face her minions. He gripped his sword tightly, ready to strike. Without hesitation he slashed and a giant undead fell. Aiden smiled, finally feeling he had reached the realm of a great swordsman, and at that moment, the remaining undead suddenly attacked, but Pyarns did not let it have a chance. A powerful flame shot out, burning the undead, melting it away. Pyarns coldly said, "I won't let you touch a finger of his." Seeing her minions fall, she could only remain silent. Ice Queen was shaken and angrily said, "I will never forgive you." As soon as she finished speaking, she summoned a surge of energy and encased the ice chunks. The Ice Queen shouted, "Shatter into 100 images." As soon as she spoke, a barrage of ice shards flew toward Aiden, but he managed to dodge. Aiden snorted coldly, nothing to worry about. However, the ice chunks had grown enormous and were forcing him to retreat. He was angry, realizing that she was constantly using high-level magic, and her mana seemed immense. As he was thinking, the Ice Queen screamed, and a massive flow of energy was summoned. The air around them began to ripple. Aiden struggled to stand firm, but he felt uneasy, realizing this was another dangerous attack. He wasn't too worried. As long as Pyarnis was helping, he would be able to deal with it. Unfortunately, Pyarnis shattered his hopes. "Sorry, wishful thinking," Aiden skeptically asked. "Why apologize?" But when he looked again, Aiden saw a small phoenix standing there. His expression changed. "What is this?" Pyarns awkwardly said. "The environment here is not ideal, and you've used almost all your mana to summon me. Now I can only help you stay warm for a while," Pyarns continued. Aiden heard this, furious. The soul is influenced too much by the environment. This desolate, freezing place, surrounded by cold air, is truly a terrible place for Pyarnis. He realized he had underestimated the Ice Queen. His army had struggled greatly to defeat her, after nearly wiping out their entire team. Benchy's spirit shield would certainly not cooperate with him, as he knew his queen had returned. Did he have no other choice? He had to have a way. He couldn't give up like this. Just then, a voice echoed in Aiden's head, "Oh Lord, help me." Aiden immediately snapped to attention, feeling a surge of power within him. Aiden didn't know what this power was, but curse panicked. "Why is holy energy suddenly flowing into your body? Get rid of it now." While he was in confusion, he heard Alice's voice, "Please help Aiden return safely from his battle with the Ice Queen." The voice made him frown slightly, "So the little girl prayed for you." Even Pyarnis sensed the full power and happily said, "I don't know what happened, but suddenly you are filled with mana. This should be enough." With this amount of mana, Pyarnis could at least use 10% of his power. Immediately, everything began to shake violently. The Ice Queen's castle seemed to be on the verge of exploding, and the ice began to melt. Aiden felt the heat created by Pyarnis and couldn't help but marvel. Just from this heat radiation, the Ice Queen's castle is already starting to melt. "Is this really only 10% of your power?" The Ice Queen could never have imagined this. He cried out in horror, "What is this?" Pyarns said in a deep voice, "Now, rest with your master." As soon as the words were spoken, the flames charged like a storm, lighting up the entire sky. The Ice Queen was engulfed by the flames, screaming in agony. Before she was consumed by the fire, she muttered, "My king." Aiden's body appeared behind her and he couldn't help but sigh. Touched by compassion, he said, "Sorry to keep you waiting. Now rest, Snow Child." The Ice Queen smiled contentedly. "Thank you, my king." The ice and mist began to melt, and fresh air returned to the mountaintop. At the same time in the city of Zhuz, everyone who had been worried about the Ice Queen's appearance was astonished when the snow suddenly melted. This amazed them. The air warmed and the snow on the mountain gradually melted. People were confused. What's going on? Just then an announcement appeared. The Soul Shop has an announcement. Effective immediately, the legendary level dungeon, the Ice Queen's lair, has been completed by Aiden. People below were confused. They started discussing, but at least the danger had been eliminated. After a wave of fear, smiles appeared on the faces of the citizens. In an instant, the area began to cheer and the streets were filled with joy. Alice's group was no exception. Their leader had finally returned safely and they couldn't help but rejoice. At the same time, DA on the city wall received the announcement and smiled with satisfaction. Yun Shen also breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't been wrong about the person. Amidst the joy of the entire duchy, there was one place sinking into silence. Sinpeta's room was filled with deadly silence. Benny and the White Knight stood still, saying nothing. Their master was angry and Sinpeta muttered angrily, "It was supposed to be mine, it should have been mine, but because of that nameless nobody, Aiden." At this, he immediately shouted, "If he hadn't appeared, I would have destroyed the Ice Queen and restored my power. I will kill him." As soon as the words left his mouth, Sinpeta spat out a mouthful of blood. Ignoring his two worried subordinates, he continued cursing. Who would have thought he was the one who saved Dior at the banquet and even rescued the Virgin of the God of Harmony? Sinpeta grew angrier as he spoke, his tone filled with murderous intent. "There's no way all of this is a coincidence. Aiden rhymes, he knows my plans and is deliberately obstructing me." Sinpeta continued, "White Knight, bring the prototype to me." The White Knight's face turned grim. He hesitated and said, "The prototype is made from a monster, not human. Its power is unstable." It might have side effects. Before he could finish, Sinpeta cut him off. Are you defying my orders, White Knight? The White Knight's body trembled. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end he agreed. Obeying the usual orders. This moment felt as bitter as biting into a chili pepper. He gritted his teeth and cursed the man Aiden Vimes who had defeated the Ice Queen. At least he was a temporary grand swordsman. I need to regain my strength to face him. With the power of the Ice Queen that Aiden possesses, he will complete Lam and Gok even if it means killing you. In the temple of Huo Shen, Zhe's branch, Aiden returned amidst cheers. Kurz walked beside him, feeling somewhat sentimental. Watching the welcome of Aiden like a hero was truly interesting. He lightly snorted. Aiden thought to himself, let's just pretend that's the case, I just want revenge. But it's not bad, I even got a good cloak, it'll be useful. Gentle voice rang out, startling Aiden. Alice jumped into his arms. The little girl happily said, Brother, I've prayed for the Lord's help to bring you back safely. It seems my prayers have been answered. Recalling the moment in the dungeon, Aiden smiled. Alice's prayer had truly helped him a lot. He patted her head, happily saying, That's right, thank you, I'm safely back. Ollie behind them also joyfully said, Who would have thought you could easily defeat a disaster-level monster? It was true, Aiden had become much stronger. Lao, who had run from afar, was about to hug Aiden but was stopped by him. He laughed, saying, You're exaggerating, I didn't defeat it by myself. Aiden noticed the furry creature behind them and asked, Hey, what's up with that wolf? Alice excitedly laughed, It's for her, brother. Aiden was stunned, For her, really? He noticed that Choco had changed a lot, now larger in size. Knowing Aiden was shocked, Alice explained that a few days ago she had fallen ill, lying still without eating. One day, she suddenly grew fur and began to transform. Aiden was still confused, muttering. He thought she suddenly transformed like that. It seemed she had surpassed the limits of a dog and evolved. Aiden's eyes widened in surprise, continuing, Isn't that what humans do too? Just like someone reaching the grand swordsman level, this dog also awakened new strength. Aiden bitterly thought, after struggling to break through my limits, how can this mixed-breed dog do it? While they were talking, a priest rushed over to report. Sect leader, there's good news. Aiden asked suspiciously, What's that? The man replied, We've just received news from the Duke's mansion in Zhez. They want to express their gratitude and invite you to dinner. Master of the Ice Castle, Simbeta Zhez, invited you. Hearing this name, Aiden's face darkened. Curse reminded him, Beta is inviting you to meet privately, that's very dangerous. Aiden knew it was dangerous, but if he met him, he wasn't sure if he could control his anger. A few hours later, as night fell and the moon rose high, Aiden walked toward Simbeta's ice castle. His steps halted when he heard a call. You must be Aiden Remise. The voice made his body tremble. Aiden narrowed his eyes, full of murderous intent. A figure slowly approached, the mortal enemy of Simbeta. He laughed, I've heard a lot about you. You saved my brother, right? Moreover, you contributed a lot to the temple of Huo Shen. Aiden replied, Yes, all due to the dirty activities of those dark mages. Those worthless scum are trash like you, Simbeta said. I know you knew everything from the beginning. He asked if Dio had lured him or if someone else held a grudge. Aiden coldly responded before drawing his sword, pointing it at him with hatred. It's a request from a mercenary who once considered you a teammate. He wants you to experience the pain he endured. Simbeta sneered, A mercenary? What are you talking about? I never had any contact with such lowly people, I would never call them teammates. Aiden gritted his teeth, muttering, That's right, that's how you are. Everything else is a lie. Remembering his past life, he had once told Aiden that his presence had helped them a lot. Aiden was a trustworthy teammate, but it had all been a lie. Simbeta betrayed Aiden, pushing him into a path of death. Breaking free from the past, Aiden coldly said, At least in the end you were honest. Aiden's aura exploded. Looking at Aiden's sword, Simbeta sneered, I know you've reached the grand swordsman level. You must be at that rank to defeat the Ice Queen, that's why I've prepared thoroughly. He too released his aura. Aiden stared in shock. Simbeta had now become a monster. Aiden realized he had finally reached the grand swordsman level. The aura he gave off was concerning. Kurz remarked that it seemed Simbeta had absorbed a type of energy similar to humans to reach this state. But the energy felt completely different, not like the aura of a human. The aura was that of a monster, perhaps a perfected version of the Blood Knight never before seen. Aiden mocked, Are you crazy seeking power that destroys your body? I almost feel sorry for you. Aiden snorted, I don't care. He smirked, replying, As long as I take back what you stole, eliminating this dirty aura won't be a problem. He asked, Where's the Ice Queen's original form? Simbeta said, If you give it back to me, I'll spare your teammates. Aiden froze. Simbeta saw his reaction and sneered, You're really as dumb as you look. Here we stand. Simbeta asked, So where do you think my knights are? Perhaps Simbeta's knights had captured all the attendants and the saintest. He showed a crystal ball, proudly saying, Look at this crystal ball. People are now my pets. But before he could finish, a look of fear flashed in Simbeta's eyes. Something in the crystal ball terrified him. At the temple of Huo Shen, Zhe's branch, the white knight stood before the gate, his face extremely grim. Lord Sinbetta said there would be no significant enemies, but instead, a bloody battle ensued. Bali wielded a giant mace, smashing wherever the knights Bepji appeared, turning him into a killing machine. Benny, seeing the knight retreating repeatedly, immediately regained his composure and told them not to be afraid, to fight for our lord. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed something and hurriedly raised his sword to block, successfully intercepting Lu's attack. Lu angrily looked at Benny and cursed that he would make him pay for harming their people. As soon as Lu finished speaking, he attacked even more fiercely, but Benny still easily dodged, his eyes filled only with disdain, accompanied by a mocking smile. Lu's attack was full of openings, like a moth flying into the fire. If he wanted to die, Benny was more than willing to help him. With that, his sword lunged forward, but unexpectedly, as soon as it touched Lu's body, the sword shattered. This caused Benny to panic. His sword was useless against Lu, for his body was like a walking stone, nearly indestructible. No matter what, Lu remained unharmed. After that, the sword in Lu's hand began to regenerate mana. Lu quickly swept forward, and Benny, unable to dodge in time, was struck by a blow. Lu smiled with satisfaction, saying that he could no longer keep this weakling in check. The White Knight watched this scene in disbelief, wondering if even the Red Knight could be subdued. The White Knight's eyes were filled with determination, and he pursed his lips, saying there was only one option left. He ordered the knights to capture Alice, as this weak girl would become a hostage in the battle. As soon as he finished speaking, the knights turned to attack Alice, but they failed to notice another person beside her, Cassie, with a malicious smile. "Knights, you can't harm the saintest," she said, snapping her fingers. As soon as Cassie snapped her fingers, strange bottles flew towards the knights, forcing them to stop. The slime inside the bottles exploded, spreading through the air and sticking to the knights, immobilizing them. The slime held the knights in place. Cassie chuckled and said it was the slim fluid she had made, leaving the rest to her. Just as Cassie finished speaking, a giant foot slowly approached. The knights saw a monster, not the usual girl but one transformed into a beast. Alice stood beside her unafraid, cheering her on. The monster's eyes were filled with ferocity, and it opened its mouth, ready to attack the knights. Alice cheered, but as she wasn't paying attention, the White Knight appeared behind her. With no other choice, he thrust his sword at Alice, but as soon as he attacked, Alice noticed and transformed. She clenched her fist, and the holy light around her made the White Knight flinch. Before the White Knight could react, Alice delivered a powerful punch that shattered both him and Sinbeda's crystal sphere, causing Sinbeda's plan to fail. The White Knight couldn't believe his eyes, muttering that even with 10 close combat knights, they still couldn't do anything to this girl. Aiden smirked and said that this time he had chosen better teammates. Sinbetta said that those knights were just pawns he could replace at any time, and he no longer needed them. With that, he charged at Aiden, his sword light flashing dangerously toward him. Aiden gritted his teeth, thinking that as long as he could restore his original form, it would be fine. Aiden looked at Sinbetta with contempt as the entire palace was engulfed in mana light. The two clashed fiercely, with Sinbetta's attacks being ruthless and accompanied by strong killing intent. Sinbetta attacked mercilessly, cornering Aiden, but Aiden remained firm and fought back. Aiden skeptically asked if Sinbetta didn't worry that the palace would collapse from such powerful attacks. Sinbetta coldly replied that if the palace collapsed, he would simply rebuild it. Sinbetta didn't care about the safety of the palace, he was only focused on the burden he carried. After speaking, he continued to attack, with his sword light relentlessly cutting through the air. His question about the dangerous northern winds was only to demonstrate his endurance. Each question from Sinbetta reflected his suffering, and he launched a powerful strike. Suddenly, he shouted in fury, "You don't understand anything." From there, lightning bolts appeared, attacking Aiden. Aiden quickly jumped into the air to avoid the lightning bolts. Sinbetta continued coldly declaring, "I am Sinbetta Asia's, the Thunderstorm Knight, and I am the heir to the Grand Duke." Went on to explain that his mission was to become strong in order to protect the Grand Duchy, questioning whether Aiden understood that responsibility. Aiden answered from the air, angrily saying that he understood his own duty. Aiden recalled his past life, when he had to carry the lives of thousands on his shoulders. Coldly, Aiden said that duty was not something Sinbetta could use to justify his wicked action. Aiden questioned Sinbetta about the fate of those who died because of his greed. Sinbetta responded that it was an unavoidable sacrifice, causing Aiden to sneer. Aiden couldn't control himself, shaking his head and saying that now he understood Sinbetta's true purpose. He drew his sword, coldly thanking him for helping him calm down, saying that seeing his face almost made him lose control. Sinbetta, surprised, asked, "What duty did you forget?" Aiden casually replied that his duty was to fulfill his promise and destroy him. As soon as he finished speaking, Aiden's momentum flared up once more. Sinbetta felt as if Aiden's gaze was piercing through him. He was panicked, unable to believe what was happening. At that moment, Aiden released a powerful aura that made Sinbetta tremble in fear. Fear engulfed Sinbetta as he felt a chilling presence, like the blood of thousands of lives lost. This was the power of ultimate terror, a force only those who surpassed their limits could experience. Sinbetta didn't know that Aiden was someone who had been reborn from death, someone who had walked over the corpses of countless monsters and villains. Sinbetta's hand holding the sword trembled, but he refused to believe it. Sinbetta cried out, "I must be the strongest." Filled with rage, he charged forward. The two clashed fiercely, with Sinbetta striking a powerful blow, but Aiden refused to back down, countering with a mighty move. Suddenly, Sinbetta's expression changed. Aiden felt his movements mirrored Sinbetta's perfectly. Sinbetta grew furious and shouted, "What is this, so filthy and cheap?" Aiden snorted lightly and said, "Are you slapping yourself in the face?" Sinbetta, full of doubt, asked, "Isn't this Jiz's sword technique that he personally taught you?" Aiden replied coldly, "I taught you. This is the first time we've met. If you're curious, watch closely." Aiden spoke indifferently and then lunged forward, swinging his sword downward. He shouted, "Watch closely, this is the sword technique the master taught me." Sinbetta froze instantly, his eyes filled with suspicion. Ignoring Sinbetta's reaction, Aiden continued his assault. A sharp strike forced Sinbetta to step back. Confusion overwhelmed him. He couldn't understand why Aiden used the Jiz's family sword technique when he was certain he had never met him. Sinbetta thought Aiden was a DEU spy and muttered angrily, "Right, it's all my fault, now I see." He decided to eliminate anyone standing in his way. Sinbetta's eyes suddenly turned red and a dark energy erupted around him. Aiden frowned, stepping back to avoid the effect, and said coldly, "So finally, it has come to this." Moments later, Sinbetta's body reappeared, now completely deranged. Sinbetta glared at Aiden with murderous intent and said, "I will kill you." Aiden sighed, realizing that Sinbetta's energy was overloaded, turning him into a monster. Unaware of his own condition, Sinbetta continued murmuring, "I will become the Night King, all must obey." He cursed Aiden silently, saying, "You cannot defeat me." As soon as he finished, he vanished. When he reappeared, he stood right in front of Aiden. Sinbetta was now devoid of reason, driven only by madness. Aiden gritted his teeth, striving to block his attacks. Sinbetta continued swinging his sword with wild frenzy. Sinbetta laughed loudly, shouting, "I can feel the power." Aiden faced him, defending against the relentless assault, unable to find an opening to counter. He knew he couldn't wait for Sinbetta's mana to run out. Suddenly, a footstep echoed. Dio appeared, looking around and asked in surprise, "What's happening?" Seeing Sinbetta fighting, he froze and recognized him, his face instantly darkening. Dio recognized Sinbetta and asked, "You're Sinbetta, but why is your mana acting so strangely?" Sinbetta, mad with rage, charged straight at him. Dio's face turned grim as Sinbetta approached. He exclaimed in shock, "What's wrong with you?" Sinbetta sneered coldly, saying, "If it weren't for you, my life wouldn't have come to this." Dio asked suspiciously, "What do you mean? Are you behind the dark mages attacking the royal palace?" Receiving no answer, he shouted again, "Answer me." Instead, Dio was met with a sudden strike. Fortunately, Aiden arrived just in time to block a sword for him. He coldly warned, "Dio, this monster isn't your brother anymore, his mana is overloaded." Aiden continued, "Sinbetta is no longer Sinbetta, he has become a monster." Dio couldn't believe it, shouting, "How can this be?" Aiden explained, "He has reached a transcendent state by borrowing power from the dark mages." Aiden added, "With this power, he will become a disaster and destroy all of Juz." Dio panicked, gripping his spear tightly, and said, "We must stop him immediately, please help me save Juz." At that moment, Sinbetta roared, "I will kill anyone in my way," but he was surprised as a spear infused with powerful mana struck toward him. Dio said, "Sorry, this is vicious." Sinbetta screamed in rage and his energy erupted again. Aiden quickly drew the benchy spirit shield to defend. Then he asked calmly, "Do you remember the party at the royal palace?" Dio nodded, saying, "I could never forget." Aiden continued, "That was the strongest monster I've ever faced." Dio didn't understand and asked, "What do you mean?" Aiden explained, "We once fought a monster wielding a sword field together. If you remember, we can coordinate better." Dio immediately understood and the two charged to attack Sinbetta. Sinbetta did not retreat, still extremely frenzied. Aiden and Dio coordinated, one attacking while the other defended, pressing the assault. Sinbetta gripped his sword with unwavering resolve, continuously defending. Then Aiden shouted, "Now!" Dio immediately understood and lunged forward. Dio thrust his semi-master level mana-infused spear into Sinbetta while Aiden joined the attack. Trapped between them, Sinbetta suffered injury. The ground exploded under their power, sending debris flying. Aiden calculated his next move while shielded by the bench. Aiden realized Sinbetta's mana overload had blurred his mind, forcing his body to overexert. However, the strain weakened his power. When Aiden noticed Sinbetta beginning to tremble, he dashed forward, vanishing in an instant. Aiden appeared before Sinbetta and delivered a sword strike. He continued a relentless assault, forcing Sinbetta into defense. Sinbetta roared in anger, "How dare you!" Sinbad struck again, but no one was under his blade. He looked around in surprise, realizing his legs were frozen, his body immobile. Aiden seized the opportunity, rushing from a distance, and shouted, "Farewell, old comrade." He struck with a blazing sword. Dio watched in anguish. No matter how terrible Sinbad had become, he was still his brother. Aiden pressed on without mercy, charging with valor and shouting, "Heart-slaying sword technique." Sinbad, terrified, cried, "Impossible, you are Heart-slayer." Before he could finish, Aiden's 2 strikes hit him, ending the technique in a cinematic stance. Sinbad fell to the ground, blood soaking his body. At that moment Kurslin appeared and said, "You've finally completed the revenge you longed for." Aiden felt no joy, asking, "Wasn't this your only purpose in this life?" Aiden could not understand his own feelings. Despite completing his goal and executing his revenge, an indescribable emptiness filled him. The next day, news of last night's events spread across the duchy. Reports of Sinbad's death appeared in the newspapers. The real cause had been hidden. People only knew he died from mana overload. In the public eye, he was still seen as a decent man, while Aiden seemed indifferent to the one responsible for this commotion, yet he still had his own private thoughts. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed at his door. Aiden frowned and asked suspiciously, "Who is it?" Dio pushed the door open and spoke seriously, "I want to ask you something." Aiden glanced at him and asked, "Have you handled everything smoothly?" Dio nodded slightly in response. "Thanks to the information you provided, we captured all the accomplices who assisted Sin Beta in committing crimes. Because of Aiden, they could also protect Zhe's honor, and I want to sincerely thank you on behalf of the Zhe's family." As he said this, Dale hesitated briefly before continuing seriously. He asked, "But I have a question." Aiden frowned at him, saying nothing, still listening attentively. Dio asked in a deep voice, "From the beginning, did you already know Sin Beta's plan? Incidents at the royal palace, the matters of the Fire God Hall, and the experiments in the Dead Forest all went undetected. So how did you discover them and act first?" Aiden had anticipated this question and had prepared an answer. He answered calmly, "I heard it from a mercenary, that's all I can tell you." Dio sighed helplessly. A mercenary? Though he didn't fully believe it, he didn't press further and quickly changed the subject. "Father wants the truth of this matter to remain unknown to the world. Instead, Zhez will ensure you are fully compensated." Hearing this, Aiden happily said, "Compensated? This is the best news I've ever heard." Later, atop a snowy mountain, 2 figures appeared there, Nista and Aiden. Looking around, Nista couldn't help but feel moved. These items had been buried under Zhe's snow and ice. Before them lay a massive pot of mana stones, some just the size of a few fingers. There were also stones the size of a fist, even large mana blocks. Nista continued, "It's shocking to see these mana stones buried here. They seem to be the highest quality. A single piece could be worth up to 100 gold coins." Aiden nodded in agreement. "The Grand Duke has agreed to cover all the costs of building the mining site as compensation. This will be an important area for my plan, so take good care of it. Your remaining enemies have powerful backers. They are on a completely different level from Sin Beta. You need a foothold to balance the battlefield with them. With the mana soda here, Arden will soon begin recruiting forces." At this, Nista said respectfully, "I will carry out all your orders to the best of my ability." Aiden nodded slightly and smiled openly. "Do your best. This place could be where the kingdom rises once again." Hearing this, Nista froze, then after a moment, broke into a satisfied smile. "Leave it to me, my lord." A few hours later in the Forge of Hethos, he was continuously hammering weapons when someone came to visit. He teared up upon seeing the visitor and asked, "You've come, kid." Aiden approached from afar. In his hand he held a jar of wine, smiling happily. "It's been a while." Hethos looked at what he held with interest and asked, "Is this what I think it is?" The two raised their cups, and the more Hethos drank, the more excited he became. Human wine was really fascinating. "By the way, have you tried the equipment I gave you?" Aiden smiled. "Thanks to that armor, I easily completed a legendary dungeon." Hethos laughed loudly upon hearing this. "Ha, you completed a legendary dungeon? Truly the disciple of that scoundrel Vankin." Aiden was a bit startled. "You know." Hethos laughed. "Why wouldn't I know?" Though he appeared ordinary, Hethos had forged weapons for many generations of kings, so he could easily recognize the elusive nature of Vankin. Initially, he hesitated, not thinking Vankin would take a noble as a disciple. He immediately cursed, "That damn Vankin, if he's going to take someone as a disciple, he should at least tell me before disappearing. That brat pretending to be dead." Even so, Vankin had done something quite impressive. Hethos stared at Aiden and asked, "So, has anyone found Vankin yet?" Aiden shook his head. "I still haven't found him, and it's been years since I've seen my master. But even if he were killed by Valen, he wouldn't die." Hethos smiled broadly. "You're right, you understand him well." Aiden felt somewhat reassured and said, "I need to ask you something." Hethos replied, "Are you going to ask me to forge something? Just tell me, I can forge anything." Aiden answered frankly, "I want to go to the Stoneham Dwarf Kingdom." Hethos was startled. Stoneham was a hidden underground dwarf kingdom, accessible only through a forge. That was why Aiden had sought Hethos. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "Although I left there for decades, why do you want to go to Stonehenge?" Aiden explained, "There are a lot of mana stones underground, and I plan to cooperate with the dwarves to mine them." Hethos furrowed his brow and sighed, "I'll open the way for you, but don't get your hopes up. Your kind already makes humans wary." He stood up and opened the door to a room, and the scene immediately changed. Red earth stretched everywhere with small weapons scattered around. Aiden frowned. This must be the dwarf village with swords scattered across the ground. Suddenly, he noticed something. Before he could react, a loud shout echoed and the Stonehenge warriors prepared for battle. A moment later, a pair of tightly closed eyes opened, followed by a series of other eyes. In an instant, giant golems surrounded them. They were monsters invading the dwarf village. Hethos watched this and his face immediately darkened. He cried out in horror, "What the hell is going on? Those giant stone monsters." Aiden reacted quickly, pulling a large sword from the ground. Without a word, his figure disappeared. The dwarf army began to attack. The leader shouted, "Crush those golems." In the blink of an eye, the giant golem was split in half. It was Aiden who struck. What was surprising was that the dwarves appeared in the village and the golems were frightened. Meanwhile, Aiden was like a god of death, relentlessly attacking. Just one strike, he cleaved through the monsters, reducing them to fragments. Aiden quickly landed. The dwarves were stunned. He wiped out the golems with a single strike. How did this human get here? Hethos stepped forward to explain, "I brought him here." Hearing that, the dwarves turned to look, recognizing Hethos. They stood frozen. He had worked in the forge for decades. How could he be here now? Hethos spoke plainly. "First, explain what's going on. Stonehenge used to be the peaceful place." The dwarves began clearing the debris from the golems. Hethos listened, astonished. "So a few months ago, the golems from the ancient dungeon began attacking Stonehenge." The leader nodded. "Yes, even though we've driven them back many times, they keep returning and our defenses are half. If this continues, we'll be wiped out." Curse asked, "Did you know about this?" Aiden shook his head. "No, I've never been to Stonehenge in my previous life." The leader shouted, "Is he the hero you brought to save us?" Hethos shook his head. "No, he just wants to meet my younger brother." The leader suggested, "I'll take you both there." A little later at the king's castle, a dwarf led Aiden in. "Your Majesty, we have visitors." Inside the palace, someone was already waiting. He trembled and said, "You've finally come, Brother Hethos. This is the dwarf king, Hep-Hai-Tu." Rushed over to shake Hethos. "What were you thinking, locking yourself in the forge for decades?" Hethos sighed. "Sorry, I got caught up in work." Hep-Hai-Tu didn't let it go. He scolded angrily, "Do you have any idea how hard it's been for me? You should have at least visited." Curse overheard and was surprised. Wasn't Hethos supposed to be king? Aiden smiled. "In the end, no blacksmith is as good as Hethos. The best blacksmith was always chosen to be king, and Hethos should have sat on the throne with his special skill. But he hid away in the forge. That's why his younger brother, the second best blacksmith, became the king." Hethos angrily shouted, "What the hell is going on? If things are that bad, you should have told me." Hep-Hai-Tu was displeased. "You had the key to the forge and disappeared. How could I contact you?" Hethos apologized. "Is that so? I'm sorry." Hep-Hai-Tu sighed, looking at Aiden. "Thankfully you brought him here. Stonehenge has been saved, but why would a human want to come to Stonehenge?" Aiden frowned, hesitated, then patted Hethos on the shoulder. "Sorry to bother you. I'd like to talk to your brother privately." Hethos nodded and silently walked out. Only two people remained in the hall. Hep-Hai-Tu asked, "So what do you want to say?" Aiden calmly replied, "Actually, I came to negotiate, but with the kingdom's current state, it seems like it's not the right time." Hep-Hai-Tu sighed helplessly, realizing that without you, this kingdom might have already collapsed. He wanted to ask you for a favor. Aiden asked, "What is it?" Hep-Hai-Tu hesitated for a moment and then said, "I saw you fighting the golems. You have clearly reached a transcendent level with the radiant sword path. I wanted to ask Aiden to lend that power to the dwarf kingdom, as the Stonehenge needed it right now. This could be the final salvation granted by God." Hep-Hai-Tu was sure that Aiden was the savior of the kingdom. But under his hopeful gaze, Aiden stood there like a fool with a mocking look towards him. Aiden bluntly said, "No, thank you." Hep-Hai-Tu exclaimed in shock, "You refuse. Why would you do that?" Aiden shrugged indifferently and replied, "Because I have no reason to help you." Hep-Hai-Tu angrily raised his voice, "If you want a reward, just say so. If you want gold, we will find a gold mine. If you want weapons, we will craft the finest in the world." Aiden just sneered, remaining silent. The man grew more impatient, saying, "If you defeat the golems, all rewards will be yours." Aiden coldly asked, "But will that really be enough?" Hep-Hai-Tu was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Aiden explained slowly, "Even if I destroy the dungeon core and the golems stop appearing, is Stonehenge really safe?" Hep-Hai-Tu asked. "What do you mean by that?" Aiden responded. "The problem isn't that the golems are strong, but that your kingdom is too weak. Even if we handle them, what will happen if another disaster strikes?" This statement awakened Hep-Hai-Tu, and he nodded with a sigh. "You're right, we are too weak." Aiden smiled maliciously, "But your Majesty, I have a solution to strengthen the dwarven army." Hep-Hai-Tu was shocked. "Really?" Aiden winked. "Of course, let me show you." A moment later, Aiden used Hetho's teleportation gate to bring Hep-Hato to the Marquis laboratory. Aiden marveled, indeed, it's so easy to move around when you can teleport anywhere from the forge. Hethos was displeased, scolding, using the forge as a teleportation gate just like the master. Hep-Hato asked in amazement, but is there really a way to protect the kingdom here? Aiden nodded. Aiden said plainly, this is technology, something even the dwarves have never seen before. Hearing this, the dwarves objected, what is there that we don't know? No one surpasses the dwarves in technology. Hep-Hato, do you really believe this fraud? They jumped up, causing Hep-Hato to grow angry. He coldly said, silence, I trust the person my brother sent, just wait. Aiden watched this scene with great satisfaction. You didn't think just a bottle of wine could help seal the mining agreement with the dwarves, but then a surprising opportunity appeared. A figure ran out from inside. Young master, you've come. The person was Gustav. He was excited. I am Gustav. I am loyal to the young master. Greetings to the honored guests. The dwarves were impressed. You look like a madman. Aiden felt a bit awkward. Ethos couldn't help but ask, that madman, is he your researcher? Before Gustav could answer, he proudly declared, with your enthusiastic support, I finally completed it. He finished speaking, he pulled the cloth off. Gustav proudly said, this is the first weapon I developed, a combination of magical machinery. Behold the magic mechanical Gustav mark. Immediately, a handheld cannon appeared. The dwarves questioned, is this the new weapon? It looks like a pillar. Hep-Hato also asked curiously, will this really help protect the kingdom? Gustav confidently said, as the Holy Temple once said, seeing is believing. You all can verify it yourselves. They then went to a quiet forest. In the distance, there was a scarecrow. Gustav wanted to test the weapon. The dwarves immediately opposed. A scarecrow is not a golem, that toy can't do anything. Gustav ignored them and prepared to load the weapon. In an instant, a surge of energy appeared. Aiden, knowing its power, covered his ears and reminded Hethos, pretend you're covering your ears. Hethos asked, cover my ears. Aiden had seen this weapon in his past life. It was a masterpiece, but it was dangerous without ear protection. At the same time, the deafening blast sounded, and the powerful energy shot from the cannon, affecting everyone nearby. Hep-Hato clutched his ears in pain, exclaiming, holy heavens, my ears. He covered his ears and shut his eyes for a while, waiting for the energy to dissipate before opening them. Before him was a massive stone slab shattered by Gustav's cannon. He laughed excitedly, how's that? Hep-Hato stood stunned for a moment, then joyfully said, a destructive force. Finally, we can protect the kingdom with this weapon. Next day at Stonehenge, the golems attacked again. The dwarven army used Gustav's advanced weaponry, fearlessly and relentlessly firing at the golems. Wherever the energy passed, the golems were obliterated. Soon, all the invading golems were destroyed. They cheered in joy, witnessing the terrifying power as the golems turned to dust. Finally realized the true power of magical machinery. Kurz couldn't help but say, it feels like there are more mad scientists around. Aiden remarked. After Gustav explained magical machinery, they became like this. Hep-Hato walked over from a distance, saying, you've come, the benefactor of Stoneham. It's been a long time since the people were so excited. Aiden thought to himself, this is excitement. Hep-Hato bowed his head sincerely and said, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Aiden smiled softly and said, if you're so grateful, take good care of the Mana Stone mine. That place is very important to me. Hep-Hato nodded firmly, swearing on the honor of Stonehenge that he would do his best. He asked if Aiden could come to the forge as he had something for him. Aiden thought to himself, high-quality equipment or expensive gemstones, perhaps. Life wasn't as expected. Aiden saw what Hep-Hato handed him and stood dumbfounded. He presented an apple and solemnly said, this is no ordinary apple. This is a second life. Aiden was surprised to see the second life. He reached out to touch the apple, and instantly, a powerful surge of energy erupted. He was stunned, wondering how it could contain mana as abundant and strong as a dragon's heart. Seemingly anticipating Aiden's thoughts, he slowly explained that the fruit of this world tree bears only once in thousands of years, containing incredibly potent mana. Legends say it can even bring the dead back to life. Aiden had saved Stonehenge from decline, so this gift was given to him. Upon realizing its effect, Aiden scoffed, saying, then I cannot refuse. Curse, displeased, retorted. If you're going to lie, at least hide that smirk on your face. Within 2 days, the dwarves had built a village and mined the frost territory. Gustav realized he got along with the dwarves. He decided to stay and continue researching mechanical magic with them. Aiden would return to the fire god Hall in Juz, but now in the training room at home, he slowly looked at the egg before him, growing increasingly dissatisfied, angrily muttering, this is the spirit beast egg I got from the fire god church last time. Curse objected. More accurately, it's like the one who stole it. But Aiden ignored him, placing his hand on the egg, channeling mana into it, biting his lip fiercely, saying, this time I'll see what you really are. In an instant, Aiden's mana enveloped the egg. Another energy began to appear. He was shocked, wondering, wait, is it absorbing your dark energy? Under his astonished gaze, the egg suddenly showed cracks. The emitted light was so blinding he had to shield his eye. The light faded. Aiden saw a creature emerge with 2 wings and a long tail. Looking closely, it was a fire-breathing dragon. Aiden exclaimed in awe, "A dragon?" Curse recognized it and said in a deep voice, "Not just a dragon, it's a spiritual dragon." He asked in confusion, "What's a spiritual dragon?" He slowly explained, "Think of it as a soul with the power of a dragon. Even alive, they are rarely seen, extremely rare among spirit beast species." Aiden was stunned, feeling he had encountered too many lineages already, and now a spirit beast of such caliber appeared before him. After thinking, Aiden looked at it and asked softly, "Why are you staring at me like that?" Spiritual dragon's eyes shone brightly, emitting an unintelligible sound. Aiden didn't understand, but he did, explaining that it wanted to set a name as a symbol of itself. Hearing this, Aiden murmured, "A name? I never thought about giving one." After pondering, Aiden spoke, "How about Draghai or Ducky?" These names made the spiritual dragon growl in displeasure. Aiden chuckled softly, "All right, another name then." He had never named anyone before, wondering, how should I choose a good one? After some thought, Aiden hesitantly asked, "How about Leo?" Hearing this, the spiritual dragon became excited, tapping its limbs and flying around Aiden, showing joy. Watching this, Aiden questioned, "You can fly already?" And so, Aiden successfully formed a contract with the spiritual dragon Leo. Ghost also nodded in satisfaction. Aiden said, "Quite a good name, especially since it came from you. It's just derived from my name, Leo, from Aiden and Byro. Every time he looked at it, he would remember why he was here." At this moment, Leo cried out, then transformed into dark energy and entered Aiden's body. Leo's soul merged into the blood gem. The blood gem gained an extra layer of energy. Aiden pursed his lips, saying, "This feeling, did it enter the gem I absorbed before? But that gem is still unstable." At this moment, the system notified that the unstable blood gem had become a complete blood gem. Its mana core structure resembled a mana heart, with only one core at the center of the mana flow, storing energy like a heart. Now, Aiden was challenging his own understanding as the blood gem functioned as another mana core within his body. Aiden was stunned, placing his hand on his chest to feel 2 mana cores. Kost said, "In all my long life, I've never seen anything like this." Aiden thought for a while before saying, "This feeling surpasses even the second mana core. Leo's mana is flowing into my body." His memory, the dragon clan dominated the human world with nearly infinite mana. Now, drawing mana from the void, Aiden may have reached a realm no one had ever touched. Later in the Frost territory, Aiden sat in his office. An owl flew in, Nista's incarnation, greetings, Lord." Aiden looked at her and asked, "Have you investigated what I asked?" Nista nodded calmly, saying, "Yes, I've come to report on the 3 individuals you asked me to monitor." Before finishing, she noticed Leo sitting next to Aiden and asked in puzzlement, "But sir, that's a dragon." He quickly held Leo, who was eyeing Nista like prey, laughing, "I found it in the forest." Did they show any suspicious behavior? Since Aiden had interfered with the timeline, his actions might have affected them. Nista ignored her fear and continued reporting. First, information on Kansas Imitalia, second prince of the Imitalia Empire, currently in the alchemy tower under heavy guard. Since Kansas never leaves the tower, Nista couldn't investigate further. Aiden wasn't surprised. It was traditional in the Imitalia Empire. The first prince inherits the throne, the second studies alchemy and manages the Ouroboros Tower. Thinking this, he asked, "And Sora?" Nista calmly said, "I also studied her. She's a formidable force. A year ago, at age 21, she became the youngest high-level witch to reach the 7th star. She is currently in the Angai's magic tower." The conflict between Angai's and the Southern Forest Grand Alliance escalates. The conflict isn't new but has recently intensified. Aiden nodded slightly, saying, "No surprise that the 2 sides were never compatible." The Southern Forest Grand Alliance consists of primitive tribes living in the southern forests of Anguis, unified by a great clan and led by the strongest leader, building civilization and magic in harmony with nature. With the Anguist magic kingdom pursuing magic and modern civilization, the alliance is merely ancient beasts. Usually, both sides only despise each other, but tensions eventually escalated into war. In that battle, the fire demon Sora appeared, single-handedly annihilating the Southern Alliance. Not because the alliance was weak. Without Sora, the Anguist kingdom would have been defeated. Aiden continued, "What about Spica?" During this time, she likely remained a candidate for the Holy Saint. In the previous life, 4 years after the Holy Saint's death, she awakened and became the most powerful Holy Saint in the history of the Slaughter Guild. But another anomaly occurred. According to Nista, Spica Lunias became the 54th Holy Saint of the Slaughter Guild. She did not inherit that position. It was said that Spica ruthlessly killed the incumbent holy saint to seize the title. At the same time, in the snow-capped mountains of the northern frozen autonomous region, a monster appeared, muttering incessantly, and the Ice Queen disappeared, finally able to avenge her father. His words finished, the monsters below immediately cheered. The monster that initiated the attack was Ukrab, the son of Lord Oxer of the Frozen clan. Lord Oxer once ruled over these mountains, but his power ended under the blade of Sinbetta. Now his son, Ukurak, filled with hatred for humans, gathered an army of more than 1,000 powerful monsters. However, Ukurak did not know who was in seas or if anyone would come for him. At the same time, Lunia was also here, carrying a mace on her shoulder. Excitedly, she said, "I've wandered these snowy lands for 2 weeks and finally found someone to ask for direction." Hearing the sound, the monsters turned their heads. Upon discovering it was a human, Ukurak commanded, "Kill." Unfortunately, he met Lunia. She laughed and said, "You speak the human tongue. How wonderful, let me ask you for directions." That day, Ukurak experienced despair under Lunia's fury. Elsewhere at the training ground of the autonomous region, Aiden was practicing with Alice and Lo. The girl gathered holy power into her fist and charged straight at Aiden. He didn't retaliate, merely blocking the strike with his hand while reminding her that she had improved a lot, her control over holy power becoming much more refined. At the same time, Alice launched an attack. Aiden also had to deal with a strike from behind, but he wasn't worried. With one hand he blocked one, and with the other he handled the other, while reminding them that their strength was solid, though their speed still needed work. Aiden handled it all while teaching those around him. He also thought about a problem. Of all the people he had met, Spica was the most unpredictable. She could crush monsters with the same expressionless face. Unlike other churches, the Slaughter sect was one where the strongest became the holy saint. This was their doctrine. Strength came with recognition. However, no one dared challenge the incumbent holy saint because when an awakened person became the holy saint and received the blessings of the Slaughter holy saint, the gap in power between them and other contenders was immense. Furthermore, although the previous blind holy saint had lost her sight, she still obtained the holy title through effort and terrifying talent. There was no way Spica could have defeated her. This was highly suspicious. While Aiden was thinking, Lo threw a punch at him. He dodged, continuing to sink into his thoughts. More importantly, what action had made Spica kill the previous holy saint to seize the position? Time passed, and the training session between the three continued for a long time. At this moment, Bali suddenly spoke up. "Aiden, you have a guest, but it's difficult to bring them in. You'll have to go out and meet them." Upon hearing this, Aiden was puzzled, wondering why a guest couldn't be led inside. Meanwhile, outside the front gate, the knights were frightened. A while later, Aiden finally went out, still unsure of who had arrived. But as soon as he saw outside the gate, he broke into a cold sweat. He saw Lunia sitting on the back of a monster, waving her hand cheerfully. "Found you. It's been a long time, Aiden." Aiden was a little speechless, not understanding why this crazy woman was here. More importantly, her mouth. He suspiciously asked, "What happened to that ice snail?" Ukurak replied indignantly, "I'm leading the way." Lunia nodded and smiled. "Thanks to him guiding me, I finally got here, though I had to kill a few guys who suddenly attacked me." Indeed, this girl wasn't afraid of anything. She killed the snail and had the leader guide her. Aiden nodded. "I think I have a good idea of what happened. Now let's go inside." A moment later, Aiden led Lunia inside and gave her a hearty meal. She ate like she was starving, and Aiden reminded her, "There's plenty of food, take your time." Lunia, biting into a chicken leg, said, "Sorry, I couldn't help myself. I've been lost in the snowy mountains for 2 weeks without anything to eat." Aiden furrowed his brows in deep thought, recalling the Bishop Lunia he had met while hunting in the dead forest. She also came from the Slaughter sect, but why was she here now? More importantly, that ice snail, he spoke human language and emitted mana equivalent to a super elite warrior, a monster of Lord rank. But now he was following a pilgrim like a pet. Strange things happened every year, but this year seemed particularly strange. Aiden suddenly had a thought, lowered his voice, and called Bishop Lunia. Upon hearing this, Lunia immediately stopped. "Yes, young Master Aiden." Aiden looked at her and asked in a low voice, "You're not just here on a pilgrimage from the Tower of Slaughter, are you?" Lunia hesitated for a long time, then began to explain. After hearing her, Aiden was dumbfounded, unable to believe it all. "So you're the candidate for the Holy Saint position from the Slaughter sect, Lunia?" She laughed. "Just like my mother's cooking." Aiden reflexively asked, confused, "But I thought only Spica was the one." Lunia slowly explained, "Everyone thinks so, not many people know about me. I'm the second disciple of the blind Holy Saint Merida, raised in secret." Aiden asked skeptically, "Why were you raised in secret?" Lunia spoke eagerly. "It's a tradition of the Holy God Hall. Everyone, except for the first candidate for the Holy Saint position, was sent on a pilgrimage with a seal. When the Holy Saint died, the seal was broken." Her voice carried a hint of excitement, making Aiden pay attention. People of the Slaughter sect were truly unusual. Lunia's story explained many things. the overwhelming strength when she was in the dead forest, how she tamed a lord-level monster to be her guide. Thinking of this, Aiden asked again in a low voice. So the real question is, why are you here? Lunia suddenly stopped eating, hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, well, the Slaughter sect is about to collapse completely. Back earlier at the Tower of Slaughter, the sky was dyed blood-red. The followers gathered beneath the tower and Spica stood on a high platform, clearly saying, children of the great slaughter god. We are the ones who punish the wicked and stop unjust massacres. But the last generation, living in peace, has forgotten this noble duty. She said she would fix this, pausing briefly before continuing. As you all know, on the far eastern shore is the Grey Legion, the most vicious faction that needs to be judged. Immediately, the faces of the followers below turned grim. Spica continued, we cannot just speak, it's time to act. Within a month, they will initiate the cleansing war and eradicate the wicked demons, drowning the Grey Land in red blood. Hearing this, the followers were initially stunned, but soon everyone broke into bloodthirsty smiles. In no time, the place was filled with cheers. Spica looked on with great satisfaction. Then, hearing Lunia's words, Curse asked in astonishment, the Grey Legion. A desolate, deadly land is likely where the trolls live. Aiden confirmed it. Yes, the trolls invading our territory are among them, an indestructible legion led by trolls who always rise again. The Grey Lands harbor hundreds of elder trolls, commanding over 10,000 other trolls. Even the first saint could not destroy them. She could only prevent them from spreading beyond the Grey Land. Aiden stared at Lunia and said seriously, attacking their fortress means certain death. Even if it's a key member of the church, I still think the Church of Massacre is walking straight into doom. Lunia nodded lightly and smiled, saying, that is precisely why I came to you. Sir Merida left a prophecy. Aiden frowned, questioning a prophecy. Lunia slowly recited the prophecy. The beast that has hidden for ages will usurp my daughter's throne and become a false heir. The invader will seek destruction. On the day the coldest blizzard sweeps through, seek the one to break winter's chill and bring back the colors of spring. He is the savior chosen by the god of harmony. He will awaken the ancient emperor buried beneath the black stake and rise once more. The tower will collapse and salvation will arrive. Aiden realized the significance immediately. He muttered, so the previous saint knew she would die, and the invader seeking destruction means the holy war will wipe out the church. Lunia did not answer directly, only hinted, time will reveal the answer. Since receiving the prophecy, I have been seeking you, the one mentioned in it. The one to break winter's frost, bring back spring, chosen by the god of harmony, that is Aiden. He seemed displeased. In truth, this might not be bad. Perhaps it's the only chance to take revenge on Spica, the current saint of the Church of Massacre. But someone like you can't act without gain. After a moment, Aiden smirked and said, so you believe I am the savior mentioned? Lunia replied calmly, after all, you fit Sir Merida's description best. Aiden snapped his fingers and asked further, but why should I help? What guarantee is there of a reward? Lunia answered, you are right, everything comes at a price. Aiden grinned mischievously and asked, then I suppose you've prepared something. Lunia spoke slowly. Sir Merida also left a final message for the savior. When you hear the message, you will accept your destined fate. Aiden did not know what awaited him, but his eyes lit up, wondering what amazing reward she had prepared. But Lunia then said something that surprised him. Merida said that the mercenary is still alive. Those words shocked Aiden, his expression changing instantly. After speaking with Lunia, Aiden returned to his office, sitting in silence, lost in thought. She could not help but speak. It seems the god of massacre has his eyes on you. Aiden smirked, angrily saying, if I meet the god of massacre, I'll punch that smug face of his. She sighed helplessly, asking doubtfully, do you have a plan to stop that mad saint and his followers? Aiden replied calmly, the prophecy outlines a plan to awaken the ancient emperor buried under the black stake. To make him rise once more on that day, the tower will collapse and salvation will come. But executing that plan requires extensive preparation. First, they need support from the 3 Tyrian lords to bolster their forces. This is the top priority. They must use everything at their disposal. Fortunately, Tyrian should be easy to cooperate with. The Tower of Massacre lies near the desolate, deadly lands, so if the church engages in battle, Cetus will also be affected. If he refuses, Aiden can use Tion's protection card to persuade him. Then, they must enter the Tower of Massacre. Percy asked, wait, what's the plan? Aiden replied calmly, inside the tower is a secret passage leading down to the underground labyrinth. It is full of deadly traps, even a transcendent would struggle to pass. Only one person can succeed. Elsewhere in the north of some noble's territory, the alarm bells rang incessantly through the night. The noble panicked upon hearing, running to see his valuables being stolen. He shouted angrily, I increased security 5-fold, how could he still steal? Were you all blind? He ordered, go catch him immediately. At the same time, above the territory, a rogue and a cluster of balloons appeared. He looked down at the chaos below, feeling proud and laughed. Looking for me here is useless. With my friend by my side, there's nothing I cannot mix in. Meanwhile, at the estate of Baron Hears, he and two subordinates stood ready to welcome Aiden and Lo. Aiden led and whispered to Lo, "A bit lavish for an ordinary baron, isn't it?" he remarked sarcastically. "So much money, not sure where to put it all." Hears, a stout man, laughed heartily in welcome. "Greetings, Sir Aiden Ramai. I have been expecting you." Aiden bowed politely. "It's an honor to meet you. I am Aiden Remise." Hears looked at Aiden, surprised and impressed. "I've heard much about you. Reaching this level at your age is truly remarkable." Aiden looked at him seriously and asked directly, "Anyway, is he real?" Hears, now irritated, held the letter and ground his teeth, saying, "With this warning letter, I believe so. It's similar to the letters other nobles received before being raided." After taking all of Hears' treasures, the thief left a letter. "Under the full moon's light, I will steal the treasure you always carry. Blue Sky Jade, signed Pido." Hears read the letter to Aiden, then yelled in fury, "It must be Pido." Aiden stood silently, thinking before speaking. "Then the full moon must be tonight." Hears, still angry, grumbled, "Yes, how dare that damned thief insult a noble?" Looking at Aiden, his expression turned confident, a sly smile forming. "Anyway, his final act ends here. Maybe a master thief, but escaping the hands of Aiden Remise is impossible." He led Aiden and Lo into the estate. "Come, I will show you the treasure." They entered a vast room stacked with gold and jewelry. Hears proudly said, "This is my treasure." Aiden stepped in, surveying the room, thinking, "He's amassed quite a bit." Suddenly, Aiden's eyes were drawn to an object in the room. He looked around, then saw a transparent box engraved with countless ancient scripts containing a glowing teardrop-shaped blue stone. Aiden whispered, "Blue Sky Jade." He approached the box and asked Hears, "Is this what Pido wants to steal?" Hears proudly replied, "It's protected by magic secured by a sorcerer at my request." Hears smiled in satisfaction. Overcoming this magic isn't easy, even for Pido. Seeing his confidence, Aiden did not expose him, only thinking silently, "For Pido, this is child's play." In his previous life, he had even stolen something protected by Sora's magic. Aiden was slightly worried as the current situation seemed challenging. Curse pointed into the distance and told Aiden to look at something interesting near the throne. Aiden turned around and asked what he meant. Before he could retract his words, Aiden saw what Curse was pointing at, and his eyes lit up with joy. He suddenly paused, his expression changed. He smiled confidently and turned to ask Hears. Asking Hears, Aiden realized that everything came with a price. Hears flinched and quickly replied, "Of course, just tell me what you need." Aiden cheerfully pointed to the black sword on the wall and requested to take it. Aiden asked for the broken sword, causing Hears to hesitate, thinking he would ask for something more valuable. When he saw Aiden only wanted the old sword, Hears was surprised and said it was just a scrap of metal he kept because he was too lazy to throw it away. Aiden glanced at the sword and smiled, saying he only needed that one. Hears didn't understand, but Aiden thought to himself that to those who didn't know its true value, the sword was just scrap metal. However, only Aiden sensed the energy around it and began to calculate. Aiden knew the sword would make it easier to catch Pido. Outside, night had fallen and the moonlight bathed Hears' mansion. Inside the warehouse, soldiers along with Aiden and Lau stood guard near the lamb thin thigh gem box. Lau chatted with Aiden as he relaxed on a chair. Lau asked if Hears would be wary of them guarding the gem, but Aiden confidently replied that he would appear immediately after receiving the warning letter. Before he could finish, a strong tremor made everyone alert and draw their swords. The soldiers panicked, fearing an explosion had occurred. Curse appeared behind Aiden and reported that he sensed someone approaching. Aiden felt it too and agreed. At that moment, Aiden suddenly sensed two presences. One of them rushed into the warehouse. It was Hears, running in haste and shouting at Aiden about the gemstone. Aiden saw him panting and asked what he meant, as the gem was still there. Hears interrupted Aiden and said seriously that the gem had been stolen. Aiden looked at the gem, still confused, and asked, "The lamb thin thigh gem? Then this is." Hears burst into tears and confessed that the gem was a fake, and he had hidden the real one in a secret vault. Aiden realized he had been deceived and was angry, but he could do nothing, so he told Lau to follow him. Aiden and Lau immediately left, surprising the guards. Hears remained on the ground, crying over his treasure. After they left, he quietly stood up, his body trembling. The guard asked Hears if he was okay, but he simply stood and smiled strangely. Then, a white smoke suddenly appeared and spread throughout the warehouse. The smoke quickly reached the soldiers. One inhaled and exclaimed, "What is this?" But before he could continue, he fainted. The others fell one by one. Within the smoke, Pido emerged, completely unaffected. He mocked, "A fake? How can they be so gullible?" Pido smiled as he saw the lamb thin thigh gem in his hand. Pido approached the gem without difficulty. He examined the protective barrier around it and noticed it was a level 6 barrier. After checking, Pido drew his sword and said that it posed no challenge for him. Pido commanded his sword Sarin to break the barrier. Sarin replied, "Leave it to me, master," and immediately plunged the sword into the barrier, absorbing the energy and erasing the protective runes. After a while, the barrier was completely destroyed. Paido easily held the lamb thin thigh gem and smiled triumphantly. That master almost ruined my plan. Paido bragged to Soren, we truly are the most powerful duo. But suddenly, Aiden appeared and angrily shouted, an ordinary master, are you talking about me? Paido was startled by Aiden's sudden appearance and panicked. How are you still here? Aiden glared angrily. Do you really think I'd be fooled by that nonsense? I'm not the same as before. Paido was surprised and asked, the last time we met, I don't remember ever meeting you. Aiden replied, after a beating from me, you'll remember. Aiden continued, I'm tired of you. Don't think you can look down on me just because you're a master. He looked at Soren and warned, with Soren beside me, you'd better be careful. Soren trembled and warned Paido in panic, run, master. He's not someone we can confront. Paido panicked and asked Soren, you want me to run? Why are you so afraid? Soren urgently replied, run first, explain later. Paido vanished in a red smoke, leaving Aiden standing confused. He ran, he thought, at least I have this broken sword. After leaving Here's mansion, Paido and Soren landed on an open piece of land. Paido removed his mask and looked at Soren, still trembling, and asked, what just happened? Soren finally explained, he is also a very strong master. But the problem isn't that, the broken sword he carries is similar to mine. Paido turned to the newcomer, who jumped down from a tree and explained, your weapon has the ability to break spells. Paido was surprised and asked, the spells couldn't track me, how did you find me? The newcomer was Aiden, who had somehow tracked Paido. Aiden looked at him and asked again, what? Aiden smiled, the energy of the longsword surrounding him was so strong I just need to swing it like anyone else. Video, puzzled, asked, but how can a mortal trace me? He sneered, so now you're ready to speak to me directly. Aiden bowed his head and replied, of course, a mortal cannot trace you. But, he boasted, holding the new longsword, I've just signed a contract with another magical blade. At that moment, Aiden's sword emitted a strange blue energy. It also trembled and screamed, help! Inside Aiden's sword, Malleus was sealed, sitting on his throne like a king. Someone had offered blood to awaken him. Malleus licked his lips hungrily and said, the scent of human blood, someone is waking me. He rose from his throne and whispered cruelly, I am the hand behind every crime, the remnant of the one once called Count of Justice. The chains sealing him began to break because someone had given blood. Malleus exclaimed excitedly, my name is Andromalios. You, who awaken me from my deep slumber and seek my power, your wishes. Outside, Aiden frowned and interrupted, you talk too much. Malleus, angered by the interruption, roared, who dares cut me off? Suddenly, a voice appeared, almost shouting, who are you talking about me? Marius recognized the familiar voice and turned around, suspiciously asking, you are? He froze, sweat pouring, stammering, what are you doing here? Malleus respectfully said, curse, and Aiden, seeing his fear, was slightly stunned. Curse exuded authority, glancing at Malleus and warning, watch your words, or I will devour you whole. Marius turned pale, realizing he had just escaped the seal only to encounter Curse. He trembled, thinking, damn it, I'm done for. At this moment, Aiden still held Malleus's longsword, which trembled under Curse's authority. Soren recognized the sword and said, that's Andromalios, I don't think we can escape that man. Paido asked in shock, what did you say? Soren, fearful, explained, his ability is tracking. The master of this sword can trace anyone just by seeing them once. Soren desperately informed his master, from now on he will find us no matter where we hide. Hearing this, Paido stepped back, pale-faced, and asked, what about me? Aiden looked at Paido coldly, licked the sword, and said, what do you mean you're dead? Seeing Paido's fear only excited Aiden more. He spoke, you've stolen from over 10 nobles, worth tens of thousands of gold. You really think handing you over to them will keep you safe? Though young, Video was frightened to tears by Aiden and choked out. So, Aiden gestured, saying, but there is a way to keep your life. Video, still trembling, asked immediately, a way, how? Aiden pointed at himself and grinned cunningly, sign a contract with me. How about that? Seeing Aiden's terrifying expression, Paido cried out in fear, thinking, his eyes are insane, what kind of contract is this? Paido imagined living with a tyrannical master and an unlucky maid, Aiden cracking a whip at him while quickly demanding, call me master. Paido's tears fell, despairing, I'm doomed. But having no choice, Aiden quickly presented the contract to Paido and pointed at it. Looking at the contract in Aiden's hand, he smiled in satisfaction, perfect, the contract is complete. Nearby, Video had tears in his eyes, thinking, am I about to be sold? Hugh, standing beside, could not hide his disdain for Aiden's scheme, saying, a slave contract. Aiden seriously asked Paido, by the way, why did you form a contract with a magical blade? You need to be proficient in dark magic to do that. Paido reacted strongly, shouting, I know nothing of dark magic, we just happened to meet. He recounted, when I was a child, I stole to have food for the day. One day, I sneaked into the warehouse of a mercenary squad because I heard they had food. Paido sadly remembered, but there was nothing edible, only weapons and armor. He continued searching the crates and then found the longsword. At that time, Paido's only goal was to find food. He rummaged everywhere but no food, only the sword, and when he touched it, his finger was pierced and bled. He didn't notice, putting his finger in his mouth to hold the blood, muttering, "So sharp." Looking at the sword at the bottom of the chest, Pydo doubted, "A dagger." Suddenly, the sword emitted a strange red light and said, "Are you the one who awakened me?" Hearing this, Pydo stepped back in panic. The sword, which was Surin of Pydo, continued, "You who awakened me, I sense a deep desire in you." It didn't wait for Pydo's consent and automatically formed a contract with him. "Very well, I, the remaining fragment of the Lord of Desire, will make a contract with you." Pydo was startled, shouting, "Wait, the dagger is talking." "No, stop, I haven't agreed to a contract yet." After hearing the story, Aiden asked Curse, "Can a magical blade form a contract like this?" Curse replied, "The Lord of Desire always favors those with a strong yearning because he is a fragment of that Lord." Surin surely sensed it in every person. Aiden was speechless, thinking, these swords really have strange personality. Recalling his previous life, Aiden thought there was still a mystery about Pydo. The treasures he stole were famous and known to everyone, yet those treasures never reappeared after Pydo stole them, meaning he never sold them. Suddenly, Aiden asked, "Pydo, you didn't steal the treasures for money, right?" He asked immediately. "How did you know?" Aiden, realizing he guessed correctly, continued probing. "Then why risk your life to steal them?" Pydo hesitated. "Because," looking at Surin in his hand, he answered honestly, "the more valuable the item, the stronger Surin becomes. That's why I only target the most precious thing." Aiden asked in confusion, "You wanted to enhance the sword, but it will become uncontrollable. Do you know a strong sword can take over your body and mind?" Suddenly, Pydo became resolute. He bowed his head and shouted, "I know." Pydo calmly said, "But I have a reason to become stronger. I'm willing to sacrifice my soul for it." After speaking, he looked down at Surin, his eyes sad as if hiding a painful secret. Aiden wondered, the Lord of Desire favors those with a strong yearning. What does Pydo desire? Looking at Pydo now, Aiden recalled his past life and questioned why he disappeared after 3 years. Pydo looked up at Aiden and asked directly, "So, what do you want me to do?" Aiden replied, "Follow me and we'll clear out the treasures." Hearing this, Pydo's face lit up, excitedly asking, "Then whose treasures shall we steal?" Aiden saw Pydo's enthusiasm and quickly smiled back, thinking of the bloodthirsty church. At the mention of that name, Pydo's expression immediately stiffened, his earlier excitement vanishing. Then he stuffed Saren into his bag and fled in a hurry. Aiden took his time, slowly pulling out the contract and reading the second clause. If caught after attempting to escape, the contracting party could become an experimental subject for magical engineering projects or similar. As Aiden read the contract clause, Pydo froze as if under a spell. Sweat poured from him as he turned to look at Aiden, realizing in that instant that his future would be harsh and irredeemable. Suddenly, a creature with a tail resembling a plume appeared beside Pydo. He looked at it, surprised and curious, asking, "What is this?" Seeing it clearly, Pydo exclaimed in shock, "How is there a dragon here?" Seeing this, Aiden helplessly asked, "When did it fly over here?" At that moment, Leo fixed his glowing eyes on the gem in Pydo's hand, drooling. Taking advantage of the distraction, he lunged and bit the gem. Pydo angrily shouted, "Hey, divine creature, how dare you!" Leo stubbornly refused to release the gem, even trying to swallow it. Pydo panicked and yelled in despair, "You've swallowed that precious gem." After swallowing the gem, Leo's eyes widened. Something seemed to have changed within him. Pydo stared in astonishment, sensing something unusual. His eyes shone brightly, radiating powerful energy. Aiden called hesitantly, "Leo." The light from Leo illuminated an entire corner of the forest. The light from Leo slowly condensed into a beam and entered Aiden's chest. The system suddenly announced, "Dragon Spirit Leo has absorbed the soul stone. The beast's potential has awakened. It will enter hibernation until the first stage of development is complete." Aiden exclaimed in surprise, "That stone is a soul stone." It appeared beside him and said, "No wonder I felt that energy was familiar." Aiden asked, "You know it?" Kurt explained, "That's a celestial spirit crystal, a gem containing the power of souls and spirit beasts. It embodies pure and concentrated magic emitted from a high-level soul or spirit beast." He added, "For immature souls or beasts, the celestial spirit crystal acts like a high-grade elixir." Aiden smiled, relieved that the stone had no harmful effect on Leo. Suddenly, he felt his telepathic bracelet vibrate. He recalled when Lunia had given him the bracelet and instructed, "Go to Sidis for help." Aiden remembered telling Lunia to notify him upon arriving at Sidis. "Has she arrived?" he asked through the bracelet. On the other end, her voice replied, "Lord Aiden, I have just arrived in Sidis and met Count Tian." Lunia continued, "But there is a problem." Aiden asked skeptically, "A problem? Did something happen in Sidis?" After a moment of silence, he grew puzzled. On the other side, Tian grabbed Lunia's hand and shouted through the bracelet, "Aiden, can you hear me?" Aiden asked, "This voice, is that Tian?" Tian, sounding anxious, said, "I know it's urgent, but I need your Fire God Church's help. Please assist me." Hearing Tian's urgent tone, Aiden hesitated. "Help? What do you mean?" Tian tried to calm himself, replying shakily, "My father." He spoke emotionally and worriedly. "My father is about to pass away." Scene shifts to the energy mine in the frozen autonomous zone. Nista looked down at the gem-filled quarry from above, whispering in surprise, "I never thought I'd see something like this." Suddenly, a booming shout from an oxer urged, "Hurry up." It was Yukurak driving the beast miners. He ordered them, "Carry the supplies over there." Yukurak felt bitter inside, thinking, "I am Yukurak, once the strongest oxer in the frozen zone. I dreamed of ruling humans, imagining myself the most powerful in the world." Thinking of Lunia and Aiden, he felt bitter. "But now I've awakened. I am like a frog at the bottom of a well. Those humans are anything but ordinary." Remembering falling into their hands, Yukurak grimaced, thinking, "Now he's useless, should I roast him?" Lunia beside him gleefully replied, "Sounds perfect. Oxer meat must be delicious." Yukurak recalled and broke into a cold sweat. "Good thing I'm strong with my hands, otherwise I'd already be their dinner." He looked at Nista observing from above, thinking, and that human woman too. Upon first meeting Yukurak, Nista had assessed his body and said, "They say if someone tries to escape, I can use them for experiments." She pondered and whispered, "Which experiment should I try first?" Yukurak imagined the strange experiments Nista might try on him, thinking, "I wonder how tough an oxer can be." Fear drained his face as he clutched his head, silently screaming, "Damn it, how did the strongest in the frozen zone end up like this?" Meanwhile, at the Tian mansion, they awaited Aiden's arrival. Tian froze, exclaiming, "Impossible." Lunia smiled and waved at the newcomer. Tian couldn't believe his eyes. "I sent the message less than half a day ago and they're already here." Alice beside him excitedly said, "We can move without a carriage now." Aiden hesitated. "I just asked an old man for a little help." He recalled being scolded by Hethos. "What? You think my workshop is some magic door from Doryman? Must grovel with a good bottle of wine, might as well bring Alice too." Aiden internally sighed. "He scolded me harshly, but like chugging wine, it's fine." Returning to the main point, Aiden asked Tian, "So, explain the situation to me. Exactly what happened to the Count?" After a while, Aiden asked, "So, he's been in this condition since returning from the bloodthirsty tower 2 months ago?" Tian raised his eyebrows. "Yes, he came back with countless injuries." Recounted Tyrion's condition. Most wounds were healed by priests, but the black wound on his side could not recover and gradually spread inward. Aiden pondered deeply. Even someone as transcendent as Count Tyrion returned gravely injured and the priests couldn't heal him. Aiden quickly asked, "Where is the Count now?" Tian replied, "He's in the treatment wing, focusing on slowing the wound's corrosion." Beyond his father's health, another matter worried Tian. "The problem is my father is the only resource sustaining the land carriage. If word spreads of his grave injury, other powers will immediately take advantage." Tian lowered his head sadly. "Now, it seems the wound is spreading further as my father has reached his limit." Looking at Lunia beside him, he continued, "Just as we planned to advance to the bloodthirsty tower to investigate, this bishop appeared." Lunia smiled as she recounted, "No wonder when I set out." He patted Alice on the shoulder and turned to Theon, saying they needed Alice's help. First, they had to check the condition of the Count. Theon looked troubled and worried, saying it was currently difficult to see him. Theon reconsidered his father's current situation and clarified that it was more accurate to say it was difficult to reach him. In Tyrith's room, he was sitting in meditation, legs crossed, surrounded by dense waves of energy. Entering the room was nearly impossible, as each wave of energy repelled anyone who approached. Aiden stared at Tyrith in surprise and asked, "Is he meditating? The energy aura is so dense." He glanced at Tian beside him, silently noticing Tian was trying to stay alert. At that moment, Aiden remembered Alice and bent down to ask, "Alice, are you okay?" Alice was unaffected and confidently replied, "I'm fine." Aiden silently marveled that indeed, with a body beyond human limits, Tyrith Setis' aura had no effect on her. Aiden stepped forward and said, "All right, let's see what's troubling him." Unlike Theon, Aiden and Alice could easily approach Tyrith in meditation. Looking at the long wound on his side, dark energy streams seemed to be corroding. Aiden realized this was the wound Tian had mentioned. Curse, next to Aiden, widened his eyes in surprise at Tyrith's wound and said, "Count of Heartslayer, I don't think that wound can heal." Aiden asked in astonishment, you know something?" Curse replied, "Of course." He explained, "That wound comes from the power of the bloodthirsty Lord Labola's the execution decree. The bloodthirsty Lord's blade always strikes down anyone who bears that wound." Seeing Tyrith resisting fate, Kurt admitted the truth. No matter the target or their efforts, the execution decree cannot be escaped. Alice stepped closer to Tyrith and tried to heal him with magic. Alice's spiritual energy flowed through, pushing back the dark energy on Tyrith's wound. After a while, the wound seemed to improve. Aiden, behind Alice, exclaimed in surprise, "The wound is still there." Observing her healing method, Aiden understood Alice's ability. He realized that Alice's power could only weaken the wound to a certain extent, but full recovery was impossible. Suddenly, a possibility came to his mind and he thought, "Wait a minute." Aiden thought that no matter how strong Spica was, defeating the blind holy would be nearly impossible. Yet the information said Spica had killed the blind holy and taken her position. He silently mused, if Spica wields Labola's sword, it makes more sense. Aiden's head ached from another mystery needing resolution. Anxiously considered the variables to worry about. After a while, Tyreth felt better thanks to Alice's healing, slowly opened his eyes and asked Aiden, "You are?" Recognizing him, Tyreth stood and said, "Aiden, I didn't expect to meet you in this situation." Alice beside him was overjoyed he had awakened. Aiden reminded him, "The wound isn't fully healed yet. Please don't overexert yourself." He quickly suggested, "More importantly, we have many things to discuss. Let's change locations." Meanwhile, in the garage's living room, everyone had gathered, drinking tea and talking. Tyreth looked at Aiden with satisfaction and said, "You've grown much stronger since I last saw you, reaching a superhuman realm." Aiden humbly replied, "You flatter me. More importantly, can you tell me what happened at the Bloodthirst Tower?" Aiden's question brought Tyreth back to memories of his injury. He recalled the Bloodthirst Tower and said, "When I arrived, the holy had already been killed by a bishop of the Bloodthirst Church." Recalling his encounter with Spica, Tyreth struggled, "And that bishop immediately attacked me. He tried to resist. I knew the church's traditions and thought it was a misunderstanding, so I tried to resolve it verbally, but she ignored me and continued attacking, so I had to fight back." Tyreth continued, "At the moment her mirror blade struck me. A brutal energy corroded my body. He still feared that battle and lamented. I felt threatened and retreated." Hearing this, Aiden helplessly thought, even the holy of the Fire Church couldn't heal it. Count had to lie still and await death. Suddenly, Curse appeared and said to Aiden, "It's not hopeless." Overjoyed, Aiden asked, "Really, there's a way?" Curse's gaze became distant as he suggested, "There is only one way to survive the execution decree." Curse thought for a moment and spoke, "Destroy Labola's sword." Long had been worried and angry at Aiden's group, but now seemed sincere. "Please be careful." In contrast, a smile appeared on Alice's face. "If you need me, just call me." Aiden smiled and waved goodbye to Long and Alice, but conveniently dragged Pido along on the ground. Pido resisted fiercely, struggling and crying, "I'll be back soon." Pido shouted, "Wait, why am I the only one being dragged?" Aiden ignored his pleas, slammed the door and pulled Pido along, disregarding him, saying, "I don't want to die, I still have things to do." Elsewhere, a group of nuns fully armed stood in ambush. There, Spica stood proudly alone against the wind, gazing into the distance, and said, "You've arrived." A brigade of Trons carrying maces advanced, led by the Tron leader, their destination unknown. Spica still stood alone in the barren rocky land. Labola's reproached, "You truly did things I cannot comprehend, host." Around Spica flowed unmatched power. She intended to summon Labola's in preparation for battle. Labola's spoke in support, "You said you wanted to destroy the church, so I granted you my power. With my strength, destroying the current Bloodthirst Church is trivial." The nuns behind Spica admired her greatly. On Spica's side, Labola's continued, "Then why do you want them to destroy themselves? You know, with the Bloodthirst Church, such a death is considered a great honor." Spica expressed her view to Labola's, seemingly in disagreement. "I only considered a more certain method, nothing else." The Tron leader paused briefly, and the Trons in his group also halted. The Tron leader grinned savagely, showing determination, and declared, "I've come here myself. Today I will avenge my father." He raised his staff high to rally the Trons for liberation. Nuns, seeing the opponent unwilling to negotiate, no longer held back. They raised their maces and shouted, "War, we will kill many saints." The nuns and the Trons attacked each other, creating chaos. At this moment, Lunia, Aiden, and Pido arrived at the magnificent Bloodthirst Tower. He stood before the steps and made an assessment. Video hiding behind Aiden looked alert, seemingly absent. Lunia, still holding her mace, walked alongside Aiden and asked, "So, exactly where is this solution you mentioned?" Aiden didn't answer immediately but stepped forward. "Follow me." The three entered the Bloodthirst Tower, the interior relatively empty. There were only a few cages, and it was at this point that he gave Lunia his answer, which was simple. It was the deepest part. The Aiden group passed by a cage containing a monster, and this sight terrified Pido. Finally, the Aiden group reached the last point of the tower where a door awaited them. Lunia curiously asked, "What is this?" He glanced around, and Aiden responded, while Pido was already touching the door handle. "This is the resting place of the holy slaughterers. Only the saints can enter because ancient magic blocks anyone else." Aiden, with caution, shared this thought with Lunia. "Understand that this place is important to the saints, but we need to get inside." Lunia seemed pleased that Aiden understood. She smiled slightly and said that since she was from the church, she understood, but the magic on the door could only be undone by a grand sorcerer. While Lunia and he were planning their next steps, Pido had already unlocked the door with magic. The door slowly creaked open, revealing a dark interior. Pido proudly laughed, "It's open now." The Aiden group stepped into the room to inspect it. There were many coffins around. Paido was happy he had completed this task. He laughed while showing off, "That was easy, I've broken stronger spells than this." In his joy, Paido suddenly felt that someone was here. He imagined someone with platinum hair and a frail face. This sensation made Paido feel scared. He crouched behind Aiden and said that someone had entered before them. He felt his loud voice was inappropriate, so Aiden reminded him, "Be polite, Paido, you'll disturb those who are resting." Then he calmly explained the fear to Paido. "All the saints of the church are buried in these glass coffins. This is to prevent the decaying of the body with the remaining holy energy." Nevertheless, Paido was still scared, hiding behind Aiden. Lunia bravely stepped forward. Suddenly, she stopped when she saw a coffin in front of her. Lunia placed her hand on the glass of the coffin, seeming to show respect for the person inside. The person inside the coffin was Merida, and Lunia appeared to want to remember. "Lord Merida." She lowered her gaze, her eyes filled with sorrow. Aiden also showed reverence for the person in the coffin. A fragment of a memory surfaced. Spica and Anbirel standing before the graves of the fallen. Beside hastily dug graves were crosses. At this moment, Anbirel spoke up, seemingly always curious. "Spica, I didn't think you had any sympathy for your comrades." Spica stood solemnly before the grave, her hands clasped, and she denied Anbirel's assumption. "Not completely indifferent." After finishing her task, Spica glanced at Anbirel and emphasized, "We are just a bit different from others, just a little." Anbirel. Lunia was still reminiscing about Merida. Lunia seemed unable to break free from her thoughts. Seeing Lunia deep in thought for so long, Aiden reminded her about their next actions. "Bishop Lunia, I understand you're sad, but we must move quickly. The battle with the Undead Alliance may have already started." Lunia turned to look at him, donning a fake smile. "I understand, let's go. What exactly are we going to do here?" Aiden seriously admitted, sharing important information with Lunia. "Actually, there's no solution here that I mentioned earlier." Upon hearing this, Lunia became curious about Alan's past decision. "Then, why did we come here?" He lowered his head and stroked his chin, his expression becoming even more perplexed than before. "She had said that if it was for the church, she would accept anything, right?" Lunia confirmed, but she added a condition. "Of course, if it's for the church, I agree with Aiden." Aiden had gathered the information he needed, turned away, and said, "Understood. I'll take that as consent. Please wait a moment." Then he raised his hand, preparing to strike something. "Be back soon." Lunia stood still, not understanding what was happening. "At least you could tell me what you're about to do." Aiden punched the center of the room with great force, causing the floor to shatter. The video lying on the floor was disrupted as the floor broke, almost causing him to fall. Startled, he shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" Beneath the floor was another passageway. Aiden grabbed Paido and plunged down into the underworld's command. Lunia still didn't understand why he had acted that way. She stood there, seeing that there was another place beneath the floor. It was a ruined area with a door surrounded by chains. Paido, relieved to escape, clutched his weak heart. "I'm still alive." After calming down, Paido turned to Aiden and scolded, "At least you could have told me what you were going to do first." Aiden showed no remorse, standing up as if nothing had happened, replying, "Sometimes, doing is better than talking." Aiden didn't wait for Paido to finish speaking, pointing at the chain door and giving Paido a task. "Can you open this?" Aiden's question only made Paido more irritated. Paido swung his hand. "The only thing I can't open is a woman's heart." Suddenly, Paido felt something terrifying from within the gate, an immense source of power from an unknown origin. The longer Paido stood, the stronger the sensation became. He stepped back a few paces. "What's inside? I sense an immense energy." Aiden stood unfazed, continuing, "Yes, immense, powerful, and very bizarre." Aiden looked at the gate, resolutely calling out to the one inside, "I know you can hear me, answer me." A voice from an invisible force resounded loudly. His voice was full of arrogance. "Do you know who I am?" Despite facing the overwhelming voice and presence, Aiden was not afraid. Aiden replied, "Of course I know," his mind imagining the future. "You were supposed to be unsealed after 6 years and become the second catastrophe, after the Ice Queen and the Ancient Emperor." He said firmly to the one inside the gate, "Immortal Lord, I come to negotiate." But the gate remained unmoved, seemingly not responding. Tron King, chained with massive chains, still retained his vitality. Though the chains pierced his body, he stood firm. Hearing Aiden's words, his eyes flickered. Negotiate. Battle between the nuns and the Tron Lord was still fierce. Spica walked over the bodies of nuns scattered across the ground, looking out at the battle. Before her stood 2 giant Tron and several small nuns. "This is my revenge." A golden flash shot straight up into the sky. "The church's fanatic slaughter that you have advocated." Before Spica could finish her sentence, the light descended upon this desolate land. A nun had seen the light and warned her teammates. She reported to her comrades around her. Something suddenly fell. Spica thought for a moment, seemingly guessing, "This energy, Lunia must be here." When Lunia met Spica, she praised her, "Sister Spica." Lunia led Aiden behind her, cheerfully greeting Spica, "This is the first time we meet since you became the saint." Spica, still looking solitary, coldly responded, "It's been a while." Spica glanced at Aiden, her words both praise and sarcasm. You've brought quite a decent fellow along. Lunia smiled and replied, but that doesn't mean I acknowledge you as a saint. The bishop of the fanatical church and the warden of the wasteland, I cannot sit idly by while you refuse your duty. Spica was not angry but prepared to counterattack. It's too late now, Bishop Lunia. Spica referred to the warlike nuns holding their crosses in front of Lunia and Aiden. This battle has already been too brutal. Then, she spoke of the fierce Tron that wanted to retaliate. The Tron have a great opportunity to eradicate their enemies. Spica sneered, looking smug. I am the only one who can stop this war, but I don't intend to. The church will be eradicated today. Lunia couldn't stand idly by, interjecting. Who says that? Who says you're the only one who can stop it? Spica showed no anger, only a serious expression, and asked, then you're saying you can't? Aiden coldly denied, maintaining his calm demeanor. I'm not talking about me. Spica, curious, looked up at the sky to observe. Spica looked up and saw an ancient gate with a stream of golden light inside. This gate, Labolas has a very keen intuition. Labolas sensed the danger and informed Spica, Master, I sense a tremendous power behind that gate. Spica looked up at the sky, worried. I feel it too, a power beyond mortal reach. Gate slowly opened before everyone, including the Tron. A reprimanding voice echoed, followed by a giant foot stepping out from the gate. I told you not to use my forge gate for these things. The nuns witnessing this were utterly astonished. What the hell is that? The immense power made the Tron realize this energy. One Tron suddenly started crying. Tron King had emerged, his gigantic form now before everyone. It is my fault that you have suffered so, my poor soldiers. The Tron King placed his foot on the ground, causing the space around him to shatter. Tron cheered as if they had found their hero. The king has returned. Aiden looked at the scene before him, his thoughts turning to the Tron King, the immortal lord. A monster of disaster level once destroyed an entire continent, bringing with it an endless source of life and energy. Aiden recalled the horrific scene from the past, along with the terrifying power of the Demon King. The strongest warriors of the continent had united to destroy him, but they perished before they could end his immortal life. However, they failed, and only the first saint of the frenzied slaughter church was able to end the disaster, imprisoning him with chains and sealing him beneath the frenzied slaughter tower. Aiden stood below, silently reflecting. In our previous life, we stopped him by pure luck, nothing more. His mind was consumed by madness after being sealed for so long. When standing before the gate, the Demon King felt the presence of Aiden, a mere human, and curiously asked, a human like you wishes to make a deal? Aiden replied confidently, without fear, it is not something I desire, but something beneficial for both of us. Aiden continued, you saw what is happening up there, didn't you? He demonstrated his knowledge of the Demon King, mentioning the clairvoyance ability he had, which allowed him to observe everything across the continent. The Demon King felt suspicious and asked, how do you know? However, Aiden did not directly respond, instead offering a bargaining condition. Don't you want the frenzied slaughter church and your children to stop slaughtering each other? Make a deal with me. Demon King began to feel uneasy and asked again, how do you know? But Aiden did not answer directly and instead requested, don't you want to stop this war? Cooperate with me. Aiden's words seemed to make the Demon King reconsider. The Demon King became more cautious and asked, how do you know? Aiden did not answer but continued bargaining. Don't you want to stop the frenzied slaughter church and your children from slaughtering each other? These words made the Demon King ponder more about the truth behind Aiden's request. A demon suddenly knelt before a nun. The nuns were surprised and some even looked displeased for not being able to fight. One of them spoke up and asked, aren't we going to fight anymore? The unanswered question made the atmosphere tense. Spica had witnessed her plan being destroyed and angrily looked at the scene before her. What the hell is going on? She couldn't accept that things were not going as planned, gritting her teeth in dissatisfaction. Spica shouted with determination, unwilling to let everything slip away. She wanted to command the nuns, fight, I order you to fight. Though Aiden and Lunia did not react, Spica continued issuing commands, destroy the eternal enemy of yours. Spica referred to the Demon King when she said, that bastard is also your enemy. She was agitated, unable to control her anger. Clenching her fists, her eyes filled with hatred as she shouted, kill them and die with them. Suddenly, Merida appeared and condemned Spica's actions. I've never seen you so agitated. Spica, seeing Merida, became even more frenzied. What now? Merida jumped down in front of Spica, causing her to become extremely bewildered. Spica looked at Merida in disbelief and asked, how are you here? The nuns immediately recognized Merida and spoke up, Saint Merida. Merida smiled kindly and greeted the familiar nuns. It's so good to see you again. A curious nun asked, how can you be here? Saint Merida, are we in heaven? This question carried some concern and fear as they didn't understand what was happening. Spica carefully examined Merida, stepping closer to confirm something. I'm sure I personally finished you off. Merida did not blame her, only gently replying, you know what they say, no one can predict the future. Merida clasped her hands behind her back. looking at the nuns lying on the ground and said, I think I was blind to what was going to happen. How could I have thought my disciple would do such things? Merida continued to criticize Spica, her gaze resolute. Spica, you've been tempted by a cursed artifact of evil power, unlawfully seized the Holy Land, abandoned your duty to protect the Greylands, and led the church into a reckless holy war. Spica trembled as she heard Merida's condemnation. However, Merida still offered a chance. If you put down the sacred blade and surrender, I will not consider your sins any further. Upon hearing this, Spica's eyes turned red and no one knew what she was thinking. She quickly charged at Merida, seemingly to attack. She pointed labolas at Merida, preparing for a confrontation. Merida managed to block Spica's attack just in time. She seemed to have sensed Spica's decision. Merida's words, though sad, were very firm. I consider that a no. Aiden continued to observe the battle. Aiden observed closely, his expression puzzled, but he did not speak to Lunia, who stood beside him. Kurz suddenly appeared and wanted to share his thoughts. Everything is going according to your plan, so why do you still look so confused? Aiden remained expressionless and responded telepathically, I sense something is wrong. He continued to observe Spica, comparing her to what he knew from the previous life. Spica is completely different from the person I knew. Aiden envisioned the image of Spica from the past life. A stone statue and a motionless person, that was the Spica I knew. Lunia stood beside him, fearfully asking, is this the solution you mentioned? Heido stood near Aiden, but he did not react. Aiden looked toward the Demon King and continued confidently, this is how we stop the Demon King, and there is another way to stop Spica. He spoke, regardless of Paido's horror. Aiden quickly jumped down and landed right in front of Lunia. She wondered, what is that way? Aiden responded, isn't it obvious? He stood up, walking toward Lunia, and said, you just need to lead them to someone who speaks to them. Aiden smiled mischievously, looking to the side, imagining Merida lying unconscious. He confidently said, I will resurrect Merida. His words surely would astonish everyone. Aiden recalled what had happened in the past when he helped Stormheim, receiving the reward from the World Tree. He remembered the feeling when the ancient emperor was buried under the black stake and rose again. The saint of frenzied slaughter probably knew and predicted Merida's resurrection. The battle continued, with the figures of the two girls flickering in the distance. Spica growled, gripping the Labola's sword tightly, filled with hatred as she charged into the battle. Merida knelt on one knee, clenching her hands, panting heavily, and looked at Spica. I understand why you're so angry, she gently added. It's because of me, isn't it? Spica growled, her eyes burning with rage. I'm the one who massacred your village and parents, isn't that right? In Spica's mind, the image of her parents and the villagers smiling at her. She realized that the parents and villagers treated me as the village's treasure, rejoicing that they wouldn't starve to death because of me. Even though my face was dirty and I was still young as a child, she could sense something unusual. However, I always held on to that feeling. Behind her was the corpse of the monster she had defeated, and she stood calmly next to it, making Spica feel lonely and scared. I longed to be loved. With that desire, she quickly killed more monsters, bringing me larger prey. I was sure they would be even happier. Contrary to Spica's expectations, she quickly became disillusioned, but it was only an illusion. One day, when Spica returned, her family members were lying unconscious on the ground. The familiar village of Mua was engulfed in flames. In the distance, through the flames, a pair of giant angel wings appeared. The girl with the wings stood calmly amidst the ruins, causing Spica to think, in the middle of the ruins, there is an angel. Knowing Spica had returned, the girl turned her back and softly spoke, it's you. Little Spica couldn't hide her fear, still carrying a beast on her shoulder after a hunt. The angel was Merida. She fully turned around and reached her hand toward Spica. I have come to take you, my successor. In Spica's mind, something shattered and her heart trembled. She only knew that on that day, my entire world collapsed. Returning to the battle, Spica grasped her sword, charged forward, and shouted, Merida, I wish you weren't here. Loud explosion echoed, rocks and dirt flew in all directions, smoke filled the air, and Merida stood with her arms crossed in the smoke, slowly speaking. But Spica, you know, right? Seeing Spica lying defeated at her feet, Merida clenched her fists in anger and spoke. That place was the village of the Lion Slayer traps, and the villagers weren't even human. The innocent video turned to Aiden and asked, what is the village of the Lion Slayer traps? He replied, the village is as its name suggests. The evil people laughed cruelly, their eyes filled with hostility. Staring at the person in front of him, Aiden added, it looks like an ordinary village on the surface, but in reality it's a trap to lure people in, and when travelers fall asleep, kill and steal all their possessions. Merida explained, they have been so corrupted by evil that even the people of the holy crazy slaughter condemn them as sinners. They tried to corrupt me, the one who came to take you. Spica, now in a pitiful state, her face smeared, replied, so what? Lying alone in the desolate land filled with rubble, Spica questioned. Because of you, I have to live alone for the rest of my life. Turning a blind eye would bring me much more happiness. After saying that, she decided to die without being able to take revenge, feeling truly humiliated. Suddenly, Spica's eyes glowed with red light and her hoarse voice rose. If you want that, I am more than willing. The Labola's sword blazed red, shaking violently, about to strike Spica. Witnessing this strange scene, Merida, standing beside, shouted in horror, "What are you doing?" The spirit within the Labola's sword appeared as a red-eyed wolf, growling and speaking. It brought the child of the Lord of Crazy Slaughter, waiting for bloodshed and slaughter. Yet it dares to choose death while holding my power. Watching from afar, Curse and Aiden were also filled with fear. Aiden asked, bewildered, "Did that cursed sword just kill its own master?" Curse replied, "I can't understand that person's thoughts." With his sharp features and thoughtful expression, he added, "No matter how strong the curse is, without a master it is just scrap metal." Huge invisible hand gripped the sword. The spirit inside the sword appeared, its head resembling a wolf with sharp teeth, smugly saying, "Well, that foolish girl isn't useless. Thanks to her, I have found a much better master." Hearing the spirit speak, Aiden asked in concern, "Master, don't tell me it's strange. Where did the Lord of the Trolls come from?" He suddenly exclaimed. "Is it talking about me? Oh, remnants of the ancient lords of Labolas." The spirit of the Labola's sword with sharp nails spoke to the Lord of the Trolls. "Indeed, Lord of the Trolls, the immortal lord who has escaped the fate of mortality, use me to fulfill your wishes." The Lord of the Trolls looked down from above, glancing at the Labola's spirit. "My wish," Labolas spoke smugly. "But you hate the humans who sealed and imprisoned you in the darkness. I am the remnant of the Lord of Crazy Slaughter. If I combine with someone like you, who cannot die, there is nothing in this world that we cannot achieve." Upon hearing this, the Lord of the Trolls pressed his lips together, silently contemplating. Then he let out a soft laugh, showing his sharp teeth and praised, "Not bad." His eye gleamed and he raised his hand toward the sword, speaking, "With your power to bring death to anything, help me achieve my goal." Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Merida clenched her fists tightly, determined, "I can't sit idly by and watch this. I will do everything I can to stop this." Aiden stepped forward, calmly saying, "It's okay, holy Merida." She hesitated, but what if they joined forces? He looked up at the sky and answered leisurely, "Then let them have their way." On the other side, the Lord of the Trolls held Labolas on his finger, his eyes gleaming with delight. Looking at the small sword in his hand, he said, "Now, let's see if you can help me achieve my goal." Labolas replied, "All right, state your wish, destroy all of humanity, or do you want the troll race to rule the world?" Looking up at the sky, Aiden silently thought about the wish the immortal Lord had always longed for. In his past life, he had heard this mixed with the cries of the man. The Lord of the Trolls cried out loud, tears streaming down as he stood motionless in the sea of flames, pleading, "Please grant me." Standing before the promise of the Labola's spirit, the Lord of the Trolls continued, "That wish is death." Labolas was taken aback. "What the hell?" His mouth full of sharp teeth opened, questioning, "You said you could take the life of all living beings, right?" He growled, "Even I, a legend that no tale can compare, tell me what death feels like." Labolas, terrified, sweated profusely. "Wait, that amount of life is too much, wait a moment." Not wanting to waste time, the Lord of the Trolls thrust the sword right through, and Labolas screamed, "I said stop, damn it!" The giant body of the Lord of the Trolls stood firm. A massive explosive sound erupted from his chest where the sword had pierced. Urs stood next to Aiden, looking up, muttering, "The remnants of the Lord have disappeared." He thought, in his past life, humans could only separate and seal his body. The Lord of the Trolls' body shook violently. At his chest, where the sword had pierced, smoke covered the area and fragments fell scattered. The Lord of the Trolls' voice was blunt, "Your death is nothing compared to my immortality." On the vast land, light shone down, covering every inch of the earth. Nuns were busy tending to the wounded, some resting, others treating injury. Nearby, the savage trolls bared their teeth, also looking quite awkward. Aiden stood with his arms crossed, muttering in criticism, "The burial customs of eating the bodies of fallen comrades, though I've witnessed it countless times, I still can't get used to it." The Lord of the Trolls didn't back down either. "Neither can I don't understand why you bury your fallen comrades underground." Erda stood silently in front. Tron Wang continued explaining, "More importantly, that woman was resurrected by the fruit of the world tree, wasn't she?" He asked in surprise. "You know about it?" Tron Wang looked down, explaining further, "Of course that fruit is the cause of all the sins in my tribe." Tron Wang was lost in memories. The image of a huge tree appeared, with a shimmering golden fruit hanging from its branches. The world tree, the source of life. Tron had once been one of the immortals who worshipped this tree. The image of the elf girls appeared in his memory. Tron was not as beautiful as an elf, nor did he possess the exquisite craftsmanship of a dwarf. The elves and dwarves discussed, looking at Tron with disdainful eyes, and this made him realize. Other immortals mocked and despised Tron and his people, those lacking any remarkable traits. This led the Tron tribe to gradually develop hatred toward other races. One day, Tron Wang desired to surpass the other immortals, and eventually he ate the fruit of the world tree. That fruit could erase all barriers. After eating the fruit, Tron gained power and regeneration abilities far beyond other races, even the ability to live forever. However, the fruit of the world tree was a sacred seed of life. Just thinking of it was a crime. Tron Wang's actions enraged the world tree, causing the Tron tribe to experience the power of the fruit, but also endure an insatiable hunger and a furious wrath. Tron tribe was imprisoned by hunger and madness, destroying all life around them. Aiden stood on Tron Wang's shoulder, listening as he recounted, "Because of that sin, my children must suffer throughout their lives." Tron Wang lamented, but I could only watch. If I had been imprisoned at that time, perhaps I would have been consumed by the curse and become a madman. Aiden thought to himself, not perhaps, that was inevitable. Aiden smiled faintly, his face full of cunning. He looked at Tron Wang and said, "At least you should reward the one who saved you, right?" Tron Wang looked down at his hands and replied, "Yes, I have something I want to give you." Tron Wang reached toward his chest, making Aiden seem startled. He thought, "Is this what I think it is?" and quickly said, "No, something more reasonable will do. I don't need to see a Tron trying to do that again." A black object shot out, scattering across the ground, slowly spreading. Aiden looked at the object and walked away. He frowned, thinking to himself, anyway, it's not something easy to come by. Aiden looked at his hand and held a heart of Tron Wang. He couldn't help but be surprised. I've heard Tron Wang has many hearts, but I never thought I would actually hold one in my hand. First mocked, how ironic to hear that from someone willing to use poison as long as it benefits him. Aiden shuddered but maintained a cold expression. Anyway, it looks strange. I'll put it in the space pouch, won't touch it unless necessary. Aiden looked up, his eyes gleaming. In front of him was Merida, standing quietly under the vast sky with Spica lying motionless beside her. The wounds on Spica's body were severe, including on her face and hands. Merida saw this scene and stood silently for a long while. As Aiden approached, she closed her eyes, bowed her head and said, "Thank you for your help, Aiden." Aiden replied, "Don't mention it." Merida choked up. "Seeing this really breaks my heart. She used to be such a gentle child." Aiden interrupted her. "You want to call the one who tried to kill you and destroy the entire church gentle?" Merida sighed and explained, "I understand her more than anyone. If Spica truly wanted to destroy the bloodthirsty church, she wouldn't choose to massacre through war." Merida continued, "She would end it all herself. She joined the bloodthirsty church to take revenge on me for killing her family. But during that process, she met others like herself and grew attached to them." Merida sat beside Spica, stroking her head and saying, "She wanted revenge but also wanted to bring an end to her sister's suffering as they wished. It's such a cruel fate." Aiden looked into her eyes, lost in thought. "Love, huh?" He recalled the past. Aiden sat beside the blazing fire, staring into the flames, lost in thought. Spica approached and spoke, "And Byro." And Byro didn't look up, simply responding, "Spica, what is it?" Spica replied, "I just want to ask one thing." Spica asked, "Have you considered withdrawing from this mission?" And Byro, after hearing this, responded strongly, "You want me to quit the mission? You just want to take the loot from the mission, don't you?" He shouted, "No way am I quitting this mission." Spica was deep in thought and said, "Have you considered stepping aside from this mission?" And Byro immediately reacted, "You want me to quit the mission? You just want to take all the loot from the mission, right?" He shouted, "No way am I quitting this mission." In thought, looking down, thinking to himself, "Don't tell me, is that her love?" Merida looked at her hand, the bright light glowing, then said, "Lord Aiden, the power of the fruit you gave me is truly amazing, but I still can't fully absorb it." Merida looked up and continued, "If you, the rightful owner of it, allow, I want to use this power to save Spica." Aiden clenched his hand tightly, silently angry, but only turned away and replied, "It's up to you, that power belongs to you now, Merida." Aiden walked away, leaving Merida to carry Spica back to the world. Curse watched and asked, "Are you really okay with resurrecting her? You came here to kill her." Aiden replied, "That's true." Curse commented, "Have you lost your thirst for revenge?" Aiden explained, "It's not like that. For Spica, death is peace. I can't let her go in peace." Aiden continued, remembering Spica, keeping her alive, bearing the life of her master that she loves and hates to live in pain. That is revenge. Aiden stood in front of a sparkling door with Pydo and a man behind him. He turned around to look, the Immortal Legion heading east, while the bloodthirsty church went west. In Aiden's mind, he thought of the cursed sword, perhaps given to Spica by the chaotic forces. Aiden continued walking forward, thinking about their next target. A purple light door appeared in my mind, perhaps it's the great demon church. Walk, thinking of Sora and Kansas, they will have to pay for my revenge. Aiden lay on the ground, looking at the fiery red sky and the blooming flower fields. He muttered, "Don't tell me I've descended to hell." Suddenly a voice responded, "Dare to call this garden hell? Well, it's not entirely wrong." Yun Shen slowly walked forward and asked, "You know who I am, don't you?" Aiden hesitated. "I think so." In an instant, Yun Shen's majestic voice rang out, "You saved my children from annihilation." She lowered her voice solemnly. "The least courtesy I must offer is to meet you once." Upon hearing that, Aiden immediately stood up. "Is that my reward?" Yun Shen replied plainly. "Of course, first I will answer what you are eager to know." At this moment, Yun Shen directly exposed Aiden's confusion about whether his master from his previous life was still alive or had died right. This made Aiden wary. "Just as I thought, so you know I will be resurrected." Yun Shen pointed at himself. "Of course, the flow of time in this world is completely separate. I even remember when you fought against Guang Long and stopped Talos." So Aiden didn't want to beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "More importantly, where is your master? His disappearance at the same time in both your past and present lives seems too coincidental." It seemed Yun Shen had already prepared, his eyes flashing with a mysterious red glint. "I'm not sure where he is, but I do know if someone like Banquet dies, I, Yun Shen, war and death will know about it." Seeing Aiden slowly fading, Yun Shen explained, "I also wanted to talk to you longer. Your soul won't last." Before Aiden vanished, Yun Shen suddenly lunged forward. "There's something else that the little lord is still unaware of." Aiden was surprised. "What is it that I don't know?" Yun Shen stared directly into his eyes. "Did you know that when you were once the Dragon Slayer King, a person named Aiden Remise didn't even exist?" Yun Shen's words left Aiden stunned, unable to say a word. The scene shifted to another place before a moonlit door, a figure gazing into the distance. Kansas spoke in a low voice, analyzing the fire god church in Zhe. Now the Mad Slayer Church, all of them orchestrated by a single person, and the one he wanted to mention was none other than Aiden Remisu. A subordinate quickly knelt and reported, "Yes, in just a few years, he has made remarkable progress and now has reached the Grandmaster level. He even formed alliances with the White Silver Witch, the Du-Off tribe, and more." The subordinate continued, "Moreover, every move of his completely aligns with the locations we have prepared for the grand plan. It seems the information was leaked from within our own ranks." Kanzis immediately grasped the key point. "He knows exactly what we're doing and where we are, so his next target must be this place." Cassis ordered, "Sora, the god of destruction, go to the Dharma church and prepare to welcome our guest." Beneath the cloak, Sora's mischievous smile emerged as he accepted the command. On the other side, Nista cautiously asked Aiden, "Are you heading straight to the Damo church?" Upon hearing this, Aiden shared what he knew. Chaotic forces are highly cautious of the three great churches, just like they are with the Fire God Church. Through Bai Yue, we confirmed that the Chaos forces had given the Qing Yuan sword to the Mad Slayer Church. Knowing this, Nista became even more worried. Now, Lord Aiden has destroyed their plans at both the Fire God Church and the Mad Slayer Church. He doesn't think they know he's heading to the Damasau Church next. Aiden interrupted, "Even so, I can't let them wreak havoc. It won't stop just because they know where we're going. Tomorrow morning, we depart early." The bustling scene in the country under the Dhamma church, Tan Yen, appeared. Alice happily admired everything as this was her first time seeing the Dhamma church. Even Bali was overwhelmed by the scenery here. It was just as the Dhamma church's name suggested. Everyone was dressed neatly and the streets were clean. Aiden replied indifferently, "It's just appearances," for he understood this place well. Tan Yen. The country under the Dhamma church, following the law of the God of Laws, living in strict accordance with the rules set by the God of Laws. However, something terrible had happened. The priests discovered loopholes in the holy laws, and some schemers exploited them for personal gain. For instance, selling holy water at high prices and skimming a portion of it. Anyone could sell as long as they didn't have to pay. Over time, this place had become what it was now. The Dhamma church had become increasingly corrupt, resembling a theocratic business rather than a sacred church. Just then, a voice called out from the street. "Holy water freshly made at the Dhamma church, only 3 gold." In the noisy, bustling street, the shouts of the vendors echoed, "Come on, guess which cup the marble is in." In Aiden's mind, he already concluded that the church was too rotten, making it easy for the chaotic forces to get involved. As Aiden walked, he thought to himself, the more corrupt they are, the easier it is for the chaotic world to manipulate them. They all moved forward toward the Holy God Law sect inside the Grand Temple where 3 priests were chanting, softly performing some ritual. Bali excitedly spoke to Aiden. "The priests have gathered around the holy fire. They must have heard we're coming." Suddenly, a tied-up voice rang out, freezing him in his tracks. "Oh yes, the whole family." Before him were the priests eagerly playing cards, seemingly oblivious to everything around them. "No way you're drawing cards from the bottom up," the priest of glory said. "Stop saying nonsense." "Why are you saying that?" The red-haired priest quickly grabbed all the money in front of him. "Then all the money is mine." Strange sensation made him turn around. "Who's there?" Bali, the Inquisitor of Heresy, tightened his grip on his weapon and shouted, "Everyone down now." After a moment, all 3 priests pressed their hands to the ground, accepting their punishment. Bali angrily questioned them. "You dare to gamble in the Grand Temple, standing before the holy fire, do you want to die?" Aiden pursed his lips. "I knew this would happen." Bali shouted again, "Say that again, and you'll spend your life reading books from a wheelchair." A moment later, Alice reached her hand forward, her lips moving as she prepared to cast magic. Then, a brilliant red flame erupted, lighting up the entire space. The three priests saw this and rejoiced. Finally, the holy fire has ignited in the law god sect. Long live Saint Eli. Aiden folded his arms silently, his cold gaze observing without saying anything. He pondered in his mind, never having seen all three holy fires in his past life, sensing something was off. Beside him, a feeling arose. He should have been happy but looked worried. Aiden shook his head, recalling what the god of destruction had said earlier. He wondered if his master was still alive in both the past and present lives. Why didn't he help prevent the apocalypse? In Aiden's heart, countless questions appeared. Aiden Rimmet never existed before, so whose body is this? He made a guess in his mind. Could this be a different world from his previous life? Suddenly, the system's voice interrupted his thoughts. Found the mysterious fragment, magic directed toward the mysterious door. Seeing this, Aiden froze, his eyes wide open, unable to hide his surprise. System's voice echoed again. Recite the incantation and the room containing the treasure of the master of the holy fire will open. Right behind him, he heard a shout. It will tear the atmosphere apart. What? Aiden took a deep breath, excitement spreading throughout him, and he couldn't help but shout, "Magic. Magic, is that true?" The fire before him flared violently, turning the entire space red. The magical key shone brightly, the light exploded, engulfing and scorching everything around. However, things didn't go as smoothly as Aiden had expected, and he quickly encountered difficulties before the blazing fire. Open sesame? Perhaps Aiden didn't remember the password, his voice hesitating as he attempted to open it. Shortly after, the burning fire flared up powerfully, its heat spreading around. Aiden looked around in shock. It wasn't the pain he had expected, but a strange, lush scenery. He observed his surroundings and wondered where he was, then accidentally noticed a plump green beetle on the ground, resembling a caterpillar. A stunned expression appeared on Aiden's face as he realized this was the second holy relic. He immediately showed signs of excitement. If it lived off the world tree leaves, it must be very nutritious. Luckily, Curse stopped him in time, preventing him from getting carried away. The beetle was not food but a special spirit. Aiden thought calmly, "Oh, is that so?" At this point, Curse explained, "I once heard old man Marcus say he cherished that caterpillar. It can make anyone fall asleep. Don't think it's just an ordinary caterpillar," when it became a holy spirit. Aiden no longer dared to underestimate the caterpillar. The ability to make anyone fall asleep might sound ordinary, but if used correctly, it could be very useful. He thought of another way to tame it. "Come with me." Upon witnessing Aiden's actions, it remained silent throughout. He asked, "Do you know him?" He wondered. Aiden analyzed, "You speak as if you've met the fire god several times, even calling him an old man." Cuz immediately transformed into a cloud of red smoke and disappeared. Aiden couldn't understand that action. "What's wrong with you?" He turned back into the dark alley of New Yan, blending into the surrounding silence. As he walked, he thought, "It's good to have accomplishments, but what's going on here? I've never been here before. Even in my previous life, the chaos was scheming something." Aiden stopped, his face filled with disgust. "Who are you, stalker?" Aiden's gaze turned towards Liliana standing on the roof. The woman slowly spoke, "Are you asking me?" Her hand rested on the hilt of her sword, revealing her readiness. The ground suddenly exploded into pieces as Liliana attacked him, warning, "Did you think I wouldn't know what you're doing in New Yan?" Aiden became even more certain that Chaos was plotting something here and quickly said, "I don't know the full story." He continued, "But we can talk about it slowly." Aiden spoke to Princess Liliana, causing her to be shocked. "How did you know?" he expressed. "I have no intention of harming you or the Church of the Demon God, so please lower your sword." However, Liliana remained cautious. She said, "Don't think I can be fooled by such cheap tricks. You've already sunk into the filthy, disgusting darkness." Curse mocked, "Filthy and disgusting." Aiden had to explain himself in front of Liliana. He said, "More importantly, I think I understand why the princess wants to attack me." Because he had clearly seen Liliana's holy eyes. In the Church of the Demon God, only those of royal blood could become holy saints and receive the holy eye. Those eyes allowed Liliana to see through a person's true nature to determine if they could be trusted, and also revealed their true face. Therefore, she mistakenly thought Aiden was a dark sorcerer. Liliana exclaimed, "You're the first person I've felt such dense, dark energy from. You must be an evil one who will bring disaster to this world." Then she rushed forward, "I won't just stand by and watch you." Aiden raised his shield to block each attack while explaining, "I've already said it's a misunderstanding. Besides, could you tell me about this so-called Lord of the Casino?" He continued, "I've never heard that name before." Liliana wouldn't listen. "How long are you going to keep denying it? Don't think you can fool my holy eyes." Aiden felt the tension rising. It was unbearable. Thinking that, he drew his sword, preparing to defend himself. At that moment, a hand suddenly stopped them, halting the two. Aiden remained in position, unable to sense any presence. The mask resembled that of a star. Liliana respectfully called out to someone, "Butcher High." Kwang Long advised, "Put your sword away, Lilith, he's not the person you think he is." Then Kwang Long turned to Aiden. "I apologize, my disciple is too rude." Aiden was confused by Kwang Long, unable to guess her identity. His mind worked at full capacity. The fire eyes could see through the essence of the world, but he had difficulty with Kwang Long. Couldn't gather any information about that woman. Kwang Long advised, "What I was going to say, let's discuss later." Aiden agreed, "Understood. Then could you tell me what's going on in this city?" Liana stood beside, interrupting the conversation. Aiden guessed that in his previous life, there had been an incident here related to the Church of the Demon God. What he knew, the princess had betrayed the king, led a rebellion but failed and was executed. Soon after, the Church of the Demon God was destroyed by fanatical devotion. Aiden was curious about the princess. "You used to hate the darkness, so why are you allied with someone called the Lord of the Casino?" What puzzled him most was that the fire eyes couldn't recognize who he was. He was anxious in his heart. Aiden thought of the giant dragon, once as powerful as a divine being, suppressing the world's balance but was imprisoned by violence, submerging the continent in flames. Remembering that, cold sweat spread across his forehead. In his previous life, that being had granted him the title of Dragon Slayer King and revived him. The master of that power was now Liliana and Kwang Long standing side by side. He thought, that madman is right in front of me, and together with the princess, they will soon cause a rebellion. Aiden wanted to scream, "What the hell is going on here?" in the city of the Lord. The kingdom of the divine authority, Nu Yan, where the demon god war king tried to live according to the will of the Lord. But that righteous will became an eyesore to the corrupt clergy. They wanted to control his mind and turn him into a puppet. Those corrupt ones used the demon god war king to harm anyone with a differing view. Liliana bowed her head sorrowfully, including herself, the king's daughter, and the holy saint. Aiden was not surprised. A mind control curse, perhaps the work of the chaos. He remarked, "There's one more thing I'm curious about." Aiden's gaze turned to Kwang Long. "Did you two meet in the palace?" Liana was about to explain, "My master, I met him by chance after being exiled." Kwang Long interrupted, "No need to answer that, Lilith." He realized she had already seen through what he was truly concerned about. When only two people remained, Aiden spoke first. "Now we can have a private conversation." Kwang Long bluntly admitted that she knew all about me, and without hesitation called Kwang Long's name, asking why she was here. Kwang Long removed her mask, revealing a beautiful and sharp face, yet still distant. This was understandable, as we were rivals in our past life, and her face now emerged from beneath the mask. "I am the Dragon Lord, once leading the ancient kings, and have lived countless lifetimes to cleanse my own karma. As for the power you gained from killing me, is it truly useful?" In Aiden's mind, the image of a dragon and a divine messenger suddenly appeared. "You're not allowed to merge into the common world and are the strongest entity in the human realm." Aiden was not surprised and replied that he thought Kwang Long was a regressor, but did not expect her to remember the past. Kwang Long laughed and said she remembered everything clearly as if it were broad daylight. She did not hesitate to mention the battle of their past lives, the pain from the stab in her back still haunting her to this day. Aiden immediately grew cautious and asked if Kwang Long wanted revenge. Kwang Long's voice revealed disdain, but then she said, "Actually, I want to thank you." These words left Aiden stunned. "Thank me?" She explained that at that time her mind had been controlled by an evil force. "An evil force had controlled me to destroy everything, even though I didn't want to." Aiden, upon hearing this, became more tense. A force capable of controlling the mind of a dragon. This was something even the greatest grand sorcerer couldn't accomplish. At that moment, Kwang Long's hand clenched and trembled. With human abilities, this is impossible, but they possessed incredibly powerful holy artifacts. Aiden asked about the holy artifacts, and Kwang Long continued by asking if he knew the origin of the 72 demon swords. Aiden replied that he had heard they were created from the remnants of the fallen lords. Kwang Long confirmed, "Yes, the fallen lords are entities willing to sell their souls for power." The aura around Kwang Long was dangerous, and she was one of those who possessed such power. Yet, Aiden still didn't understand why the power in the swords was the remnants of the fallen lords. Kwang Long explained that most of them were like that, but some swords only sealed the power inside, while the entities themselves remained alive, enduring divine punishment. She was one of them. The light in Kwang Long's eyes grew brighter as she said the power the gods took was the power of dominion. Kwang Long stated that this power allowed her to control the minds of any entity of the same level or lower. Aiden, upon hearing this, immediately guessed if the one who provided Kwang Long with power came from the chaos. Kwang Long smiled, confirming it was completely accurate. However, Kwang Long didn't know who that person was, and she was curious about them. She only knew that only Aiden, the disciple of the mercenary king and the black sorcerer executioner, could help her. At that moment, at the southern gate of Xin Yin, before a brightly lit castle, there were various entertainment activities like card games. The winners joyfully hugged their money while the losers seethed with anger. Aiden was surprised to see such a place existed right in the heart of the Holy Hall. The bishops here had become so corrupt. This was just the beginning. Huang Long said the chaos would certainly be here, and Aiden had already infiltrated. While Aiden was observing around, someone noticed him and approached. He didn't pay attention until the two passed each other, then he felt something was off. His gaze seemed to see through everything and his deep voice rang out. Aiden asked the person, "Are you human?" The person quickly responded, "I've been waiting for you, Aiden Remise, follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, Aiden immediately stared at the mysterious figure. A moment later, the person led him into a dark and mysterious room. Before entering, the person asked, "This might be a trap, but you're not hesitating to follow me, are you?" Aiden emphasized that whether it was a trap or not didn't matter. He confidently said, "Either way, you will die at my hands. I should thank you for waiting." The mysterious person replied, "I'm not here to fight you, Sir Aiden. I'm here to invite you to join our faction." Aiden was surprised. "You want me to join your side? Ridiculous. Why would I agree?" The person continued, "I almost forgot the message my master asked me to deliver to you." Each word seemed to remind Aiden, "Let the past rest and look toward a new future. My old friend." A blue vein appeared on his forehead, seemingly about to explode. Aiden thought, he said, "Let the past rest," and called me an old friend. These words made him erupt with immense energy. He realized that Sara or Kansas was one of those bastards. He shouted, "Where is that bastard?" The other person then concentrated magic in his hand, asking, "How dare you use such vulgar words to refer to my master?" Aiden could no longer hold back, replying, "So what if I do?" Then he lunged at the arrogant person. Attacking, Aiden thought, "So one of the bastards who betrayed me is now the leader of the chaos. And that person, he even has memories from before I died." He was still confused, not knowing who that person was. Aiden remembered that this person had hidden his power equivalent to a dragon for so long. The entire body of this person was being restored by magic. He sighed, "It's so disappointing because you used to be my master's teammate, but now you're nothing but a disappointment." Suddenly, a sound reached Aiden, causing him to freeze in surprise. Sora revealed himself, saying, "Maybe killing you now wouldn't be a bad idea." Aiden moved as fast as lightning, the sharp sword light tearing through the black-clad figure's body. His expression turned serious as he wondered who this spy really was. The figure didn't scream in pain, just smirked and said, "How disappointing." Suddenly, his gaze became filled with madness and he threw his head back laughing, "Maybe I should just kill you now." In an instant, the wound across Sora's stomach healed as if it had never existed. Aiden was astonished, realizing that despite being slashed across the body, he could still heal thanks to dark energy. A new suspicion arose in his mind and he asked, "Is this person an undead?" After observing, Aiden was fully convinced of this possibility. The other person gritted his teeth, "Don't compare me to those useless ones. I have evolved beyond ordinary undead." Aiden thought to himself, "A great undead." He remembered someone mentioning this type in his past life. A black sorcerer who reached an exceptional level could transform himself into an undead, becoming a great undead. This type was different from ordinary undead, as they retained their human body and consciousness. In other words, they became immortal high-level black sorcerers. Aiden quickly realized that this person could be one of those undead. He resolved that no matter what, undead were still just undead. The only way to defeat them was to destroy the life thread inside their body. At that moment, Kurt seriously reminded him, "Don't underestimate him, Blood King. Did you pause just now? Is there anything else we should worry about?" Kurt quickly explained, "Because this man has multiple dispersed life veins throughout his body." At this moment, a powerful dark energy swirled around Sora. He suddenly grew curious. Why would his master want to recruit this one as an ally? Immediately, Aiden surged forward from behind. Sora quickly raised a protective barrier. The two energies collided, producing violent tremors. He sneered with smug arrogance, "You think I'll be struck easily? Your sword will never touch me." Sora spoke, pausing slightly, drawing out the last syllable as if it didn't matter if it hit. Seeing the summoned corpse knights, Aiden was slightly surprised. A corpse knight. They attacked relentlessly, forcing him to brace himself to counter. With lightning reflexes, Aiden deftly dodged the knight's strikes. There were too many, charging all at once, making it a struggle to defend. Aiden gritted his teeth, thinking that each one was at the level of a grand swordsman. He couldn't withstand them all. Just then, Sora's laughter rang overhead. "Distracted by those bugs, aren't you?" Without another word, he swung his hand for a surprise attack. In an instant, countless dark energy beams rained down. The ground trembled violently as Aiden hastily dodged the Wideria assault. Once at a safe distance, he stopped, his deep voice echoing, "No matter how many life veins you have, destroying them all is enough." With that, Aiden gathered his strength and leapt toward Sora through the air. He showed no flinch, even smiling leisurely. "You speak the truth, but as I said, you will not touch me." Sora had just finished speaking when the corpse knights suddenly appeared, blocking Aiden's path. Aiden was struck by a corpse knight, his body crashing to the ground. Dust billowed into the air. He forced himself up from the deep dent beneath him, covered in grime, gritting his teeth. "Not bad." Sora smirked mockingly. The defeated should not speak so boldly. Honestly, you are the one disappointing me. Aiden did not respond, slowly rising and said, just as you summoned the corpse knights to fight. Footsteps echoed as his voice grew more confident. I am not alone either. A figure surged behind the corpse knight, forcing it to turn. Before its eyes, a strong hand gripped a sword hilt, the blade gleaming. Immediately, the corpse knight lunged with a fatal strike at the newcomer, Bali. He laughed heartily. Almost late, Master Aiden. Sora's expression turned serious. He summons countless corpse knights at once. I heard you have a bishop accompanying you, so that's him, Bali said in surprise. Sora continued releasing more dark energy, smirking slightly. It makes no difference. As he spoke, Sora summoned twin corpse knights, his hands moving subtly. Immediately, a black serpent lunged at Aiden. He quickly dodged its sharp fangs. Aiden thought, damn, even if I strike him, unless I destroy all life veins simultaneously, it's useless. I need another approach. His gaze then landed on a distant point. Outside the door, a figure watched stealthily, none other than Pydo, trembling and hiding. An idea suddenly sparked in Aiden's mind. Grinned slyly, exactly, I'll use him. Meanwhile, Bali was still dealing with the corpse knights, wondering, Master Aiden, where did you suddenly go? Fighting these alone is too much. Suddenly a sword flashed, flying straight toward Bali. Aiden had reached his side, swinging to attack the corpse knights. Bali rejoiced, there you are, Master Aiden, do you have a plan? Aiden nodded, yes, a brilliant plan, but I'll need your help, Bali. Facing them, the corpse knights charged with their weapons. Bali focused, his sharp gaze sweeping over them. Aiden stood beside him, serious, eyes narrowed in calculation. He and Bali coordinated smoothly, quickly defeating several corpse knights. Aiden thought, 1-on-3 is tough, but 1-by-1 is manageable. Sora observed from above, expression unreadable. He snorted coldly. You've killed 3 and already feel proud? He laughed loudly. Let me show you what true despair is. Countless dark energies continued to rain down. Bali gripped his mace tightly, attempting to carve an opening. The mace struck Sora's barrier but was repelled. The shield thinned slightly but remained almost unscathed. In an instant, the barrier restored fully. Sora laughed arrogantly, I told you it's useless. Bali, angry, asked Aiden, Master Aiden, are you sure this can defeat him? Aiden replied, trust me, just a little more. Golden energy enveloped Aiden. He silently counted down 4 more times. Sora did not stay idle, continuing to strike. Dark energy rained down relentlessly. Through the thick smoke, Aiden surged like the wind, thrusting his sword into Sora's barrier with full force. The clash of metal rang sharply. The opponent mocked, I thought you were weak, yet you are even more foolish. Aiden snarled, don't compare me to those bastards, I will never cooperate with them. Sora coldly cut in, how dare you speak such filthy words about my master? Without warning, he swung, unleashing a massive dark energy blast. Aiden gritted his teeth, bleeding from his mouth, yet still clutched the hilt, driving the sword downward with all his strength. In that instant, the red gem on the hilt glowed. In a flash, abundant energy surged into the red gem. Sora noticed the anomaly. He is absorbing my power, how is this possible? But then he froze, eyes narrowing. Don't tell me. Suddenly realizing something, Sora laughed heartily. So this is the reason, Master. He slowly lifted his hand. A dark orb spun in his palm, then came an explosive roar shaking the sky. Darkness engulfed the space. Aiden stepped back cautiously, sharp gaze fixed on Sora. Now Sora had to give him credit. You can control the power without being consumed, truly someone capable of pleasing him. Aiden immediately realized the core. So that master approached me for this reason? Sora made no effort to hide, laughing loudly. The one who possessed that power left Aiden speechless when he said halfway through that he was the master of the group, leaving him incredulous and confused as he exchanged words with Curse, the gluttonous ringleader. Aiden heard him sigh softly, sensing the pride that might have surfaced. Even so, you should be able to handle him, right? He said. Heartless king, I think we've become a bit complacent. Aiden furrowed his brow, wondering if he could make him submit like before. Complacent? Can I make him submit like I did before? It's been explained that the sword only retained a trace of sealed power, and the gluttonous lord was entirely different from the ancient lords. His current state was the result of his own action. Initially, he had been like the other ancient lords. One day, he desired something he had never touched, losing control and revealing his greed. Curse said the origin was the gluttonous lord of the divine tree, the center of the world. When he devoured the divine tree, the gluttonous lord became a demon and began consuming the world, only to be sealed by 4 gods using the tree's power. The gluttonous lord lost his divine abilities and vanished. The world had been destroyed by the demon lord spawning monsters, so the gods divided the world in 2, sending one god to the decayed region to seal the dark energy. Curse paused for a few seconds. That god was me. I became Curse, the god who governs the isolated half of the world. He continued, speaking of a world once unified but endlessly trying to merge. its power gradually escalating beyond control, and the moment when the two worlds aligned as one. Aiden grasped the meaning and flinched. You mean Tartarus, the one set to open in 10 years? The other's face darkened. No, it will open sooner, perhaps next year, no, maybe even next week. Aiden was stunned. Wasn't the Hellgate supposed to open in 10 years? How can it open so early? Kurzban said. The holy bodies somehow exist freely outside the flow. He continued, time and the demon realm are part of the demon lore. Pausing, he added that the fusion of the realms was meant to happen in 10 years, but this accelerated the moment, and importantly, he hadn't expected him to still be alive. Sora smiled at Aiden. Aiden, why not join us now? I'm sure the master would welcome you warmly. He silently tightened his grip on his sword, replying calmly. Aiden thought to himself that they only sought the world's destruction. In the end, all you want is to bring ruin to this world, right? He resolved. I already have reasons to stay here. Sora seemed displeased, not understanding. He challenged, even if your sword is steeped in gluttonous power, defeating me is impossible. You can't even scratch me. So how do you plan to destroy my lifeline? His hand recoiled from Sora's chest, stopping mid-motion. Sora panicked. Where did the lifelines in my body go? There should be dozens of soul cores. Only 3 cores remained. He considered the possibility and asked Aiden, is this because of you? Bali whispered low. Looks like he's discovered my plan. Aiden didn't respond immediately. You can appear now, faceless one. A figure emerged from the shadows, voice low. Really? It's Pydo, holding a small bag, face full of confusion. I haven't even mixed everything yet. Sora finally understood what had happened and laughed. While distracting me, you used the power of the Lord of Desire to steal my life force. I didn't expect you to use that fragment. He glared at Aiden in fury. His tone was sharp, but one trick can't be repeated endlessly. Aiden tensed, realizing he could no longer win with that plan. Aiden considered that even with the Lord of Desire's power, he couldn't breach the barrier he created. If he targeted the faceless one before the 4th gate opened, he'd be helpless, and the thought made him anxious. Sora raised his hand to attack. A figure suddenly appeared. I remember telling you to bring him back alive. Sora froze, pupils shrinking as he saw the opponent clearly. A massive explosion engulfed the space in fire and smoke, destroying the buildings completely. Fortunately, Aiden managed to shield Pydo and Bali with his cloak. He hurriedly said, "Thank you, young Aiden." Amidst the flames, a blackened body lay on the ground, which Aiden watched with awe. Aiden sighed, shifting his gaze to the opposite side, surprised they were working together. The other laughed, jealous that we coordinate so well. It's Kansas, yet why does he have Sora with him? He shrugged with a faint smile long since unseen. Aiden looked at the opponent. I didn't expect you to be the demon lord. Cassis laughed. Honestly, I was as surprised as you. Cassis scanned Aiden and cursed with a mocking tone. Aiden replied, that's past history, then asked, then why is Sora with you? Sora shouldn't have known the current situation, but she spoke. I know you were once the dragon-slaying king and also my teammate, Aiden Albrecht. She continued, thanks to the master sharing some power, I could glimpse the past. Aiden found it ridiculous. You still chose to follow him after seeing such a disastrous past. The other sneered, it doesn't matter, the world I lived in was far worse. Kurzban was curious, a life more tragic than the human world's apocalypse. By the way, how did that mage survive? Aiden shook his head. I've never heard of Sora's past, she avoids mentioning it. He confirmed, if she had memories, she would have come to me before I grew strong. He reminded Aiden, you're too complacent, Kansas, then asked, do you know what's funny, Aiden Albrecht? Kansas spoke slowly. Until recently, I still couldn't believe I had regressed. Without you, I would have needed much more time to awaken. Aiden was momentarily surprised, thinking the other had relied on him, but that figure didn't respond immediately, instead leisurely approaching after I was defeated by those called gods. A being like me belonging nowhere cannot recall past lives like transcendent entities. He spoke while raising a hand, pointing directly at Aiden, emphasizing that I could not regain my power for the next 10 years. You did help me nurture the power of mortal hunger, didn't you? Through these words, Aiden stared at the sword in his hands in horror. Kangsit chuckled and continued, saying that when you reach a transcendent state, I simultaneously restore my power and memories from my previous life. He savored Aiden's astonished expression, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips. He briefly explained that choosing to grow stronger to prevent the world's annihilation actually accelerated its decay. Standing amid the desolate sea of flames, he spread his arms and smiled brightly. Now look, this is the result you and I created. Aiden instinctively lifted his head, nearly frozen. His eyes still held fear as he trembled and muttered, in the end, we can't stop it. The sky was dyed red, immense energy violently shaking, and Aiden realized it was Tartarus. People from everywhere were panicked, endless whispers filling the air. What is this? What deadly aura is this? What's happening to the world? Before them, energy radiated from a vortex in the sky, thickening with each moment. Blood-red light covered the space and thorny branches began to emerge. Flinched, stunned, it had been a long time since he saw these thorny trees. Deadly energy surged like a wave, spreading the branches wider. At the critical moment, a clear voice suddenly rang out. "Freeze time!" The words cut through and golden energy flowed across the vast space. Everything immediately halted. Time seemed to stop as Kenzai flashed a self-satisfied smile. Everyone was affected by the magic. Everyone's bodies stiffened except Aiden, who could still move. He observed the monochrome space around him, momentarily dazed. Time had been stopped. His mind raced, realizing even a level 9 archmage could not cast a time-stop spell, only a single being could. Aiden was certain that a dragon, just as he thought Guanglong, was behind this phenomenon. Aiden watched the person who had just landed approach him and suddenly wondered if freezing time had been the right decision. Guanglong explained that normally, it wasn't advisable, but in this emergency situation, it was necessary. The order of the world had been disrupted, and as the overseer of the realms, I had the right to use my powers. Guanglong's gaze fell on Kensiz and she sighed helplessly. However, I cannot keep time frozen for too long, nor can I harm him. She turned her gaze to you and got straight to the point. I can give you time to prepare for Tataros, a maximum of 2 days. Hearing this, Aiden understood the situation and repeated the 2-day limit. Then he confidently smiled and declared, "That's more than enough." After giving his answer, Aiden unexpectedly turned to look into the distance. "I know you're hiding over there, come out, Rabbis." The other person slowly revealed himself, smiling as he responded, "Spying, huh? Your words are harsh." Rabbis stepped forward and casually asked, "Long time no see, Aiden." "Not spying, I just came to survey a new dungeon." When Aiden saw Rabbis's current appearance, he couldn't help but feel surprised. Aiden asked, "Why do you look like that?" Rabbis awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "After becoming a mid-level merchant and teasing the subordinates, this is what happened to me." Aiden was quite surprised, as the power of a high-level merchant allowed their soul to persist for a long time. Rabbis was unaffected by Guanglong's magic, making Aiden think for a moment before deciding to speak. "I want to assign you a task," he solemnly instructed. "Use the eternal sunset tea meet to invite everyone I mention." Rabbis's expression changed and he asked, "You want to buy invitations for a tea party?" A tea party is a special event hosted by the hat sellers where you can invite anyone and they won't be affected by the flow of time. Rabbis asked in confusion, "Do you know how much such an invitation costs?" "It could buy a mansion, no, even a whole village." Aiden answered without hesitation, "Invite everyone I've mentioned, starting now." Rabbis responded, "Yes, I'll do it immediately." Then, a golden light flew around the tower. Tirith and Theon were both confused, not understanding what was happening. "Who's doing this?" Dale was also surprised. Merida closed her eyes and prayed, "O Lord of Slaughter, grant me the strength to protect this world." At that moment, the high priest thought was teleported in and exclaimed, "This is not a normal space." The dwarf tribe appeared, leaving everyone around them astonished. Even they were invited. Who could do such a thing? Ellis, Bali, Lo, and Cassie were also present, with Bali happily laughing and saying, "I know exactly who called us here." Aiden stood before everyone and clearly declared, "I believe you all know why you were summoned. The apocalypse has just begun and I intend to stop it." Everyone was panicked. Dale anxiously asked, "What do you need us to do?" Aiden calmly replied, "Of course, because you all have no other choice." His words made Dale and the nuns uncomfortable, but Aiden just smiled and said, "Everyone owes me a favor and it's time to repay it." Once everything was settled, Aiden and Hat stood on the balcony overlooking the party below. Hat asked, "Have you finished?" Aiden wearily replied, "Yes, take me back to my original position." Hat bowed his head and said, "Before you go, someone wants to see you." Aiden was slightly surprised and asked, "See me?" He wondered if someone wanted to talk to him. Suddenly, a figure stepped forward in front of them. Aiden looked and asked, "Who are you?" The fire god smiled brightly and said, "Long time no see, Aiden." Aiden asked in surprise, "Are you the one who wanted to see me?" The fire god responded, "It's not that I wanted to see you, but there are a few things I need to apologize for first." Fire god bowed his head and said, "First, for the regression you went through to correct the mistakes we couldn't resolve, and for you having to live 2 lifetimes just to correct that mistake." Aiden felt uncomfortable and the fire god noticed and didn't know how to react. Aiden bluntly asked, "Is a god really here to apologize?" The fire god smiled and replied, "You're right. Empty words have no place in our dictionary." Then, the fire god conjured a glowing golden orb from his hand. The fire god handed the orb to Aiden and said, "Take this, it's the final achievement I can offer you." Aiden took it and silently evaluated it. "It feels like mana, but much stronger and wilder." Aiden asked, "What is this?" The fire god explained, "This is a part of the power I hold from the divine tree. Like the demon lord, all our power comes from fragments of the divine tree." The fire god grinned mischievously. The fire god continued, "Holding this power doesn't make you a god, but it's enough to challenge the gluttons." Aiden thought to himself, wondering if he could control this power. "What if my body shatters from the overload?" The fire god gently placed the orb inside Aiden and reassured him, "Don't worry, with your strong body, this power will fit perfectly." Aiden felt the power flowing through his body. The scene shifted to black and white, the air heavy with death and darkness. Everything felt unsettling. A loud sound echoed as the sky turned blood red. Danger was imminent. Chains of Kang appeared. Behind him, flames blazed intensely. Cassis walked with an emotionless gaze, wearing an intrigued smile, and said, "In that moment, many things must have happened." Cassis looked at Aiden and commented, "I can feel the power of the divine tree within you." Kansis smiled cunningly and said, "Not bad. If I could absorb that power, maybe I could surpass the 4 pets blocking my way." Aiden watched as Kansis performed his technique and immediately asked, "Spiked Fortress, is that your technique?" Kurz lowered his head and replied, "It's not magic or any technique." Kurz explained, "The Spiked Fortress is a demonic realm. Whoever owns it becomes Kurz, the ruler of the demonic realm," Kurz said bitterly. "But since I'm not there, the throne is vacant." Kurz watched as Kansis controlled the sharp spikes and thought, "It seems the glutton is aiming for that throne." Aiden understood the situation and drew his sword, saying, "So we just need to stop him from merging with the Spiked Fortress, right?" Something swept across the ground like a sharp slash. The atmosphere became tense and silent, as on the other side, Kansis and Aiden prepared for the decisive battle. The sharp thorns were controlled by the chain whips, flying at incredible speeds, while a pair of hands formed a fiery red ball that grew larger and erupted into flames, creating an impenetrable wall of fire. Aiden gritted his teeth and cursed, doubting whether he was truly on the side of those who wanted to destroy the world. The one who created the fire wall was the mage hovering in the sky. He called out to Atala and Sora. Sora calmly responded to Aiden's question, "You won't be able to stop the demon lord from merging with the fortress, and I am not on the side that wants to destroy the world." Then she continued creating more massive fireballs. "Oh," I said, "he is the creator who will establish a new world." Sora raised her staff towards Aiden and said sarcastically, "Goodbye, former comrade, Heart King Aiden Albiro." Under Sora's control, a massive fireball descended towards the ground. Fireball hit the ground, creating a horrifying explosion that sent everything flying and enveloped the houses in a sea of flames. Aiden watched the scene unfold. Ada smiled with both satisfaction and a sense of accomplishment as the sea of fire surrounded everything. From within, Aiden shouted to Sora, "You haven't changed a bit, Sora." He stepped out of the flames. "You always said that only the strong hold the truth." Aiden continued, "And that the weak disappearing from this world wouldn't matter." He held his sword with the confident gaze of the strong. "I don't know your past, but this time you've chosen the wrong side. That weakling will soon be defeated." Sora saw that Aiden was unharmed and in horror asked, "Do you have fire resistance? In the memories of your past life, you never had such an ability." He stood in the flames and calmly said, as if she had made a huge mistake. In the blink of an eye, Aiden disappeared, leaving only dust beneath his feet. Sora, distracted, panicked and immediately swung her staff, adding more fire to create a protective fire ring. Sora was enraged. "What is happening? He is not like the one I knew before." Aiden raised his glowing green sword and struck decisively. Sora looked at Aiden confidently and cursed, "You arrogant insect." Aiden's counterattack enraged Sora. Aiden replied, "But I am Aiden Remise, the first son of the Remise family, don't get it confused." Sora gritted her teeth, veins bulging, and said, "You arrogant insect." Sora released her overwhelming power. The fire grew hotter. Aiden withstood it, silently thinking, "What kind of fire is this? It's still hot even with fire resistance." Sora turned, her body glowing red as she saw Aiden struggling, cursing, "You self-righteous bastard." Sora continued, "Alberl or Remise, your existence only serves one purpose." Sora raised her staff and said, "To become a vessel for the seal, nothing more." Silence and witness the rebirth of the god of will. The thorny vines gathered together, wrapping around the Kang Zich as if about to merge with him. Kang Zich smiled grotesquely, his whole body seeming to transform into something strange. The thorny vines continued to spread, revealing a monster with large wings and sharp teeth, flying down with a bloodthirsty expression. It breathed destructive fire, threatening the civilians. Aiden silently shouted, "Talos, if we don't stop them, the civilians will be in danger." A massive fireball descended, looking incredibly hot. The fireball crashed where Aiden stood, creating a huge explosion, but luckily he avoided it. Sora continued making fireballs. Now is not the time to be distracted. Aiden observed the scene. The mage's flames were powerful. Even the Phoenix blessing couldn't withstand it. Aiden realized, "I know," silently calculating, getting close to that thing was impossible now, but she was unbeatable in long-range combat. Aiden grinned with a mischievous smile and quietly said, "If it weren't for that madman." A sniper scope appeared, aimed at the unsuspecting target. A man carrying a large gun shouted, "I've waited so long for this moment." Aiden startled and turned to look at the distance. Gustave shouted, "Look closely, great mage, you ignored my second creation." The soldiers with guns ordered, "Fire at full force." Everyone was panicked, fearful instead of confident. The green firepower shot towards Sora like a storm. Aiden watched the scene inside. In 5 days he created the upgrade. The Gustav clone shouted, "Die, all of you die." Aiden silently cursed as he kept his eyes on the target. Orf now looked like Gustav. Ada opened her palm, activating another flame, angrily cursing the incompetent fool. "You dare face the expulsion magic." She unleashed a terrifying wave of energy. Ada shouted, "Do you think you can defeat me with that stupid toy?" Aiden was surprised. The energy cannon couldn't penetrate the magical barrier. Someone suddenly jumped down. Not yet. It was Gustav, proudly saying, "Little Gustav Markey has other features." Gustav held the cannon through the thick lens, his confident eyes showing, "That's Gustav's explosive cannon." A stream of green energy shot out. He shouted, "Penetrating armor blast." 2 cannons fired at her armor. Aiden opened his eyes, unable to believe it. The green explosion blinded him, breaking the armor. Gustav removed his glasses. "I told you not to underestimate my mechanical magic." Sora lost her protective armor. Ada was severely damaged and fell freely. Aiden was pleased with the result. Aiden thought in his past life Gustav was helpless against Sora's shield, but now it seems he could counterattack. Despite her severe injuries, she still retorted, "But it doesn't change anything." Ignoring her pain, she remarked, "In the end, the demon lord has regained his strength." After merging with the thorny vines, a new being emerged. Bam spoke. "This power, I haven't felt it in a long time," he said to Curse. "Seems like you're too slow." Bam extended his palm, and a glaring yellow sphere slowly grew larger. Aiden saw the small golden orb and couldn't help but feel tense, his eyes wide with worry. Although it was just a small object, its power could destroy anything in its path. Around him, only cracked earth and thick smoke remained. However, the gluttonous man still seemed dissatisfied, as though things were no longer the same. "Is this the limit of the human body?" Aiden jumped behind him, swinging his sword and shouting, "You're being too arrogant." A huge explosion occurred, and what happened next was unclear, but it was evident that the power of this man should not be underestimated. The gluttonous man lowered his head, showing a wicked smile, exposing his sharp teeth. "You're being too arrogant," he said. The gluttonous man pressed Aiden to the ground, choking him and asking, "Do you really think someone like you can do anything when I have regained my omnipotent state?" Aiden found himself in a dangerous situation. He thought to himself, the man was faster than anyone he had ever faced, and even with the holy relic would he be able to win? Aiden tried to stretch his trembling hand toward his sword, but he couldn't reach it in time. A strong arm reached out to pick up the sword. The gluttonous man held the sword, admiring it with pleasure and saying, "This is perfect for a united strike." He raised the sword high and said, "Thanks for the little strength, I won't be polite." Aiden sweated, panicked as the tip of the sword descended mere inches from his face, but a swift figure appeared. Tom saved Aiden and quickly pulled him away, handing him back the sword. "Here, take it," Video said. Aiden anxiously asked, "Your head?" Gluttonous man looked at the one who had disrupted his plan and asked, "So you managed to make it here?" He looked at Pydo and said, "The alchemical experiment of the alchemist city." Pydo responded, "Long time no see, brother." Pydo held his weapon, calmly saying, "I was looking forward to seeing you again." Aiden listened to this conversation with a heart full of doubt. "Brother, you want to meet him? Is there something I don't know?" Video looked at the words that appeared on the common thread as if holding something back. Pydo clenched his teeth, speaking with hatred. "After being imprisoned in the alchemist city for decades and turning father into your puppet," he surged with power, speaking with determination, "Now I come for revenge. And this is the royal bloodline, the alchemical experiment of Ouroboros, the alchemist city of Ouroboros, the supreme essence of alchemy under the Empire's rule. But hidden within the city is darkness, anger that completely contradicts the ideal of serving humanity with alchemy, a force ready to bring about the apocalypse for mankind." Inside the prison, a prisoner, shackled, screamed in pain. After a moment he was tortured by pain, collapsed on the ground, spitting out fresh blood. Kansas frowned, saying with disdain, "Even the royals are weak, they're all the same. Isn't there anything more useful than this frail body?" He shouted next, the experiment subject number 9. A pair of thin legs slowly walked across the dark ground. Pydo, trembling, stepped forward, looking at Kansas with hatred in his eyes. He lifted Pydo's chin and asked, "They said this one has some potential, right?" Kansas's eyes gleamed. "Don't die so easily like your brother. If you're resilient, perhaps you will have the honor of possessing this power." Video furrowed his brow, glaring at him. Soon after, he broke free from the bindings, grabbed the sword, and glared at Kansas with hatred. "I'll kill you so that his soul can rest in peace." Kansas transformed into a demon, baring his teeth in a mocking grin. "Revenge, you're just an empty shell. What can you do?" Video lowered his voice, quietly saying, "I can't do it alone." "But you still have Soren." Kansas's hand erupted with power and he was startled, furrowing his brow, looking at him. "Soren, don't tell me." Before Kansas could finish, a burst of energy struck him. Theo focused intently on controlling the source of energy. His eyes filled with fury as he glared at Kansas. Kansas's face turned fierce and he shouted angrily, "Lord of Desire, how dare you!" At this moment, Aiden appeared, raising the sword high, gritting his teeth, preparing to strike. Aiden launched an attack, but Kansas summoned a thorny tree to block it. He scowled, veins bulging on his face in frustration. Aiden smiled smugly, saying, "I won't let you harm my slaves." Kansas, furious, gritted his teeth and cursed, "You bastard." He leaped swiftly towards Aiden, shouting, "Nothing will change." Aiden immediately gathered his inner strength, raising the sword to block Kansas's attack, his face showing signs of unease. Aiden thought to himself, even when his power isn't at full strength, he's still this strong. Meanwhile, Paido was also struggling to fight with all his might. His entire body trembled, grinding his teeth, refusing to give up. Kansas's face briefly showed cunning, his lips curling into a smile. "Of course," Video shouted. "Do you really think someone like you, an empty vessel, can withstand my power?" He held the glowing blade in his hand, and as the master of the origin blade, he commanded, "Transfer this power to Aiden Ramai." Kansas's face grew vicious, veins bulging on his face. Meanwhile, Aiden was satisfied, smiling slightly. Immediately, Aiden's body erupted with overflowing power, and a wave of energy surrounded him, threatening the area. Aiden tightened his grip on the sword, thinking, "I can feel this immense power, it's dark yet familiar." At that moment, a loud noise came from the ground. Kansas blinked and appeared in front of Aiden, yelling, "That's my power!" A huge explosion rang out, accompanied by a blinding flash of light, causing rocks to shatter and fly in all directions through the red-lit space. Video was horrified, quickly shielding himself from the thick dust cloud. Through the haze, Kansas was sweating, panting, gritting his teeth, glaring at Aiden. He glared with wide eyes and screamed, "You bastard!" A familiar voice rang out. "How long has it been since I last breathed in fresh air?" the voice said coldly. "I'm tired of possessing that filthy bastard's mind." Aiden froze when he heard the voice. That person, the one he recognized, was none other than Kurz. He clasped his hands behind his back, speaking indifferently. "Let's clarify one thing, this is not the power of your Lord Gluttony, but that of the divine tree." Kansas grinned. "So, you've returned with the power you absorbed from me, but that won't be enough to protect the world you've created." He looked up, saying, "I've already claimed the throne of the Thorn Fortress. The perfection of this world is just a matter of time." The spiny tentacles began to stir. Kansas looked on in shock, exclaiming, "Huh!" He couldn't understand, shouting, "What is this? I am the true master of it." "What have you done?" Kurz looked at his hand and replied, "The essence of dark energy is resentment, the sorrow of loss, the screams of the suffering, or the fury and wrath directed at someone. Unlike you, who only knows how to absorb and control, for centuries I've listened to the vengeful echoes across the demon world." He lowered his gaze to the ground. "In the end, my mind succumbed and I was devoured, becoming a madman. This fortress remembers what I've done," Kurz continued. "A lord who is tolerant, forgiving, and can lead his subjects. You are nothing but a tyrant, a cruel oppressor. You're not fit to be a master, let alone a god." Kansas gritted his teeth, angrily saying, "You can't defeat me." Kansas stared with fearful eyes, his heart tense from waiting for this moment for thousands of years. Aiden lowered his head and thought, the thorny fortress, symbol of the demon world, without it, humanity could never become the demon lord. Lifted his head, sweat beading on his forehead, a confident smile about his victory. Kansas' face was now cracked, gritting his teeth, his face full of rage. Suddenly, a surge of powerful energy erupted from Kansas. Aiden asked in surprise, "What the hell is that?" Ko furrowed his brow and explained. "He's releasing his true form," he said seriously. He hid his true form within a human body to deceive all laws of cause and effect. A strange leg appeared with horrifying eyes and sharp teeth. At this point, Kansas had transformed into a giant monster, covered in eyes and teeth. Meanwhile, warriors were fiercely battling the monsters. The scene was chaotic, a relentless fight. Merida bravely punched a monster's back, causing it to howl in pain. Surroundings were completely chaotic, screams echoing between humans and monsters. Tian kept swinging his sword, a powerful strike to a monster's neck sending blood splattering. He laughed, arrogantly saying, "Talk all you want, you damn monsters." A monster's hand reached out, preparing to crush Tian. He froze, exclaiming, "What?" Suddenly, a green energy flew toward it, knocking the monster away. Dio stepped forward, teasing, "Don't slack off, Tian. Remember last time when you almost got crushed because you were distracted?" Dio said with a smile. Tian glared at Dio angrily, cursing, "Shut up, Dio, I..." Suddenly, the ground shook violently, startling both of them. Tian panicked, asking, "What the hell is that, an earthquake?" DH widened his eyes, looking ahead and asking, "What's that?" In front of them was Kansas, now a giant monster, looking terrifying. He tilted his head back, opening his mouth to let out a piercing roar. Ko furrowed his brow, observing, and said, "He's releasing all his power. If we're not careful, we might not make it out alive." Kansas smirked, casually saying, "It doesn't matter. Before that I can act, I'll absorb all of you and break through to become the creator." Kansas opened his mouth wide, gathering immense energy to attack them. Aiden looked on with fury, gritting his teeth. "It's over," he thought to himself. "With my current power, I can't stop it." Kurz stood in front of Aiden, speaking in a deep voice, "Watch closely, Heart Slayer." As soon as the words left his mouth, Kurz tightened his grip on his sword, his gaze full of determination, focused ahead. "This is a sword technique I've mastered bastard strong enough to kill gods. Kansas then spat out a burst of blazing energy. Aiden focused, not blinking. Kurz continued, slashing two powerful strikes toward the energy, saying, Black Sky Sword Art, first form, Hungry Ghost Slash. Kansas panicked, unable to believe his eyes. You cut through my dark energy. Bent down, preparing the next move, Black Sky Sword Art, second form, Beastly Fang Slash. Suddenly, the ground exploded, white dust flying up and purple energy bound Kansas. He screamed in pain. He gripped his sword tightly, reciting the next move, Black Sky Sword Art, third form, Usura Fury Slash. A colossal force surged toward Kansas, who looked up, stunned. Kansas bared his sharp teeth, yelling, A lowly being like you dares. Her sword into the air, preparing to deliver the finishing blow, Black Sky Sword Art, fourth form, Mortal Cleave. His face darkened, exuding immense power. Kansas looked up, his face filled with confusion and fear at the pressure. Immediately, the massive energy crashed down, engulfing Kansas. Aiden looked at the scene in horror. That's the true power of Yuan, no of Ko. It's overwhelming to the point that I can't even approach. Ko landed on the ground, reminding them. Don't slack off, Heart Slayer. His gaze was sharp, focused on the enemy. This isn't enough to defeat him. As soon as he finished speaking, Kansas' intact form emerged from the white smoke. Is it over? He smiled, staring straight at them. In the past, it took 4 of you to stop me. Now do you think you can do it alone? Kansas raised his claws, ready to crush them. With your power, you can't protect anything. Curse panicked, sweat trickling down, shouting, Fall back, Heart Slayer. Aiden stood frozen, his body unmoving, eyes wide, thinking, Black Sky Sword Art, a realm I've never reached. But why does a mere mortal like him take it on without struggle? Aiden looked up in confusion at the claws about to crush him. Right now, I can't defeat him. Suddenly his eyes lit up, a powerful energy erupted from his body, lighting up the entire area. Kansas smirked, gritting his teeth, blinded by the brilliant light. What is this light? He wondered. In other space, Aiden closed his eyes, gritting his teeth, then opened his eyes sharply, coldly asking, Who are you? Dama clasped his hands behind his back, introducing himself. Nice to meet you, Aiden. I am the god of virtue, Dama. We've come to... The god of virtue cut him off. At this point, you still care about formalities? Dama said irritably, gritting his teeth. Dama coldly replied, It's not about formalities but politeness. We've come to entrust the world to you. She answered indifferently, Yeah, whatever. God of Virtue turned to Aiden and said, Anyway, this Heart Slayer, you must know that you and your group can't defeat him alone, so we'll lend you our power. Dama coughed lightly, then said, I've heard you've received the power of the Fire God King. Sorry, but this is the only way we can help, both said in unison. We entrust to you the tasks we cannot carry out ourselves. Back in the present, Aiden held his sword, standing still. He sighed and said, This is the ultimate state I've always dreamed of. Kansas sweated, fearful, stammering, That power. Kurz glanced at Aiden, still not understanding. Aiden gripped the sword tightly, speaking up, I'm sorry, Nguyen. Aiden's eyes burned with resolve. He pointed the sword at the enemy. I'll borrow some of your Black Sky Sword art just this once. Kansas sweated, fearful, saying, This can't be happening. How can a mere mortal like you bear their power? Ko stepped forward, saying, The law of cause and effect has reversed. I didn't break through to the transcendence to gain divine energy, but I have divine energy before reaching transcendence. He glanced at Aiden, continuing, As for this one, I don't even know who he is. Aiden glared, asking, Is that a compliment? Curse replied indifferently, It's up to how you interpret it. Aiden glared at him angrily, Oh really? I'll settle this with you after this. Ko smiled wickedly, showing his sharp teeth. All right, after this. Kansas glared at them, gritting his teeth in fear. He opened his mouth wide, gathering energy. Talos, come here now. The Talos immediately appeared, flying toward Kansas. The fierce creatures bared their teeth, eyes wide, lunging downward. Aiden watched in confusion, wondering, Hadn't you regained control of the demon realm? Kurz replied, Yes, but these Talos were born from the demon lord's energy. Cannot control what the enemy creates. Aiden thought to himself, Each Talos here could destroy a city. They were stronger than any Talos ever summoned in the Fire God Society. The oppressive energy coursed through his body, surging his inner power. But now he had surpassed the transcendent level, entering a new realm where nothing was impossible. He laughed arrogantly, Come on, you cursed bastard. Then he smiled faintly, All right, Prince Tron. Both of them lunged forward at incredible speed. With just a few moves, they coordinated to defeat the Talos, which screamed in agony. The sword in Aiden's hand flashed. He looked ahead, silently realizing, this was the realm of the god of Asia. Master, in 2 lifetimes, this is the first time I've felt power surge like this. A radiant energy swirled around Aiden. Curse gripped his sword, channeling his inner power. Dark energy radiated from the blade. He slashed twice forward, stopping the flames, and said coldly, Don't be overconfident in that borrowed divine power. He once stood equal to a god, and my dark heaven sword can cut through both his dark energy and magic. Aiden stared blankly at the sword. Curse stood before the giant Kansas, feeling small and insignificant. He encouraged, don't be afraid, just strike. Cassis's voice rumbled, there's nothing I cannot achieve. He roared, igniting a massive fireball. Curse swung his sword, the flames erupting, consuming everything. The Talos were burned alive, screaming in despair. Aiden held his sword, blocking the flames, ready to destroy Cassis's forces. He opened his eyes in disbelief. Cassis was gathering a massive fireball. Aiden frowned, unleashing that dark energy, even he won't withstand it. Cassis shouted, I don't care, I will destroy you and this world. A surge of immense power erupted. The oppressive force made Aiden focus, scrutinizing the power about to crush him. He murmured, in the end it's just dark energy. Kansas's furious flames burst, consuming everything. Another force appeared, cutting through, stopping the fire. Kansas's eyes widened in disbelief. Aiden's sword radiated authority, rising into the air, coldly staring at him. The path of endless greed always leads to destruction. Cease opened his eyes as the sword neared, exclaiming, destruction. A colossal power surged straight to the sky. Finally, Aiden and Curse stood still beside each other. He relaxed, tilting his head to the sky, it's over. Curse slipped his hands into his pockets, smirking. After a long revenge, how does it feel? Aiden murmured, I don't know, not as I imagined. He smiled, that's the nature of revenge, when it ends, only emptiness remains. Aiden kept his eyes closed, head tilted back. Still, there's relief because it's finally over. Curse lowered his voice, no, it's not over yet. He warned, look at the sky. Aiden opened his eyes, surprised. The sky, something's wrong. A crimson circle appeared overhead. Aiden asked, we destroyed the greed, so why is the demon realm gate still open? Curse calmly, one more task remains. He wondered, what must I do? Curse explained, greed can create a demon realm, but it's not the true master. Aiden tilted his head, the demon realm master, but hadn't you captured the Thorn Fortress? He realized, his expression darkened. Wait, don't tell me you. Curse spoke calmly, you have learned from me the power to cut through all dark energy. Aiden twitched his hand, refusing to believe it. It can't be. Curse smiled, tilting his head. Finally, I sever all ties with you, my hated one. Challenged excitedly, defeat me, close the demon gate, complete your revenge. The sky burned red, the city below engulfed in flames. Kurz looked up, thinking, if this continues, I'll again fall under the shadow of dark magic, repeating past mistakes. He glanced back, lowering his voice. You understand this as well, don't you, Dragon King Slayer? Aiden gripped his sword, looking down. He muttered, there's no other choice, right? Curse laughed, worried. Didn't you spend 2 lifetimes saving the world? He said indifferently, same here, perhaps that's why the divine tree brought me into existence. Curse continued, then let me end this long life and find peace, my friend. Aiden gave a bitter smile, friend, you are the last person I'd call that. At first I thought you were my rival, killing you was my sole reason for living. Living a second life in the same body, I realized you resemble me more than anyone. Aiden gripped his sword, resolute, now rest. Sword slashed straight down, striking the opponent. The circle in the sky faded, but the sky remained crimson. The Talos screamed, their bodies dissolving. An shouted, the demon gate is closing. The Talos began to vanish. Nista looked to the sky, softly, it's over. Everyone cheered, leaping with joy. Aiden walked through the smoke and ruined, burning streets. He silently gazed at the night sky, slightly melancholic. A voice called, what's wrong? Missing the rotten demon already? Aiden tilted his head. Not exactly, the bigger surprise is realizing my master is the fire god king. He smiled, long time no see, my disciple. Aiden sheathed his sword, speaking, you haven't changed at all, have you? He laughed heartily, I take that as a compliment. Aiden asked, don't tell me you made me your disciple and put me through that secret training just for this. Vankin replied, of course not. He laughed, I simply happened upon an interesting child along the way. Aiden asked, then why did you suddenly disappear? He flicked his flowing beard, because I grew bored with the mortal realm, nothing fun left to do. Aiden frowned, helpless. As expected, understanding the thoughts of the gods is difficult. I have been pondering this matter as well. Yun Shen looked down cheerfully and asked, have you ever considered becoming a god? Aiden Kao suddenly became serious, stammering. Becoming a god, me? He replied, yes, you have been to the higher realm before. So I want to offer you this opportunity. He bowed his head, thought for a moment, and repeated the words, a god? Aiden scowled, his eyes full of disdain, and said, no thanks. Yun Shen was surprised by his change in expression. He hurriedly persuaded him. Why not? Being a god is incredible. Not only are you immortal, but you would gain power far beyond your temporary strength. Aiden glanced at Yun Shen indifferently and said, all right, immortality and more power does sound tempting. Looked behind him, but I still have many things to do here. Besides, my teammates are happily running over. Right now, I want to try living as a human. Aiden smiled warmly, gazing at the loved ones he had left. A few years later, in a large city, the sky was clear and the air fresh. In a luxurious hall with a high azure ceiling and intricate decorations, Aiden, wearing a red robe, stood silently before a large sunlit window. Nista bowed respectfully and lowered his voice to announce, "It's time to leave." Tilted his head in response, "Understood, I will depart immediately." After Tartarus ended, the gate to the demon realm had closed and everyone returned home, though danger still lingered. Once again, he decided to stand alongside the inheritors of his old friend's will. Those carrying the last wishes established a new kingdom named Florence. Aiden wore black boots, walking steadily across the ground. The citizens surrounded him, cheering and shouting with joy. Aiden walked solemnly amid the cheers. "I, Aiden Remise, am the Emperor of Florence." His eyes showed silent annoyance. "I thought after defeating the demon lord I could finally rest, but what the hell is this?" Aiden raised his eyes to the high sky, sharp and calm, pondering, alone enjoying a vacation. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded urgently approaching. A panicked voice shouted, "Pickpocket, catch that kid." The boy ran straight into Aiden's legs. Someone angrily yelled, "You little bastard, how dare you bump into Lord Aiden? Catch him immediately." Yuan collapsed to the ground, coins spilling from his bag. Aiden clearly saw the boy, eyes wide as if he had struck gold. He commanded his soldiers, "Stop." Then he approached the boy. Yuan trembled, stammering, "Please spare me." Aiden planted a foot firmly. "Don't worry, I won't kill you." But with a cunning smile he said, "But more importantly, this boy," in a frightening tone. "This boy has a solid physique." Aiden laughed loudly, voice menacing. "All right, from now on you will be my disciple." Yuan cried, tears streaming, screaming, "Spare me." In a mountain forest, a tremor caused birds to scatter. A thorn appeared, roaring and shaking the air. Lao fought eagerly to push back the thorns, and the new thorn growled but found itself trapped. Lao leapt high, stabbing directly into the thorn with his sword. After finishing, Lao landed confidently on the ground, standing proudly to inspect the results. They keep appearing even though Tartarus has ended. On the other side, the others had cleaned up and joined Lao along with 2 other knights. Seems this side has handled things properly. Lao was contemplating techniques when he heard a call and turned. He recounted, "Big Brother said the demon realm hasn't disappeared but shattered into countless fragments. Its power has weakened but allows Talos easy access to the central realm." Lo replied, "Yes, 5 cases have occurred this year alone." He stared into the distance, determination in his eyes. "That's why we must work harder. We can't keep relying on Big Brother like before." He asked Lao casually, "Lao, don't you regret not following him?" The question made Lao pause to think. Proudly he crossed his arms. "I am a knight of the Remisma house. This is where I belong, so why would I regret it?" The more he spoke, the more enthusiastic he became. Seeing this, he was speechless. It seemed he realized something, sighing. "Saying this is where I belong must be a lie," he added. "It's really because of that cat girl, isn't it?" Lao's face turned crimson. Lao was caught off guard but tried to deny it. "No, that's not true. I am fully loyal to Remise." He knew Lao was making excuses. He laughed sarcastically. All right, say whatever you want." Seeing that he didn't believe him and continued to expose him, Lao tried to explain, "I'm telling the truth, please believe me." Meanwhile, in the Imitalia Empire, in a beautiful city with tightly packed buildings and lush greenery. At the imperial palace, flags of the dynasty fluttered atop the rooftops. After the news of Kansas being the demon lord spread, the empire's prestige collapsed, allied nations turned away, and enemies eyed an opportunity to strike. Inside the palace, Pydo sat on the throne, flanked by guards. Amidst the storm, some still sought to restore the empire's glory. Pydo rested his hand on the armrest, anger on his face. "You fools, have you lost your mind?" 3 officials knelt in fear, not daring to look up. Pydo pointed his fan at them. "Didn't I warn you that embezzling taxes would result in execution?" Yet some dared to repeat the crime. Pydo gritted his teeth, asserting dominance with his face and words. "I'll give you 3 seconds to kneel voluntarily." Immediately, 2 officials knelt to admit their guilt. The 2 knelt, shouting, "I have committed the crimes of the Western Court." Pydo showed irritation, losing patience with their slowness. "Only 2, meanwhile, Countess Edward reflected on her own crime. Her expression showed worry. "I hid all the documents and money in the secret mansion. No matter what that kid's ability is, he won't find it." She could wait no longer. Pydo stood up, pointing directly. "Listen, Countess Edward." He took a jeweled chain, hinting, "Do friends these days give diamond chains as gifts, each worth a whole mansion?" Countess Edward gaped, not expecting Pydo to find the culprit. Pydo showed ferocity and ordered, "Take her away." Immediately, 2 soldiers dragged Countess Edward off. Pydo settled into his seat and Soren appeared, commenting, "Master, you're starting to resemble the one who once threatened you." Pydo, confused whether to be angry or pleased, said, "Is that so? I'll take it as a compliment." Suddenly, Pydo's expression turned serious. He stared into the distance, recalling someone, perhaps still safe. Memories of that person flooded his mind, emotions swelling within him. "That person had fulfilled my wish," the last words he spoke to me. Before leaving, Aiden gave his final instructions. "Ensure the empire does not collapse, for one day it will become a great power." Pydo's emotions surged again. He clenched his fists, determination burning in his eyes. He thought silently, this time the one who will owe me is him. And I will surely become someone like you. Paido's mood shifted suddenly to anger. If captured again, I will wipe out your wretched guild. Amid the tense moment, a soldier rushed in. The guard reported respectfully as if with urgent news, Your Majesty, bad news. Atalo's army has appeared near the forest close to the capital. Hearing this, Paido immediately recognized the enemy and said sternly, the remnants of Kansas. Paido rose, showing his resolve, and declared to all present, I will go to battle myself. In a cold, snowy hill, Dion stood before a defeated enemy. He gazed into the distance, worry etched on his face. Judged, something feels wrong. Dale approached and added, he's stronger than any I've ever faced, just as Lord Aiden said. Tian worriedly looked in one direction. Even at the Grand Swordmaster level, he's still overwhelming. Dio stepped forward, saying to Tian, it's useless, Tian. He encouraged him, just do your best in your position as your father did. Hearing this, Tian suddenly understood and agreed, yes, like father. Next, Dio confessed, I am also doing my utmost to restore our family's honor toppled by my brother. Mentioning someone, Dale's eyes sharpened. Because I owe him, I cannot sit idle. Tihan also agreed, saying solemnly, indeed, he is the benefactor of this entire 6 hall, including our family. Tian and Dio continued their conversation. Tian asked, have you heard any recent rumors? Dior asked curiously, what rumors? Tian hesitated, then said, I heard Aiden has a child. Dale was shocked, jolting in surprise. What, when, with whom? He continued guessing. Could it be the scheming girl who was with him? Or the woman he met at the previous royal banquet? Just then, a large creature appeared. Dee quickly noticed and watched the creature, a giant polar bear with sharp fangs ready to attack. Polar bear bared its teeth threateningly. Dio, holding his spear, remained uncertain about his next move. The story about Aiden seemed more captivating than the bear itself. Dio returned to the topic, so who is the mother? Tian continued, I've only heard vague rumors. The polar bear, feeling ignored, grew angry, its gaze sharp and cold. Bear immediately swiped at Dio and Tian. Tian scolded, don't you see we're discussing something important? If you keep interfering, you'll end up behind me. A beautiful castle in the kingdom of Florence, seemingly a haven for saints. Yuan and Bali were diligently practicing swordsmanship. Bali praised Yuan while responding to his strikes. Your skills have improved greatly. At this rate, you might even defeat your master. Yuan felt delighted hearing the praise. Really? Bali affirmed and launched a sudden strike. Absolutely, but unexpectedly, Bali's strike broke Yuan's sword. Afterward, Bali provoked him. It might take decades before you can defeat me. Yuan felt frustrated. Holding the broken sword, he felt powerless. I've told you many times. He jumped to retort, my name isn't Yuan. Bali feigned innocence. All day Aiden kept calling you that. Yuan angrily asked, why did he call me Yuan the first time we met? Yuan fumed for no reason. Bali said nothing. Alice approached, waving. Yuan grew even more flustered. Who's disturbing me? Yuan stopped mid-sentence, seeing Alice. He could no longer stay angry. Bali bowed respectfully. Greetings, Alice. Alice appeared with graceful beauty. Yuan admired Lady Alice. Alice approached Yuan, inquiring about his recent training. You've been working hard with Bishop Balagny's lessons. Yuan replied stiffly, yes, ma'am. Alice found Yuan's stiffness amusing. Yuan, why do you always look so flustered when meeting me? Don't you like me? Yuan grew more embarrassed, quickly explaining, no, that's not it. Yuan hurriedly clarified, it's just that the aura you create feels a bit like someone haunting my dreams. Bali grabbed Yuan's head. How dare you say the lady haunts you? Bali squeezed Yuan's head painfully. It hurts, but not as much as in my dreams. Seeing Bali stern, Alice intervened. It's all right, it's just a dream. Yuan still felt the pain from Bali's hand. Tears fell, yet it felt genuine. Alice explained to Yuan, don't be upset that Lord Aiden called you that nickname. It only shows how much he cares for you. Yuan remained skeptical, looking away. How could he care for me? At least saying that Lady Cassie is a dog tribe is more believable. Seeing Yuan's denial, Alice patted his head. You'll understand when you grow up. Yuan fidgeted slightly but didn't argue further. Bali spoke. By the way, today is Aiden's return. Better get ready. Joseph and Nista walked silently along the long, wide corridor. Nista gazed out the window, deep in thought for a moment before speaking up. She said that without that day, we could never have imagined a place like this. Joseph did not disagree, silently agreeing, acknowledging her words as true. Joseph continued, his mind envisioning the beautiful scene that Aiden had helped build. He wondered who could have imagined that the Fire God Church and the Black Sorcerers would work together. He curiously asked, had Aiden returned? Nista replied, saying that Aiden had just arrived. She added that he was standing on the castle's steps, wearing a cloak and holding a graceful sword. A year had passed and Aiden walked along the steps, occasionally yawning as if sleep-deprived. He looked exhausted and appeared disheartened, complaining about his life. Damn it, when will I get a break? I should have already become a god. Wenken heard his sigh and immediately appeared, chuckling softly before speaking. And why not just do it? Aiden's face turned pale. I was just complaining. He thought of Enoch, his gaze becoming a little deeper, wondering if the boy was training seriously. Before Aiden could reach the gate, Alice ran over to greet him. She embraced him tightly, overjoyed. Aiden, he was momentarily stunned, still processing the situation. Alice continued to hold him and said, "You've been gone so long this time." Alice's presence made her happy, but on the contrary, Aiden felt uneasy. "Alice, why are you here? Shouldn't you be performing a ritual for the church?" Alice let go of him, crossed her arms, and replied, "You just got back, I should take a break." Aiden felt a bit confused, unsure of what to say next. He sighed, realizing he couldn't rest so easily. While they were talking, Nista also appeared to welcome Aiden. "You have returned, my lord." Alice saw Nista and did not seem very happy. Nista respectfully greeted Aiden, placing her hand on her chest and formally saying, "Greetings, Lord Aiden." Joseph stood behind Nista, smiling with a look of joy, happy that Aiden had returned safely today. Suddenly, Nista's face became serious, as if pointing to someone. "And yet, someone keeps bothering you as soon as you get back." Alice immediately knew who Nista was referring to and angrily ran over. "What? Who are you saying is bothering him?" Alice fumed. Nista calmly replied, "You probably know who it is." Nista smirked. "Anyway, I don't think you'll ever understand the deep connection between me and Lord Aiden." Alice, upon hearing this, became so angry that her face turned red. "Shallow, you're the weird one, always trailing behind Aiden." Nista wouldn't back down, and Alice's words had tested her patience. "No one likes to be insulted, and Nista is no exception," she retorted sarcastically. "Trailing behind, you should watch your mouth." Nista, looking angry, said, "Perhaps someone needs to learn how to keep their mouth shut." Alice was ready to confront her. "Fine, let's see who needs to be taught a lesson." Alice prepared to strike back. Aiden stood there, witnessing the verbal battle, unsure of what to do. "Should I stop them?" Joseph just smiled and answered Aiden, "Perhaps they'll reconcile soon enough." He looked toward Alice and Nista, thoughtful. "After all, I'm just happy to see how much they've matured." Joseph was surprised. They used to be unable to express their thoughts, and he didn't understand why they were so brave now. "And I'm also glad that young Master Aiden is helping." "Ah, thank you, His Majesty Aiden." Aiden heard but only smiled lightly. "If you thank me in this situation, people will misunderstand." Suddenly, from a distance, someone had something in mind. Aiden sensed a change even though the distance was far. It was Enoch, and he wanted to welcome Aiden with a swordplay exchange. However, Aiden quickly and skillfully dodged, leaving Enoch a bit disappointed, thinking he would win this time. Aiden looked at Enoch and praised him. "You've improved, but you still don't have a chance." Enoch, angry, swung his sword wildly. "My name is not Enoch." Aiden just gave a casual apology. "Oh, sorry about that." Aiden thought about Enoch's name. Perhaps it wasn't a coincidence that he was named that. The gods really gave him a bad name. He couldn't help but laugh softly. Aiden thought silently about the meaning of the name. Isn't that name supposed to mean the one who vows to serve? In the sunset, for the first time, Aiden called Enoch by his true name. "All right, Enoch."